Is it weird to be discriminated against as a Glober?
No.
Are you double vaxxed, Kosho?
No.
That's powerful.
Yeah,
Love when Globers aren't vaxxed.
Well, I'm still. I mean, I talked to my girlfriend about it the other day, just because her friend's brain dead right now, because she got fucked up from the virus. Well, we can't talk about it. So
he said he's like, I'm still, I'm maybe a Glover, but I still have a brain.
No, I was gonna say I'm still. I'm still. I'm still up in the. It's up in the air for me. You know, the veracity of.
You're still a free range. You're still a free range human.
I mean, honestly, I thought it was crazy percentage when you said. I don't know if you were joking, but you said about the gunshot thing. You ready to get shot?
Yeah.
Then you said flesh wound. I was like, oh, okay, come on. If you know it's gonna be a flesh wound, then.
Yeah, I stand by that.
What does your girlfriend think about you constantly talking to flat earthers? Does she think that you are secretly a flat earther and you just don't want to admit it?
No, she's more of a flat earther than me. But
wow.
She yeah, she just makes fun of. She says I'm talking to Wizard of Oz. I don't know what she says.
There's no face.
So how is she more of a flat earther than you?
Well, I mean, like, she's the reason why we haven't gotten vaccinated, even though her friend is brain dead from not getting.
Man, don't say that. You know, you wouldn't get vaccinated even without her, because you know that it's 27 times, more likely to get reinfection with the vaccine. You know that.
Yeah, well, I don't want to argue because I would.
You said it yourself. I heard it from you.
No, yeah.
Or maybe you said 13. But yeah, one of those two numbers.
Yeah, but I mean, personally, I
Oh, take responsibility for your own health.
You're talking about that Israeli study.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know. I don't want to get into it right now, but yeah, man. I mean, I'm up in the air about it, but I don't think that I need to take it anyway. So.
Yep. I generally think that I like my body creating viruses in response to toxicity as a solvent. So I'd prefer like the normal method of trying to stay away from things that are toxic, stay healthy. But if I happen to come across something that's toxic, then hopefully my body will create a virus in response to that as a solvent to flush everything out.
Kosho. Are you ever going to concede that you're wrong using that instrument? Or are you just going to keep going with this lie?
They'll never concede on anything, ever. That's their game, bro.
I just want to make sure, right? You're wrong using that instrument. That's period. You can do any. Sure.
We talked about this yesterday or 2 days ago after we had the same similar exchange, and I explained how it worked and showed everybody. I mean, I showed everybody the graphics and how they work, and I thought that after that, well, I guess you were driving, so maybe you didn't see the graphics, but I figured after that you realized that you were not maybe you didn't completely understand how it works, but
I completely understand. I completely understand. All right.
So what is this about? Some of us missed it, namely me. So let's have a little recap, quick. Go.
Actually, I just explained it again.
What's the instrument? How are you misusing it, Kosho?
Well, that's what I wanted to hear from Silent Zero, because I'm confused on what.
Yeah, it's used to get measurements on a area. You cannot then take that measurements from that area and apply them on a different area. You're using the instrument in a wrong way. That's not what the instrument is used for.
What's the instrument?
That's what you're doing.
What instrument?
Oh, shit. I forgot the initials.
Yeah.
RTK.
Oh, this RTK GPS bullshit.
Yeah, but even if it's not RTK, you can just see this.
So what he's doing, Jeremy, is, that thing is, let's say you're building like a block of houses or something, right? And so what that does is you set up base, and then you get measurements for like the entire area. And that's it. That's what it's used for, that thing. What he's trying to do is get measurements for that area, and then move to another area and use the measurements from the previous area to, I don't know, to calculate the curvature or some shit like that. But he's misusing the instrument. How do I say it? Wrong using the instruments. That's what he's doing. He won't concede. I'm sorry, but
Well, I'm going to explain to you once again, because I understand what your confusion is, but you have to be willing to actually.
there's no confusion, Kosho. There's no confusion. I just explained to you.
Let's find out.
You just have to. Am I right or wrong? Just tell me. Am I right or wrong? The instrument is used.
You're incorrect, and I'm trying to tell you where you're.
Tell us what is the instrument used for.
I'm trying to tell you, man. It has to.
What is used for? That's the question. What is you, Kosho? Listen to the question so that you can answer the question. What is the instrument used for? Not how it works. Not how it works. But what is
I
used
understand
for?
what you're asking.
Thank you.
But that's not what I'm prepared to say. What I'm prepared to say is what I was going to say before you had asked that question. And that's explaining actually how it works. And actually what
I don't care about how it works. I care what it's used for, which is my point.
Don't listen at your own peril.
Then you're not addressing me, okay? You're addressing your own shit in your head. You're not addressing nobody here.
Well, I'm addressing what you said a second ago. What you said a second ago.
No, I asked a question, and you're going to go on explanation, which I don't care.
It's fine. The base station and the rover that you have, or the receiver that you have, you can do that in any place in the world. And it's important to know that the grid system that the GPS use is a single grid system, meaning that any position that you get on Earth, they put that into the same grid system. There's not multiple grid systems. So if you take a base station, let's say in Texas, and you take the measurement in that same city, close to that base station, you'll get a position that you can jot down, the XYZ position. You can then take a base station in Australia and a receiver there in Australia, then right next to that base station, get a reading there and write down that exact position. And you'll have two coordinates, or you'll have 2 points of 2 different positions, and that's a totally valid way of using this tool. It doesn't matter that they're far away from each other.
All right, you say whatever you want. Are you gonna answer the question now?
You're asking what is it used for? I just told you what I was using it for. You can use it for many different things. You can use it to fly a drone.
All right, whatever.
A bunch of different things. But this is how it works, and you can use it however you like. There's not a single way. There's not a single specific way of.
It's up to the people if they choose to believe your bullshit, bro. It's up to the people.
Sure. I mean, you could just research it and look it up. And see
I did. I'm telling you what it's used for. I already explained what it's used for. You're saying that shit can be used for whatever. Just like the what is this other instrument that you guys trying to make measurements over miles and miles when the limit is only like 100 meters to 500 meters, shit like that. You guys keep doing wrong use of the instruments and claiming victory over shit that is nothing.
I've explained this to you before, that where you're confused on it with this one is you think that the limit that exists between the base station and the receiver, which is a real limit, you have to be pretty close to the base station when you make that reading with that receiver, within 20 kilometers. In some cases, we'll just say 20 kilometers. So that's true. To make any specific reading, you need to be within a close enough range to the base station to get an accurate position. But you can do that anywhere in the world, and those 2 points are going to be valid points. And once you have those 2 points, you can do anything you want with them. You can.
All right, guys. Anybody can go research this. Anybody can go research this and try to find anybody using this thing for what Coach is saying. You will find no professional person use it for this. It's used for what I said is used. And it's up to each person to just believe what you're saying, Coach.
People are using it to fly drones in long distances and land them in perfect positions. But tell me, what reason do you say you can't use it over a long distance?
I already did. I'm not gonna repeat it again. If you didn't pay attention, you asked me this like 3 minutes ago, 5 minutes ago. I explained it. If you didn't pay attention or listen, why should I repeat it, bro?
I did, but the thing I just said a second ago, I feel like you didn't listen to. I just said the restriction or limitation of the distance, that's only based on the receiver and the base station, the relationship between the two single readings. So any single reading is going to include a base station and a receiver, and that has to be in a close proximity. But that's a single reading. You can take as many single readings as you like and as many different places as you like, and they would all be valid points.
Kosho, I have a question kind of related to this, but do you have a simple proof for the globe?
Yeah, I guess, but why do you ask?
I would just like to know if there's a way that an individual can self-verify this globe Earth.
Yeah. I would say if you studied and verified and validated longitude lines and the way they behave, that by itself proves the globe. But you have to be
Sure, you
confident
can,
in
bro.
what they're doing.
You mean
Just
latitude,
put-
right? Not longitude.
No, not longitude.
Put two sticks on the ground and look at the shadows. Voila.
Kosho, I've already explained to you this GPS RTK nonsense. We'll have that at our thing when we make some more other straight lines in one area, but you need to do them all in one area so you can reference them all against each other.
Sure, you can use this as many times as you'd like. That's what I'm working on right now, is working on so that anybody can do it without needing to buy anything.
We're not worried about GPS. We get all kinds of GPS. Focus on other ways of making straight lines, bro. We need a wall to draw them on.
Isn't
How are
that
we
your
going to get the
prerogative?
wall? I mean,
Burden of proof fallacy.
No, I'm saying
that's
it's
what we need to do.
I'm not saying it's your purpose to prove it. I'm saying, why are you telling me to do something that
The burden of
I don't want to do? I mean, I'm working on something that I want to do.
all right. I'm basically okay. Let me explain. I'm basically doing you a favor. The burden of proof is on you guys. You guys claim Earth's curving. We're gonna need a tangible measurement to show it. So I'm helping you out. You're welcome.
That's where the argument becomes flawed. The burden of proof is on each individual person.
No, come
it's
on.
not
Dude.
my burden to prove to you or convince you that the Earth's not a flat.
See, I'm trying to do you a favor. This is what I get back talk.
He's looking a gift horse in the mouth, man. Ingrate.
But seriously, Kosho, I mean, try to chip it. Brainstorm on something for us. Come on, man.
Dude, I've got all the work. I got all the work in front of me that I'm doing right now. And
all right, how much more work for the RPS GTK thingy?
Well, I have to show everybody how to easily do it. So once that's done. But yeah, once that's done, I don't find any. If you don't find any confidence in something that is like I don't see how you could think there's any way to create a more straight line than this. This is like the most definitive straight line there is. But
so then that'll be one of the good straight lines that we have.
That's why I'm working on it.
We just need 5 other ways. There's 4 or 5, 6 other ways.
It's somebody else's job.
Everyone's job. All right, you want this thing to end, or you want to be debating percentages? Great. You know what? You want your grandkids debating percentages, grandkids.
Maybe that'd be kind of fun.
That's what's going to happen. What'd you say, percent?
Like grandfather, like grandson. He'd be losing debates.
Percentage is a beast, Kosho. I mean, you're one of the tougher Glovers to crack, but I mean, percentage is he's sick with it.
There's a reason why me and Percentage don't debate, though, man, because his arguments piss me off. So
of course they do.
Every time I just want to punch him in the gut, dude. Because but it's caused me to actually learn a lot of shit, though, because I was trying to show him how he's wrong. But
we're the leaders. Listen, Chemo told you we're the leaders of the new school. Percentage is schooling you all day, bro.
Yeah. Anyways, his questions, which are obnoxious and outrageous and nonsensical, I still, for no reason, thought about them and beat them to a pulp just so I can really answer them. But yeah, I ended up learning a lot. Like the one question he said about refraction and like all the gases from here to the sun. I was like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah,
That's
but
a good argument.
no,
That's
but
a
no.
great fucking argument.
Yeah, but there's a simple response that I learned from Gambino, using what's called air mass. Air mass is the amount of air that's in your optical corridor, basically, and the air mass. Basically, the way air mass is measured is your zenith looking straight up. The air mass is considered to be 1, and it's 26 at your horizon.
Yo, what argument is this? I make so many I don't even know what
This
you're
is
talking
when
about.
you said whatever you said refraction. You can't rule out refraction when you're looking vertically because of all the gases between here.
Oh,
and the
when I
sun.
said that the sun and the moon and all the stuff is just the parent position, you don't know the actual position is.
Yeah, but you were saying because there's that distance between here and the sun, but there's gases in between here and there, and they add up.
Correct. They do add up, and there is gases between there.
I actually don't, though, man.
That argument is filthy. I've used that. He got that argument from me.
Well, that's it. The air mass looking straight up is 1, while the horizon is 26, and it increases as you the angle turns downward. So there's the least amount of air, even all the way to the sun, when you look straight up.
Has refraction been quantified, Jeremy?
My mind has pushed forward flat Earth leaps and bounds. If you've been paying attention the last year,
has
seriously
refraction been quantified?
No ego or nothing, but I am a
Brenda?
fucking one man think tank. Yeah, what's up, Brenda?
Okay, I was making sure because
I asked, has refraction been quantified?
In fish tanks, sure.
No, not in fish tanks.
So the fish tank thing's in contention?
That's a pretty general question. If refraction has been quantified, well,
yeah,
in fish tanks it has been, but
So the answer is yes,
no,
because it's been quantified in at least one thing. So the answer is technically yes.
I guess
yes,
it has
Brenda,
been.
yeah.
I guess
We
it has been
quantified
quantified
it.
in a fish tank. So yeah, generally it has been quantified.
I'm not talking about fish tanks.
Okay, what are you talking about? Because you just asked a very general question.
Yeah.
Where else has it been quantified at?
Yeah.
Where else has it been quantified at? If not, Brenda,
generally,
if not fish tank. Hold on, Brenda. If not fish tank, where's it been quantified at?
Just generally, has refraction been quantified?
Why are you?
What do you mean?
Why are you afraid to
generally
specify, Brenda?
This guy is just asking stupid fucking questions.
Why are you afraid to specify?
You don't have to specify. It's just a general.
Oh my
just
goodness.
a general.
We deal with
Oh
specificity.
my goodness. This guy can't even ask a simple question.
it's a lady.
Brenda, other than fish tanks, where's it? You don't want to throw away the fish tanks for some reason. I don't know why. That's your best thing.
Fraction has been quantified.
Oh, percentage, real quick.
What's up?
How far did? Hold on, percentage, real quick. How far did Kool-Aid make it that one night? It was at 800, and then I left.
Oh my god.
What are you talking about?
Remember that night we were seeing how many people had to be in on it, and I had them at 800.
Yeah, I think it stopped at it was 800 because you gave a couple of extra 50s.
That was it.
It was really
Dude,
yeah.
you
I mean, you guys
so
didn't keep on talking after that about
There's
it.
so many that you didn't count, dude.
I gave them 700 of those 800 too.
All the people who build bridges and tunnels.
Where we got to was I was asking for a percentage of people that work in the space industry, and you seem to want to give 50 telemetry people, but I would have thought out of
was it Kool-Aid or was
How
it
many
writing?
telemetry people do you need?
350
How many telemetry people do you want?
350,000 people.
You want 350,000
telemetry more sense
guys.
to go a percent of people who work in the space industry.
No, we're not counting the janitors and shit. Bro, we're not counting the janitors and the fucking secretaries.
Right.
And the guy that changes the light bulbs.
So you decide which percentage are going to be sweeping the floors and secretaries.
I'm going to decide which people
are going to be.
I'm going to
decide
which people.
Oh, it just seems an easy way to do it.
Yeah,
eggshells. I'm going to decide which people.
We'll decide the percent. Thank you very much.
We're going to decide which people have to be in on it and which ones don't. We're not going to just take a vague percentage.
All right.
That's
so
ridiculous.
How many? If we need to know that, then we'd need to know all of the different roles of people within the space industry: astronauts, rocket technicians, people, engineers.
You got the astronauts. I gave you all the astronauts.
Satellites and rovers and.
What do you mean, a rover has to be in on it?
I'll tell you how many
I mean, explain to me
absolutely
how,
have to be in
how
on
somebody
it.
who builds a rover wouldn't have to be in on it.
The guy that builds a rover doesn't. Yeah, the guy that builds a rover
rover's
doesn't have to
in
be in
on
on it.
it.
He builds a
Yeah,
rover
the
and then
rover's
hands it to
AI
someone.
is in on
The
it.
rover builder is just building on spec, man.
Well, they build it and then they operate it typically.
I mean, it's not that this isn't an
Where
interesting
do
kind of
they
idea
operate it?
of who's in on it. However, as this truth comes out fully, there will be a full audit of all these systems, and it will be found out fully at that point.
Audit, you motherfuckers
yeah,
ain't
but the
getting away
rover's
with
in
this
on
one.
it. We need to
Tell him,
we need to
Gio.
turn the rover off because it's in on it.
Gio, that's never going to happen.
Yeah,
They're never going to give up space, but
yeah, that's never
Audit,
gonna happen.
The
checks
ones
and
that
balances.
absolutely need to be in on it, the amount is 666.
No, it's never going to happen. None of this is
No,
ever going to happen.
And they're all 33 years old.
it's 666 multiplied by 33, times it by 24, divided
hear me
by
at all?
6 foot man.
Are you
Unfortunately.
responding to what I have to say at all?
Probably not.
Brenda, you're here. That's all that matters. Your psychology has changed. Your
I'm just
philosophy on life has
saying.
changed. We've improved you as a human being. So Flat Earth has been a benefit
So
to you.
I'm just saying that Gio said something that it's going to come out, and that's just not true.
No, Gio's being very hopeful.
Well, if you think something's going to come out, you have to show it.
I'm dishing out the white. I'm dishing out the white.
Brenda,
the
Brenda, just out of
No
curiosity,
fucking,
do you
no
think
fucking way it's coming out. They had this whole
Do you think-
pandemic.
I'm going to keep
Yeah.
dishing out the white pills one after the other.
Well, Gio, it's just not ever going to happen.
Yeah, it's not happening.
Brenda, do you think the good are do you think good people or evil? Who do you think is spending majority of the time planning and scheming? Would that be evil people or would that be good people?
Planning and scheming doesn't change the world.
Brenda, you don't even know what's going to happen tomorrow.
So let me ask you a question. Do you think good people working for the government are scheming and planning against their enemies? They're good people, but they're scheming and planning to go against their enemies, like spying and espionage. Do you think there's a line to be drawn between good person and espionage and spying?
I would say lies always crumble. They always shatter in time. They can get away with it for quite a while, just like in a movie. You know, Darth Vader gets away with whatever for as long as they do. But it always ends up crumbling.
Wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. The only way for a new government. Hold on, Brenda. The only way for a new government to come into power is they have to get the old government to be hated. Well, if you get the old government to be revealed mass weapons of mass destruction, that to be proven to be a lie, that's one big thing that's making the government crumble, isn't it? So if you build that up,
holy crap! I mean, I'm ready to answer your question already. So can I do that?
Go ahead, Brandon. Go ahead.
Yeah. Can a government change reality by passing laws or doing things?
They can change one individual's reality. Yes, they can. Yep.
No, not one individuals. Can governments
Sure, they
change
can.
reality?
My reality is my reality as a 16-year-old when I was able to get a driver's license was completely different than a 16-year-old's reality to this day and age.
They're
So
not
yes,
talking
you can
about
change.
that. You know
You
what
can
I'm
change
talking
realities. You can change realities with laws.
It's a malformed question because the government is part of reality. So your reality is just changing reality.
And what do you mean by change? I mean, certainly governmental forces can influence people in very strong ways, but I don't. What do you mean by
have an
change?
army, military, and shit.
So if I am the government, could I set up my throne on the beach and command the tides to not come in?
Nope.
Right.
If you
And
gotta
if I am the government, could I demand that the earth be flat when it isn't?
Yeah, yes, you can, because it's like Ronald Reagan
proof of
said.
that claim?
This is what Ronald Reagan said in a meeting, and I'd love to find this video again. I hope somebody finds it. Anyway, he's doing an inaugural in front of thousands of millions of people, and he says, out of his own mouth, he says, "You know what? If you were to obey all of your senses, you might end up thinking the Earth is flat. This is a speech he said in front of millions of people. Now, Brenda, why do you think Ronald Reagan would say this speech? If you obeyed all your
That's just a
senses,
figure of speech. That's just a figure of speech.
if you obeyed,
Well, I
if
mean,
you obeyed all your
plus, I think he's
senses,
saying something that's accurate. It's and pointing out how ridiculous it is to only trust your senses.
well, hold on. This is my point, eggshells, is that if your senses do confirm that the Earth is flat and stationary, at what point are you taking contrary evidence to that? That is the point.
Well,
You're
when you
taking
use
contrary
rationality.
evidence. No, you're taking contrary evidence provided by somebody else who's telling you not to obey your senses.
Yeah, whose senses
That's
are you
different.
obeying? Like, if you believe the Earth is a globe, aren't you just obeying somebody else's senses? An astronaut
No.
that said he saw the
No.
Earth as a globe. You're
See,
all right.
Gio, I feel like I was not understood.
All right. Well, you interrupted me in what I was saying. So whether you're understood or not, please don't interrupt me.
thought
What I
you
was
were-
saying is that if you believe the
I
Earth
thought
is
you
a
were
globe, are you not just depending on somebody else's senses to tell you your reality versus your own?
No.
That's my point, Gio. That's my point in me stating that, is that your practical reality can be, people in positions of power can agree, yes, the Earth presents itself as stationary and flat. That's what our senses say. Senses tell us. Why else would he infer that in a statement saying that, listen, if you were to obey all of your senses, you might end up thinking that this is true. That is my point in case, as Gio just stated, that you are relying on somebody else to provide you an alternate reason for your senses to be not true, right? And I'm saying these are your true senses, and these are the non-true senses. So who's telling the truth here?
So, Gio, I really feel like I'm not being understood. I'm saying if the entire world believes the Earth is flat, there's not a single person on Earth who thinks it's a globe. Is the Earth flat then?
No.
Yes, it is.
The Earth is what it is. It doesn't matter what people think. I would say the Earth is
Doesn't
physical.
that work? Doesn't that work the other way too?
Yes, it does. Because most
Provide an
people-
example. Earth is always what it is, which is flat.
The globe Earth deception does not make the Earth the globe. It just makes a bunch of people deceived about
That's
what
right.
the Earth is.
That's right.
Right.
No amount of conspiracy can make the Earth be something other than what it is, right?
No, but massive amounts of conspiracy can push deceptive things onto other people and force them to believe it.
Well, they would believe it, but it wouldn't be true.
Correct.
Yeah, that's the camp you're in, Brenda.
Right. No, so no amount
that is.
of government action or group action will ever change the shape of the Earth, right? We agree on that, right?
That's not true.
What, you think that words can make the Earth change shape?
Philosophy can, yep.
No, it can't.
I would agree with you, Brenda. Yeah, the Earth is what it is. It's a physical thing, and just because people think it's something is not going to make it something different. Yeah,
That is right, and that is why when you said this will eventually come out, you're wrong, because it will never come out, because no words by you will ever change the shape of the Earth.
Your logic is flawed.
Yeah, I see the flaw in the logic.
Because there's a disjunct. You're assuming that, what's coming out is going to be changing the reality. But the fact is, the reality is what's hidden. And what's coming out is going to be speaking true to what reality is.
Yeah, a lot of globe people, they're under the false impression. Sorry, you're under this false impression that people are proving that the Earth is flat, when that's not at all what we're doing. We're proving it's not a globe. That's all we need to do.
But you never have.
Yeah,
it happens all the time.
No,
I'm not getting sucked off into space right now. I'm not spinning.
None of those falsify the globe.
The globe hasn't been proven to be falsified. Prove it first.
We've seen too far. Yeah,
It never has been.
Yeah, exactly. It never has been proven. So
you've
prove
never
it
made
first.
an observation that proves it. That's the beauty of it. The
has
burden of
never
proof
been-
lies on the one making the claim.
But then claiming that you've falsified the model, that's a claim. Like
I'm going to switch to my PC because my finger keeps coming off of the push.
Hey, Eggshell, got a scenario for you.
Hit me.
Can I deduce the apparent circumference of the Earth with just one angle measurement and time. And if I could determine the apparent circumference with one angle measurement and time, wouldn't that be a problem if I was looking for some sort of physical measurement, considering my application getting that measurement was not based on anything physical?
Can you say that question again?
So, for instance, if I knew one angle measurement and time, like the 60 by 60 by 24, could I get the apparent circumference of the Earth with those two bits of
You could
information?
infer it, but I don't think you'd be doing anything more than inference.
Okay. So when you look at Aristophanes, he did the same type of idea. He took a known distance, mind you, and the presupposition that the angles of light were coming in at an angle to produce, or coming in a way to produce an angle through that angle division. Through the devising of that angle, he could devise the apparent circumference of the Earth, right?
That wasn't a presupposition.
Yeah, so it's the way that light comes in, right? That's the supposition. So
no, it's not.
Anyway,
it's not a presupposition. You're just you should get
the point is in the observation here. He's supposing using just Euclidean geometry. He's taking Euclidean and inverting the triangle and throwing a circle over it. Because if you were to take the 500 divided by the tangent of the 7.2 degree, you end up with 3,959 miles, which would be the same as if the tangent is the 500 and the angle to the sun is 7.2 degree, or the 83, whatever. 83.
Right. So he knew that
so anyway, the point is eggshells
was coming in.
Yeah, the point is eggshells. The point is eggshells is, for instance, let's say I had one position on Earth and I was lined up with the North Pole, and I took the side of my vehicle and I drove a certain distance, and I noticed after a certain distance there would be a drop in degree, and through that known distance, from that drop of degree to Polaris, I could times it by the 12-hour period to get the apparent circumference size of 12,500. So it would be, the 15 degree per hour, whatever degree distance I'd measure that 1 degree drop, times the 15, right, per that hour. Through that information, I could devise the apparent circumference of the Earth without actually doing any physical measurements to the Earth at all, and just deducing it from an apparent angle measurement.
Yeah, that's what I mean by inference. You could
that's what I'm saying. So what I'm trying to say to you is I can deduce all that inference and devise an 8-inch per mile squared drop. Now, how can I infer something with time and the apparent motion of the sun to get a physical drop of the Earth ball?
Because you're not, for some reason, you're dishonestly leaving out the fact that you're using a distance as well, which you've already said.
No,
you're using.
I'm not. Well, the whole point is that I measured.
If you didn't use a distance,
hold on.
So
hold on. Yeah, I changed the scenario now. Instead of a known distance between two places, I'm actually measuring my physical change in angle to Polaris based on my known distance from one point A to one point B. I'm not knowing the time of the sun. I'm not knowing the locations of the two places. I'm just using it from my personal position to my angle to Polaris. From that, I get a degree change from whatever mile distance I've changed. I can times that, of course. I can times that, of course, for the 12-hour period of the day to deduce half the size of the full circumference. Through that, I can get a 8-inch per mile square drop. I'm just saying the point is.
The mile distance.
The point is I can deduce it. The point is I can deduce it from time and an angle. Okay.
The distance.
So.
You know that drop isn't curvature, right?
Yeah. Again, what does your ball do? It has a sagitta. That sagitta has a drop, right? A rate of drop from the point, the peak of the sagitta down.
How can you easily prove that sagitta is what I'm just looking to easily prove it.
They can't prove the sagitta.
That's what I'm looking for a proof, and all I get is like insults on fucking Gem Panda server. So does anyone here have a simple proof a young man can do?
It's pre-assumed.
A proof of what?
You're not going to find
that
any
it's a
proof of that,
ball,
Sig.
that it has a radius of 3959.
Yeah, of course you can prove it. You can build your own rocket, right?
Well, that would be one way.
Provable,
Well, that
easy,
wouldn't
bro.
You
prove.
can do a bunch of things and then weigh
Right,
up the
Brenda?
available
That would be
models
one
and
way,
which one
right?
stacks up better. Which one seems to have more coherent.
All right, so do you have a proof for him, Riding?
non-contradictory
You should be able to do it pretty easily, right? Can you do it for him?
No, I was just saying I don't think you can get a proof. I think the best we can ever get at anything is that we weigh up the available, ideas or suggestions and see how they stack up. Right? Because even the people here who have gone out and done quote unquote measurements of curvature still have only measured a tiny bit of the Earth. I think we'd all agree that, right? So they've done nobody's done anything to falsify that the
another
curve
point
doesn't
of
start
logical
beyond their.
another
Okay,
logical
where you go,
proof
Dada?
another logical proof is the fact that what are you measuring for the apparent circumference size of the Earth is 7 million times bigger than the human being, right? And you're telling me that a human being can measure a 0.00004% of that, and through that 0.0004% of that, they can measure drop or curvature that's only experienced through optics, nowhere else.
Yeah, you can with the right instruments.
It's not on any map. In fact, matches observable reality, except for it doesn't match optics, right?
So you can measure the curvature with the correct instruments or correct procedure.
Can someone give me those instruments?
7 million times bigger than
Dude, the only instruments you need are your eyes and your brain.
No,
Come on
those
now.
aren't instruments.
Oh,
right?
really? Define an instrument?
They're not dependable.
Define an instrument.
A man-made tool for measuring
quantities.
quantities.
Does the human eye have errors, Brenda? Like errors in it?
What are the errors?
Do instruments have errors, Brenda?
They have much smaller errors.
Oh,
and
they do.
They're more dependable.
Do errors in these instruments that are being used? Do the errors increase exponentially over distances?
Not always. It depends.
Not exponentially.
Depends on the instrument.
So the errors don't increase over longer distance or longer periods of time.
Yeah.
Not exponentially. But very early, you're going to find one that increases exponentially.
Optical instruments in general.
Again, it's going to depend on what you're measuring and the tool that you're using. An instrument is just a tool because we want numerical results, right? We want to measure that the doorway is 7 foot 2 inches high or whatever it is.
If an instrument is a tool,
use a ruler, right?
If an instrument is a tool to do work, would a shoe also be an instrument that you use to walk, or would it be a phenomenon?
I don't know what you're talking about. So a shoe isn't an instrument; it's a piece of clothing, right?
So you wouldn't use it to
No,
walk.
but this is the inherent problem. Is that anytime that you can trust your senses, as long as it lines up with the globe model, it's all good. But the second you want it, don't interrupt me. The second you want to use an instrument, say a telescope, to bring something further into view, globies just have another excuse. And that's all you have.
That's not true.
That's all you have.
That's not true.
Excuses. Yes,
So
it is.
if we want to measure the height of something, we use a ruler, right? Use a tape measure because you can't use your eyes to measure how tall the doorway is. You can't.
We're not talking about measurement, actually. I'm just talking
That's
about
what we're talking about.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about verifying whether or not there is curvature to the Earth. You should be able to see it. You can't. You don't. You never do.
You can if you want. Simply,
No, you can't.
if you don't want numerical results and you simply want to verify for yourself that the Earth is curved, you can do it visually by yourself. Yes, you can.
Where and at what altitude?
Get aboard the ISS and look out the window.
Okay, this guy's a fucking clown. That was ridiculous.
What's wrong with that?
Hey, we're not going to call each other names.
Brenda, do you have a video? Do you have a video of that?
Get aboard the ISS.
Yeah,
we know. We still don't do it.
What's wrong with
that? Look, I'm completely used to being asked impossible or ridiculous things by people who believe. Hey, look, I don't interrupt you, so don't interrupt me.
Well, you realize you realize Brenda's paid to be here, right? So just use it for what it is at this point.
I don't care what this guy's about, dude. It doesn't matter to me.
I know, but if you know he's paid to be here, well, what's he paid to be here for?
If he's paid at all.
I wish I was paid. I wish I was
I
paid.
hope you are. I hope you are. I know
that I'm not.
Well, you need viewers, Brenda. You know what? I hope you got some paycheck or something.
I have a crappy YouTube channel that nobody goes to. I don't get
Why is
paid
that?
anything for this because I
Come
don't
on, man.
put any
There's
bit because I
You
don't
gotta,
put.
look, man, you
Just a
realize
minute.
you have a niche. Brenda,
All right, let's
you have
get
a
back
niche
to our
market,
topic.
right?
Listen. You complained about me interrupting, and then you interrupt me.
Actually, that was me complaining about interrupting, and I didn't say anything just now because it was kind of nice to hear you get interrupted, and you can understand what it's like. So maybe you won't do it anymore.
Yeah. So I have
You
a
have a
YouTube
niche
channel.
market. Wouldn't you agree, though? You have a niche market, Brenda.
I don't have a market at all.
Your when you want to make one, wouldn't you want to capitalize on this whole? Wouldn't you want to educate people on the ball? I mean, it seems like the leftists, if you will. I would assume that you're more on the left side, right? Like you're more than liberal. You're like on the left side. Like you're not an anarchist, right? You don't like defund the police, do you?
I voted against. I live in Minneapolis. I voted against
Here's kind of
defunding
like
the police.
maybe you're more liberal than leftist. Then that's good because we want all social needs and social structures for people and stuff. We're human in society. We have all the technical capabilities to provide and sustain life for everybody. We could feed the poor easily, but we decide we want to vax the whole world instead.
All right,
so
can we get back to the topic and not?
Hold on, I'm on there. So Brenda, you have a niche side of the market. Flat Earth is a niche thing. You're here all the time. Do you not see it growing? Do you not see a way you could utilize?
No, I don't see it growing.
So what are you here then? If you're not here to help it grow, because you realize online is the way to make money nowadays, obviously, right? Like more so. They want everybody in front of cameras, in front of computers, right? This is what this is all about, debating, because the debating community is getting bigger. Do you not notice more and more debate channels popping up?
Yeah, that part I enjoy. I enjoy debating with people. Flat Earth is just one of the topics that
You're not
debate
debating. You're
with.
telling us to go aboard
But
the
don't you think don't you think modern debate, which is a YouTube very well known?
Yeah, I've been on there.
Okay, so they're awesome. They're debating Flat Earth how regularly now? At least once or twice a month, guaranteed. I see something of Flat Earth on that channel.
I wonder though how
much
more
that's
they're
new.
going to. I wonder how much more
that's
they're going
new.
to. I'm not sure James is
why would you want
to
it
do
to
more.
stop? Why would you want it to stop?
Why does he?
If it has it, why would you? Because it sounds like you want Flat Earth to stop, right? You yourself has admitted that Flat Earth has actually made you gone out and relearn things and re-inspired you. You admitted this. I don't know if I'm now
the same thing with same with my political debates. I go out and read political textbooks, and same thing with evolution. I go out and I read evolution sources.
So wouldn't you feel very because to me it sounds like you have a lot of pride towards being able to destroy Flat Earth, right? So if that's the case, I would encourage you, and I would support your, if I don't know, I don't think I've seen your channel or whatever, because you don't do much with it, I don't think, do you? But don't you think that don't you think if you were as confident as you portray yourself and as much pride as you have, wouldn't you want to just destroy Flat Earthers left, right, and center and get paid for it? To me, that sounds like a pretty fun gig. Just to, I mean, not destroying Flat Earth, but I mean it's being paid to sit on and you're passionate about destroying Flat Earth. You're passionate about these bigot Flat Earthers. You're passionate about you're on society's on your side, right? So you could make a lot of money, Brenda. So I'm confused.
Yeah.
If you can make a lot of money on it, and it's everybody's on your side, why haven't you done anything about it?
Because I'm not in it for the money.
Where's this going?
All right, we're going around in circles here, so let's just move
that
on.
Was pretty simple. It simply shows that I'm not in it for the money, right? That makes sense.
I'm not going to ask you, and under my request, nobody else is going to ask you to defend whether or not you're here for the money, because it's a pretty bad topic. Instead, you just admitted that you've done a bunch of research after coming into contact with the Flat Earth argument. So why don't you explain how we got through the Van Allen radiation belt before we knew it existed?
The spacecraft are metal.
Dog, this guy's a clown. This guy
That creates a Faraday cage, which shields them, from the radiation.
Brenda, please. Who keeps calling Brenda a clown?
Noah just keeps joining in with insults, not really adding anything.
Well, he's new to this.
I'm used to.
You're new.
I'm pretty used to.
ISS.
I'm pretty used
Hey,
to.
Brenda,
Brenda,
do you know who
Brenda, hold
Alan
on.
Bean? Do you know who Alan Bean is?
Guys, can you give me 1 second, please? I don't want to shut this whole thing
I'm
down.
sure
but
Brenda's heard this.
yeah, just know it. I know how it gets crazy in other servers, but we try to do it different here. Just please with the name calling. Thank you.
Okay, got you. No name calling. Okay.
So yeah, a Faraday cage protects you from electromagnetics, not necessarily radiation, which is what the Van Allen radiation belt comprises of. Excuse me. So yeah, I mean, maybe you should go back and do a little more research, because if you seem, if you're intellectually being honest right now, you're talking to somebody who's saying, hey, look, space travel, infinite cosmos. It sounded great until there was, so many holes through it. You call it Swiss cheese. You should do your research.
So is the Van Allen belt composed of charged particles?
I don't know. You just told me that a metal spacecraft. You just told me that a metal spacecraft essentially turns itself into a Faraday cage.
Yes.
Are we talking about electromagnetics or radiation?
Yeah, they're charged particles, right? And that's what a Faraday cage will protect you from, is charged particles, which is the Van Allen belt.
So the Van Allen, you're telling me radiation is the same thing as electromagnetics?
They are charged particles.
Why don't you provide to me the source from which you got this information?
It's like the first sentence in Wikipedia.
That's fine.
Yeah, it's the first sentence. The Van Allen radiation belt is a zone of energetic charged particles. There you go.
Go through it before they discovered it.
Well, my hands are busy right now, but I can pull over in like 5 and look it up. If somebody else wants to look it up, that'd be great.
So I still don't understand why people think that when I suggest that people, get into the ISS or Blue Sky or whatever the name that is, or SpaceX, when it's available, get a ride, look out the window, and you'll see the Earth. That will verify for you visually that the Earth is a globe.
This is ridiculous.
Brenda, how high do I have to go? Brenda, how high do I have to go to see Earth rotation? Because I don't really care about the spin. I actually want to go up high enough so I can see it rotate underneath me. How high do I have to go to see that?
Well, Earth rotates once every 24 hours, so that's very slow, right? So you wouldn't see it. You wouldn't see it. Excuse me.
Wait a second.
Excuse me. You wouldn't see it spinning beneath you, because you would have to wait.
How long on the flight?
Excuse me. You would have to wait and watch it turn 15 degrees in 1 hour. 15 degrees is a very small angle, and you would have to wait an hour to see that.
Right. So if I go up there, I would have to get the prolonged space flight. That would be the Earth turn option, right? Not just the up and down ride, not just the parabolic flight that I would go on. I'd actually have to apply for the. I'd have to apply. No, I would want to be independent of the Earth rotation. So I would want to be stationary in space. That should be possible, right?
But there's no such thing. There's no such thing as stationary in space. All motion is relative. So your motion. How would I
get to the point? What space option would there be so I would get to where I'd choose? I want to see Earth rotate. So I actually want to be up for like 5 hours, cognitive, in space, and watch and look underneath me and actually see 5 hours later the land is moved over.
Well, there are videos. There are videos of the Earth rotating from a orbital satellite that is positioned in such a way that it will show the orbit. But if you're moving along with the Earth, you wouldn't see it rotate because you'd be rotating with it.
Oh, okay. So it would be like it would be like
Right?
stationary flat plane then, right?
Well,
It'd
if
be
you
the
have
same as
a merry-go-round and you're on the
it
ground
would be the
and you
so it'd be the
walk,
same as a stationary flat plane, right?
Jesus
'Cause
Christ!
that's what
You guys
that's what I would
complain about
experience.
interruptions and you don't ever
Brenda,
follow
that's
your
what I
own
experienced.
advice.
That's
You
what I would
don't.
experience on a stationary plane, wouldn't it? That's what I would
I
experience,
mean,
wouldn't
you
it?
just don't. You don't.
Look, we're
You
not
get
gonna.
upset when I interrupt, and then you just
I'm not
constantly
upset.
interrupt me.
Geo,
You've been
I brought
doing
up,
it
I brought up,
constantly.
All right, I'm
I
gonna
brought up
start
the
muting
point
people. I'm
that
gonna
makes
start
sense.
muting people. Hold on, I'm gonna start muting people if we can't get this under control here. All right, everybody, let everybody else talk. No more warnings, okay?
I want to ask a question.
So
Before you ask a question, I had a moment now to
FPD,
go
just
ahead
chill out
and
a
look
bit.
up on Wikipedia as Brenda requested. So, Brenda, how did they solve the problem of the Faraday cage that essentially was the spaceship from being recharged and re-radiating charged particles since it wasn't grounded? How did they get around that?
I don't know.
You also you shirked the question as for whether or not radiation and electromagnetism are the same thing, and you just asked me to look it up on Wikipedia. We try to provide sources here when we make claims.
Right.
Go ahead.
The spacecraft would not protect them from cosmic radiation, which is highly energetic particles that are traveling very fast that would penetrate the hull of the spacecraft. Right. So one of the ways they avoided the Van Allen belts was to go pass through it in a region where it was the thinnest. That's what they did.
Oh, really? Because they went there before they knew that it existed.
Well, you can measure.
That right there. That was the nail in the coffin, dude. You just stop. You just claimed that they traveled through a Van Allen radiation belt at a location where they knew it to be the thinnest.
Yes, that is correct.
When in fact they first went through the Van Allen radiation belt before that it was discovered.
But they already knew. They already knew where it was and where it was thickest. Yeah, they did. Yes, they did.
Brenda, you
provide
fucked
a
up
source.
right there.
Provide a source because you done
For
you
the
done
moon.
goofed.
You're talking about the moon. You're talking about the moon trips, right? They knew where the Van Allen belts radiation were before they sent a manned craft to the moon. Yes.
Provide a source, please. Because we're not just gonna like have you say, "Oh, go to the ISS station," or it's.
No, that's completely ridiculous. Like I ask,
It is ridiculous. I agree.
Okay, I can answer his question.
Have you heard the confession of Alan Bean?
I said, is there a way?
Come on, new school flat Earth.
Can I ask? Can I answer his
Is there a way
question?
Is there a way a 19-year-old can simply verify the curvature of the Earth? And you said get on the ISS and look out the window. Come on.
New school flat Earth is being trolled beautifully by an old school globe head right now. Get with it, guys. You're being trolled.
I want to answer his question, which is the Van Allen belts were discovered in 1958. We went to the moon in the 1960s, not the 1950s.
Feed the troll. Go ahead, guys.
And if you want to know how a 19-year-old or what did you say, 16-year-old, whatever, simply Google, how can I measure the Earth's curvature myself? There are a number of different ways to do it. You can reproduce the Eratosthenes experiment or other ways. You can do it for yourself.
I love this other ways. Always Aristophanes and other ways.
Well,
Eratosthenes is not an experiment.
It's an observation.
Yeah, it's an observation, but you don't know
That's
where the light.
optical. It's an optical assumption.
Yeah, it's a measurement of the curvature of the Earth.
No, it's not.
No, it's not.
Well,
the measurement of the sun. It's the measurements of the sun. Yeah, I don't want to believe. I want to verify without believing.
Well, that's
Brenda,
what knowledge is. Knowledge is a belief.
Is this a measurement of Earth?
No, it's not.
Is this a measurement of Earth? If I use clock time 60 by 60 by 24, I use a protractor, and I've taken the side of my delivery van, and I've been on one latitude line at Polaris. I mark the side of my truck with where the angle of Polaris is to it, my position. I drive an X amount of distance. I find out that the distance I drove, there is a 1 degree change. That distance, let's say, is 70 miles. Now, if I have that 1 degree change and the known time of 60 by 60 by 24, can I determine the whole circumference of the Earth with those two factors?
Well, I don't know, and so I'm not an expert in this, so I don't know.
If I look at my protractor, and my
Don't have to go
protractor is
through it
300.
again, FED. Your troll food isn't that great right now. Okay? You're feeding the troll.
I'm not
All
trolling.
you're doing.
I'm asking.
You're not
not
trolling.
suggesting that
You're
he's
being
suggesting that
I've
you're
been
being
waiting
trolled.
patiently for asking a
Shut up,
question,
FED.
if I
Just
may.
fucking banging on.
Silent Zero,
Yeah,
take the mic. Go ahead.
So this guy here, Merle,
Quick
doesn't
question.
like my proof. Merle doesn't
Yeah,
like
troll
my
food.
proof.
It's troll food.
Yeah.
Guys,
Not interested in your bullshit.
be fair to Silent
You always
Zero,
do this.
he
Check
did
your
set us-
fucking ego. Check your ego and just
Who's
fall
got an
back.
ego, buddy? It looks like you got the ego, dude, not
Yeah,
me.
All right, quick question. All right, guys.
Your name
I'm
isn't
calling
Silent
your
Zero. If you
ego
talk, I'm
out.
going to mute you. Silent Zero has the mic.
Just a quick question. Brenda, does because I don't know this, right? So it's a question that does the sun reflects light out of the ISS?
What?
I'm asking, does the
I
sun
don't
reflect
understand.
light?
The sun doesn't. The sun emits light. What are you talking? I don't understand. The sun emits light.
I think he's asking, does the ISS reflect the sun?
Reflects light from the sun. Yes. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. 100% sure.
Yeah.
All right. Can you tell me why we don't see light being reflected from all the other what is called these
I'm
satellites?
lost. Well, sometimes you can see the light from those satellites.
Well, there's
Sometimes-
thousands of them, right? We should see shimmering all over the place, right?
It depends.
Don't we?
It depends on whether or not the Earth is between them and the sun or not, right?
Well, when you see the
if they're in the shadow of the Earth, they won't reflect. They won't reflect.
Don't
the
get
sun's-
triggered, Brenda.
well,
Don't get triggered. I know it's
I'm
your
not
cognitive
triggered.
right now. Yes. Well, then why you keep interrupting me?
Because I was trying to finish my sentence while you were interrupting me.
Well, I didn't finish my sentence, and you were already answering something. Yeah. So whenever the sun is reflecting from the ISS, at that point we should see thousands of freaking satellites, right?
No,
Why not?
because it depends where they are. If they're in the shadow, they won't reflect the light.
I mean, we usually see satellites at night, right? And at night, the sun.
No, not at
already-
night. Not at night. I'm asking at the same time when the. Are you telling me that there's no satellites around the ISS?
Around the ISS?
What?
What do you mean?
Not around. How do I explain this? Like
I don't know how you explain it. I don't know.
I don't think there's any at similar altitude. I think that's very low for a man-made object.
Oh, the thing is,
that doesn't help your case, because if the ISS is even farther than the closest and the satellites are closer, then
other
you're
way
screwed.
around.
It's the other way around.
My understanding is most man-made satellites are far further than the ISS. The ISS, because it's so close, is in a decaying orbit, so it keeps needing to boost back.
Yeah, it does keep needing to boost. And also, space is
Now
really big. Space is really big. And even though there's a lot of satellites up there, it's still really big and they're really far apart from each other.
Great answer.
Yeah, I mean-
great answer. Well, that answered my question. Thank you.
well, I mean, the sky that we
declare
see.
shit, right?
Silent. I mean, look at how many clouds you can see on the sky and how many clouds there are in the sky, right? I mean, the local piece of the sky that we can see at any time is not that big of a thing if we're talking about something that is, orbiting the
Bacon.
Earth, right?
Bacon, do you understand that your field of view increases with the distance that you're looking at?
Sure, yeah, but that's
All
what I
right. So
said.
do you
It's
understand?
they're
You understand that
orbiting-
it covers way more than what it covers down here with the clouds, right? Then
Sure,
why
yeah,
are you
yeah,
bringing the
you're
clouds
right, more
into
than the clouds.
example?
Right, but it's
Well,
I mean,
if you
far-
understand that, or if you understand that, why you bring in the clouds?
because it's still much further than, for example, the stars or the planet that we all share the same view. Satellites aren't like that. They're closer.
Well, that's not the point. The point is that the sun is able to shine light from the ISS. right? And we're able to see it.
Sure.
So why not the other satellites? What is the problem with that?
You can see the other satellites. If it requires that you go a long way from light pollution, but we used to do it when we go out on camping trips. You need to lie on your back a long way from light pollution with everybody's lights off and just stare at the sky for ages. And eventually,
I've done that.
It's like an incredibly dim star moving at just a colossal pace across the sky.
Yeah,
they're so dim,
how would you
they're
see
really
that
hard to
without the
see.
sun? How would you see that without the sun lighting it up, though? Is my question.
That's what you are seeing. You're seeing. That's my understanding anyway. You're seeing the sun bouncing off it.
If they're high enough, they will be able to.
Now they shine it.
If they're high enough,
they're reflecting light. I don't understand
Damn.
the confusion. What's the point that we're missing?
Well, that we should see thousands of them, right? The Earth is surrounded by satellites. Thousands
I'm not
of
sure
them, right?
which ones we're seeing and at what distances. It wouldn't surprise me because my understanding is geostationary orbit is like a long, long, long way away from Earth. And being
Great answer. Long way.
Well, it's
So-
like
so
it's
I
like a
don't think
million
it's
miles, isn't it? Isn't it like a million
I'm
miles?
not
Or
sure.
something?
Let me Google it. But geostationary orbit, I doubt you'd see it for two reasons. One is being geostationary, it would probably just look like a star, right? Because the stars are all going to rotate. It's not going to rotate, but it's going to be so slow compared to the background.
Well,
no.
The orbit
Thank you, Excel.
is going to appear to be faster the closer into Earth it gets.
No, you don't have, we can't have. I mean, the geostationary satellites are stationary regarding the surface, not regarding the stars.
Yes.
I just asked my question, eggshells. I just asked my question so that I can point out, like at the beginning, you guys didn't know anything, and then 3 minutes later, you guys are expert on why everything.
I'm not an expert on it. I'm
really long distance.
I'm Googling it while we're talking about it.
Yeah.
Geostationary orbit that I'm finding.
Yeah, bacon too. Yeah. Man.
Are you okay? So
no further questions. I'm done.
Man, let other people speak, please.
You asked me, "Am I okay?" and I answer you, "Yes, I'm okay."
Yes, but
I'm done.
You've been talking
Take a
over
breath
the
as
other
well.
people constantly.
All right, well, let's not just add to all the white noise then by pointing it out. Let somebody do it, and then let a moderator handle it, and that's the way that we're going to do it. Sounds good, right?
Cool.
So
so
now,
what I've just
go
found
ahead.
is geostationary orbit is 35,000 kilometers from Earth.
So definitely not a million miles.
No, but hold on.
To give an example, to
What is the ISS? What is the ISS at?
ISS is like at 100 kilometers or something. It's way lower.
Like, let me search it for you. Give me a second.
It's 250, but you guys have to understand that
108 kilometers, right?
Yeah, there's two different things being taught. Like geostationary is not.
We're not talking about geostationary. We're not talking about. We're talking about the shining of light from those things, Kosho. Don't try to deviate.
Yeah. So my
We
understanding
don't care about the
is
orbits right now.
we can check, but my guess is going to be this, and that is that the ISS is the lowest man-made thing in orbit because anything else in that orbit would decay and crash back into the Earth. So while things would pass through that orbit, they wouldn't stay there for long. And I'm going to guess that the majority of satellites are somewhere between that 408 kilometers and that 35,000 kilometers.
I don't know. Professor Phil Bell showed us some pretty good satellites dropping into the clouds. So I mean, those must have been way lower than ISS.
There's some lower ones, but
satellites doing what?
it's definitely the biggest one. It's the most important part.
And we went over that Brandon's for days. Professor Phil Bell. I don't know that guy's name. He gave us evidence of satellites one time, and they were falling in the clouds. The side-by-side picture of that and Mage 2, you would swear the Mage 2 one was 10 times farther away when really the other one was supposed to be 10 times.
Right.
It was absolute nonsense.
So satellite says roughly 100 miles, and the ISS is 200. So again, you were saying that satellites are farther than the ISS?
Well, what you found there, I'm pretty sure, is the lower. What one did you find? Because I've just found the lowest altitude by an Earth observation satellite was 167 kilometers, is what I found, 104 miles.
It says the average. It says the average for 100 miles, average.
So what I found is the lowest is saying 104.
Do you know what he
Let's
means,
try and
right?
work it out. Yeah, average should mean there's half higher than that, half lower than that, and that sounds way too low.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean that just for one. It means for everyone.
I know.
For every single satellite. So there's an average.
Half should be higher and half should be lower.
Of 100 miles.
Yeah, that doesn't sound right to me, is what I'm saying.
So, it doesn't sound right.
No.
Will you care to give us another citation that says? I mean, this is Google, your source.
Sure. Guinness World Records has the lowest altitude by an Earth observation satellite is 104 miles. So that the average is lower than the lowest, according to the Guinness World Records, seems strange to me. Half should be higher, half should be lower, right?
I don't know. You're the expert.
So let me just see here on the wiki page. The LEO region is used to define the area of space below an altitude of 2,000 kilometers. So that would be a typical low Earth orbit.
Eggshells. Let's not get lost on these things, because you said that the satellites were farther than the freaking ISS, which is not the case, right? Are you going to admit that?
No.
No.
You found one site that says something that is the opposite. Show me the site you found so we can interrogate these sources.
I put average satellite distance.
Where is that in the chart?
No. What I'm looking at.
Okay, let me go average satellite distance.
No.
Eggshells, I have just a general question. If it came out in the news and they added it to Wikipedia tomorrow that the ISS was 350 miles instead of 250, would you be in here saying it's 350 miles?
It wouldn't change a lot for me if that's what you're asking. If they said, oh, it's always been at 350 and we've been telling you it's at whatever they said it was, 250, that would concern me. But
no, I'm saying more like, let's say next week they said it's 350. The week after that they said 450. The week after that they went back to 250. If that's what they did, would you be in here each one of those weeks telling us it's 350 and defending that as if it's true, and then telling us 450 and then 250? Like, would you just go with whatever quote unquote they say?
I just don't have. I don't have much of a problem. I know this is sort of laughable to you guys, but I don't have much of a problem believing what, like, sort of taking it and going, it's probably the case. If it seemed to me that it was changing, that's what I'm saying. If it seemed to me that it was changing without rationale, without an explanation of how they boosted it to a higher orbit, and they were just changing the numbers willy-nilly for no reason, yeah, that would concern me.
So would you say that you have faith, like a belief, just more of a blind belief in this stuff, or
blind belief? Kind of poisoning the well there a bit, Gio.
Well, it's blind because you don't have any way to verify. You don't have any. It's blind is not a criticism. It's just because you don't have any way to verify it. So you're kind of closing your eyes, Googling, and then just accepting it, right?
I hold it to be more probable than any counter arguments I've heard. Yeah. So I don't just go, oh, that's definitely the case. I try to speak with the amount of confidence I have in something. But I mean, like, so in this conversation here, Silent Zero said that the average height of a satellite is 100 kilometers or miles. Everything I'm finding, everything I'm Googling, low Earth orbit is 2,000 kilometers or 1,200 miles. Medium Earth orbit is 2,000 to 22,000. Geosynchronous orbit is 35,000. So I'm finding absolutely nothing suggesting what he's saying is accurate. So of the two sides that I'm given, this one side that's mostly numbers and I'm not able to verify versus this other side who seems to be, like, with respect, Silent Zero, pulling stuff out of their ass, then yeah, I go with the people who've got numbers, even though I'm not really able to intelligently interrogate those numbers. I don't have a method to go, is that geostationary orbit? How do I know if it's 35,000 kilometers away? I mean, I do think there are some reliable ways to do it. You know, bounce a signal off it and see if you get the same signal back and how long it takes to travel, and then do some measurements on that and come up with a reasonable thing. But I mean,
Eggshells, we went over the numbers. Only 800 people would have to be in on this.
But that's because you're not really being reasonable about which numbers you will and won't give. Like, we got halfway through and we got stuck on you wanting to do 500 for all of the space agencies that have 350,000 employees.
There was times where you just wanted 50 people. I gave you 100. What do you want from me?
No, I just think it's more than 50 people in just of NASA, EASA, and the Russian space.
Name their titles. What are they doing?
Exactly.
Let's
I don't
hear
think
you.
that's a reasonable. I don't think that's a reasonable request. So that's why I'm not engaging in that kind of a discussion. I'm not going to be able to name them for you. Do you want their birthdays as well? I'm not going to be able to do that either.
We don't want birthdays. We need to know who's in on it, right? That's what you're questioning. Who, you know how many people would have to be in on it? Millions and zillions of people, right? So who? You don't even know who. Like
I think it would be reasonable on the reasonable end to go. It's got to be 15% or so of anybody that works for a space agency.
How do you even come to that conclusion? You don't even know.
Well, because if somebody's building a rover and then operating the rover, you need somebody else fooling them that the rover's working. So they need to be doing something with the rover, right? And then sending this person signals that are pretending to come from the rover so that person can continue to operate it. So,
or the guy that gets the signals is one of the ones that that's in on it.
Right. Okay. So the people on the rover.
How many rover guys you want?
I mean, this is the thing. I get that you want to reduce.
I'll give you 100 rover guys.
You want to reduce the number, but I think it's you're still trying to get away from the fact that reasonably it's got to be a percentage of the people who work in the space industry.
Well, I'll give you 200 rover guys. How many guys need to fake this rover? I'll give you 200.
Clear about what I think is a reasonable way to go about it and go a percentage of the space industry rather than being able to name every title.
I'll trade you one Rockefeller for 200 rover guys right now.
Like, bro, you can't just say this X number of the space agency. You got to be like, who are these people? What do they do? Why would they need to be in on it?
Reasonably.
But don't you think you need to do that? Like, you're the one claiming that there are people who are tricking people, and then it's my job to name all of the people. Don't you think that's a bit strange? If it's your claim that there are people in NASA who are tricking people who aren't really doing it, and then it's my job to define who all of those people are and how they do the tricking, that seems a bit strange. I think
you're
that
saying
100% of the people who are at NASA are doing what they think they're doing. I think that number is 100% or very close to it.
Listen, you're saying there's these billions of people that are, whatever, tons of people that are in on it, right? So we need to know who would absolutely need to be in it. This is obviously going to be on a need to know basis, right? So you're not going to tell anybody that doesn't need to know. So now we need to know who needs to know.
Yeah. Anybody who set up a Foucault's pendulum would need to be in on it, or design.
We already went through that.
Include these people. They, to me, necessarily still need to be in. We just don't agree on
anyone that's done a Foucault pendulum needs to be in on the space is fake conspiracy. Come on, man, grow up.
They need to do it, and sometimes get the Earth going, spinning the wrong way or not spinning at all. Right? If they're always all getting this specific kind of rotation, then they need to be in on it.
Foucault doesn't show Earth rotation, bro. You get an effect that you don't know the cause of.
Right, but it consistently shows one thing, right? It consistently shows a west to east rotation.
Bro, nobody that does a Foucault pendulum needs to be in on it. So you're telling me if I just all of a sudden tomorrow give everyone a Foucault pendulum, they all do it. Everyone in the world's in on the space is fake conspiracy.
Either
Come
that
on,
or
man.
the Foucault's pendulum is showing that the Earth is rotating.
That's a terrible. That's a false dichotomy. That is a false dichotomy.
So how are they all getting So how do you think that they always seem to measure west to east rotation?
But not only that,
that's not what they're measuring.
Yes, it is. It also measures It also measures the latitude accurately.
That's fine. It doesn't measure Earth rotation.
Yeah, that's how it does measure Earth rotation. That's how it exactly does measure it. Because if you're in France and you see the Foucault pendulum and it rotates once every 33 hours, and then you go to the equator, it doesn't rotate at all. Then you go to the North Pole and it's 24 hours and somewhere between anywhere else.
All right.
Come on.
So you have an effect.
It's not an effect. Yes, it is an effect, but that effect tells you where you are on the Earth and how fast the Earth is rotating. End of story.
Right. So Zanuck,
don't challenge it. That's a weak argument. Jeremy, that's the weakest argument you've had. That's the weakest argument you've had of anything we've talked about so far.
We've already debunked the notion that this is Earth rotation and it's showing us the Coriolis effect because
nobody debunked it. Nobody did that.
Because you don't have the second reference frame that is absolutely necessitated in order to have Coriolis.
Okay, after all these years, what's a reference frame,
you guys
Jeremy?
are spiraling. Relax.
I want to ask a question.
You keep on asking things and saying things you don't understand.
I gotta go. I got stuff to do. I'll be back
Go
later.
read up on reference frames and come back to us.
No, I kill you every day on this, Xander.
No, you don't kill anybody but yourself.
Silent Zero, where did you get the 100 miles from? Because I'm trying to get the wrong results.
Can you see the image I sent? Eggshells, the last one.
Real quick, eggshells. Eggshells. I gave you 200 rover
Might be
guys.
that
You're
one.
at 1,000.
I
Eggshells.
found a better one, eggshells. It's 140 to let me give you for everybody from 160 between 160 and 2,000 kilometers. So yeah.
Okay. So yeah, so the majority of them would be, even if we go by that as an average.
Listen to the expert. So he like 10 minutes ago he didn't know nothing. Now he knows the majority. Where are they? The majority eggshells? Tell us.
Higher than the ISS, same as I was guessing at a few minutes ago. What's changed?
Yeah, the picture I'm showing shows where they're all at.
How do you know? How do you know? Hold on. Why would you say the majority? Why would you use that word if you don't know it?
Because
it's just all it says.
Easy. Take a breath, man. I'm happy to listen.
Hold on, Eggshell. Hold on. This is bullshit.
I heard him saying, and it's pretty reasonable why he said it. He said specifically that he knows the ISS to be one of the lowest. So if it's one of the lowest, of course the average is above it.
I should have said I think it is one of the lowest.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I did.
It is.
Yeah. Well, all right. Well, even though
and I
being
think
one of
what
the
I
lowest,
also said was there may be some lower than that, but I bet they're in decaying orbit. So let me go back to that page because I bet you I'm going to find that the lowest altitude by whatever that satellite was, turns out that the satellite didn't manage to stay there for very long or needed to continue to boost.
Well, if you go to stefanspace.com, it's where I got these pictures from. It shows you where everything, you can visually see where everything's at.
Low Earth satellite test, super low orbit. So its super low orbit was lower than the thing that you were talking about.
Here's the problem I have, Eggshells, with you guys. All right. Just because you say the lower, it doesn't mean it's only one or two, right? I know why you use the word majority, right? Yeah. Because
why did I use the word majority? Go ahead.
Because in what the subject we're talking about, that fits what you say at the beginning. So that's why you got to use majority. Yeah.
Yes, because I still think it's accurate and I'm trying to speak accurately. So
yes. How do you know it's accurate?
I still think it's accurate. I don't know.
What? Okay, what gives you that impression that it's accurate?
Because when I first said it, I said I think that the ISS is probably in the lowest orbit, and while there might be satellites lower than that, I imagine because it would be a decaying orbit, they wouldn't stay there for very long. And that I thought it to be the case that geostationary orbit is far further, simply because I played.
Why do you think it would be that? Is that the case? If you have the same information I'm reading, what gives you that impression, though?
Well, the information you were reading out before was wrong. We've established that. You've even accepted that now, right? So why would I accept your wrong information over the information I'm finding that I've got higher confidence in?
Don't worry about that. I admit it. Don't worry about that, right? I admitted that I got. So what gives you, out of this information that we're reading right now, what gives you the certainty that what you're saying is right?
What gives me the... I'm not certain that I'm right. What I... What do you mean about when I'm saying that I think that the majority of satellites are above that? What do I think gives me the confidence in that? So a few things. One is, of the numbers between 35,000 and 160 or 104, and then if I put the height, right, so we've got 104 at the low end, 35,000 at the high end. Apparently there's even some...
Wait. Where you got that 35,000?
Geostationary orbit.
Well, it says the majority of satellites orbiting the Earth do so at altitudes between 160 and 2,000 kilometers.
Sure.
That's it.
Same is going to work there. Yep. And if I put those two numbers down, fine, we'll go with 2,000, right? 160 to 2,000. And then we get the orbit of the ISS, and we find that that's on the low end of that. That's what makes me say the majority are higher. It's just a rough guess. It could turn out to be wrong, but I don't think it is.
And geostationary.
Did you find I'm wrong, or are you just sort of behaving?
How do I? Yeah, I'm careless of how you take things. You read something and then you make assertions out of those things that you just read.
Well, that's why I'm not making assertions. I'm not saying it like it's true. I'm just
you make this assertion. Let me repeat the assertion.
Do you think? Would you say the more reasonable inference is to go the majority are probably in that thin thin gap between.
Yes, it's unreasonable
250
because you
and
have no
160.
information. So you're just
But
making
that
shit
doesn't
up.
make it unreasonable. You don't have to
It
know
is
if it's
a little bit
unreasonable to
unreasonable.
conclude.
Hold up, no, it's a little bit unreasonable. I'll tell you why. Because you have a range, you don't know what the breakdown, I'm sure there's a word for this, but like how
Whether
they're
it's
laid
the
out.
mean-
You know, you don't know
mean
if
or
it's
the average.
exactly. You don't know if it's
Distribution.
symmetrical. The distribution, that's the word. Thank you, Zanuck. You don't know what the distribution is like whatsoever, so you can't necessarily make any claims about the average without knowing.
So it is
If the
unreasonable.
ISS, if the ISS is one of the lowest, it cannot be higher than more than half of
Why
them.
not?
Otherwise, it wouldn't be the low.
I know.
Unless the distribution is all low and then there's just a few anomalous ones
Then
that
it
are
wouldn't
high.
be one of the lowest. It has if it's higher than more than half, it's one of the highest, not one of the lowest.
No, again, that doesn't speak to distribution. They just mean one of the lowest in terms
Yes,
of
it
altitude,
does.
right?
Majority means more than half, regardless on how that's distributed.
Where
When
do,
they say one of the
where
lowest,
do
what
you
do
get
they
the
mean?
majority?
Sorry?
It doesn't say anything about majority on this.
Well, if he says it's one of the lowest, then it's lower than the majority.
Where does it say that?
Well, if it was higher than the majority, it wouldn't make sense to say it's one of the lowest, right?
Where does it say that it's one of the lowest? And where does it say anything about the majority?
Eggshell said it. It's one of the lowest.
Yeah, but that's not what
that wasn't
copy
the
paste
ISS.
doesn't say that.
That was the JAXA super low altitude test satellite Tsubame JAXA.
You guys are making claims about the majority and the average and stuff, and so far you haven't provided evidence to that. So that's all I'm saying.
I was right about though. I'm still looking for that. I was right though about the atmospheric drag. It has to have an ion engine in order to keep pushing against the air resistance.
Talk to him about the drag percent.
Right, wait, real quick, eggshells. Did you see this thing I posted from Stuff in Space? Stuff. Post this link again.
We love drag.
Wait.
We love drag so much.
Wait.
He's wearing a
Jeremy.
right
Stuff
now.
in Space, or did you mean the?
Hold on.
The ISS
Hold on, eggshells. Let me just say this, because why you guys do this shit? The ISS is 408 kilometers.
Yeah.
If the range is between 160 and 2,000, it's not that low though.
Yeah, it's kilometers and miles, man. There's different things.
No, kilometers. Both is kilometers.
No, yeah, but
408 kilometers, I thought.
Yeah, the kilometers is from 160 to 2,000. That's the range, the average altitude, and the distance to the ISS is 408 kilometers. So it's not that low. What?
How much for the ISS?
408.
So I'm trying to zoom in and out on this. This is what I'm getting for the zoomed out picture from Stuff
Definitely
in
not
Space.
one of the
I'm still
lowest.
trying to find the orbits here, but every time I zoom in and click around, I can share my screen if you'd like. And we'll
So just for the record, it sees what 3% of Earth. That's the visual. As much as it can see from its height is 3%.
Right, and that's why they don't have satellites at that height, because it just has such a little
3%.
It's such a little window that it can see the Earth from.
Yeah, it's not able to see much, and it's still.
And you guys believe in this? What you're showing right now, right? Eggshell.
Why do you think?
Satellites. I think it's probable. that all these things are there. Like I said, I've just got to weigh up and then sort of do guesses, and then I'm trying to click on these things to see what I can find are the lowest.
Well, what about
623?
What about the DirecTV? What about the DirecTV satellites? And you can go on your roof and you can actually find out where it is by putting a friggin' protractor against level.
180 still
so wherever you are in the country, you can do this with a level.
It's all about the reification.
Why do you got to talk about? Why do you got to talk through me? Seriously, it's a simple, easy point. It's a reason why the satellites are much higher. It's a reason why they're much higher when they are further away. I mean, when they're further away, you get a different angle for them.
It shouldn't be called.
You can't help yourself, can you? You just can't help yourself. You cannot help yourself, can you?
Riding, there might be a filter that allows you to do it by altitude.
Well, I am kind of looking for that, which is like groups.
I can't find it.
GLONASS. I'm not able to find. I'm trying to look for a filter that'll just go by altitude. But for me, when I zoom all the way in and deliberately click low ones, I'm still finding them close to. This is hang on, there we go. There's one below it. It's a
You're looking at the
payload.
perigee.
I don't know what that is.
Altitude.
No, that means that it was part of a spacecraft that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
396.
remember
that is below the ISS. The first one I found, yeah. USA 55. That one's higher than the ISS, but only just. That one's higher than the ISS. Starlink, that one's higher.
Bro, why'd you zoom out again?
Low.
Zoom in.
I am zoomed in. This is
no, zoom in more. So, and then zoom out once so that, like, there you go. Those are the ones you look at. You don't got to zoom out again.
When I
click
click
on it, automatically zooms
back,
out. Okay.
Yeah, it pops back to that zoom level. Starlink, same, still above the ISS.
Jeremy.
Way above the ISS.
There's got to be a better way to do this.
Oh my God, they're actually moving. I hadn't realized till I paused for a second. They're all actually moving. That's quite cool.
Yeah, they're moving. Yeah, it's pretty accurate.
Is that real time?
Higher than the ISS.
Have you ever seen satellites?
Yo, wait till you spin the globe and a dragon pops out.
Have you ever seen satellites?
Say again, sorry?
I was asking Silent if he's ever seen satellites.
We've seen the moon.
No, man-made satellites.
Where's your evidence they're man-made?
Eccentric orbit.
Right. White dots in the sky that move.
Wait, don't you know the moon? Don't you know the moon is a man-made satellite? Yeah, it's.
Oh yeah, it's even transparent, right?
The moon is semi-transparent for sure.
503. That's still above the. Yeah, I'm really struggling.
Plenty of times in
so
the
far.
What
I mean,
percentage?
Wait. There might be a
the
better way
ISS.
to do it. Actually, just hit Control U, I guess.
Yeah.
There might be a list of the satellites,
Um,
and we can just search through the list and get their heights, right?
Evidently not.
I think on the
Hacker.
right. Okay, send me the link. I'll try to do it.
Sure, it's just stuff in space. Kosho's posted it a few times. Let me.
All right.
Bam. But
Why
yeah,
to do
of
the
all
hard way, right?
these, considering how many are at an equatorial orbit, yes, I'm still comfortable saying I think ISS is among the lowest things there. The majority of satellites are higher than the 408 or whatever the hell it was. 466. 899. These are the lowest ones I can find, and very few of them are lower than the ISS. So is that enough for you, Silent?
What?
What do you still think? What was the? Why were you asking about the
Just for the shining. I don't believe that shit is up there, bro.
But look how
I
big it
suspect when you're seeing them shine, because all the ones I've seen shine, I think are in this very low cloud. I would be astounded if we see these ones out here twinkling.
But look at the
How eccentric some of their orbits are.
Why not? We can see to infinity the light coming, right? There's no
Yeah, but the
atmospheric
light-
cloud in it.
Right, but there's the, what do they call it? The inverse square law, right? The further away, the dimmer it'll be. And it's not reflecting a whole lot anyway, is my two suspicions.
It's not really a reflection; it's the glare. But look at the size difference from the ISS compared to any other satellites. It's a humongous comparison.
Say again?
Oh, the moon.
ISS is much bigger than any other satellite.
Yeah. Somebody posted just the other day on Reddit. They filmed the ISS with their backyard telescope, and it was the clearest one I've seen yet. Yeah, is it this one? Yeah, that's pretty clear.
And there's something
Is that
else
the one?
too.
No, it's 6 years ago.
There's something called nocturnal. What are they called? Nocturnal clouds or something like that, or nocturalescent, something like that. Either way, it's clouds that you can only see them when like it's an hour after sunset or an hour before the sunset rises, and it's because the objects that are the clouds that are like 60 miles high, and the objects that are in the range of 60 miles, 250 miles, the sun can reach them after it's set, which obviously allows you to see the object.
Oh my God, ya la vi, güey. Oh my God, the moon, bro! The moon is so huge right now where I'm right now.
Is it close to the horizon?
Oh,
Yeah.
Hold a coin up to it and then check it tomorrow.
Venus is right next to it, right?
Try to measure its angular side.
Yeah, hold a coin up to
oh,
it.
you can see it. Like right now, I'm gonna be driving. Not me, my brother. Right now, it's on my horizon. It's huge, and as it moves up, that shrinks in size.
It doesn't. It's just an impression because you have no reference when it's high in the sky. I mean, when it's
gives a shit about your explanation.
well, you can measure it.
325, but then goes way high out the other side.
It's one of the easiest things you can do to verify its the angular size of the moon.
Yeah.
For example, you can use a coin to block it and see how far you have to pull the coin to block it entirely. And if the distance,
it's a well-known illusion you can test with a coin. They've been talking about it since time immemorial.
Yeah, I mean that's well known, well tested, easy to test.
Yeah.
I mean, just do it yourself. You're going to see that your intuitions aren't that good to determine the size of things or the shape.
And
have you done these tests?
Yeah,
I've done the coin test. Yeah,
that's cool. Have you tested the temperature of moonlight before?
No, but I've heard the problems with the existing testing temperatures of moonlight experiments.
Well, what are the problems?
It doesn't control for the fact that it might just be trapping heat under things. That's at least what I've heard.
What would be trapping heat?
Eggshell. What if I was to use a telescope?
Just try to be as careful as percent tries to be when we talk about Foucault's pendulum. Try to account even for the colors of your clothes.
For what?
The colors of your clothes. I mean, that would be the next thing I would hear from you if I controlled for temperature. Yeah, as much as temperature.
384. That's not one below the ISS.
Don't like slander me like that.
Oh, that's true. That wouldn't be a problem for the direction.
Yeah, some of the Starlink are below it.
Just how fast it would stop.
That one's quite eccentric though. Like it's 1400 out one side and then 384 down the other. But yeah, there's a couple below the ISS. But like I said, I'm still pretty comfortable with the assertion that the vast majority of
SL4RB. That's at 300 kilometers.
SL4RB. Yeah, cool. Is there a dash somewhere in there?
Yeah, SL-4 space R/B.
Oh, okay. There's 2021. I see they keep relaunching it. It seems. Yeah, so that goes down to 227. Wow, and its highest is 616. Yeah, so there's definitely a few below there. I forget what I was right about to ask.
Well, but it's close enough to be in a small portion, like a local sky, right?
Yeah, you got MTI 370.
And I think the other point that Kosho raised is pretty important, which is these operate on relatively little electricity, whereas the ISS needs a lot of power. So generally speaking, the ISS, as well as being much closer than most satellites in the sky, has
Can you guys hear
enormous solar array.
Can you guys hear Eggshell excitement over this? Do you guys think he's gonna change his mind over anything?
I mean, you haven't presented anything accurate so far. What in this conversation would make me change my mind thus far?
Moonlight is cold.
Not at all.
You're understanding.
Nothing at all, bro. Nothing at all. I can hear it on your voice how excited you are over this model that you're saying. It's moving.
Yeah.
Holy shit! It's moving.
Yeah,
bro.
I mean, we can make the same claim about how
What claim do I make? Yeah. What?
Yeah,
you sound like you're getting pretty excited now.
Silent Zero. In all fairness, tell me there wasn't a time in your life when you were excited about space. I know I was.
I was too. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's quite cool.
Not the stars though. I never believed that the stars thing that they're at those distances.
I ate the whole thing up. I love the idea.
You really? Nah, not me.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, the stars to me was something that they were never like, yeah. Because I'm one of those persons who like to look at the sky a lot. That's why when they tell me, like, I stopped, in my truck in the middle of what was last year in January, I was doing a dedicated from Calexico to Tennessee, and I had to go through the desert, right, Arizona, and I would stop and pee or whatever, and stare at the sky for several minutes where there's nothing, no nothing. There's not it's not true that you can see. You may see some airplanes, but no little lights or anything. Unless this only exists on his area, then maybe, right? I cannot speak to that.
What I want to know is why so many of
But yeah.
these they pass in a really particular orbit of these things that are just marked as objects. See that? Is anybody still watching? I just went to object because these are all just tracked objects, is my understanding. I don't think they're like launches as much as when somebody drops a hammer or a ring or something falls off. And they just keep tracking them, I think, so they don't have a thingy, but they go right over this middle of Antarctica, splay out a bit, and then just around the North Pole. I wonder why that is. Have they been dropped? No, the ISS doesn't quite go that far, does it? I think that'd more be the path of the ISS.
Can you go back to the North Pole really quick? That was interesting.
Yeah, how they don't all miss this bit here.
Yeah, that's very interesting to me.
Yeah, that they go. I was thinking that too. They miss that.
Well, not all of them.
Because these have all got to be
Here's-
dropped off space off. I think mostly manned missions is my guess, and then they get real close. Is that going to be the South Pole? Pretty close to it.
Oh shit! You got 2020.
They're missing.
I was gonna say
You guys, flat earthers.
2020-063G is at 260 kilometers.
Guys, do you guys realize that when you say they missed that spot, you are actually acknowledging the satellites?
Yeah, I don't believe we live on a globe, but I think satellites are a real thing. I've seen Saturn through a
How do they stay
telescope, and
Okay, so how do they go around us and develop?
You can-
this centripetal
you
force?
can-
Hold on.
you can make-
Why can't you just let someone talk? So how do they go around? How do they go around us without some type of cable tied to them? What creates that centripetal force?
Oh,
I don't know.
You ask him. I don't know.
No, I don't know.
Believe in that
So
shit.
wouldn't
I've seen pictures of the ISS though, Silent Zero, and something's up there.
Right. and
I have.
and
I have
circles.
to. I have to.
Every
There's
90
so
minutes.
many people who've
every
taken
90 minutes,
backyard
it'll go around
videos.
circles. So either
Yeah,
it
I'm
goes
not-
around, either it goes around in circles around us, like you're talking about, or it goes around the ball. I mean, doesn't it seem like it makes more sense for it to go around the ball than to have some imaginary, crazy cartoon thought of a string tied to it, or some magical magnetism force holding it in position so that it can go around a radius, around a center?
Well,
with a
and
radius?
I'd love to answer your questions, Anik. So let's start with the power source. You're assuming there needs to be a cable on it because of the power source.
No, I never said anything about that at all.
I think what
then
he
I'm-
means
I'm-
is.
yeah, okay,
I
go
think
ahead.
what he means is,
So
if
if
you
I'm-
look at these
if
objects,
going
they're
ar-
going around in a circular orbit. If you make any flat map, what that's going to make is a sine wave. So what you've got is changes in vector. Is that the gist of it, Zanuck?
I wasn't going to go that detail. I mean, yeah, the sine wave makes it even more complicated.
That would be the
Yes.
case anyway if it was adhered
Hold
to the
on.
shape.
If what you're saying is true, we would see it just go around in circles around us, like just you can people in different parts of this flat map would see it go around us, like you see the sun and the moon are going around us on a flat map idea. But
Yeah.
truly, what we do see if you plot people on this flat map, it'll make the sine wave. But what's really happening is it's going directly in a straight circular path around the Earth, and it does this because it's in orbit, because it has weight, and it's going at a certain velocity that we can measure. So how does it do that? How does it either make the sine wave or travel around us like a tether ball without a tether to it, without a string or a cable tied to it? Things can't magically make turns and have that centripetal force acting on it without a centripetal force holding it in position.
Well, they can if they're not in an orbit and if they are able to move of their own volition. That's
No, you need power to do. To
And
make turns
also,
like that.
Where
Okay,
are
so
these
what kind of
perfectly straight satellites?
Well, let's talk about the power then. So if you want to claim that they're in space, how cold is space? Negative 455
Let's
Fahrenheit.
say it's close to absolute zero. So what?
How are batteries working up there?
It has solar panels.
Yeah, you know how a solar panel works.
I do know how solar panel works. Now think about it.
So they don't. So they have solar panels,
it,
but they don't have
it,
a battery and an inverter hooked up. That's what you're
it
telling me.
Why does it need an inverter?
All solar panels need an inverter if they're going to a battery.
So they have things running on AC inside that container and inside that.
I don't know. You tell me.
No,
that's the point I'm trying to make.
You don't need an inverter. An inverter will make a sine wave out of that voltage. No,
you need a battery.
Some of them have batteries. Some of them are running directly off the solar panels voltage.
I found a flat orbit.
But no, the point is that just because it's cold up there doesn't mean these things are cold. You see, that's another.
Some of them are running straight off of the solar panel.
Some of the devices do run straight off solar panels without batteries.
Is that so?
Well, if that's the claim, that's fine. I'm not. You can provide evidence if you want.
Even if there is a battery, who cares? You got an old, let's say, I don't know what kind of batteries they use in the original satellites, but I believe they're probably, nickel metal hydride or NiCad or maybe some lead acid. I think there was a type of lead acid that was used in the first satellites. But it wouldn't matter. You think they're cold because it's in a cold environment, but that's not exactly true.
I thought he was going to make the point that we can't have batteries close to absolute zero because he asked how cold it is and went straight to, well, how come they have the batteries, right?
Right. Well, I think
but he didn't make any points.
I was anticipating that because I was going to start to tell him how things are, how actually the heat and how this radiation.
And no argument appeared, right?
You're right. He didn't probably want to follow through with that because there's three ways that heat can be transferred to an object. So even though it's in a cold environment, we have the sun, which we know is a powerful heat source. And so it either is convection, conduction, and radiation, right? Well, it's not conduction because there's no air around it. It's near a perfect vacuum. And it's not convection, so it's probably
because that's a type of conduction.
But the conduction is happening on the actual device, which has been designed to move heat around it from hot to cold, as the first law of thermodynamics would dictate, or second law of thermodynamics would dictate. And so that would actually move the heat around it continuously, and that's how it's designed. So it survives, doesn't freeze, and works just perfectly well in those conditions.
I also thought that there was one way that maybe they were only considering it, or it was a sort of thought experiment, but are they using it, which is that they convert solar directly into spinning a flywheel and then pull energy back out of that flywheel when they need it later. So they don't actually have any battery on board. They're just storing up the energy in a rotating mass.
Yeah, they have something like that.
Yeah, I mean, they're storing kinetic energy?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, they have a flywheel that spins. They spins a flywheel.
Oh, that's interesting.
I'm not sure if it's the case. Kosho, what were you saying about it?
I said, yeah, they have a mechanism like that. They specifically try to They have to both reflect and capture energy at opportune times.
Kinetically. There's actually a little toy, not a toy, but there's some type of device you can buy that you shine a light at it and it'll start to spin. That's basically what it is. I forget what it's called though.
Here we go.
But hopefully who is talking understands how things can be existing in these absolute zero, very cold conditions and still not freeze to death. There is heat management. There's heat that moves convected throughout the device that keeps it from having that problem.
Sure.
Yeah, right. So they magnetically levitate a turbine and then spin it up, it seems. I'm skipping through this video a bit. Just some satellites going over that bit.
So what's going with Brandon's channel? Any what's going on with it? Any word?
No idea, bro.
Sort of noticed this decline here on active members, even on Gem's channel. There's like a 10% reduction.
That's interesting because they usually don't go down. People quite often wonder if either Gem or Discord themselves did a purge.
No, his server's pretty consistent.
Yeah, because anytime I drop by, it's still quite often there's a bunch of people
30 to
in there.
50 people.
Yeah.
During the daytime, it's usually almost 50.
Hey, real fast, I apologize for being super late, but the picture of I think it's the ISS in front of the moon. What was that showing? Like parallax or something?
It's not parallax.
Oh, because it said okay.
Wait, in front of the moon?
Yeah, that one picture where it's in front of the moon, but there's like two lines. Like it's showing like 224 pixels between. Like,
oh, you're talking about. I think it was transiting the moon, and they just showed different. You're talking about then there's different like it's in different positions.
yeah, what's that about?
Yeah. It's just somebody taking multiple frames. So it's like frame by frame, basically.
Yeah, but hold on, let me see this shit. Hold
It's
on,
moving across the moon, frame by frame. Is that
well,
the one you're
yeah.
talking about?
Well, yeah, but I mean, hold on. Maybe we're looking at different ones.
Xanax thing at 49 minutes past the hour.
Yeah, that one. Because I mean, like, sure, but like, there's two. Yeah, it's like on two sides though. It's like it's
I see.
two paths.
Yeah, sorry, that is the parallax. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So what was the distance like for that parallax? Like how much what's the distance we're dealing with here? Like on
He
ground.
has it written down.
Okay. And did you guys also account for? Let me see. Was moon parallax accounted for too, or would that be negligible at this?
No, the moon, I think, is supposed to be the somewhat stationary object in comparison. If they did it with parallel, if they did it using the moon as the background object, then yeah, I guess they're looking at its position as it changes against the moon.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not going to go too far in this argument because I'm going to be honest. I'm not too knowledgeable about, like what you can and can't do with parallax. So I'm just going to stop right there. But okay, that's cool. So what was like the outcome like? Because I noticed like Silent and a few others were kind of just like, yeah, talking, and I don't know. I guess they were trying to figure out the math with you guys. Like, what did you guys come up with? Because unfortunately, I wasn't listening because I was doing something else. But
They ended up proving the flat Earth.
oh shit! Oh
We've
man,
all converted.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm just gonna assume, yeah, you guys got some kind of number, some kind of average or something like that. Oh, it's like usually it's like roughly around this far away, whatever. Anyway, that's cool. All right.
The crazy thing is, okay, so there's something about orbits that a lot of people don't realize right away, but if you know the speed And we're talking about like circular orbits or somewhat circular orbits. But if you know the velocity, or if you know the distance away from the object that you're orbiting, you can figure out the other. Because all objects at a given distance, I'm talking about circular orbits, by the way, all objects at a given distance are going to orbit at the same velocity. So
now, I think it even works on eccentric orbits because you
well,
like
yeah.
certainly in Kerbal you'll be going really slowly when you're at your what is it? I forget which one, apogee and perigee, your further point, and you'll go much faster as you go past the lowest point.
You're exactly right. It works for eccentric orbits too, but in an instantaneous velocity. So it's like at any given instantaneous velocity, yeah, you could determine, but it could also just be, erratic or something, or it could be like adjusting. So it's like, yeah, so that's why I just said circular orbits just for simplicity. But regardless, yeah. So if you can determine the ground speed of the ISS, I guess that wouldn't really tell you that much. Never mind. But you can determine the ground speed, and it's particularly fast. So, yeah, that doesn't really tell you anything because you could just make it different distances, and it's the velocity would change. So. Wait, no, never mind. Hold on. What am I saying? No, yeah, of course. You can actually, you can do that. Because the ground speed is slower. Yeah, okay, never mind. Yeah, the ground speed is slower than the ISS because it's a smaller circle. So you can take its ground speed and you can figure out what altitude it would be at if it were going at ground speed because it's not matched. So basically, you just have to write an algebraic equation and solve for h, the height. A second, I'll write it down.
That one.
Is anyone?
Is anyone?
I just want to make sure this, like they were talking, and I couldn't hear it or something. Just
Yeah,
as quiet.
I'm writing a dumbass equation real quick.
Oh, okay.
Sounds well beyond my abilities.
No, it's not gonna be anything. This needs it. I guess that expression doesn't even fit. Just hold on a second.
Everyone that does a Foucault pendulum's in on it. Come on, man. We've already debunked the Foucault pendulum 7 ways from Sunday. You don't have the reference frame, for one. You need 2 reference frames. You're missing one.
So crazy.
For A. For B, you have an effect
Now
with
you're
no
just
cause.
being stupid.
Let him finish.
Hold on.
You're just being
Hold on.
stupid.
For B, you have an effect that has no cause, no testable, verifiable cause. This is supposed to be the verification that Earth is spinning, but you can't verify it using this method. Absolutely ridiculous. And this is an outrage. Get it together, guys. You guys got to get some good. What we need is some definitive proof, because this is never going to end, right?
I'm working on it, man. You're just not excited about it because you're not a realist.
Why don't you make some RTK T-shirts and you can sell them in gems?
RTK T-shirts. First of all, we're not using RTK anymore. We're using the principle of it now, because you can do it. Anybody can do it for free. But if you guys were honestly curious about the answers, you guys would be probably on board with doing this test yourself.
We're on board, but we're going to do it near other straight lines, so we're going to do other methods of making straight lines, and then you come bring your RTK GPS thing near us, and then we'll do a straight line with that, and then we can reference all the lines against each other. We're going to do just one straight line, bro. Come on, Kosho, use your head.
That's what I'm the one making the straight line. You're the other guy. Okay?
I'm the guy trying to
lines of everybody.
Kosho,
Proved it.
The GPS apparatus, I guess it all it does is detect an X and a Y, right?
No, X, Y, and Z.
Okay, X, Y, and Z. But what sets the what sets up the grid for that system?
Nothing, but the satellite, the whatever it is that there's wherever it is, they're using a grid system that is basically, let's say they're orbiting the Earth, or let's say they're doing something else. If they're orbiting the Earth, they're the center of mass. So basically, they create a grid because they're all orbiting the same object.
No, you're skirting around it. You know what I'm trying to say. You're skirting around it. You're going the long way.
No, this is actually what they do.
The front door is open. Walk through.
They don't reference the globe, and they don't reference the geoid. But what happens is when the data is interpreted, getting ready to be represented to somebody, what happens is they whatever system you're using then translates it.
Except you missed the one part. You missed you know exactly what I'm saying, because it's the only thing you didn't say.
I said WGS84, geoid, XYZ. They have to translate the data from XYZ to longitude, latitude.
Okay. In order for a GPS location to even have coordinates, it has to have a reference frame, right? So it has to have a grid. A grid has to exist before you have a location.
The first thing I said they're all. I said if they're, because I can't describe them in a model that I don't.
I didn't ask for a model.
I understand them to be, and I said that they're all.
I didn't ask for a model.
I know, but that's what I said. I said they're all orbiting the same center of mass. So they're in a grid. They create a grid system by the fact that they're all.
Oh man!
They're all part of the same orbit, so they're using a single grid system. And what happens is they put the Earth, the center of the Earth, at the origin of that grid system when they translate it.
Oh dear. Look, you're using a tower. Fine, you're using a tower. But you're using what's so-called a GPS system, right? A satellite, right?
So it's whatever you want it to be.
No, it's not whatever I want it to. No, you're...
Well, I mean, if you're not going to say what it actually is, then what it actually is doesn't matter. It's what it does. And all it does.
Bro, you're like making this very...
Have you ever seen a 3D grid program before? There's a 0, 0, 0 point at the center. and all these objects.
Dude, I get that. You're not saying.
Hold
Oh
on.
my god.
Hold on.
This
Hold on.
is
What does Coach say? I want
so-
to hear this. Hold on. I want to hear this. I'm the video game boy.
Yeah,
What do you
well,
say?
anyways, they're going around the 000 point, otherwise known as the origin point.
Dude, you're making it flat just because you're avoiding my answer.
I'm not avoiding your answer, but I mean, everything that you've asked is in the answer that I've given. I haven't left anything out.
What's this origin point you speak of?
The 000.
Well, yeah. I mean,
The
like
0 points at the center of the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you want about?
Okay. Back to my point. You have to have a grid system in place before you can have a location.
Hmm.
And if you're using a satellite, it's going to presume that grid system because it has a system inside of it in order to it's a point of reference. Like you can't have a grid system unless you already have the locations mapped out. So you can say that, yeah, we have a coordinate system. Yeah, but your coordinates mean jack without a reference. And that reference, I'm saying, is the deception.
Yeah, well, if you were listening, the origin point is defined by the object, I mean, by the fact that they're going around something. So each of these satellites know where the center of their orbit is, and all they're doing is relating. They're just basically using the same grid system,
Right.
As their frame.
They're going to use those coordinates that are established on the grid system, which we don't have access to on these satellites. I agree.
They do have access to it. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly the one thing they send to you when when they're sending you data. They're sending you their position in that grid system.
No, man. You can't see the whole grid. Show me the whole grid without the I don't even need locations.
No, man,
Show me the whole grid.
You can't see the whole grid, man. They're keeping it from us, all those people. It's totally secret, man. These grid.
But did you ever see the whole grid on weed?
Dude, all I'm saying is everything's interpreted on this grid system that is like you can say, yeah, I have a point, but what's the grid system? Like, we don't set that up.
Okay, so if the grid system was wrong and their information in relationship to each other was incorrect, then the information that they're sharing with your machine would be useless. It was obviously not useless, so there's no reason to suggest that.
Because it has predictive capabilities, right? You can predict when you have I can go find a satellite that I see, and I can come back to the computer and say, whoever had that thing up, that program up, hey, what's over my head right now over San Jose? I can see it, and it's going to be gone in about 5 minutes or 3 minutes, and they'll probably find that one satellite.
Keep in mind, we're specifically talking about GPS, but it still applies.
All I'm saying is I hear about location verification, all this stuff, but it all comes back to the grid system.
So I'm saying that if there was any lies about their points or where they were in that grid system, they wouldn't be able to give you accurate information, because that's the only information that they're giving you is their position and the time it takes.
Hold on a second. I know that Zanuck.
Distance.
Hold on, Coach. Zanuck with the keyboard, man. You get the loudest fuck keyboard this side of the Himalayas.
That's exactly what it sounded like.
Yeah. That's why I did it.
Were you trying to beatbox, or was it Zanuck? Were you beatboxing, or was that your keyboard?
Beatboxing.
Yeah.
Is that grid system open to the public?
Absolutely.
Yeah, where is that?
I posted it several times in the chat, but I'll post it again because, like I said, anybody can get this data from these base stations, and they're frequent. So
Data from the base stations.
Yeah, the base stations will give you the.
No, I'm talking about the satellite, not the base station.
Well, as I said several times, this conversation alone, the data that you're getting from any receiver is the position of the satellite and the time it takes light to get to you, and so the distance it is from you. It's giving you all the raw data, and so depending on the format you request raw
You
data.
said the light?
Yeah, it's shooting a signal to you, and the time it takes determines the difference between the clocks, between your clock and its clock. It's going to determine the distance it took to travel to you. Let me find this. I had it open a second ago.
Do you think it's possible that this this delay is just general latency?
No. I mean, like I said, if these things were true, then this thing wouldn't work.
I mean, could it not just be signal latency? I mean, do you think that signals are instant?
Yeah, but how can signal latency give you accurate?
No, you answered a question with a question. I'm just asking.
No, I've already answered that question. I already said no. I don't think that can be the case because it's giving you accurate information, which means that it has to be getting its distance from you in one way or another, and it's only sending you a signal. So the time it takes would have to be indicating the distance. It's possible that stuff's all wrong and stuff, but I mean, I'd have to be presented evidence that there was a case or something.
No, I'm hearing. Okay, this is what I'm hearing. I'm hearing there are baked-in assumptions or assertions that are model-based. So even the fact that the technology exists means it is a particular model. This is like baked into everything that you explain in your answers. I'm saying if we're not assuming that is the model, and we're not assuming that all coordinates are one for one, because I don't have access to the grid system so far. Okay. And I can't validate the means of which they're being procured. And also, I'm saying that if it's sending a signal, would a signal not have latency? Along with the speed of light. Be two factors, right?
Well, there's inaccuracies in the position it gives you, which is what the purpose of making it more accurate. But yeah, there's subtle things that will make the accuracy, several meters. 15
Is this
meters.
link the grid system at 712? Or did you not send it yet?
No, that's something different. I sent it a while ago, but
I can scroll up if it was recent.
I sent a lot of stuff, so I have it open right now. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, man, you have to look at this without the baked in sort of perspective. You have to break it up in pieces.
That's what I'm saying.
You're fucking half baked.
What's the baked in perspective whenever I'm telling you that?
Well, the baked in perspective is it's a globe, and this only works on a globe, and this only works on a globe, and that only works on a globe.
That's not involved. The globe is not involved.
How do you have a squared, perfect gridded map like a checkerboard? How can you have that on a globe?
Don't ask questions, Stomach.
Well, I mean, he's talking about grids. How do you ever get what's a grid on a globe? I don't think that.
Don't ask questions, Demuck. It's a globe, okay?
Yes, sir.
I'm giving you valid answers, and none of them. I mean, I've specifically told you that you don't have to assume the globe in order to get
operational, decommissioned, operational, so I can click on any of these.
No, I'd try to pick one that doesn't say decommissioned. But
you don't have to assume.
Scroll down, you can find ones for where you live, even.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And if it says null next to or under offline, that's the one that's working. When you click on it, you'll be able to access the raw data. I would check out the Rhinex, the raw data, and it just gives you.
Decommissioned just means it's older and they made a new one.
Well, I mean, I think it means it's not. Those base stations they're probably not collecting any any data. They might have old data, perhaps.
That's what I was thinking. Like this is old data or something.
Yeah, but the ones that are open, you can find data from like 2 minutes ago.
Okay. No photo submitted. Okay. Well, that one's off. Wait, no, that's decommissioned too. Never mind. Wait, this is pictures of equipment.
Yeah. If you click on them, then they show you the actual receiver at the base station. But you can, on the left side, there's data availability. You click on that, and the data availability, it'll show you how updated, the most updated one. Some of them are, like I said, within a couple minutes. Some of them, last hour or so. What did I do next? I forget what I did next. Oh yeah, right. So you'd have to go, depending on what the base station it is, it's going to say who's operating it, and then if you want to actually get, so you can request it from here, request the data from here, but I've been going to the specific sites and
Data availability. Okay.
actually I'm going to post that site too. Hold on. In Texas, we have a system called TextDot, and they're good at.
Riggs, do you think the Earth is flat? Honestly.
Well, I mean, why are you asking?
I'm just curious. After all this discussion, do you really think the Earth is flat? I'm just curious.
My opinion, based on watching everything over the last 5 years, hasn't wavered even a little bit.
So right now, you think the Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Right. So when I show you horizon drop from 40,000 feet, doesn't waver your
not even a little bit.
Why do you think that the horizon?
Nonsense.
Why do you think the horizon is 4 degrees below level?
Because you've established a column of air, and not only that.
Okay, no, I'm listening.
Not only that, but I haven't seen the image, but in a lot of images you can't even see the horizon; you just see sort of haze and clouds.
That's why I'm going to get you a picture real quick. That's really clear.
Can't see it till either.
There's no question about what we're seeing
How
here.
much
Okay,
drop?
so I'm going to get you this picture. Okay, here we go.
How much drop?
Sure. He said 4 degrees.
4 degrees. Yes.
At around plane height.
Here we go. It's in the chat.
I'll do the math.
2,800 miles.
How much horizon drop should there be on a flat Earth? That's the question.
Talking about.
I mean, with refraction.
Whatever.
Refraction would raise things up, right? Or would it raise?
Generally, because the air is denser as it goes down, so light would bend down and bloom things up. But right now,
I think 4 degrees might even be lower than what it's supposed to be at plane altitude.
Well, why don't you know?
Whatever your number is, just give us a number and how you got to it.
Yeah.
So
there's your 4 degrees. So what are you seeing there? Why is the horizon below?
Where am I looking?
Is it 280 miles away?
The heads-up display that shows the level line, which is the most expensive level in the world. It's the most expensive level in the world.
How far away is it?
And then below that is the surface of the Earth.
What chat did you post in?
Oh, did I put in the wrong chat or something?
Yeah, are you on the wrong server?
Oh, maybe I put it. Hold on a second. I was talking to friggin' Copernicus, and maybe I didn't get off of his deal.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
There's your problem. I was talking to Travis.
I'm arguing with too many people. I have too many fronts, like the Western Front, the Eastern Front. Okay, there you guys are. Okay, sorry about that. Here we go.
Is this B-ball, by the way?
Should be the same on every front.
Okay, there you go.
There we go. Look at that.
Okay. Now, there's 4 degrees of drop between level and the actual surface of the Earth. Now, when you're flying,
I have no idea how this system operates. Why would I use this?
Because you have a line there that's basically level. If I was a land,
Okay, I can draw a picture with the line. It doesn't.
Hold on, no. Let's just talk about for discussion. We don't have to get into we'll get details later about how it works. I have all sorts.
You
of
have 40 seconds.
Hold on. So all we need, if we took this thing, we landed that plane and rolled up to a gate. That level line, wherever I was, if I was 25 feet off the ground, that level line would meet at the 25 feet off the ground mark on that building directly because it's level. It is a very expensive level. It always stays there as level. No matter what the plane does, that level line is always there. So just take that word from me. You can challenge it later, but let's just talk about
10 seconds.
this being level. We know, we also know it's level because if I stay that dot is my directional position sensor. If I stay at
15
that dot
seconds.
Hold on. If that dot stays in that line, I will not change my altitude one bit. So that's another reason we know it's level. We fly level that way.
If I put a floater in water and hook my shit up to it,
if it's above it, if it's now the nose high indicator is that little W that shows that the plane is slightly tilted up because we're in cruise altitude and we're just flying level, and the nose is slightly pitched up.
I have no idea how this instrument works.
Let's talk about the fact that it's a level line. You can do this with a bottle of water. If you had a bottle of water and you compared it to the level surface, and I'll do that. In fact, I'll do that.
You can put a floaty in the bottle of water.
How about that? Then we don't have to worry about any instruments. Just a bottle of water.
And a cigarette
butt. A plane, looking out the window. God, silent. You don't need to do that. You really don't.
Okay. Well, are you trying to like convert me? Because I need something.
No, I'm not converting. I'm
something else.
So you 5 years you've heard this, and I don't think we've talked. We've talked a few times, but I'm going directly.
Well, I'm not a pilot.
You don't need to be a pilot. I'm showing you a bottle of water that shows level because it's level, and we see the horizon below level. How do you think that happens?
No. You're seeing. Okay, in that image specifically, look at the gradient where the orange and the yellow is. Okay, that is light extinction due to atmosphere. You're looking at haze.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
Yeah. That's not the horizon.
Hold that thought for a second. Hold that. You don't think it is? Trust me, it is.
No.
Let me show you. Let me back it up. Whenever I say something to you, I'm always going to back it up. I promise you. So here we go. Now you say that. Now you agree that the level.
Because we can, people.
Hold on. You agree that the water level simulates the same thing we saw on the hub display. Now I show you the level line, but the moon is beneath it. So somehow that haze, you're seeing the moon, so whatever haze you think you're seeing, and the moon we know is quite a bit further away than 3,000, 4,000 miles away, even in your model.
You're making this correlation to kind of prove your point.
I'm taking a bottle of water. You say it's haze, blah, blah, blah. So I'm showing that level line again, which shows the exact same effect. Horizon's below the
No, it's not the same effect. We started this with your instrument not being evidenced enough for me because I'm not a pilot and I don't know how the instrumentation works.
Maybe you should try to, what you should do in your spare time? Look at how the HUD
display pilot.
Works. Hold on. Yes. Just look how the HUD display works. Study it for whatever, however much you want to study it. Then you can see why that actually is the most expensive level line and why would the horizon be below level. Now, until you agree with that, it's just discussion. I'm not going to say, "Oh, see, I got you."
Well, let me ask you, man. If you're looking off into the distance, would light not extinguish? Because I'm looking at your grain image specifically, and I see a gradient going all the way up to the fucking line.
Atmosphere.
And yet the moon is below.
I agree with you. It is the atmosphere. I agree with you.
You know what? Let me do it one more time. The last one here. This is the last one. This will be. Hopefully, this will show you exactly what we're talking about here. This is a real bright light. Real bright underneath level. So that shows the sun even is below level. Okay, so if there's atmosphere there, if the sun's being seen through it, and by the way, when you fly, you can see the sun set in the same fashion you're seeing it in whole right now. And by the way, no people say, because your nose is high. Well, this particular image, I got all three there. This shows the nose is actually angled down. The directional indicator, we're actually diving. We're actually descending.
it looks like a dive. Yeah.
Well, yeah, but the level line. Remember, the level line always stays level. No matter what the plane does, the level line stays there. So just for sake of argument, I'm not going to tell you to agree with me or I'm not going to convert you.
Okay, but the sun at do you want me to back and forth, or do you just want to grandstand here, bud?
No, I do. I do want to go back and forth. But I just want
to are you ready for my back and forth?
Well, I want to give you one last.
Or do you want to wait?
I want to give you one last sentence.
Okay, fine. Just let it all out.
I can let it all. I'll just give you one last sentence.
Whatever.
So I've given you all nose high, nose up, directional indicator at, up and above. And we always see the level line in the position. The sun is beneath it. we see the surface of the Earth beneath that, with some atmosphere as well. Now go ahead.
Yeah. At what? Okay. The most refraction for the sun is at what angle?
Zero.
Because it's in apparent position, right?
Yeah.
Here, I'll give you the answer. It's about anything under 10 degrees towards your horizon.
No.
Yeah, anything about
It's
under
at
10
zero.
degrees, you have a very
the last half a degree,
very apparent location of the sun.
The last half a degree, you get some pretty serious refraction. And by the way,
Only the half a degree. Okay, I highly contest that.
Hold on, you can do this test. By the way,
Hold on again. So
I'm answering you. You said 10 degrees. My God, 10 degrees are like looking up in the sky. You don't know how refraction works. Obviously, the denser you go, the lower you go, the denser the gradient, right, of air. And that density is going down. Hold on.
It doesn't matter.
It does matter because that's how light bends toward the density.
It doesn't matter because what you're looking, you're telling me that line. You're telling me that line is 0 degrees.
That line is 0 degrees. That line is level, perfectly level.
Yeah, you're telling me that line is 0
degrees. The
degrees.
horizon line might be off a few.
So if it's at 0, you're telling me that is the highest level of refraction because it's at the 0 line.
No. The 0 line is going to depend. That 0 line depends on where you are in elevation. If you're on the surface,
I know, but what I'm saying is that it doesn't matter if I'm saying 10 degrees. I'm saying.
Explain to you. You're talking over me. Stop it. I'm at 13,000 feet in this particular.
How dare you?
No, how dare you?
I haven't had a full thought come out of my fucking head in the last 5 minutes.
Because those thoughts are not full. That's the problem.
No, because you're not. You don't have the capability to have a conversation. You just preach.
Letting you speak as much
You
as
just
you
deny.
want.
You just deny everything.
You're just denying it. Yeah, exactly. I have a level line. I have the sun beneath it. I have the plane at all different altitudes. You have to agree that that is level. If you don't, you can go do some research, but it is. And you're saying that it's atmosphere. And I said, there could be some atmosphere there.
Why would it not be?
Wait,
That's exactly where atmosphere would do that.
You can't have a conversation because you talk over me. Now you're saying that there's refraction that happens in 10 degrees. No. Refraction happens, and if it does happen, it happens in around a half a degree.
I didn't say at 10 degrees. I said below 10 degrees.
Okay, even below 10 degrees. And if you have refraction, the density of the atmosphere is greater as you go down. That means the light will bend downward. That would loom things up. That makes your problem worse. Don't you understand?
You said it would bend downward, and then there's a sun below the line.
Downward. No, light bends downward. Things get loomed up.
Directly
down. Confused, Riggs. And this is why you've not changed your mind over 5 years because you really don't get even the argument.
That water just takes like a turn for the worse and just goes straight to the bottom of the tank and there's no aluminum.
Yeah. Dude, if the sun, let's say the line, okay, let's say that the atmosphere was sugar water because you guys love that shit. Okay, and let's say the sun was just going off into the distance. Let's say it was above that line off into the distance. That beam of light would fucking arc down with your sugar water, would it not?
Yeah, which looms it up. Do you understand the correlation there?
No, I've seen plenty of the laser
wouldn't loom anything up.
The laser
would go down.
The laser shows what you would see. If it bends down, then you would see something that is at the bottom of the bottle.
No,
you're doing it again, Riggs.
Riggs, you fucked it up big time. When light bends down, the apparent position is higher. This is such basic shit.
Yeah, if you're the guy on the right side of that fish tank, where's the light at for you? At the bottom of the fish tank? Nice story.
Yeah, nice try.
Nice try as in light bending down leaves things up.
No, it's just it's really simple, man. Look, I'll just put this here. Here I'll just use this image as an example. You're basically saying you're flying basically where that laser is at the lower end in the middle of that tank.
If you're at the far end of the tank and the light,
the sun is going to arc down with.
No, it's the opposite.
I've got another one for
if
you.
light,
why would it be? Why would it be the opposite? You guys use this sugar water shit all the time. Why would it be the opposite all of a sudden?
Do you understand that when light bends down, the apparent position is higher than its actual position?
No, that's no. That's only on the globe. If you're going around a curve,
anywhere. No, if light bends down, the apparent position is up. If you imagine yourself at the other end of that laser, it's traveling down, right? If you look along that line back towards the laser, it will appear higher. Because that's the direction it's coming from.
Ruhif,
Such
show
simple
us,
stuff.
yeah, show us anything of an observation in real life where we see something loomed up.
Canago.
No. You don't have a control image.
Okay. Brandon's fish tank. Fish tank. After that one?
No, that's not what I'm talking
No, I didn't think
about.
so.
Listen,
I didn't think it would be, Travis.
Listen, if you're talking about refraction bending down and looming something up, right? If you're gonna do the research and look at Andrew Thomas Young and read all his stuff, right? Show me what you think, an observation out in the distance looks like, where you say, okay, Travis, here the light's bending down, but the target is actually no. Listen, you don't have a control. I can show you a panel right now. In
You got 1 minute. I'm gonna
hold on. In each of these panels is the same observation from the same viewer height, the same focal length, and they are not lined up. They're not even the same angular size. You guys have no clue what you're talking about. So I'm going to show you a panel, and I'd like you to tell me which one is looming, okay?
I'm going to go because I'm going to the shops. Catch you later, Travis. Hey, Harry, we're going to
yeah.
Go to the shops.
Go out and,
go out on my truck
Harry?
with a drone and an auto level and all sorts of gadgets.
Yeah, we got to go and play with our toys. Harry?
Would someone like to educate me why, if the laser's bending down and I'm where the laser is bending down, why it would appear to be higher?
My picture. I just drew a picture.
Just draw a diagram.
I did it. This is why you're not understanding everything, and they're explaining it really well. So just listen up.
If you use armors, it's a great example. So be the guy on the bottom because the laser's bending down, and imagine he's not aware that it's bending. So when he sees straight, imagine you kept drawing a straight dotted line out from where the laser starts off near his face or ends up, whichever way. So that's a straight line. So now he's looking way up at the top of that white frame, but what he's actually seeing is lower than that. So it's pulling that thing up by bending down. Does that make sense?
No.
No offense, but I like mine because that's why I put an obstruction there for that reason.
Yeah, fair enough.
That's why I made mine like this, is because the source is behind the obstruction.
There is no obstruction.
No.
You've established no obstruction.
In the picture I'm showing you, there is an obstruction.
It doesn't help.
It's the same laser that is in the other picture. The only difference is there's a block there. The light is still traveling in the direction able to enter that eye, but the actual source is behind that block. It never has to intersect the block to get to his eye. Receive the light.
At no point is the sun behind something, though.
Kosho. So maybe it's time we show the picture I just put in the chat. This kind of shows in graphically and in real time what the effect is of the light bending downward.
No, you're presuming that this is a globe.
Well,
that's not it at all.
Pipe has a curved surface. And we put liquid nitrogen over it. Hold on, we put liquid nitrogen, and somehow we see the red part of this object that's behind the pipe because it's curved. So we're seeing around the curve. But you don't understand this, Riggs, and you sound like very hold on.
So then the sun is peeking its head back up after being gone.
So yes, that's why it takes.
No, it's not.
That's why it takes an extra few minutes to set, because when it gets closer, it gets close to the surface and the light starts to bend downward. You see it for longer than it should. It actually slows down its angular velocity as well.
What I'm saying is you get this effect without a curve, without it going physically down.
You sound like a very intelligent guy when you're not talking over people, but we're trying to help you understand this. And if you really break it down, you will get it. It's not that complicated.
I don't need that explanation to get it, though, and mine makes more sense.
Yours does not make any sense at all.
Absolutely does.
Xanac knows I get it, and I still don't buy it.
We've done demonstrated upward light reflection in 3 laser tests. Epicor, Dr. John D., and Taboo Conspiracy have all demonstrated lasers bending upwards in the atmosphere.
It is possible if you have a very cool evening where it's colder than the water.
Every time.
Hold on, not every time. Now, here's the thing that you don't understand about it.
You can't show it bending down.
Brian, let me respond. Brian, let me respond. they're doing things like, hey, I'm over 30 miles away or 20 miles away over in Monterey Bay Area, because that's where I live. I know where they did this test. Hey, I'm shining this light. Do you see it? Oh, yeah, I see it. That's their test. They don't realize that this laser fans out quite a bit. So
We've seen orthographic views.
No, you're not. You're seeing light. You don't know what the light
6
looks like.
miles.
You just see a spread of light. So no, you're wrong. You're absolutely wrong.
This must hurt.
You can
because
say
don't
whatever
hear
you
it.
want. You're wrong. Okay? Period.
Eggshells.
Okay, well-
I'm not saying I don't understand what you guys are demonstrating to me. I'm saying it makes more sense and is more applicable for it to be a flat surface with your sugar water explanation.
Zanuck, is light reflected off everything, Zanuck, as it travels through everything?
Is that black? Not reflected off Vanta black, is it?
But how is it reflected and then still going straight at the same time, Zanuck?
It's like bouncing, isn't it? Sort of goes in a straight
Yeah,
path, and the angle of incidence bounces back at angle of reflection.
Reflection.
Yeah,
Light does when similar to what a pool cue does when you hit a cue ball in a pool table.
The apparent and the reflection just happen to switch places somewhere in the middle.
Oh my god.
I guess the problem, Zanuck, is that you just don't actually stop talking so no one else can get in.
Are you kidding me? I
Yes.
was silent. Someone asks the question, I start talking about the answer, and I'm talked over by 3 people. So no, you're wrong.
Well, why do you have this problem on every server then? You think they're all wrong?
People don't like the truth.
No, I just gave you 3 examples. You won't even give me one. Give me one example of light or laser bending down in the atmosphere. I just gave you 3 that you can look up and see plain as day. One of them is a PhD in optics.
That gets almost everything wrong in his test, but that's okay.
Well, the sun isn't a laser, but I would agree that it would probably go slightly below the horizon at enough distance. You'd get just slight bit of refraction. Like I look at all these images and I think, okay, well, this is all possible. I don't understand what's not possible on the flat Earth here. So it doesn't really prove either way, is what I'm saying. I understand your side. I think it's less explanatory than the flat Earth explanation.
What's not possible is the horizon below level. That's what's not possible.
Well, yeah, you're not looking at a horizon.
Yes, we are.
Okay. No, you use your instrument.
See, look, here we go. Remember you told me it's my fault?
Well, I didn't finish speaking.
People like you and
did you ever think about that?
Look, I stopped. I was completely quiet.
Did you ever think I didn't finish
speaking? You're doing it right now. You're still doing it right now. You're still doing it. Really. Seriously. Come on. So I've given you examples of this horizon that has the sun and the moon above it, yet the level line is still above both of them.
I'm waiting.
I'm waiting. I want to take. I'm taking smaller chunks to give you an easier chance to not talk over me.
I don't see an image.
I just gave you 3 images: sun, moon, and 47,000 feet. All of which have the horizon below level, and some of them have the moon and the sun below level.
Does anyone else see them?
On a flat Earth. You almost had it.
Does anyone else see these 3 images? I've been looking at the chat the whole time.
You post him in Livestream 1? Because I'm not seeing him either. I see trucks. There's some pretty trucks left lane.
God.
See,
we were
Jason.
talking about him before. Should I put him in Livestream 1? The stage? Where should I put him? Livestream 1, right? I see the trucks. So let me put him in the row again, since you guys.
Oh, okay, I see it.
You mean the ones from the HUD from a jet or something?
Yeah, they're at 48.
Yes, I posted them already.
Yeah, I can see
Oh, those. Yeah, so we already discussed
Sun
these.
and the moon all below level. How does that happen on a flat Earth?
I already explained it to you.
I do think the sun is a very interesting question on that one, which is like for a model.
Wait, was he asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I already explained this to you. We already went over this. This laser image right here. Okay, if I'm in the middle of this tank, that shit's lower. Period. What's your question again?
No, in that tank, If you were looking at it, you'd be looking straight ahead, and you would think that it was below you.
Let me show
Here's
you.
what it is. They want refraction in their model. The sun lingers on the horizon for like an extra hour and a half some days, and they just say, "Oh, it's just refraction." The second it breaks down 50 degrees,
you're looking straight at it.
Y'all want to have refraction, but you don't want us to have refraction. We can't have refraction, just the globe model.
Brian, come on, you're not making it easier. If you're down at the bottom of the fish tank and you're looking at that, looking straight ahead, and that laser's hitting the eyes, you think that
I didn't say I was at the bottom of the fish tank.
You're not. You don't look up though. You're looking straight ahead. It looks like that particular light source would be right at eye level at the bottom of the tank. That's called looming. Light's bending downward for the person looking at. If you were looking at that guy, if that was like a telescope, and you were looking along the laser, and you saw this guy's eyes light up, you'd think that he's at eye level. It's loomed up, but actually he's at the bottom of the fish tank. You got to Brian, please, for fuck's sake.
What you're describing is actually the inverse of what exactly I'm showing you.
It was described to you perfectly well. Everyone, 3 people I heard describe it to you, and you still don't get it. So that's not our problem.
Well, I mean, what you're describing is the opposite.
No, but it's not.
You're saying looming.
It's not intuitive.
There's nothing looming.
You're kind of going off the knee-jerk reaction, and I get it. But we've explained it to you. In fact, someone just put a little meme there for you to understand it. You got it wrong. You have to take people that know more than you about this topic as you being wrong. You're just wrong.
You don't know anything.
You are saying something wrong.
You don't know anything about the topic,
Danny. Straight lines.
Look,
I've just made that little picture with the 2 red dots. If that laser is your eye, and then there is something like a red dot there, you will, to your brain, it will be straight ahead of you. Hence, it will have raised up.
Don't tell me what my brain thinks.
Hence, you've lost your mind.
Humans' brains.
Yeah, right. Maybe your brain eggshells.
All right, let me open.
Does it matter where the light is coming from, guys? If the light source is in front of the object or behind the object, on the left of the object or right of it, would that even happen to matter?
Sure. I mean, it would change the picture. It change how much light hits it, but it won't change the path of the light.
So if the sun is nowhere near the object, the direction that you guys are claiming, if it's behind you, right, then where's the shit going to reflect and loom at? And if the sun is off to the left, not facing the front of the object or the back of the object, but the side of the object, what the fuck is going to loom up to you then? The side of the object? Now, if the sun is behind the object and only hitting the back of the object that you can't see, and the top of the object you don't see, what's going to loom up to you then? What image are you going to see? The front of the object where the light's not hitting? How's that possible on your globe? Eggshells. Draw me the diagram and show me how that works out.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you, Zanuck. Thank you. You're very good at posting the same pictures over and over. Okay. Like here. Okay. The first circle, it's higher. Second circle, it's lower.
There's the best one, clearer.
No, I'm just making my point known here. Okay. I agree with this. The refraction does happen a little bit. I agree. Especially at the horizon, right? And the light's going to appear lower from my perspective. As the distance from the source goes away, it appears lower. Look, the first circle on the left is my head earlier in the day. Later in the day, it's on the right. Appears lower. Congratulations. I agree with refraction. Sorry. Like it's just so simple. I don't know why you guys have to inject a curve.
If you're shooting a laser, hold on.
You don't need a curve to see that it raises light bending down is going to make things appear.
So it's not a proof of
the
anything.
level line is above the clouds, yet we're flying. If we were to fly at that same altitude, and we would eventually hit, and those clouds were flying around at, I think it's at 30,000 feet or something, we would actually fly right into them. Yet they're below the level line where we're taking this particular observation. This shows that the Earth's surface is curved because it would explain why things are.
Why you just said it doesn't. I agree with him.
You're doing it again. Why things are beneath the level line. They can't be below the level line if the Earth is flat. Can't happen.
I just showed you how it can, and it's way simpler than your.
How you don't understand how lasers work and how refraction works.
The sun isn't a laser.
It's light.
Xanax.
Any kind of light traveling through any medium will have refractive qualities. And those
Well, show us
qualities are
light
dictated
hits
by
the
the
back of the
density of
stop
the medium,
sign.
the change of density of the medium, and the
Yeah,
angles of
okay.
incidence.
Show us another
The
car.
angle of incidence is key to here.
Zanuck, what
It
does
doesn't
laser
follow the
stand
same
for?
sort- Okay, you're going to keep on talking.
Zanuck, if your light hits the back of the stop sign, which is gray and doesn't have any words or images or anything, why would it then reflect to you the front of the stop sign? Can you draw me that, please? I want to see how that works. I just want to see that. So the sun's behind. I'm wherever the stop sign. I'm looking at it. The sun's behind it, and now I can see the stop sign bounced up in front of me somewhere. Show me that, please. Draw the diagram on how light does that. Hello. Since you know how light works, Zanuck, you said you know everything about the light and lasers and refraction and looming. Can you please, you were writing because you guys seem to know everything and you got the diagram right there. Show me how the back of the stop sign with the light source being behind it and the stop signs on the horizon, how the front of the stop sign looms to you. Please draw me that. That's going to be a great magical picture, like a magic bullet.
Can
I don't see
somebody
anybody.
else try to translate that? Because
I don't know. Is this a non sequitur or was that on the topic, Demog?
I'm not even able to make sense of it
I
tonight.
have a non sequitur, but it's regarding the my earlier premise of getting the circumference of the Earth with just time and an angle. I've got another way of doing it. You know how they claim 365 days a year. Do you think just knowing 365 days a year, I could determine the size of circumference of Earth just knowing that?
No, there's not 365 days in a year. It's made up.
Well, 365 times 1,000 divided by 5,280 gets me 69.169. So if I take 365 days a year, times it by 1,000, because it's 1,000 paces equals 1 mile, which is 5,280 feet, which is 1,000 paces, which basically equals a mile. So 365 times 1,000 divided by 5,280 equals 69.169. So I can get the actual circumference of the Earth by knowing 365 days a year. That it takes for one seasonal change. It takes 365 days.
Who's claiming that works? Is that a Glober said that? Because that sounds nuts.
Yeah, shit in 2
A Glober said that. What I'm saying here is I'm basically trying to get proofs together that you can determine the apparent circumference of the Earth based on time and an angle, nothing to do with the actual
just sounds like
shape.
you're arbitrarily multiplying and dividing till you get to the number you need.
No, not at all. I'm actually
why you're doing
I'm actually showing you that you don't actually have to physically measure the Earth to get its apparent circumference. You can do it with time,
why
which
do
is
paces count? Explain the paces business. The 1,000 paces to a mile. Why does that have anything to do?
So, do you know where the mile comes from?
Do you mean a nautical mile or a mile?
No, a mile. I'm not talking about ocean here. I'm talking about land mile.
No,
do you know where the mile comes from? Okay, well maybe you should find out where the mile comes from. Because it has everything to do
somewhere
with
in his
ratios.
education of where the mile comes from, tell him why
Put it
you
in the
picked that number.
Somewhere in the king's bedroom.
Make sure y'all find out where the year comes from.
It comes
Yeah,
from
so-
a goofy guy who's insane.
It's when the year restarts, right? We can tell that the seasons start getting warmer again or whatever it is, right?
Yeah, with daylight savings time, that's when it starts. Whenever you make it up.
It's all ratios, right? Everything comes down to ratios.
What is the mile and these paces and this weird arithmetic?
So how a mile was determined is roughly based on 1,000 human paces. So for the average person back in the day, when they calculated a mile, the average foot span is 5.28 feet over 1,000 paces. So if you were 6 feet tall, let's say, and you walked 1,000 paces, you would have walked 5,280 feet. Because the average span, span of your foot pace is 5.28 feet long. This is how the mile came to be. So it varies through history. No, it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay, I'm not getting logic then. Can you walk us through why you do the arithmetic to find out the...
There is no logic.
So this is the history behind the mile. For the average span, the pace.
Yeah, but why is that relevant?
I've got that. You don't need to repeat that. I'm asking, how does that relate to the movement of the sun around the Earth around the sun?
So if I was to look at 69.169 miles, and I was to, of course, times it.
Why if did I was 69.16?
I'm just saying this is what the math says. So if I take 365 days to complete one seasonal year, and I times it by the 1,000 paces to get to the mile, which is 365,000, and then I divide it by the 5,280 that you'd use to get feet to miles, then you end up with 69. Yes, that's your foot into miles, right? So that's how many feet are into a mile.
Why didn't you just go to feet? Okay, anyway, carry on. So you go up to feet, up to miles,
I'm
then
just
back
saying.
down to feet.
So,
not clear why,
if you work it backwards, hold on, because of course everything's back calculated, reverse engineered, right? So I'm looking at. Hold on, let me see what I did here. Let me look at my math.
Is there a purpose to any of this?
It sounds like you just added and subtracted and multiplied and divided numbers until you got one that seemed meaningful to you.
Called reification.
No. Okay, so you don't do you understand what my premise is? Do you know what I'm aiming for here?
No. Take us back to the start.
So I'm showing that with the calculation of time and an angle, you can deduce the apparent circumference of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm getting that. You're repeating the bits that aren't at all confused. It sounds to me. Let me try and present back to you what I feel like you've heard. What you've said is, did you know that you can calculate the circumference of the Earth based on time? And then you said if you get the average number of days in a year, and you times it by a mile, you've given no rationale for why you've done that. You've just said if you times it by a mile, so you times it by 1,000, you get 365,000. And then you divide it by the number to get back to feet. Again, no clear reason why you've done that. You've just done that. And then something else happens, and then you get 3,959. And it's befuddling me. I cannot follow it at all. Is anybody else here following it? Maybe somebody on the
I didn't get 3,959. That's not what I said. I got 69,169. Let me just give me the back calculation. I just wrote it down here. Let me just make sure I show you what I'm doing here.
Yeah, just like they always say 10 times 30 or 10 times 16 to the 12th. They always add in 10. He's adding in the factor, the 1,000. Okay.
Why?
Don't act so surprised.
If I'm adding numbers into a calculation and you say, "Why did you do that number, Harry?" I'll give you my reason for doing that number. I won't just go because it's a mile. I'll go, here's why a mile relates to a year.
Okay, I'm going to hold you to that. So why is Big G? Why is Big G 10 times 6 or to the 27th? Why?
When I do that, I will give you an
Why
explanation.
the 10 is my question. Why the 10?
Because
when I do that, I'll explain why I do that.
It's an easy way of multiplying.
Right, he's at the 10. So Flat Earth Data used 1,000. They use a 10 usually.
I know, but the number doesn't change though when you do like 3,000, or you say 3 times 10 to the third power. Like the number they're equivalent. Those two numbers are equivalent. When you arbitrarily divide a number, or multiply a number for no reason, that's not the same number.
So you just answered this question. It's arbitrary. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. So you're saying Flat Earth Data's numbers are arbitrary. I'm with you. Yeah. It sounds
Only one of them. Only one of them is arbitrary.
Well, 2 of them sounded like it. Timesing it to get to a mile, then dividing it to get back to feet. There was no explanation given for those. I'm sure Data's about to explain why he did that, because otherwise it sounds like that. Just numerology, just adding and subtracting.
I think he's just trying to say that by doing enough math, you can make anything seem like anything. And I think that's his point, but I mean, it's not a very good point, and that's not really how most people who use math use it. So,
I mean, it's pretty interesting if you could tie the mile in with the time. I want to hear it again though, where I say that.
Yeah, I'd be super interested to understand it if it makes sense. I'm not saying it's wrong so far. I'm just saying I'm not following the logic in the multiplication and the division again.
Yeah. What's the length of a board that's 5 minutes long?
I have to check my space-time chart. How much time is there in that board, Howard?
5 minutes.
Good answer.
All right. Are we at a impasse? Because I need to bring something up.
Ooh, sounds fun.
Yeah, this whole idea about this laser shit in the sugar water. I believe at a certain distance, the atmosphere will refract that image of the sun down. Okay, so it's not exclusive to your globe. Like, it actually makes more sense. It's more simple on the flat. And when you guys are seeing light, well, you keep asserting it too.
Sure.
You see?
So we've given a bunch of drawings showing how light bending down will make things appear up. What's your reason that light bending down would make things appear to be down?
Light bending down. We've showed you in real life, dude. He went out there, a PhD in painstaking to show you visually, so you could look at the laser bending up, literally. So did Taboo Conspiracy. I don't know if they did that on purpose. And then FE Core, but a PhD went out to show you this, and you won't even acknowledge it. It's insanity. Like,
Brian, we can't hear you very well. And I was going to respond to him, but
yeah, go ahead, my bad.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of mic you got, but we could do better. I think we should do a GoFundMe.
Just be in the same room as it.
Yeah, Arma, like, okay, so this picture that Arma posted, for example, this is what you guys are saying. Okay, I get that. Okay, we're going to imagine that there's some plate of something there, below the hump, and that it's refracting down. Okay. But in that video from, what's his name?
The dude, I don't know.
Yeah, the guy that you posted,
Mick West.
Mick West, right? Yeah, he's just holding a laser, like, away from the fish tank, pointing it up, and yeah, of course you can get refraction like that. Of course you can. But what I'm saying is something more like this, okay, where you hold, and maybe I should just do a screenshot, but here, let's do that. Where he's holding it flush against the fish tank, okay, and as it goes up and down, it pulls it down, no different, okay.
Sure.
And not only that, but you guys are saying that, okay, if the sun were making that effect that you guys were showing, the sun would just be blown out massive. It would probably take up like a quarter of the fucking sky because it's so refracted at that point. But what we see is just a sun that's just slightly larger than normal, as if it were a flat plane and it were being pulled away and it were just refracting a little bit down, like in my image.
So it's I'm not really following, to be honest. So I'll just
yeah, it's a little complicated.
It's not that. No, it's not that complicated. Eggshells, have you seen the Mick West video?
I scrubbed through it a moment ago. I didn't see it from beginning to end.
Well, he explains that his sugar solution is causing much more extreme refraction than what we experience in the atmosphere.
Right.
So I'm not sure why you think that he is trying to make an analogy to our atmosphere, like a 1-to-1 comparison. It's not a 1-to-1 comparison. It's just showing proof of concept.
Sure. Yeah, that makes sense to me.
Well,
are you talking to me, or did you mean to be talking to?
I was at first. I was talking to you, and then when you said you'd scrubbed through it, then that was it, and then I was talking to Riggs.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying it's a 1-to-1 either.
Well, why
I'm just showing proof of concept, because if you're refracting around a curve like that, it's going to make it much larger. Like way larger.
Did you see the actual video? I mean,
yeah.
Nothing got
it
larger,
did, but Arma. No. Look at your screenshot compared to mine. The beam at the end of the refraction is much larger. I'm not saying this is 1-for-1, but if you're going to go up and then down and around a curve, it's going to absolutely be much larger. it's going to diffract much more, because the only way it's going to bend around something is if you have a dense enough medium to do so.
Well,
That's
the
going to
light
make it diffract and
diffracting,
refract.
the light diffracting doesn't cause the object to appear larger to whoever's seeing it.
It just changes
It's a haze
position.
around it, doesn't it?
What?
No, it just makes it so a larger area.
I disagree with that point specifically.
Well, that's fine. You can disagree with it, but that's the understood explanation of refraction.
Let's see a laser beam refract around a curve and not change size dramatically.
I mean, what are you talking about exactly? Like the actual point that it hits, or like, or just like the side view that we're looking at? Because like,
no, not a side view.
Well, I mean,
on the Earth.
Well, I mean, look at the video. I mean, that I saw.
Yeah, I did. It makes more sense, and it's more indicative of a flat Earth, to be honest.
But it doesn't look like it got bigger, though.
I mean,
how is it indicative of flat Earth?
Dude, I'm going to post this like 10 times if I have to.
All
Look,
right,
this is very simple. Very simple.
Okay, but literally in the video though, if you look at the actual point of view, like where you're looking through the water and you're seeing the skyline, it shows literally the exact opposite of what you think is happening. Like it literally.
Wait. The skyline, as in what? What part of this argument are you using?
Okay, so you're saying what are you saying exactly that what we should see? Are you saying that we should see?
I'm saying this is demonstrating it's physically possible. And this is a demonstration of the possibility the sun could be slightly below your horizon line, optically.
Wait, but what is your picture showing? You got like two faces, and that's it. Like I'm not really sure
what if you're closer to the source, it'll have less refraction. If you're further away, it'll have more refraction, and it can be below your eye line. And the laser's pointing straight the whole time.
I'm sorry, Riggs. I think it's clear that you don't understand this.
What part do I not understand?
Well, I mean,
the way refraction works, and I'm not sure that I can explain it to you.
Well,
but it's palpably clear to me that you don't get it.
No, I'm saying this is how it would work on a flat Earth.
Well, okay. Well, hold on then. Hold on. So let's use your argument, right?
You could get the same observation on a flat Earth. That's all I have to show is that your claim is not indicative of particularly a curve and a light going around that curve and refracting down.
You're not showing that. I don't know what I don't know what you think your image is supposed to show, but it doesn't show me that.
Well, hold on. I know what his image is trying to show, but I'm gonna like take his argument and sort of like let him, use his own logic with it. All right. So basically what your image is showing is the farther you are from this thing, right? The lower it would be, right? So like where the guy to the right is, he would see the sun lower, is what you're saying, right?
Right.
Hello? Yeah. So if we brought him back even further, he would just see the sun completely disappear. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, because his horizon, the sun would have escaped his horizon. Right.
Okay, so why doesn't it happen then in the actual video when we're looking at the skyline? I mean, like we still see the skyline. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't like. It doesn't,
Wait. What video and what skyline?
The video
This is a screen grab I took just off of Google Images.
Well, yeah, but I mean, the video that I sent, I did. There's a whole video where they actually look. Go on.
Well, it's a long video, and we've been talking the whole time. So I'm looking at your screenshot. I know that there's many different scenes in that footage. What are you specifically talking about? Is it that screenshot you posted?
Well, no, the video.
Where it's going up and down?
Well, yeah, but I mean, like, go to the actual video and actually look at the opposite. Around, I would say, I guess around like 7-ish. No, hold on.
Okay,
like,
I'm on 7-ish.
Yeah, around 7-ish or whatever. I mean, just kind of look through it though. But I mean, you'll see though, it doesn't like nowhere does like. The skyline really disappear until like, hold on, except for.
I don't care about the skyline.
Well,
these are correlations. This is way too much going on, and it's not a 1-for-1, just like Lewis said.
All right,
I don't care about the skyline.
All right,
I'm talking about the sun.
All right, I'll tell you what. Just watch the video from around 4, and play it at 2 times speed, so you can still understand it, but it goes by half, twice as fast. That's what I usually do when a video is long. So just do that. I mean, just let's watch it, all right? Because I mean, maybe.
I don't get what exclusively your point is. I'm showing you how it's not exclusive, that you can get a similar effect both ways. That's all I'm demonstrating.
Because that's because that's not how it works. I get what you're trying to get at, but okay, so you're pretty much saying it. You're pretty much thinking as, okay, since the laser is lower, I would see it lower, right? But that's just not how it works. If you watch the video, you will see that it's quite the opposite. All right, I mean,
No. Stop. At no point am I saying the laser is lower. The sun doesn't go down; it goes away.
Okay. But
that's what I understand. The globe, on the globe, the sun goes down, and it would go around a physical obstruction. I get that's the claim. I know that is a possibility if you have a magical medium which would provide that observation. I'm saying it's possible on a flat Earth because the light source is literally moving back and not going down. And then I showed you a picture of how that's possible. Great. We're both on the same page. I don't understand why this is so difficult. Except you guys, I guess what you guys are saying is that it's impossible on a flat Earth for the sun to appear below than the horizon. You're basically denying refraction while asserting that it's refraction. Okay,
we're not
then I think you're wrong. You lose.
Well, we're not saying flat Earth can't have refraction. We're saying you can't have it the way you're explaining it, because that would be different.
It's actually not only explaining it, but it's way simpler.
Well, that's why I'm saying watch the video, because the video.
I did watch the video.
Well, no, I mean, like you said, you didn't. You said it was too long. I mean,
No. I did watch the video. I said it is a long video. At what point are you trying to use for your specific argument?
Like I said before, like roughly around like the 7-minute-ish mark. Like you see, like through the water or whatnot. You see that as he's moving the camera up and down. Like at no point does it ever really disappear. I mean, it's always it gets to a point where it squishes, but it's like almost always in view. I mean. But according to you, though, it should just totally disappear behind like some kind of horizon or something, and it never does. It never disappears behind a horizon.
You know why?
Why?
Because you didn't pull the laser away.
What, the skyline?
Don't care about the skyline. The skyline is a joke. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
No, the skyline's okay. So the laser.
You're going to compare the skyline to the sun. Thousands of miles.
The skyline represents like 20 miles away. The sun represents 6,000 miles.
Yeah, you guys are on some drugs if you're going to include the skyline in this argument.
Okay, well, if the sun is lined up with the skyline, it doesn't matter how far the sun is. It's still
absolutely it does, because if the sun's at the skyline, then it's extremely apparent position.
Hold on, what I'm saying is if it's at the skyline, right? It doesn't matter how far away it is, because it is
absolutely it does.
Because visually it is in the same spot as the skyline, so it's the effect is going to be the same. It doesn't. You know what I'm saying?
So you're telling me that if I look in the mirror of my car, it says objects are closer than they appear, I'm actually hitting something?
I think that's a false. I don't even know.
If because I'm saying the sun's apparent. It's not right there. It just looks like it's right there.
Okay, but everything in your mirror though is still like.
No, it is a mind fuck, because you guys have been like.
No, it's a mind fuck, because it's not even the same thing. I mean, you're just.
No, it's entirely different.
Hold on, in the heliocentric model, they say the sun is already set, but you can still see it,
and then it's bouncing
the skyline
around.
In front of it's already set too. It just says anything.
I know what they're saying, and they're pointing the laser up and around, but they're not pulling it back. So in the flat Earth argument, I'm just saying it's pulling back, and that's why I posted my image. It makes total sense. It's extremely simple.
Okay, but if you were actually in that tank, okay, you were actually where the guy to the right is, you would not see it lower. I'm telling you that you would see it higher. All right, I know I know you're thinking the opposite, but that's not how it works. If you watch the video, you would understand that that's not how it works. Maybe it
don't matter.
Intuitive, but it's not
how it atmosphere. They don't reflect down in the atmosphere, so your laser argument's null. But I want to say, why don't they just use the water? Period. Why can't they show it in an Olympic swimming pool? because there's no change of medium and there's no real refraction. The only refraction in the atmosphere is humidity gradient. And that's why the laser refracts upward, and it's been demonstrated over 3 times.
In a swimming pool, it refracts upward.
No, I don't think he said that.
Is that what you said?
No, he said in the air.
I couldn't hear you, Brian.
What I was saying, hold on.
Okay, well, hold on for a second.
Why do they have to add sugar? Why can't they just show refraction with the same medium? They have to add sugar or the light won't bend.
Because you need a gradient.
Even in an Olympic-sized swimming pool, there's no refraction like that.
Yeah, because you need a gradient. That's the whole point. What do you want about? You need a gradient.
There's no change of medium. Okay.
No, you need a. What the fuck? You need a gradient, dude. I mean, that's the whole point.
Look,
all right?
the gradient. The gradient has larger density, and it's going to drag some of that light down over distance. I agree with that.
I'm not even like.
But with the light source is going away, and so then it's being dragged further in front of you, and it's gonna, at some point, I'd say, especially in a plane, it could appear below your horizon line just slightly. I have no argument against this. I think it's totally possible in a flat Earth. I don't know why you guys are. You know what I think it is? I think you guys thought this was a concrete proof for the globe, and you're absolutely fucking dumbfounded that I could just wiggle out of it somehow.
But you're not wiggling out of it. You're not even understanding it. I don't even understand.
How am I not?
If I throw up, okay, no. How about this? Let's look at the laser beam as fucking emitting like baseballs. All right. Now it's shooting a baseball straight, and then it goes down. All right, and the baseball hits you, in your face. Right. Well, you know what? Mm-hmm. Let's say it just hits you. Right.
Yeah, and if I get further away, it's going to hit me in the nuts. Right.
Well, hold on. No, hold on. If it hits
yes
you
or no.
Above, hold on. Let me say my thing first. You kind of came out of nowhere with your nuts thing. All right. So anyway, so it hits you, right? And it hits you on the top of your head though, right? Because it's coming from above, right? So you have to look up to see it, Bam.
No. A percentage, am I smoking crazy pills or
what are you talking about? What are you talking? Hold on. So you mean to tell me if a baseball took the same what is it called? Trajectory as that line, it would not hit you.
If I got further away from the ball, it would hit me lower on my body.
Hold on. So that's if we're using specifically just the laser, yes. But if that's why I told you,
no, I like the baseball. I like the baseballs. Let's use that.
Yes, because I was just trying to give you the basic idea, right? But with that being said, though, right, that's why I told you to watch the actual video, because if you actually look, at the video where you're looking through the water with the skyline, right? Then it's a different thing, because now we have a whole.
I don't care about the skyline.
Yes. With one line, with one point, with like a laser or whatever, it gets to the point where it no longer really like hits you. You know what I'm saying? You're going to be out of view. It's going to hit you in the nuts, sure, right? But that's with one point. That's why I said use the skyline. It's a whole fucking picture.
No. I'm not going to use the skyline.
Well, then you're gonna get this error then, because you're thinking,
because you're not. You know why? It's because you're not pulling the skyline away.
I don't know what to do with anything.
If at any source of what you're looking at the source, you have to pull it away, and you're going to get the same effect either way. So you just found out that your argument actually isn't exclusive, and it sucks.
No, Riggs, you just don't understand refraction, and you've invented a concept that makes sense.
It's not a concept. I'm just pulling the light source away. You get a similar effect. Womp womp. Sorry.
What it do?
I'm sorry. I guess this was like a very treasured proof for you guys or something, but it's actual just garbage.
There's no need to apologize, Riggs.
Riggs, we need to get you to admit the Earth is a globe. We're going to have to make a big effort on this, but I think we can do it.
Just watch the video, man.
I have watched this before.
Watch it again. I don't know.
Yo, it sounds like it's like 3 versus 1, and Riggs is outnumbering you guys.
Well, just tell me real quick.
Outnumbering shit. Right.
Have I not understood and re-explained this video that you sent to me already? I know what you guys are claiming. There's a gradient, and when you put the light source
down around the curve, it'll bend around it. I get it.
Hold on. Let's go back to the fucking baseball hitting you in the nuts. All right, think about that. Right. So if the baseball hits you in the nuts, right, that would mean you would have to go down, right, on your knees to where your nuts were before you got down on your knees, right, and you would have to look up, which means now this thing is even further tilted up. All right, because you would have to be down where your nuts were. All right, to be hit in the head instead of your nuts being hit by the baseball. All right. So now that's an even greater angle.
Disappointed
so
in you,
checkmate, man. You just got pwned, all right?
You're only tilted as you.
It's been a fucking while.
Yeah, I'll bet my nuts on it. How about that?
Oh.
Well, I mean, I don't know. You shouldn't be doing that. I mean, because you're gonna lose your nuts, man. I'm telling you.
If he doesn't understand the point, I don't really think you can say that you pwned him.
Well,
I find it funny. You guys think I don't understand the point.
Well, you kind of don't.
It's.
You just said it yourself, man. You got hit in the nuts with the baseball, so I mean, it's even greater angle, man. I don't know what to tell you. I mean,
where am I not understanding the point?
Because refraction doesn't do what you think it does.
I'm gonna be honest.
Which is what?
I'm not even that knowledgeable on this topic.
You should understand.
No,
Lewis has
this.
The reason the sun disappears is because it moves away from you and the light is being bent down, and as a result, eventually it drops out of your field.
Why wouldn't it? Why wouldn't it?
We're
in a medium, right? There's a massive column of air. It's diffracting. It's extincting in the distance. Why would it not?
Because there's no fundamental reason for the light.
You mean that it's not flat, so it wouldn't do that, right? This is what I'm saying. Like, you guys don't. You tell me I don't understand the argument. I'm telling you the argument back to you, and then I'm saying why mine's better and follows Occam's razor. Like, it's pretty basic, guys. I'm not a retardo.
Well,
don't speak too. No, I'm just joking. But
Arma, just hit him up with GPS or something.
I don't know GPS. I don't even know this topic. I mean, I'm barely
just say South Celestial Pole.
Yeah.
That's the only one you guys have.
No, I'm barely. I'm barely flying with this argument. I don't know freaking refraction like that. I know the basics.
Oh, now you don't know refraction.
No,
who the fuck am I talking to?
I
thought you guys were the experts.
Hold on. Okay. All I was saying is that I'm not an expert at this shit. I just kind of picked. I mean, I kind of already knew the basics already, But I will admit though that I could be schooled in this topic. But with that being said, you're not schooling me anytime soon. Right? It ain't happening.
Just were, man. This is like a humble concession.
No, bro.
I think
literally watch the video.
The
video literally says otherwise. If you watch the video, it says otherwise. All right, get the fuck out of here,
dude. Arma, man. Like, honestly, if this video is what really gets your rocks off, it's just not gonna work, dude. I'm sorry.
Explain how
you know what this means? This
man.
video means that you've been beating off to a tranny the whole time and you didn't know. That's what this is.
No, that's not what it means, bro. Okay, listen, all right. Look at the skyline, all right. Just look at the fucking.
The skyline doesn't mean shit, bro. If the air is actually the atmosphere in the medium you're saying, it would dip down with it anyway at a distance. So,
but this isn't dipping down though. This is dipping up, bro.
No, the skyline would go down, right? Because
this is going up though. It's showing up though. Go on.
Okay.
Arma, even Lewis didn't even want to back you.
It's because the atmosphere is not sugar water, right?
Oh my god! I'm not arguing that right now. I'm arguing this the laser thing, all right? And you're arguing that the laser is doing something else.
So how about this? Make a tank that's way bigger, actually follows the curve, and do the same thing. Except don't put the skyline where the glass is. Put it inside.
You're telling me
they're saying the local skyline bends up. They're saying the local skyline bends up like the Black Swan. How the oil rig bends up, and then the oil rig the horizon bends opposite of the fucking oil rig.
Brian, what they're trying to do with this video is pretend like they're proving two things at once. I'm isolating one argument. Your refraction argument is non-exclusive. It sucks, and it's simpler on my demonstration.
No, it's not.
Way simpler.
You say my refraction argument sucks?
Can't be simple.
No.
There's a lot of problems with your version of refraction, man.
Well, you know what? I'm going with
I
the
agree.
PhD and
First of all, it's a laser. I don't agree that the sun's a
Your
laser.
version stinks, Riggs.
But go ahead and tell me why.
Well, as something moves away from you, you would expect it to get lower and lower, right? That's not how refraction actually works.
How would I know?
Well, if you just go with your own theory for how it works, that's fine. But there are tests you could do to determine if the way you think it works is actually correct. And many of those tests,
like, you mean knowing the sun's position?
No, like just having an idea of how you think the refraction's working.
Well, I don't think y'all tested anything 6,000 miles away. And let's be honest about that. Let's be honest about that.
Oh my God!
And you can't compare it to things in the you can't compare that to things in the foreground.
Brian, I want you to know that. Never mind.
Yeah.
So like you think refraction is bending the light down, and as a result,
sometimes.
Right. And as a result, it causes the sun to eventually set, right?
I don't think that. It's bending it up. It's been demonstrated, like I said, by a fucking PhD who went out of his way to show y'all.
Well,
that
not only is it bending the light down, but it's escaping. So it's not like a screenshot. It's moving away.
Anyway, go on.
Right. So your understanding of why the sun is getting lower and eventually appears to disappear behind the horizon, that's due to refraction, right?
No,
it's not.
No, it's both. You can't exclude what? You can't. Okay. It's perspective and refraction.
Oh,
because perspective creates my personal horizon. The horizon isn't a place. It's something to the personal observer.
All right. I thought perspective went without saying.
Well, if you do things orthographically and like in the globe point of view, then no, it's not without saying.
Okay. So you do think, absent refraction, would the sun set?
Absent refraction would the sun set? I guess it would depend on its radiation. I don't know exactly how big it is, how far it is, or its emittance. So I wouldn't be able to answer that.
What would those things have to do with it?
Because it is the source of which we are speaking of.
All right, I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean, Riggs.
Well, how about this, man? Like if I put a spotlight in my living room, I could see it on the other side of the living room. But if I just put like a, I don't know, man, like an LED or something, and I'm an ant, I may not be able to see it because my horizon is taking up the majority of that angle. I'm just saying, if you don't know the size and the distance and how bright the source is, like you're really not talking about much.
Yeah, I don't think you make much sense, man. I think you're hiding behind oversimplifying things.
I think you guys are hiding behind overcomplicating things.
No, look, perspective can only get the sun down to about 15, maybe 20 degrees at best. It takes refraction, but it takes it over a long distance.
Depends on the source.
So fundamentally, you do think refraction is part of why the sun sets?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, I mean, as it goes away, it's setting even without most of the refraction. It's higher in the air. It's still going in that direction. If it's higher in my point of view,
and it'll still set
closer to the horizon. Yeah, it's definitely the light that is more affected by the atmosphere itself. It's going to drag it down.
And so you think the reason the light falls into the earth is due to refraction. It's being bent down to the point where it no longer reaches your eye. And that is what's causing the sun to set, right?
Yeah, it's a combination of both. Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you think that's what's happening, and you think it's also due to the density gradients in the atmosphere, those are things that can be tested.
Oh, I see what you're doing. Shana, you got about to check me.
Those are things that are tested in the Mick West video.
So how do I test the light source that I don't have access to?
You create an artificial density gradient and see how the light behaves in it. And you also see how that
with
light...
a distance and a size.
Well, if you think that the distance may have something to do with it, then this will not test that for you.
I mean, would it not? I mean, you have to kind of know everything about the source in order to understand anything derivative of that, right?
No.
No?
No. You don't have
so
to
then
know.
why do you guys do spectrometry in a fucking lab?
Well, that doesn't tell us what it's spectroscopy, but that doesn't tell us.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's fine. It doesn't tell us like anything about it other than the wavelengths of light that are coming from it. That's the only thing it tells us.
Right, but specifically, why do they do it in a lab setting, controlled setting? So that they can understand everything about what they're studying, right? You do that shit in the sky, millions, billions, trillions light years away, you ain't learning much.
Well, spectroscopy...
I just posted a flat Earth refraction model based on a humidity gradient in Livestream 1. It's flat Earth refraction, works for the sun, the moon. It works for Miles Davis's mountains in the distance, works for all that shit.
Doing spectroscopy on the stars and the sun and whatever is an extrapolation. So they're just saying, look, we see these light patterns in a lab from these elements, and we're seeing these same patterns from these different light sources in the sky, so we think those elements are there. That's all it is.
Okay. I was just giving an example.
Yeah, but they don't know anything about the source of the light. They're extrapolating based on what they know from here.
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Well,
I think they do these things in a lab, and it means something different than it does in the sky. Except a lot of people think that in the sky. Well, that's the thing. You guys pretend like it's not something different, but it's absolutely something different.
Well, until we have a reason to think that it is something.
Well, how about because it's not a controlled setting? How about that? How about the fact that it's millions, billions, trillions of miles away?
Then the only thing to do in that case is to just throw your hands up and say, well, we don't know. We can't go there. So we might as well just say, I don't know.
Exactly. Alleviate yourself of your arrogance, ignorance, and ego and say that shit, that stuff is so far and so fantastical that maybe I can't know everything about it.
Riggs, that same argument applies to your refraction model.
I'm not saying that's the case. I'm saying that it's not exclusive to your globe fantasy.
No. Yours isn't based on anything. Ours is.
What do you mean it's not based on anything? I use the same dumb shit that you guys show me. Look.
No, you explicitly said that you can't know because you can't build a test that's in a controlled setting that incorporates distance into it. You already said you can't do that.
You're the person who just told us it's not 1-for-1 in your demonstration. Why would I want to even try that?
Because if you want to be able to claim that your model is based on something other than just an idea, you need to have a demonstration that backs up the principles in the model.
Just did.
No, you didn't. You're specifically saying that the Mick West thing can't work because it doesn't incorporate distance into it. And you're just turning around and using it.
I just told you what it's based on, dude.
Actually, Lewis.
Distance,
sorry, Brian.
Humidity.
Go ahead,
No,
Brian.
I'm just telling him. He's acting like you didn't even tell him anything. But mine, I done told you it's based on humidity.
Yeah, Brian,
It's
I
based
haven't
on
been
distance,
talking to you
backed
this
up by a
entire time.
PhD. Backed up by a PhD, man.
Yeah, I haven't
What's
been
the globe
talking
mound
to you,
based
Brian.
on? Based on sugar water?
I haven't been talking to you, Brian.
Well, Lewis, maybe you missed that part of the conversation. Maybe you've been listening. I don't know. Maybe you've been in the chat. But I never denied the Mick West thing at all. I just said that I'm not going to comment on the skyline. I think it's not analogous to what we're talking about. I don't think the skyline is similar or even comparable anything to the laser or what he's trying to demonstrate with the laser in comparison to the sugar water. But what I did say is that, yeah, if you have a very dense medium, then that medium is going to drag the light around it if you're pointing up. So that's what he did in the video, and I agreed with it. That's exactly what happens. It's what we see, and yeah, that's what would happen. But also, in a similar medium, if you just point the laser out straight and move the laser outward from that straight position, you get the same fucking effect. So it doesn't matter either way. All I said was that I agree with both, and it's not exclusive. I'm not saying that the medium doesn't exist. I'm saying that the shape is not necessary.
You don't agree with both.
Well, I just did. Did you miss it?
Yeah, I know that you said that, but I don't think that the refraction that Mick West has explained and demonstrated in his video, I don't think you understand that. I think
I do understand it. I'm saying that the shape is not necessary.
I don't think
to get the
you do
same
understand
demonstration.
I don't think you do understand it.
Okay. Well, I've heard that a few times now, but I haven't heard anybody give me a good reason for it. Waiting.
Well, you seem to think that it will make things appear lower and eventually disappear.
Well, it only appears lower if the source is at the same level and is going outward.
Right, and that's something that is not part of the Mick West experiment, his demonstration here. And it's not.
It doesn't matter. It's part of this demonstration in my picture I showed.
No, it's not.
Sure it is.
How?
Yeah, the second head is further away and it's lower. It's the same. It's actually the most simple, like, why would it not be lower? If the light source is getting further away, why would it not be lower? I explained what I understand about the Mick West thing. Nobody interrupted me. And then I explained how it makes sense on this flat earth demonstration. Nobody interrupted me. You said that I don't understand anything. And I said, well, what don't I understand?
I didn't say
and
anything.
I re-explained it again. I know, well, don't understand the Mick West thing. I re-explained the Mick West thing again, and then again and again to like you, Arma, Zanuck. At no point has anyone told me what I don't understand. Zanuck even said I was really smart, but I just don't get it. Okay, well, I'm asking for what I don't get. I'm waiting.
Well, I'm not sure if I can explain it. When light is bent down, like in the sugar water, anybody who is looking back at that light source, it's going to appear higher than it actually is.
On a globe with the light source shooting up.
No. Well, in this fish tank, the shape of this fish tank isn't a globe. The way refraction works fundamentally has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
Okay.
When it's applied to a sphere, then
well, that depends if it's pointing up. Depends on the source, right? If it's shooting up and around.
Let me finish that thought, please.
Okay.
It has nothing to do inherently with the shape of the Earth. But if you take that model of refraction and apply it to a sphere model of the Earth, then you'll start to get things like looming. Does that make sense?
You have to have a sphere to invoke this looming thing.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Well, I mean, sort of like looming beyond the horizon.
Well, what you're saying is that the sun is shooting at an angle that is lower in elevation and from position, like it's below the 0 point. So you'd have to have looming to get around that. I mean, that's what the laser thing demonstrates, right?
Why would you have to have looming to get around the zero degree?
Well, I mean, if it's a laser, I'm not talking about the sun, right? But the sun also, like, it's to get around the physical obstruction. It has to have a, what's the word? I mean, it would have to be looming.
Yeah. To get around physical obstruction, it has to be looming. That's right.
Yeah. So, I mean, I agree with this, but I'm just saying it's not necessary on a flat Earth. You can get a similar effect with the light source just going away. So I'm just saying it's not exclusive. And the fact that I agree to disagree seems to drive you guys mad and say that I don't understand.
Well, you're not agreeing to the right things and you're disagreeing with the wrong things. And
how?
I don't know how to explain it, man. I don't know how to explain it so that you can see.
That is remarkable, Lewis, because you are one of the best arguments for the globe I've heard as far as like the position goes. You've always been concise. You've known stuff that other people don't know, and when you speak, you make your point known. And this is the one time that it's actually, I would consider it to be really fucking simple that you can't make it clear. I find that interesting.
No, it is what it is, man.
That's interesting.
So how do you feel, Lewis, about, because you said refraction, there's nothing about refraction that's inherent to like a globe or whatever have you. You know, the globe has nothing, or, you know, the shape of the Earth has nothing to do with refraction inherently. How do you feel in terms of the coefficient, like the refraction coefficient K, in terms of like McWest and all this stuff, where they basically input the radius of the Earth inside their refraction kind of calculations?
Well, they do that because they're running with the assumption that the Earth is a sphere. And so the change in the medium over a long distance is going to be a function of the change in the Earth's surface. So it makes sense that they do that. But you could also, I mean, I don't know how you would do it because I'm not a mathematician. I don't fundamentally understand the formulas they're using. You could do it with a flat Earth and just not
make the assumption
and not include. Yeah, you just not make that assumption. And you could probably, you could probably make some fairly accurate predictions with that over short distances that are, flat enough.
Same formula.
Over short distances, it probably doesn't matter that they have a radius coefficient in there.
Well, given the extinction of light and, the opacity in the atmosphere and the physical obstruction caused by that, isn't everything like short distances when it comes to this stuff?
Not always.
Like, that's why we have horizons at 3 miles away, 6 miles away, whatever miles away. It's, those are all relatively short distances. And it's not like 200 miles away is the horizon or something, because that's just the nature of our eyesight and light.
Yeah, most of the time I think it is short distances. Like short enough to where it doesn't matter. But occasionally, no, like there are some longer distance ones where the radius value probably does make a significant distance or difference.
I don't know. Yeah, when the light's bending down and the person, like you were mentioning, light bending down in the fish tank or what have you, and you're looking up at the light source, is that looming or is that superior mirage?
That's looming.
What's the difference?
I don't know.
I'm sorry, Lewis, but it's flat, man. Just how it is.
Well, it's fine for you to believe that.
It's flat until it's proven that it's not, and it hasn't been proven that it's not.
I would agree with that.
So it looks like, yeah, no, looming is a type, or a severe mirage is a type of looming. Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm just saying that, you know, the medium is carrying the transit of the sun's image around the curve. You know, whatever the fuck that is. I don't want to use all the different definitions. Like, clearly we know the medium is going to pull it around, it's going to diffuse. So just leave it at that. But I'm just saying that, you know, practical experience tells me that this is not exclusive on either model. And it doesn't mean I don't understand.
What do you think's happening in this image?
Yeah, let me see.
I think Bitcoin's reaching all-time highs.
Oh, is it over 66,999 or something?
68.3 right now.
Oh, so not all-time high.
I believe so. I don't think it's
Oh, yeah, actually no, I think that is all-time high. Yeah.
It might depend on the exchange you look at.
Okay.
They
Lewis.
Yeah.
What do I think is happening there?
Mm-hmm.
That's some marine layer shit. I have no idea. I mean, that looks to be some sort of mirage.
Yeah.
At the densest layer that you would expect it. So. I mean, I'm not sure what you're trying to get out of me.
No, you're fine.
No, I'm actually curious. Like, why did you post that?
Because I'm trying to understand what you think is going on with light and refraction and whatever.
Right.
So I just posted a photo that's kind of unusual and seeing what you think of it.
Okay. You're just trying to dig in my brain a little. All right.
Yep.
Yeah, something like that. I mean, the first thing I think about is, okay, where are they standing? How much zoom are they using? Right. Depending on what their elevation might be, might change what densities you're looking through. Okay. And then ultimately, as I'm looking at this mirage, I think to myself, well, fuck, it's so messed up. I wouldn't even try to claim to know exactly what's happening in this.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah, a lot could be happening there.
Like that's also another thing kind of annoys me, is that I hear people like go back and forth for like 5 hours just about some ridiculous picture that they saw or like a Soundly thing, and I'm just like, no, man. Like I get it if they know where they're standing and they're presenting it to the group and they're actually at the beach taking pictures like live or something, like that's interesting. You know, like some of those live streams I hear, but like just looking at a damn picture and then being proof, that's big ass waste of time in my opinion.
Well, I went to Lake Pontchartrain a while ago, and
you saw the 200-mile Earth?
yeah.
Oh,
okay. And
yeah,
I consider that to be a pretty big waste of my time.
Yeah,
because it didn't compel a single one of you.
Yeah, I mean, because we all agree refraction exists on a flat Earth, so. I mean, unless the Earth is only 200 miles around or something, then, you know, whatever.
I mean, to be fair, none of you really did a angle calculation to figure out if that's a good guess or not.
Well, if the curve is visual, okay, here's the thing, man. It's a 19-mile stretch, right?
No, that's good enough, yeah.
Go on.
Okay, it's a 19-mile stretch. At what point do you see 1 degree of difference, and can you tell that difference? 69 miles. Exactly.
Yes.
Do you hear where I'm going with this?
Yeah, but it's.
We're talking 1/3 of a degree. It's indiscernible. It would look flat either way. The fact that it looks curved and exaggeratingly curved in your point of view,
that's fine,
means that there's so much distortion. It's actually like looking at a toilet that you haven't flushed yet.
No, well, I wouldn't say it's distortion. It's just perspective. It's just perspective.
A toilet you haven't flushed yet?
Yeah, it's just a bunch of shit.
No, it's not. It's not a bunch of shit. That's perfect.
That.
I'm sorry for interrupting, guys, but it's perfectly fine. That checks out with perspective. All right, if you understand how perspective works, it all checks out. All right.
You're cute, Arma. When you grow up, you can be like Zanuck too.
Let me. Okay, can I show you a 3D model? All right, that I did. I mean, it checks out. All right.
All right. Put on your big boy pants. Let's do it, Arma. Let's go.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. I mean, because it's because of how perspective works, all right? You know how you bring something close to your eyes or your face, right? That thing appears really warped, you know, right? Because it's like really
Wait,
close,
which pic?
right?
The one that he posted?
No, I'm just giving you an example right now of just how perspective.
Yeah, I'll wait for it.
You want an actual visual?
Right. I thought you were trying to school me.
I was
I was bent over waiting, and I'm let down.
Well, I mean, yeah, but I was going to give you a pre
I was
argument.
all puckered up and lubed and.
Okay, well, look. Do you want me to give you like? Both?
Give it to me, baby.
Okay, whatever.
Give me that curve.
Let me just pull it up. Point is, because it's so far away, the fronts and backs of those objects, whether it be the bridge or the Earth curve itself, they're both relatively the same distance away from your eye, and so it's going to appear very exaggerated. All right, so let me real fast. What the fuck is this? Is this it? No, that's not it. I'm sorry, I'm wasting you guys' time right now. Hold on. Earth.
I just posted a video on my channel of
nice
19 miles.
Yeah, some of the videos I took when I was out there, and you know, if you can tolerate a lot of me, then there you go.
Where did you Okay, here we go. Okay. Let me real fast screen share, okay? Oh, didn't I make a video for this? I think I made a video for this. Actually, I think you could just watch the video. Hold on. Maybe you should just watch the video. Hold on. Let me do from Arma.
This is an hour and a half of pure Lewis.
Yeah,
all right.
Isn't that funny?
It's there's a lot of me in there.
You know what's even more funny than that is that this is some sort of transit waterway, and the air is often much warmer than the water is warmer than the air because it's like industrial runoff.
It's also a really shallow lake. It's like 16 feet on average the entire way.
Yeah, so
it's going to be warmer anyway.
Wouldn't you expect that
something with a warmer water than the air would have like some ridiculous warping and refraction downward?
No, not really.
No.
Depending, well, it depends on the time of the day and the temperature and everything. But I suppose you might get some. It might be more common to get unusual refraction.
I'm telling you right now, it's just a perspective thing. It literally is just a perspective thing. Look at my video. I posted it. Look at my video.
Ooh.
Look at it.
All right. I'm goatsy all for you, Arma. Let's go.
Yeah. It just looks really exaggerated because of how perspective works, where the farther something is, the flatter it appears from front to back. All right.
All right. What's my altitude?
In this example that I'm showing you?
No, where your camera is.
Wait. In the video I sent, right?
I'm looking at your. Oh, yeah. I thought you were live. I'm stupid. Yeah. There's no context to this whatsoever.
Okay. So in the video, it's just to show this exaggerated curve, all right, on a ball, all right. It looks
we don't see.
Well, no. Well, first off, we do in the Lake Pontchartrain, thing, all right. You literally. Why are you laughing? You literally said yourself. Oh, it's really exaggerated. There's a steep drop, or whatever. Why is it like that? And here I am showing you why it looks like that.
Look, Arma, you're a really nice dude. I have so much empathy for this bullshit that you've bought.
What the fuck are you talking about? Literally watch my video.
I have watched it over and over. It's pretty funny.
Are you seeing, though, the dramatic drop, though? It's a perspective issue.
Yeah, what's your altitude? I agree.
Look, it doesn't matter.
I'm watching it over and over and over again.
But do you see how drastic the drop is, though, once you get to a certain zoom, right?
Yeah, at a high altitude. Yep.
Okay, or it doesn't even matter if you're high altitude. If you look,
I mean, that's how you make your point in the video. So.
No, go to 9. Go to 9. All right, because that's
go to 9. Okay.
Yeah,
go to 9.
You're not that high there. Or let me see.
Oh.
And if you want to play that card, then we can also just join my stream right now. If you want.
You actually just proved what I just told Lewis, that at 19 miles you're looking at a 1/3 of a degree angle change at the other end, which means there's an indiscernible amount of curve.
But no.
So at 9, you're actually looking at basically 3 straight lines, because the curve is so massive because of the radius that it's indiscernible. Like, honestly, if I put straight lines on each 3 of these lines in the video at 9, they'd mostly be straight. Actually, probably almost exactly straight. Indiscernible, like I said.
Wait, what do you mean? What?
Yeah, pause it at 9.
Yeah.
And then put 3 lines where those 3 lines are. Like an actual straight line, a straight edge.
Okay.
And tell me if it's discernible.
You're saying that it bends? I don't.
No, what I'm saying is at 19 miles, curvature should be indiscernible. What I'm saying is it should look flat at 20 miles.
And I'm saying it wouldn't because of perspective, all right? I'm literally saying this is a perspective issue.
Not at all, man.
No, look, you can even prove it, all right? Because, I mean, like, okay. Just, you know what? Look at my stream, or I'm going to screen share.
Okay.
Let me screen share this real fast, all right? It's really mostly a perspective issue, all right? In fact, I think it's like 99% a perspective issue, all right? So let me real fast.
All right, full screen. You got my attention.
Okay. So I'm going to go to this little bridge.
Can't believe I'm doing this shit on my day off.
Yeah, right. Anyway, so I'm going to level myself more or less. Well, actually, I'm like right above the bridge. Let me real fast be like right there. I'm right to the side, right? The bridge is right to my side. All right, anyway.
There you go.
Zoom in. See?
Wait. No. You're zooming in. Don't zoom in.
It's how it is. I mean, you can't see
Don't
the curve
zoom
unless you
in.
zoom in.
You can't. If you zoom in, all you're going to see is refraction and apparent positions.
This is a 3D imaging software. There's no refraction here.
I know. But in this software, you're using a globe. So, of course, you're going to see curve.
Okay.
I'm talking about in real life. If you zoom in,
you're going to see refraction and apparent effects.
Okay, but even in real life, with the linked pontchartrain video or image where it's curving, whatever, that's a zoom. That's zoomed
What altitude
in.
is this?
Riggs, you don't know that your version of reality is correct.
Doesn't matter. I'm proving that this is proof of nothing. Go ahead, Arma. What altitude is this?
What altitude is this?
Yes.
There isn't really a set altitude right now.
Okay,
this.
well, put me at an altitude that is as high as the bridge, for example.
Well, right now I am
stop.
more or less.
Yeah. Okay. So the camera is basically at the bridge level, correct?
Yeah, more or less. Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, I'll accept that. Well, there you go. And no, don't zoom in.
But that's how it is with the image.
Nope.
The Lake Pontchartrain.
I know, because what you're zooming into are refractive effects. If you go ahead and show me,
you don't know that.
Absolutely, I know that. Show me the Pontchartrain image. I'll show you exactly where it's fucked up.
But this isn't refraction though in my program though. This is literally just 3D program. There's no refraction in this.
I know. What I'm arguing is that even in a perfect spherical world, it's indiscernible, which is fucked up for your argument.
No,
it's not indiscernible. It's there.
Actually, indiscernible.
This is.
Thank you, Rakia.
You don't see that curving. You don't see that curving.
Bro, of course you would see curving in your 3D spherical model. Okay. At the furthest zoom. Yeah, like that's not what we see in real life. So
it is what we see.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
It's a computer-generated image.
Hold on.
Yeah,
from
that
Arma.
is not real life.
Hold on. From Arma has image. All right. I mean, because I'm sorry. Maybe I'm going fucking crazy. But we have the fucking Lake Pontchartrain image where it literally dips like a whole lot. I mean, what the fuck is this, man? Look at this. This is.
Wait.
Are you denying
Why
this?
don't you show us that and not this computer?
That's what I'm showing you. I'm showing you that
it's not showing, Arma. It's not showing.
First of all, I don't accept anything from Soundly.
Hold on. Is my screen share? No, it is showing.
You gotta change your stream to like your entire.
I don't accept anything from Soundly. And by the way, the curvature that's actually in this photo is on the left and not on the right. So this is a compilation of many different images. I don't accept his shit. We don't see it anywhere else, and it's not indicative of what we see in reality or what other people even take pictures of.
I went there. It's exactly what I saw. And it does curve in both directions. It just depends on which side of the bridge you're on.
No.
Briggs.
The bridge will curve.
And so do the power lines.
You see what Rakia said? This is a stacked post-production image from multiple raw photos.
Yeah, didn't I just say that?
It's so what? Oh my god.
Hey, what do you know? Do you think I was talking on my ass?
Yeah, you're still talking out your ass. Anyway, but seriously though.
Soundly himself. It's a stacked photo.
Yeah, but I mean
from multiple raw photos.
So does it make it so that magically does a curve just magically appeared there when they stack
Actually no, a curve doesn't magically appear. The bridge is curved. The ground is not. You ever think about that?
The bridge is built the same height above the surface of the water the whole way across.
I disagree with that.
Also, the bridge literally disappears behind the water. Are you trying to say that the water just stops at some point in that image? I mean, we can go back to the stacked argument, but then I'm going to ask you where the fuck does that curve come in?
Well, it probably comes from stacking multiple photos.
Oh, yeah. So that the curve just magically shows up once you stack images.
Yeah, you know why?
Man, just give it some thought. So when you're taking multiple photos, you're taking them over time, right? There's going to be, it's not going to be instantaneous, all these photos all together. So it's possible that in the midst of taking these photos, the temperature and pressure changed such that it showed a curve towards like the higher end.
And it does that every single time.
Okay, hold on.
No, it doesn't do it every single time.
Hold on.
Yeah, it does.
This is still a stupid argument, though, because I've seen literally video, though, of this warped bridge. So are you? So I mean, even if this is a stacked version, there is also video of this. All right.
Yeah.
So is that a stacked video? Is that what that is?
A refraction shows it as being curved.
Hold on, but is that a stacked video? Or I mean,
no.
So then why are you arguing a stack argument? You're kind of just throwing out arguments just to be right at this point.
No,
you don't have a consistent argument.
I argued that as well because there's multiple explanations.
No, there isn't multiple explanations. There's one explanation. Just go with refraction. That's it. Why are you throwing in
refraction
stats
isn't
for?
explained.
We got a new Zanuck, man. That's awesome.
Well, okay. Well, in any case, all right. Let's say it is the atmosphere, right? I'm showing you that you can still get this effect, okay? You know, on a ball, and it adds up. All right. This isn't like some drastic, curving. It's just perspective. All right, being really weird because you zoomed in on something you normally wouldn't really see. I don't know. It's just
if you're intellectually honest, you know that is not what we can discern at the end of that zoom. At the end of the zoom, you can't make anything out clearly.
okay, but there's literally video of it though, so that's what we do see that. All right,
I'm talking about Pontchartrain. I'm not talking about the other
I'm
thing.
talking about the bridge, the Pontchartrain bridge thing. Yeah, talking about the bridge, bro. Me real fast. Hold on. Hold on. From Arma, we do this shit again.
And another thing, when you
Has
stack it up
image.
like that, you might
Yeah.
have different focus
Okay.
at different parts of the bridge.
That's fine, but
So
there's
if you're
video.
Yeah,
stacking-
look at that.
So if you're stacking multiple raw images, instead of it converging into the horizon and kind of getting blurry at the horizon area, he's maybe having those the raws where those back parts of the bridge are more in focus. The parts that would normally
That's
be
the moot
blurry
point,
are more in
though.
focus. So it gives it this appearance like you have in your stream, wherein in reality
stream
it
the
would be
video?
much
Yes.
blurred and much more blurred and
Yes,
hazy.
but it's
at
a
the
moot
horizon.
point because there's video of this, so I don't even care about that explanation because I can still get a video. So let me get the video real
You
fast.
get a video of it looking exactly like you have in your stream.
Yeah, more or less. Yeah.
That crisp.
Yeah. Hold on, give me a second.
I doubt it.
Let me see. Lake Pontchartrain. What was it? Zoomed in. Forgot the last time I watched this, but there's literally a video of it. You never seen it? Like the cars going over it, and the cars look flat as fuck from front to back because of how fucking crazy the perspective is at that point. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see. It's called Lake. This is pathetic, you guys. Come on. Oh my god. Here we go. It's like I think it's Soundly. Yeah, he posted a video of this. Is that what is that? Is that a what is it called again? With the image?
So just post the thing and let's.
Isn't it funny how they can only say that it maybe looks curved at the very end of their zoom?
Here.
Where there's literally you can't make anything out.
Rocky? Hold on, check out my video because now you guys are talking out your ass with fucking shit spewing out your mouth. All right, fucking watch the
stream
video.
Blender. You're streaming Blender.
No, okay. Well, I mean, I posted a video. I mean, you want me to stream the video or?
I'm looking at the video right now and it gets blurry towards the back.
I'd like that.
Okay, well, I posted it in live stream, whatever. But as you can see at the end,
Yeah,
it literally
stream the video, please. You've already got your screen up. I'm already watching it.
Oh, okay. Let me do that.
Just
Change
get it
the-
over with. Just show us the part that you want us to show us. Just show us.
Okay, let's check it out. All right. This is more than just. You can literally see the curve. We're crying out loud. In this video, are you? I
No,
mean,
what
is it?
you see is miraging.
Oh, that's miraging.
Yeah, zoom
Rick,
into
do
the
you-
water.
Well,
Do you
that's
actually think that the curve of the bridge is due to miraging? Do you really think that?
No, I'm not talking about the bridge. Look where the water ends.
Yeah, Riggs, we're talking about whether or not this bridge can show the curvature of the Earth. Are you just going to ignore that?
It's not showing the curvature
It's
of the
not
Earth.
showing the
If it was
curvature of the Earth.
the Earth would be like 200 miles big.
Your grandpa's ass.
What do you think it's doing?
It's not
Nothing.
the curvature of the Earth. If the curvature of
being
the
a
Earth was this
bridge.
pronounced, the Earth would be much smaller than you claim.
No, it wouldn't. That's why I have
Yes, it would.
That's why I have my Blender example. Let me
do
show
you
you my
show the
Blender
waterfall?
example. Look. Hold on. Look
Show me
my
the-
Blender.
Percent.
No. Look at look at my Blender
Do
example.
it.
All right.
Show us the karma. Show us the waterfall that matches that arc.
Hold on. Look at my example. All right. Check this shit out. All
No,
right.
let's look at a waterfalls example. So go get us the live video of a waterfall following the arc curve of the Earth. Please, hurry up.
What?
You
A
know,
waterfall,
It may
when
take
it
me a while.
pours
I
off
have
the
to,
edge,
Guys,
it's supposed
it
to
is
follow
like-
by gravity the
Bam.
curve of the Earth.
All right. This is
It's
where
supposed
this is.
to
All right.
follow the spherical
It's not smaller than anything. Look at that. You seen that? It's just
Earth.
it's perspective. It's perspective. Look at it. Look, that's where it stops curving. That's where it's curving right there, right? But look at that. That's right there. Look at that. That's nothing compared to the entire planet that I have here. You seeing this shit? It's per fucking spective. You noobs. All right, get fucking wrecked.
Well,
Look at it.
he said the Earth would be smaller.
Yeah, and it's
how
not
do you determine
exactly.
that
See,
percent?
yeah,
Because of the distance of like Pontchartrain and the amount of curvature.
Okay,
Yeah,
what
wasn't
is your
refraction.
calculation?
Because
Look at
they're
my
trying to say it's not refraction.
yeah
Then
percentage. And
What's your
look at my model.
calculation percent?
Look at my model.
what's that?
What was your calculation to say that the Earth would be smaller than the claimed radius?
Well, it's supposed to be 1 degree for every 69 miles, right?
Yes. Yes.
Sure.
The
How
deviation
did
here
you
is like,
determine how many degrees that are?
well, I mean, you could kind of
But okay,
have like,
that's
you know,
fine. It looks like that.
Take a still of where it's curving from the apex of the curve, from the
But
apex of that line, and you could kind of judge that
Yeah.
amount.
Now do
And
that.
that's
Do
much
that
more
with
than
the,
1
now do that.
degree.
Sure, but
Yeah,
if you
do it with mine.
compress, if you compress an arc of a small degree, it can look like a huge degree if it's compressed,
Yeah. So
like he's doing right there
Yeah,
when
come on,
looking.
percent.
very
Look at my
close to
thing,
it.
all right? Judge how big my ball is. Now look at this. I zoom out. Bam! It's nothing. Look at that, bro. Look at that. Look, it's just perspective, bro. That's all it is. Look at it. Look, it's
Yeah.
curving so much there. But then
Why,
look, I zoom
why does
out.
your thing hold up? Why does your bridge look so much higher than the one in the video?
What? I don't know. The point. I'm just trying to show you the example that it's not. It's bigger than what it looks. This looks like it ends right there, but then when you zoom out, bam! It's not. There's more to it. Look at that. It's so much fucking more. It's not a tiny planet. It's just perspective. Look at that.
Guys,
You seeing that?
Yeah, perspective might made.
Oh, so you're just gonna ignore my 3D model now?
it's really weak that you guys are just.
I just said perspective
in denial of
might
this.
play a role as well. But
Actually,
you wouldn't-
Rakia
So the planet is small.
posted a
It's just-
great example of what I'm trying to say. Okay, you see that inverted image?
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, when the
It's
the
still curving
beams
before that.
Well, hold on. When the beams start merging into that black nothingness, that's essentially when the air becomes so dense it refracts downward.
Yeah, I don't know about that.
If it would refract downwards, it would make things curve upwards, not downwards as well.
No, that's only if it's the sun going around a curve of a curved Earth.
Holy fucking shit!
Like their brain is actually messed up because they think that the Earth is already curved and that all light happens to loom if it's on the other side. That's just my mind I'd have to break, like just kill me if that's what I thought.
I agree. Your brain's fucked up.
Look at this. I mean, I don't. You guys.
Arma,
Goofy
you keep on
brains.
presupposing the globe, bro.
I'm not. No, I'm not.
Sure,
I'm
it
just,
works with perspective.
There you
on
go.
a globe.
That's all I wanted.
Is that
That's
what's
all I
actually
wanted.
happening?
That's all I wanted. No,
we
that's
don't
all I
know
wanted.
that.
That's all I wanted.
Yeah, okay, well,
No,
stop
no.
presupposing
You
the
made
globe,
the
bro.
claim.
We're
you
talking
made
about
the claim that
actual
it
observation
doesn't work
and
on the globe.
what we have proof of, not just
Well, 'cause-
presupposing shit.
Well, because you claimed that the planet would be smaller, but I'm showing you that's not the case. That's all. That's my whole argument. I'm not saying it proves the globe. I'm just saying that your argument is invalid. Try again. All right.
But listen, maybe, right? Maybe it's like, if we're not taking the refraction argument into it, then it could work on the globe of that size. But I'd rather just stick with what we know, which is that, like, the size of the bridge, the angle that we observe it to be deviating, and that refraction exists, and not necessarily presuppose any globe or any size, like it recorded.
Yeah, just presuppose it's flat.
I didn't say presuppose it's flat. I said go
That's
with
what you're
observation.
doing,
Okay, so
The default is
like,
that
let me-
everything is flat.
No, it's not.
At ground level,
No,
yes, the horizon is flat.
The default is I don't know.
No, the default is that the Earth is stationary and the horizon at ground level is observably flat.
Well, you're welcome to live your life that way.
And then you add in refraction, which fucks that up.
Ooh. Okay, so we have a black swan on one side and a curving bridge on the other, both of which require bending light. How about a fucking measurement without light bending all around? How hasn't anyone measured shit? Like, I'm fucking like young, but like I don't want to be fucking wondering what the fucking shit is for my life.
Well,
so I
look,
could just
man.
measure this.
Well,
You're
the
asking for
Earth is a
huge-
sphere. You can stop wondering.
Oh, that requires
Noah,
faith
you're
in you.
asking
I
for
don't even know
like
who you are.
an observation wherein a huge swath of land is basically a vacuum, and that's not going to happen. So they're never
I
going
don't
to
think-
substantiate the burden of proof in that regard to say
I don't
that's
think
not
living your
refraction.
life
Well,
with
you can
so
try to-
much distrust of your fellow man and the government is healthy. I think that's a very poor way to live your life.
Damn.
Fellow man. Fellow man is indoctrinated. It's not a matter of trust.
Well, you can also try and learn more about refraction and see if they can back up this flat Earth hypothesis that refraction is doing that.
Just real quick, that last thing you said.
I mean,
Black swan, but
according to how refraction works,
there's a black swan and a bending bridge. So both sides are going to claim refraction. Therefore, we can't use this visual. Like we're arguing over like bullshit because sides are just going to say the light is bending.
That's what I'm saying is you can stop. I mean, refraction is complicated and messy. And you can just say, stop right there and say, well, now I can't trust any of them because they're both claiming refraction. Or you can look into what we know about refraction and see if both claims can be made. And what you need for that curvature to be on a flat surface being caused by refraction is a gradient index of refraction that keeps getting higher with altitude. And now you go and measure how the index of refraction changes in the atmosphere, and you're going to see that it's the opposite. So they can't claim refraction is making that. It doesn't back up their hypothesis.
No, Bacon, Noah had it right. Going the optical route is a non-starter, because even if you're going to try to take refraction data throughout the optical corridor, it's basically impossible. You're going to have some sensors like temperature and barometric sensors all throughout this optical corridor, both horizontally and vertically, like ideally every meter or so. It's very unfeasible. The thing that we need is just a tangible straight line. If we have a tangible straight line, we can compare that to water level or any other sort of level, and boom, that's it. But you can't even make a tangible straight line on your fucking Earth.
That's what I'm saying. It's just circle jerking. Everyone's talking about these optical illusions all the way at the horizon. Like there should just be like a concrete way where we can finally put this to rest. Like some sort of like this is just gonna go on forever if we don't come up.
It'll
with
go on forever for you.
Ooh. Well, you're here with us, so I mean,
I'm here with you right now in this moment.
And yeah, exactly. And I am here too. And
for how
you're gonna
long?
be here more, so I don't know.
Yeah, but you're the one that has this conundrum.
No, stop projecting, Lewis. You don't even know yourself. You've just been convinced of poor evidence.
The Earth is a sphere, dude.
You don't know that.
I do.
You don't have definitive evidence beyond reasonable doubt. And if
I absolutely
challenge you to
you
present
flat
it.
earthers don't either. So
I just want to know without having faith in some other dude.
The thing is,
that's why you'll hear me and Jeremy and a couple of others.
Evidence
maybe
beyond
always
reasonable doubt only works if you are reasonable.
That's great. So that's
Well,
why
Lewis, you've also been here for.
There's like that. We need a tangible straight line. We need to make a straight line, like an actual tangible thing that we can compare it with. That's where it ends.
I'm trying to do, man. That's what I'm trying to do because like I don't want to be like I'm only 19 now, but like holy shit, like I can't even spend another year on this shit.
Yeah, so don't.
Damn, it's not that big of a deal, man.
I think the shape of the Earth is a big deal as how big the fucking Earth is. Like, what do you mean it's not a big?
I mean,
deal?
like at 19. I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, I can understand if you're arguing for like 5-10 years, but I mean, come on,
it's just where you live. Doesn't mean anything. Your life doesn't mean anything. Nothing
That's
means
what I'm
anything.
saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, oh, it's not a big deal. It's like this could be the biggest deal.
Maybe I worded it wrong. I didn't mean it like that. It's just because you brought up. Never mind. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean.
You just made it seem like, oh man, 19. Like I want to get this shit done. Like now, like I don't know. Like it made it seem like you've been arguing this shit your entire life. I don't know. It just made it really seem like it was dramatic or some shit. Like
I'm traumatized. I don't want to be I don't want to be fucking QE, man. I don't want to be arguing this shit for the rest of my life. Like I want to put this to bed already.
Well,
I think we all
you
share
should
that
probably make peace with what you believe, because otherwise you'll be arguing it.
Yeah, by make peace, like just don't stop believing because it's dead. All right, flat Earth is done.
What are you talking about, Lewis? You're like implying that you've made peace with it, and you were arguing literally 10 minutes ago with Riggs for
that
like
doesn't
an hour
mean I'm
straight.
not at peace with what I believe.
Okay, so why are you trying to make it seem like it's a globe?
Well, he's obviously not at peace.
Why can't we know?
But you are?
Why do we have to believe?
Yeah.
Holy fuck. That's my point. Why do we have to believe? Why do we have to Why can't we know? Why do we have to always be like, oh, believe this, believe that? I want to fucking know, like, squared, like, definitive.
See? Does he sound like he's at peace to you?
Lewis, you
He's not
contradicted
at peace.
yourself, bro. He said, I don't want to be arguing about this. Then you said, in response to that, as an answer, you said, then make peace with it. The implication there is that if you make peace with it, you won't be arguing about it. And yet, you claim to have made peace with it, and you were just arguing about it. Do you understand the contradiction?
Well, he's using the term argue in a different way than I am. And in a different way than you are. For him, it's a genuine conflict that needs solving.
This is a whole conversation.
For me, it's something fun to do when I'm bored.
So there you go, Noah. Just have fun with it. That's the answer.
Well, that won't help him. He's looking for real answers.
But Lewis has only been in this for 7 years, so he might give it up soon.
No, not 7. But I all the same, the point still stands.
Even went to one of those early flat Earth
Way,
meetups.
he needs to make peace with it.
You went to a flat Earth meetup. You were there hanging with all the flat Earthers, debating with the ODD and all the guys.
No, I didn't debate with ODD. I just met him.
Well, I know, but you were there. Well, I remember you were talking to some people. I remember the video, but yeah.
Yeah. There was a video?
Oh, yeah. That was all live streamed and stuff, yeah. Because I knew who you were back then, and I remember, like, people were like, oh, this globe earther Lewis showed up, and he loves flat Earth and everything, so I remember it.
Well, I mean, you guys are, like, the way you live your lives is, it embodies a very... It embodies...
fantastic.
It embodies a
we represent
specific
humanity
aspect
so well.
Of the
so
human
well.
struggle.
Hold up, Merlin. Let him finish what he's saying.
I was saying flat earthers like embody a specific aspect of the human struggle.
Do I really want to listen to Lewis right now?
No, that's
Do I really want to listen to Lewis right now?
I was pretty inspired by the human struggle, man. I don't know.
I mean, I want to hear Lewis talk about the bus, but I don't want to hear him tell me about the Earth.
Well, Lewis,
I'm
earlier you were
Fucking
trying
hell,
to just disparage us and saying, oh, it's such a terrible way to live, to think people are lying. But here's the thing. Let's say you were dating a girl and you just started dating her and everything's going great and everything. And then you find out, like, somebody comes to you, a friend or whoever, and they're like, dude, I have all this evidence that she's a cheater. She's cheated on this guy and that guy. We got pictures, we got phone calls, text messages, whatever. Would you rather just put a blindfold around your eyes and say, nope, I think it's all good. She's not a cheater, not at all. Everything's great. Or would you want to be, quote unquote, woke to that fact?
Woke.
A lot would depend on that. I think a better...
Well, just to finish, I would just say my analogy is that you make it sound like it's so terrible to think people are lying. To me, it's been profoundly liberating because I can see through the Decepticons. I can see through their lies, and I can be free myself, knowing that they're lying.
Hell yeah!
It's actually, I don't know why it's a Decepticon.
Yeah,
it worked.
Well, I feel like it's not actually liberating.
It is for me. I live every day in absolute bliss knowing this.
Nice.
Literally every single day. It's better and better. It's amazing.
Seeing through the fake news, especially with what's going on right now.
I think what it really does is the implications, if your beliefs are true, are massive. They're absolutely huge. They're world changing.
Yes.
And that makes all of the problems in your real life seem very small comparatively. And I think that's really what you're getting all the satisfaction from.
Yes. Well done.
And also, the Earth is observably motionless, and the horizon is flat at ground level.
How is something observably motionless if you're on it?
I mean, I observe it not moving when I walk around. I don't know about you.
With the
how is it different from it moving with you?
I'm hauling ass through the universe. I don't detect a thing.
The other thing, Lewis, is it's not really about who's lying. I mean, I'm already aware people lie. I mean, I'm the medical situation, the food situation. I mean, there are massive deceptions going on multiple levels. But when it comes to the Earth, it's not about like, oh, that my fixation is that the government's lying. To me, I'm interested in what the Earth is. I mean, to me, there's something very spiritual. There's something very spiritual. Oh man. Okay. There's something very spiritual about it. There's something just being aware of what life is, what reality is, what the creator is, all of those components and what that represents to me. To me, that is priceless, literally, and is profound to be able to tune into that. So I'm just saying I'm much more interested in what nature is and what the Earth is, rather than the fact that people are lying. Of course, people are lying. I mean, that's not a big boundary.
All right. Well, I mean, it sounds like you have made peace with this, so you're all right.
He is all right. Fruit of the loom, Lewis.
I don't think that's something I would be able to make peace with, though. If I believed what you believe, I don't think I would make peace with it.
You'll be okay.
So you're saying if you were a stronger person, you'd be a flat earther?
No.
Or at least more of a globe skeptic?
No, I'm not saying that at all.
It sounds like you're just not courageous enough to kind of take that stance and, question it enough that will kind of rock your paradigm.
I have no reason to think that the Earth is flat.
Get a globe one day, Lewis, and just smash it on the ground. It'll feel good.
Will it?
Just do it one day.
Mm.
And maybe yell
It'll
a
be
little bit.
It'll be
do it.
cathartic.
So
Yeah,
Lewis,
cathartic.
And then save the sticker on the bottom of it.
So you would agree that if this is true, then actually we are the ones that are in the upper position, if you will. I don't know why I said it that way, but we're kind of in the actual, the
Optimus Prime position.
Yeah, we're actually in the elevated position by knowing the truth, being aware of it, and already working to integrate it into our minds, into others, and trying to work with it.
Yeah, sure, but that's not. That's an acknowledgement without any meaning. If anybody who holds a set of beliefs and those beliefs are actually true, of course they're in a better position because of it.
Okay, so the disparaging comments you were making is more just if this is false, then you can point your finger and say that we're fools and that we're whatever, that we're, I don't know, fixating on lies or something that you thought was bad.
No, it's that if the beliefs you have are true, it means that virtually everybody you meet are either stupid or lying.
Yeah.
No. No.
I would say stupid, but ignorant for sure.
Yeah, gullible, innocent.
Wise.
Deceptible, like we all are.
Yeah, and that's not bad. That doesn't say anything about them. It says more about the power that indoctrinated them with propaganda in the first place.
Yeah, that is something that you can hold in your mind for people that you don't talk to. But if you talk to people and try to convince them of your ideas, you will have to accept the reality that they are either stupid or lying.
Well, I personally don't think anyone's stupid. Yeah, I don't think they're stupid. I have friends that are very intelligent, ones that were in my graduate school and that are very aware of cosmology. I mean, they're all like Copernican, heliocentrist people, but I wouldn't label any of them as stupid at all. In fact, they're very, very intelligent people. But they do
use the word unaware, maybe.
Yeah, and I have brought this up to some of them, and it's been a mixed bag. Some of them react in a way that is like, completely deny it and say no, NASA and the globe Earth and all the rest of it. Others are open to it, even though it's ironic because at the graduate school, we're studying a lot of these ancient cosmologies and Buddhism and Hinduism and a lot of these and the ancient Vedic texts and Sanskrit and so it's ironic that the cosmology rooted in a lot of these ancient traditions are a planar stationary Earth, but anyways, my point is that I don't think they're stupid. Perhaps unaware, perhaps haven't looked into it, perhaps cognitive dissonance processes. I mean,
it's easier to hook up with a smart girl than a dumb one.
The reason I say what I said that they would either have to be stupid or lying is because anybody who you talk to, like me, for example, what do you think? Right? You think you're smarter than me because you've been able to figure this out. You've been able to suss out the reality of the world. And I have bought into everything. I'm not clever enough to see through it. Whatever it is that you've got, I don't have it.
Right? You specifically, Lewis, between stupid or lying, I think you're lying to yourself.
See, there you go. Right.
I think if the reason that you can't think about this more or come to terms with it for fear of not being at peace with yourself is because, like, you know that maybe there's more to it. You know that there isn't enough evidence for the globe, and just for the sake of your sanity, you're choosing to go with it anyways.
No, there is more than enough evidence for the globe.
Wait, what's
evidence? One piece of definitive evidence?
I mean, that's not really the point of the conversation at the moment.
Yeah, but it is the baseline, right?
Yeah, which I already have. So.
Wait, so can we digress?
Let me give one. The coordinate system.
What's up, Noah?
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. I thought you had something to say there.
No, that wasn't me.
Oh.
Whoever said...
I heard someone asking for the evidence. I said, I'll give you one, and I mentioned the coordinate system.
Yeah, that's not a good one because you don't have the direct measurements of distance in the southern hemisphere, if you will.
Everything they tried to tell us, we threw back on them to prove the flat Earth. Almost everything they've tried to bring a long time ago as a globe proof wound up being a flat Earth proof. The devil's always been in the details. But what flat Earthers have is a special ability to see through bullshit just instantly.
I don't know about that.
And we see the lunar lander, and it's all we need to see. We see a guy on the moon hopping around like a fucking rabbit, and his legs snatched up behind him, and we automatically detect the bullshit, and then our minds open. But some people refuse to look at it. It's insane, dude. Some people are, the majority of people are gullible, man. Let's face it. The majority of people.
Brian, you actually,
flat earthers have
right.
ability.
I agree.
I agree. You're right. Yeah, for real.
No. I agree with what
Go ahead,
Brian's saying. Well, I agree because I would say that there's just different forms of intelligence. Like there's creative intelligence, there's logical, intellectual, sort of mind state intelligence in terms of like the ability to.
Internet Explorer, do you want to do it?
There's emotional intelligence, and then I also think there's like a form of, let's say, deception intelligence or some capacity to be aware of deception. So just because somebody might have a very, very high intelligence in one category and perhaps not as high one in another.
Like they're very trusting, you're saying.
Right. I mean, Brian just made my entire argument for me.
I don't know what you guys talking
Brian's
about.
right, man. There's a lot of things you guys tout as globe proof are actually like flat Earth proof. Like one is LIGO. If you guys untangled that clusterfuck, LIGO is more of a flat Earth proof than it is a globe proof.
Hold up. I didn't hear this one. Can we go through that? We discuss LIGO.
Yeah, so LIGO, you have
besides that,
4
man, I went down
arms.
with a fucking auto lever 3.5 years ago and got a straight line, and they said, no, you were shooting your way around the globe. I'm like, and then they show me math, like they offer me math to prove that I was shooting my way around the globe when I was laying out a flat line down the coast. And that was a long time ago because I wanted to know for myself. I seen the bullshit, and I'm like, at the very least, I'm being shown some bullshit with the moon landing and all that shit, but I want to see this. So I measured it. They said that I'm shooting my way around the globe, so I looked into it and quickly realized, that they're just giving equations of math to translate my straight line into curvature. So people get locked up in the math thinking it proves things, and it doesn't. It doesn't prove things. It's a way of modeling shit. So yeah, it is hard to prove it 100%, whether it's flat or a globe. That's why what he said earlier about Jeremy and him, and I think Geo like trying to come up with a way to lay out a straight line. But I think I got an idea if y'all want to hear it.
Yeah, I want to hear that
Yeah,
idea.
please.
I want to hear it right now.
Yeah,
I mentioned it the other day. But okay, so we lay out we start water surface and we elevate up, let's say, 10 feet, and we what we do is we lay out, let's say, 3 miles, a 3 miles flat lake, and then we lay out reverse Earth curvature. We put a bunch of stakes sticking up about 10 feet or so, 3 miles long, elevating at the very end. Yes, 6 foot, and then we do one upside down. We do one reverse Earth curve. So we put these lines together against the water to see. So we kind of stack the hold on a minute. Hold on.
I think Estrella, you got a hot mic, Estrella.
Oh, why the fuck am I unmuted?
Yes.
Sorry. Oh, oops.
Right. So we lay out a straight line, and then we what we think is a straight line, and then we do reverse earth curve above it, and then earth curve below it. So they should mirror each other. The one above and the one
How do you
below
get the
should be
straight
exact
line?
mirroring. But it's what we, like I said, what we think to be a straight line. In other words,
Are you
if
talking about a
what we
physical
think to
thing?
be a straight, hold on, let me finish. If what we think we're laying out is a straight line, then the top and the bottom will mirror each other. But if it's not straight, then the reverse, the one at the bottom will have extra curve. You see what I'm saying? If we do a line like a mirror image of earth curve, in other words, we lay out a 3-mile line curving 6 feet up at the end, going up, and then one going down, then the one at the bottom is going to have extra curve to it because it's going to have earth curve. And in other words, if they don't mirror each other, then it's a globe pretty much. Now we might have to go a little further than 3 miles, but they would, if the baseline is flat, the one in the middle, then they'll mirror each other perfectly. The one with the 6 foot at the end going up, and then the other one underneath with the 6 foot going down. So they'll mirror each other perfect. But if the line we think is flat is also curving 6 foot, then the one above it and below it won't mirror each other. See what I'm saying?
Is this line a physical object or something like that?
Yeah, how are we gonna build
Yeah,
this?
we're gonna have to put up stakes to represent the top. Just spread out about every 50 foot or so. And somebody mentioned putting lights at the top of them, to get a visual too.
Mm.
But I'm not sure I agree with that. But we all probably had that idea.
So what kind of line is it? Like fishing line?
No, just a line of stakes basically. Every 50 foot, the top of the stake. Our initial line is every 50 foot. The top of the stake is I lay it out with auto level, just 3 miles. It doesn't take that
you're
long
going to
to go
observe
straight.
this line with optically, right?
No, we're not. What we're going to do is after we lay out that line, I'm going to call it a flat line. Globers are going to call it a globe line because it's basically going to be exactly, let's say,
level.
five
level.
foot above the water, right? I call the water flat. They call it curved. Now, right above that 5 foot, let's say 6 foot, just a foot above it, we put stakes right next to the other one and like a foot higher. Reverse earth curving it. In other words, at the end of my second line that's above the first one, it's just a line of stakes basically. The top of the stake represents your elevation, but at the end it's going to be 6 foot higher, so it's going to be curving up instead of down. And then 1 foot underneath it, we're going to lay out a line showing earth curve. So I'm assuming the middle line is flat because it flows with the water perfectly. If they mirror each other perfectly, the top and the bottom, with my upward earth curvature calculation and my downward earth curvature calculation, if they mirror each other perfectly, then that middle line is level. If they don't, if the middle line is already curving 6 foot, then the one underneath it is going to be 12 foot of curvature in reality, right? And so the top and the bottom ain't going to mirror each other. You see what I'm saying, kind of?
Yeah, but I don't know, because it still seems like you're falling back on optically kind of comparing these lines with each other, right? And that introduces refraction when you're optically comparing.
The stakes are going to be there. All we have to do is check the measurements from like the top of the 6 foot back about 100 feet, and within reason, and do physical measurements.
Yeah, maybe I'm.
The angles.
I was just gonna say maybe I'm missing like a key part where you have a tangible straight line. If you have like a diagram or something like that of it, that would be really good.
Yeah, let me one more try.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so all right, so pretend I'll just go every 10 foot with a stake. The top is 5 foot above the water. Okay, to us, it's 3 miles long. It's a dead straight line to us. To the Glovers, it's curving down at the end with the water. Right.
Yes,
to
it's
us,
level.
the water's flat. 1 foot above it, we start. We start at the beginning, and we put stakes right next to the ones we just did, and we at the end it follows Earth curve backwards. So the stakes are literally going to be there. So it's not an optical line; it's literal stakes that at the very end are 6 foot higher. So we're saying that it's reverse Earth curve, and then right below it, I'm kind of saying the same thing, but right below, we'll just add more stakes. But right below the line, so there's 3 lines: a flat line, a reverse Earth curve right above it, and an Earth curve representation below it. So you're gonna have 3 lines altogether. So the question is, so if we have a reverse Earth curve right above it and a 6 foot drop under it, if the middle line is perfectly flat, the top and bottom line will mirror each other. So if you measure back about 50, 70, even 100 feet, you'll have a certain angle. It'll mirror each other perfectly. Anyway, yeah, I'll try and make a diagram to visualize it.
Yeah, that'd be really good. I'm not sure where I lost you, but like I understand that every 10 feet you have a stake that's 5 feet above the water, and then you said 1 foot higher you have another set of stakes. I take it to mean as like 1 foot farther, kind of like in that 10 feet instead of
higher up. In other words, the only thing
90.
that means anything at all, is the top of the stake. The level with the top of the stake is the only thing. You could run a string line, at the top of each stake, if they're that close. You wouldn't really have, just to visualize it. So the first one would be just a dead straight line, about 5 foot above the water, and yeah, just picture a dead straight string line.
Well, it wouldn't be straight yet, right? That's what we're trying to straight versus curved.
Well,
we still don't know. It'll be level, right?
Right,
and both sides would
right.
agree
That'd
that they
be the
would
baseline.
level stakes.
They'd claim that it's curving with the Earth. We'd claim that it's flat with the Earth.
Of course, but we both agree that they're level. We need the other one to compare against, right?
Now 1 foot above it, we do the same thing, but every stake at the beginning is going to be 1 foot above, but it's going to gradually be 6 foot higher at the end. We're going to flip Earth curve upside down, and we're going to have it. So at the end, your string line is going to be 6 foot higher over 3 miles. Ain't it 6 foot of curve over 3 miles?
You lost me at this part.
6 foot of drop.
The reverse Earth curve part is where you
so instead of dropping down 6 foot at the end, after you get 1 mile, it's going to be 8 inches higher than the first one. After 2 miles, you're going to be 30. Your string's going to be 32 inches higher, and after 3 miles, at the very end, you're going to be 6 foot higher. You see what I'm saying? It's reverse Earth curve. Then we do one more, and we do that with the Earth curve. So we're assuming that first one is flat. They're assuming that it's curved. Now, so if we have a reverse Earth curve and an actual Earth curve laid out, and they mirror each other perfectly, then that means the line in the middle is actually flat if it's a perfect mirror. But look, if you got one bending with Earth curve and then another one, that's just going to be double Earth curve. You see what I'm saying? So they're not going to match. They're not going to mirror each other. But I don't know, man.
You might be on something.
Yeah, it could work.
I think
if we had to go further.
Yeah, I think the kind of biggest issue, and biggest potential issue, would be how you're mirroring them, like towards the end when you're comparing them, and you're going to be optically comparing them, mirroring them, right? And that's it opens up the door to refraction and gives them that kind of out if it's not showing us showing them what they want to see, or vice versa.
No, we could measure back there. We could actually measure back. We could measure the angle from the top of the bottom one.
Dude, you need to make
to
a
about
diagram.
100 foot. Yeah, I know, but one more thing. We could use a theodolite or a laser or a tape measure but it'd be better to just measure an angle and like 50 foot back, 70 foot back, 80 foot back. In other words, they're not going to have the same rise or slope if one of them is double the drop. If the Earth is curving, the one on the bottom is going to have double drop. You feel me? Anyway, I'll do a diagram.
But that's not how curvature works.
You know you're leaking.
Oh, sorry, I was. Yeah.
Yeah, curvature doesn't work that way. That's not how it works at all.
Yeah, I would have to.
It
agree
would if
with
the ground was level, or if it was over water. Calm water.
No, you could just use a water level tool. I mean, no need to have the water be calm or not.
I did that. They said I was shooting. I used an auto level and went down the beach here in Florida, and they said that I was shooting my way around a globe. That's what they say about every planar survey. All the topological data is all from 100 foot, 50 foot at a time, 200 foot at a time, just tedious shit. Everybody around the world, it's state planar surveys. That's where all the topological shit comes from. They throw the math on it, okay? And so if you could throw the math on it and make a globe and then use the measurements to try and prove a globe, but that's ridiculous.
What did you do exactly with the water level?
Wait. Why don't we just go to LIGO with a water level and just walk around LIGO? And just
they won't let me on that bitch, man.
You literally know what that would be like. The easiest way to do
They
it.
literally
They
won't
claim
let-
LIGO is straight.
They
just
literally
go to
won't
that
let me
mapping
do
that's
it.
straight and have a water level and compare it.
They won't let me.
Yeah, bro. If you could go to LIGO and just get a water level, that would be game over. They could completely prove the roundness immediately.
We
And just let some
they'll
people
never
get
won't.
water and walk around LIGO.
They wouldn't let me. They told me I couldn't. They literally told me no.
They'll never do it.
Yeah, because there's so many other ways.
I don't know about never. I'm gonna try a slick way. I'm just gonna let a little time pass by and just act like I'm doing something else. I'm not gonna give up just for them saying no.
No, Brian. I meant they will never, like within LIGO, the building, they'll never hold a water level to that tube that they claim is going straight in that 4-kilometer arm and show that they're the same.
You got 4 miles of
Spirit level. Spirit level. I don't think will show that delicate of a drop. It
water
might, but I don't. I mean, a spirit level.
If you had a water level, and
yeah,
you went
water
to
level.
LIGO,
Yeah. That's what we need. A water level. That's what I plan to bring. That and a laser.
a water
I need
level
3
tool
points.
and LIGO, that'd be easy as fuck.
Like I told you, Noah,
It would be
LIGO
easy,
is a
bro.
flat Earth proof.
Somebody sees it like I'm seeing it. It'd be so easy. All we need is one at the middle, one at the beginning, one at the end, next to the canal, and man, it would be easy. It wouldn't take freaking half a day.
Do you have 4 kilometers of tubing?
No, all I need is to run a stretch from the canal. All I need is like 50 feet or like 70 feet from the canal to the to LIGO at the beginning, and then just pick it up and move it down from the canal to the middle, and then from the canal to the end. It's just 170-foot water level. That's all I need.
Noah, you got a hot mic. We can hear you typing.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
No problem.
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand what that would show.
It would show if LIGO is level with water or not.
How long of a water level do you have? Brian, how long of a water level do you have?
I think the canal's like 70 feet away. I don't really have. I mean, I could make one. I used to have a homemade one. You know, 'cause that's the trade I'm in, concrete level and shit. But you know, I'd probably get a good one. But I think it's 70 feet or 50 or 70 feet from the canal. But the canal doesn't even have to be. I don't have to chop all the bushes down. All I do is let's say the base of the concrete that the tubes are sitting on, or
We need to go to
if I went to the
LIGO.
middle of the tube even. all I have to do is pick a benchmark. I could do the middle of the middle of the tube at the beginning, and let's say I'm 15 foot above the water, okay, above the canal. I just mark that, then I go to the middle. If I'm 15 foot to the middle of the tube, above the canal in the middle and at the end, then that shows that that it's level with the canal. So it couldn't possibly be. That means the canal couldn't possibly.
I'm gonna take a pilgrimage
be
to
curving
LIGO.
because they wouldn't have line of sight. They wouldn't have line of sight with the laser.
Like
Wouldn't
how
that just
Jews
show
go
that
to Jerusalem and Islam goes to Mecca, I'm going to LIGO with my water level. I'm gonna make a religious retreat to LIGO.
Wouldn't that just show that the arms are not at the same elevation as the water?
What state is LIGO in? I'm gonna go there with a water level.
It's Louisiana, Livingston, Louisiana,
Yeah.
a little bit north
Brian,
of
wouldn't-
New Orleans, where I used to live.
Yeah. Brian, wouldn't that just show that the arms are the building part is just at a different elevation than the water?
Well, it would tell us if it was at a different elevation, and if so, how much of a different elevation. It would tell us if it had line of sight. Okay, let's say if it wound up being level with the canal. If it winds up being level with the canal, let's just say what I think is going to happen, and a lot of other people, we think it's going to be level with the canal from beginning, middle to end. And if that's the case, the canal cannot be bending with the earth because they wouldn't have line of sight.
Wouldn't they just grade the foundations higher than the canal?
That's another possibility. If it was a grade, it could be flat or curved. If it's a steady grade, it'd have to be a steady grade. It couldn't be a curve because once again, they wouldn't have line of sight. It could have a grade and it work on flat or a globe, which is another possibility. But I think it's going to be level with the canal. I think that's why they put the canals there, in my opinion. They think the canal's bending. So when they wrote up the survey, they wrote it up as earth curve, because they think water's curving. So if you match the canal because they have on paper the canal curving, then it's going to wind up level because we know the canal's level. That's what I say. Like, you can't use the math to prove a globe because they're just taking flat measurements and saying that it's curving. So if you follow them curved measurements, in reality, it's flat. So it doesn't prove it either way.
But isn't one end of the arm higher than the other? It's got more.
Who wants to go to LIGO with me?
Once again, on paper, yeah, because if you think the Earth is curving, then that's how you're going to have to draw it up on paper. Even if the canal is level, though, Brenda, if you think it's curving, you're going to draw it on your maps and whatnot as curving. So you could do that with a flat canal, and then you'd have to follow the curvature to have the right elevations to match the canal, which is in reality flat. You see what I'm saying? It could be curved. I'm not saying for sure that it's flat. I'm saying that it's equal chance that it's flat. As good a chance it's flat as it is curved. In my opinion, it's more likely flat. The math or the survey, the numbers won't tell us anything until we get out there and double check.
So what I'm hearing is, if we go to LIGO with a water level tool, this debate is over. No more fussing around.
Possible. Very, very possible. But if it's a slope,
I'm sure
then they'd have line of sight on the globe also.
A laser goes straight in a vacuum.
Noah.
So the water level will either go straight with it or curve away from it.
Yeah, Noah. If we held the water level against that tube with the laser, and we saw that they were the same, they would say, "Yeah, LIGO. They were just lying, but it's still a globe."
They'd have to say I was lying, but I would video it, I wouldn't go there without being prepared to document it thoroughly. But here's the thing.
Brian,
I thought it was a triple. Here's my point. My point is this. It's them mirrors are hanging on triple pendulums. If the pendulum is hanging 90 degrees, a true plumb pendulum, then the tubes have to be they have to be horizontal, don't they? Otherwise, the perpendicular lenses that are hanging like a pendulum wouldn't work.
You don't have that much precision on tell whether or not it's perfectly perpendicular, and like the tiny deviation from vertical there across the distance that LIGO has is, I mean, it's a very big margin of error there.
Yeah. So in other words, the mirrors aren't necessarily perfectly plumb. It wouldn't be much. It'd be a speck to change the angle. But there's a good chance though that it's a slope. In that case, it would be a waste of time. I mean, not really a waste of time. We'd know that it doesn't improve it either way. But if it's a slope, then it could have line of sight on a globe. It just couldn't be perfectly horizontal unless it was in other words, you could have a slope. There's a lot of circumstances and a lot of different slope variations where it would work on a globe or a flat Earth. But like I said, I'm pretty sure that shit's level with the damn canal. It can't be curving, but it can be sloped.
While there's a break, Noah, can you put yourself on mute while somebody else is talking? Because we can hear you typing at the same time.
Yeah, who's hot micing like that?
It's Noah. I'm sure he's probably not aware, but Noah, if you can just put yourself on mute during that.
Sorry
time,
about that.
awesome. It's all good. No worries.
Y'all see what I'm saying though? And if it's level with the canal, it can't be a globe, because if it's level with the canal, the lasers would not have line of sight if that canal is bending. If it's sloping, it'd work on both. Y'all see what I'm saying?
Yeah, LIGO is. If I go to LIGO with a water level, I can definitively either prove or disprove whatever fucking shape. This is a game killer. Thank you for giving me this idea, because I'm actually I'm gonna make a mecca in my lifetime to LIGO.
We could sneak on that bitch at night, maybe.
Yeah, no, you can't. I wouldn't try. I would recommend that you don't try that.
Yeah, I think it would be very bad.
You'll be
What
met
exactly?
by military. You just can't do that. That's a government facility. You just cannot go in there without requesting way in advance. This is what we're gonna do. This is what we want to do, and they aren't accepting such requests. And if you try and sneak in there at nighttime, you're gonna be met with force. They have.
You know what? I didn't really hear it with my own ears though, man. They told me that they called. They had been in contact with them. It was over at Jose's channel. I think it was Blue Marble Side, and they said that we don't have. It could have been because of the bug going around. This was about 6 months ago during the thick of it, and I think that could be what it is. So instead of making a stink, I'll just let a little time pass by, and I'm gonna try and just go there instead of calling. I'm gonna go there and tell them, show them this is all I have to do, and and I'm just gonna try and do it at first instead of ask for forgiveness instead of permission. It's not like a huge deal, but
yeah. You can ask for forgiveness from behind bars. You can ask for forgiveness from behind bars.
No, I don't think there's any no trespass signs or nothing like that. It's just I think it was I think the place might have been closed down, and like I said, I didn't hear it with my own 2 ears. I just had a relay. I didn't find out if we could or not, and they said no. And I know they had been in contact with it, but I think it was because of the bug at the time. I think the whole place was closed at the time. So that I'm not it's a small chance.
You know what?
Not that big of a chance.
Actually, you know what? I'm thinking it might end up being a net positive if you went.
A what?
I'm thinking it might be a net positive if you went unannounced.
I'll tell you this, Brenda. If I get there and the middle is lower than the canal, and the damn ends are higher than the canal, then it's a globe. I very seriously doubt.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to tell from the outside though, because you you landscape the outside. You're not going to be able to tell from the outside.
Just big enough where it'd be a hell of a good argument though. You could argue that you would have the angle like a foot each direction if the tube is at least 3 foot, but that's a stretch. If you wanted to argue that, that's kind of a stretch. You'd probably sound silly, but I could very well go there and prove a globe. I don't think that's what's going to happen, but that's a possibility I've accepted.
Yeah, this LIGO shit is proof. Like, this is definitive proof. Like, there will be no arguments after this water level LIGO test.
Yeah, not a good one anyway, because there's got to be line of sight one way or another. If it's working at all,
not with a water level.
then it's got to be line of sight, so we can prove it.
This is exactly what I've needed.
Well, Noah, what would you do? Would you do the same type of test, or would you do something a little bit different? What would you
Hold
do?
up. Hold up. I have a picture. I have a picture of what I would do. I'm looking for it on my computer.
While you're looking for that, why wouldn't you want to do something that's even a longer distance than the LIGO arms? Like, you could totally do that without interfering with a government sanctioned building, without having to worry about going up in arms or sneaking into a government building. You can do it in broad daylight. I mean, there's plenty of things that we can do to have such tests done, without having to risk. I don't know. Is anybody else with me on that? I just think LIGO, I mean, it's cool, but I think there's other ways of going about this.
Well, what I like about it is it's something that it seems everybody on both sides is comfortable to agree is dead straight.
Well,
the
you
major
can't.
problem is not getting distances; it's getting dead straight.
How do I post screenshots in this chat? Why can't I post this shit?
You go to share.
You're
You go to
gay.
share, and then go to Discord, and then Livestream one that's the last thing you join, so it should be first option. But just hit share, and then hit Discord, and then it should give you the Livestream one option.
He might not have a role to post images though.
Yeah, it just might need to be live stream verified.
I mean, I got to try though with this LIGO thing. This is the best chance we got. I mean, I understand what she was saying. I do understand what she was saying, but it's harder than you think. We've thought of a lot of ideas, even with a concrete wall and tipping it over and just look like columns instead of a 2-mile wall because it'd be so damn heavy. And but it's got to be a single straight piece. It can't be disconnected.
Brian.
I mean, we've been through it all. The math lines up perfectly. Whether it's flat or globe, you could prove it mathematically either way.
I just posted this in the comments because we can see percentage literally said, hell nah, I'm not trying to get killed. We're sending Noah. So I said, Noah, see, willing to send FE, but not a Glober. Brian Leakey, you as well. Pay attention. Like, I mean, this is just, it's a fool's errand. They're
I'll
not
go.
going to allow it. It's
I don't-
not a good look.
I'll
It's
go.
just not it's not a good look.
I will
there
go.
are plenty of
I
ways
don't
where
go
you can
there.
duplicate this and do it on your own. And
Yo, Shines,
Alright,
don't get
I
it twisted. The Globers are not going to substantiate the burden of proof. We have to do the work. They're too satisfied in their rhetoric and stuff like that.
I posted my
your own LIGO.
I posted my LIGO
Not
plan in
hard.
the chat. Go take a look.
Noah's ready.
It's worth a try. Shit. I mean, this is a big
Yo,
deal.
I'll die trying to figure out the shape of this shit.
You know,
I
Noah,
don't
what you
care,
need to
man.
do, and I'll be with you on this one. We got to make a religion. So it's like, what is it? The Fifth Amendment, freedom to religious expression, or is that? I don't even know. Is that First Amendment? Anyways, just make like a religious like scripture wherein your pilgrimage is to that section of the earth, right?
But that still doesn't matter. Because what you're trying to do is you're trying to overtake a government facility, something that is a scientific facility, whether or either or. And then you're saying that now all of a sudden, because of my religion, I'm going to go in there and do no, none of this works out. Just create your own on your own with somebody who has land. It's not that long. It can totally be recreate it, and then do the test on that, where you don't have to like wipe your hands clean of it. Like just recreate it, have people oversee it. It's not a big deal.
No, it is a big deal because you're understating it like crazy. It's practically impossible. We haven't figured out a way to make a tangibly straight line according to like their thing, right? Because they're saying that all these level lines aren't straight. So we're taking one that they claim is straight, and we're going to be like comparing against that. For us to do it already, it's like we've been trying to think of a way to do it, and it's easier said than done.
Can you see the LIGO tubes from outside? Because I would have thought on the one that runs beside the canal, you shoot an auto level at it from set measured feet above the canal such that you can see it from one end, and then do the same further down the canal at one of the ends, and you should get 4 feet out.
I wouldn't expect that you could see the tube from the outside.
Yeah, you can't.
Yeah,
you can see the arm, like the buildings, but not.
Noah did all the numbers. He did it all the way down to like a half a mile, all the way up to. It's if you stopped a little bit short, but it goes a little bit past 2 miles, man. It's 2.5 miles. So I think it winds up being.
No matter, I'm fucking ready.
It doesn't matter. Look, I was gonna plan on going there in like the beginning of spring and ask. I think it's a public. I mean, I think it's taxpayers' dollars that it's not like guarded and shit like that. You know, it's not a big high security thing. It's like you got to go through all this security. I don't think it's
this ain't Area
like
51.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you can wangle away in there.
I would just walk
I'd
up
be
and
surprised
pretend
if you
like I'm
couldn't.
lost. Like if they pull up with a gun, I'll be like, "Oh, sorry, I thought I was in the desert."
No, you gotta
You're
like
not gonna
have
be
a
turning
fake
up and
YouTube
shooting
profile.
people.
You gotta have a fake YouTube profile, like you're some well-known YouTuber, and you're there as a glober, and you're like making fun of flat earthers. You're gonna prove them wrong once and for all. You're gonna make them eat their words. You're just gonna show them how when you hold the water level to it, it's gonna be showing curvature, whereas this thing's straight, and you're gonna get them on your side. You're like, come on, help me prove these stupid flat earthers wrong, and that's the best way to do it, I think.
If you want to get technical, all you have to do there is go and dump a bunch of water at the beginning and the end, and if the Earth is a globe, the water will flow toward the middle. It'll be a couple foot bowl in the middle. But it's just so gradual, man. I don't know if how much water you'd have to use. It's so freaking gradual, man. I've never did nothing that long. The longest I've ever done is like half a mile.
Anyways, aside from that part of it, LIGO, even before you do that, remains a flat earth proof. And I'll tell you why. You have these 4-kilometer arms, right? They claim, let's say, on face value that they're actually straight. You have between, like on each end of these 4-kilometer arms, you have 2 mirrors. Well, on each end you have 1 mirror, right? Which is like reflecting the light back and forth, I think like 200 times or something like that, throughout this 4-kilometer arm, maybe even 2,000 times. I'm not sure exactly how many times they reflect, but a shit ton of a lot. In any case, these mirrors would have to be manufactured to be perfectly straight, so as to reflect this light over this 4-kilometer arm in such a manner that won't cause it to reflect like anywhere else, right? Because it has to, in the end, be captured by that the interferometer sensor or what have you. So how did they manufacture completely straight mirrors when we know that glass, which is what mirrors are, right, are normally poured and they're solid, like, what's the word? Supercooled liquid. They're poured and they basically, are poured level. So how did they make these level mirrors completely straight? And then also on top of that, if they are on a globe,
straight mirrors.
1 second. So yeah, you could address that in a second, writing. The other point would be if they are on a curved surface, on a curved Earth, they would have reciprocal zenith angles that are different, right? They'd have different plumb lines. So they would also have to have these straight mirrors perfectly angled, basically inwards, so as to be parallel with each other. They'd have to constantly leave them perfectly angled inwards to each other. So how do they do that? And do we have any substantiation that they do that?
I don't understand the second point, but what's with the first point? What's the difficulty in making? I mean, I'm sure it takes extraordinary precision, but why would it be beyond the realm of possibility to make a precise and very flat mirror?
Do you have evidence that they can, manufacture straight lines? Because if that's the case, then how about we just take that technology and super scale it, and then we'll have a straight line, a tangible straight line that we could, use to compare with the level.
Hang on. So
yeah, wait.
Your
if
only
we can make
case
a straight
for
line. If we can make a straight line, we can compare it with a water level. This is how did they build this LIGO? Holy shit! This LIGO.
I don't know. I'm just not understanding the point. So is it because it seems improbable to you that because making a straight line is very hard, then making a straight flat mirror is very hard, therefore they don't have a straight flat mirror?
No. But close. So the default for glass and for mirrors is that they're level, okay? Because they're poured and cooled and they're poured level, right? So the default is that it's level. If you're claiming that it's straight, the burden of proof is on that claim, and you have to show how they manufactured perfectly straight mirrors, okay?
I've got no idea, but I'm not understanding, because even if they did, even if they poured it spherical, they could grind it flat, right? You could get it flat.
Yeah, but the flattest mirrors on Earth are done on a liquid basin. That's how they do it. They lay them out on a liquid basin. The flattest mirrors on Earth.
Okay, but Riding had a good point where you could kind of smooth it out to be flat. What do they compare, like, to know that it's flat? How do they know that it's flat?
I mean, these are good questions, but I don't see why they're proof of anything. They sound like you saying, I don't understand X. I too don't understand X. I don't understand how yours or my ignorance of how they do something would be evidence of anything except our ignorance of how they do something.
If they do that thing, if they don't have evidence for their claim, then that claim is dismissed, and the default, which is that the mirrors are level, stands.
Mirrors. What? You don't know how they made a level mirror, therefore they didn't make a level mirror, and it's their job
most
to
mirrors
prove
are
to you
level
they made
because they're poured. Straight mirrors, they claim to have made them. We don't have any substantiation that they did or that they can. If they can provide evidence for that, and even if they can, smooth it down.
Who are they providing evidence to exactly? Like their job is to measure things. I'm so confused by
Whoever's making the claim that LIGO has straight mirrors has a burden of proof to provide the evidence that it's actually manufactured to be
let's
straight.
say they did have this burden of proof, which doesn't quite make sense to me. How would they prove to you that they had a straight mirror?
Wait,
How would
are you claiming that they're
satisfy
straight?
Burden of proof?
Are you claiming that the mirrors are straight?
I've got no idea. I didn't even know they had mirrors at the end of them until you told me that. I'm happy to take that as read for this, but I just don't understand how this could be evidence of anything except our collective ignorance of how you make a straight mirror.
No, because if the claim has no proof, then it's dismissed, and the mirrors are the default. The null
that doesn't mean
hypothesis
it's not
stands.
the case, right? If I fail to
What's
prove
that?
to you that my name is Harry, that doesn't mean my name's not Harry. Sorry, there's bombing in my game, so I'm speaking up. I didn't mean to
If your name, the default for your name was John, then yeah,
What's the default for
your
anything?
name's.
How do we know the default for
So that's not a very good analogy. But the default for mirrors are that they're level because that's how they make them. Since time, since we've been making glass things, they've been poured. That's what you heat up silica and you pour it. Yeah.
Yeah,
They have
on molten
molds, they
mercury.
pour them. That's how it's made, right? So the null hypothesis is that it's level. That this glass, these mirrors, they're level.
Okay.
Right?
Is it just that you're saying that would subtly have the curvature of the Earth in it and therefore wouldn't be flat anymore?
Every single piece of glass that's like supposed to be flat or level or straight or what have you, every single one according to your conception, like from
It's a
from
bold
some
claim.
sort of
Do you have evidence
window.
for that claim, or can I just
Listen,
listen?
every window
Doesn't
pane.
the word level mean in comparison with something else? Like flat would be an attribute, and level would be in comparison with something else, right? Because level
the
is
flattest
like
mirrors, they pour it on molten liquid. So if the molten liquid wasn't flat, they're supposed to be the flattest mirrors on Earth. and they're big as shit.
No, but
The
we
ones
can
I'm
even
talking about.
avoid the word flat. The molten liquid is going to lay level just like water does. Like they claim that water's level and therefore curved. The molten liquid is going to be level and therefore curved, right?
Where did you come to know that that's how they made these mirrors, or are you just saying that's how they've made other mirrors? Therefore, you're going to make the assumption that they do them the same way.
That's how, like I'm saying, that's the default of how all glass and mirror stuff is made. If this is a special type of mirror, that's another positive claim.
And all these things you're saying aren't claims. It's them who have the burden of proof to show you that their mirror is flat.
Are you disagreeing that that glass is made by melting silica or heating it up and then letting it cool?
I'm very comfortable with the position of I don't know for all of these questions. I'm just astounded that you do know the answer to these questions.
Well, I mean, I know a lot of things, a great many things.
It's
the null hypothesis is that it's level and curved according to your conception. Now, the positive claim is that it's a special type of glass that's been manufactured straight or what have you, and that has a burden of proof that hasn't been substantiated.
Chemo called a glass company back in the day.
The idea of substantiating or fulfilling a burden of proof is more in like logic or debate. It's not really in like, if you build a car, I don't have anything to substantiate. I just have a car now. If you built LIGO, I don't understand this idea of having a burden of proof. It's very confusing to me.
The burden of proof is the people that are making the claim or espousing the claim. If you're, like, I understand you're not right now.
I did.
I understand that you're not espousing the claim that the mirrors are flat and stuff like that, but that's what globe earthers that use LIGO, that point to LIGO, that's what LIGO itself claims, basically, right?
Can I ask something real quick that's a little off topic? I'll go away. You ever think people are here just to like hone their tactics of debate?
Rakia is upset with me again. Get it out, Rakia, and then we can go back to discussing.
No, yeah, y'all can go back. I'm just asking. Yeah, you don't mind, right?
No. I mean, you're right. I
don't even know how you knew I was talking about you when I just asked a general question.
It's what you've
the
said the
whole
last
room.
4 times we've been in the room together.
That's a lie.
I think it's also because writing right now, you're taking a stance, but you're not really taking a stance.
Right.
You're arguing against it, but you're saying, oh, I'm ignorant of it and stuff. I'm not making the claim, so the burden of proof is
Actually, arguing by agreeing percentage. He's arguing by agreeing.
Seemed to you by
wait a minute.
How the mirror argument related even to the shape of the Earth. That's what I was trying
Can
to
I get my question answered?
Go for it. Yeah, go for it.
Or are you going to answer it? Are you here just to hone your tactic of debate skills? Like agreeing, one of your tactics that you openly tell people on your channel is that you will agree.
Yes.
One of your ways to win an argument is to actually agree with the person and then, use your tactics against them. Is that what you're doing?
We're talking about
encourage
him.
People to agree, particularly if somebody else makes a valid point, to just reflexively disagree with everything the other person is saying.
So that is a thing.
Yeah, just like sort of aggressively attacking somebody is the opposite of what will make a conversation conducive to a meeting of minds, or at least even enjoyable to participate.
So it is a tactic.
Sure, yeah. Just the same as
Is
like
that
being
what you're
respectful
doing?
is a tactic. Or
Is that what you're
being
doing?
good-humored.
I'm just asking a question. I'm not being respectful or disrespectful. Is that what you're doing here?
Sure.
Well, you're using the tactic you're claiming he's using.
Something really quick.
You're literally using
Weird
that
if I
tactic
said
right
to
now.
Let me say something really quick. You just said being respectful is a tactic. That is not a tactic. People are
what is it then?
respectful because they are respectful, because they honestly respect somebody. The fact that you find that to be a tactic says something, I think, about you.
Well,
I'm
look
sorry,
at the word
I find
tactic.
somebody
What does the word
respectful, like,
tactic mean?
I literally am just respectful to them because I am I respect them. There isn't any
It's a
kind
good
of
tactic.
tactic behind it.
So
Why not?
let me put it a different way then. I agree with people when I agree with them because I honestly agree with them, and it's not a tactic. I just agree with people. It's the same.
Yeah,
same
tactic might
difference,
be
right?
not the best word to use because tactic
Yeah,
implies.
I mean, Rakia's word, I wouldn't
it's
describe it as a tactic.
That's the word he uses on his own channel.
Yeah, I know. That's what he used, and I think he's running it back
No,
right now.
he uses that on his own channel, describing how he's going to come here and use these tactics and to talk about, debating and all that.
Yeah.
Like
By
just
the
philosophy,
way,
right?
Is it a
Time
problem
wasting.
to agree when? So let me just
Just
ask it this way:
philosophy, right? Like
is it a bad idea if somebody says something that is accurate that you agree with? Are you saying it
You're
is
busted.
dishonest or bad in some way to agree with them?
No.
You're
But see, this
busted,
is the
dude. You
thing.
came in here to argue different points.
That is exactly it, and I can
You're
take this back
busted.
all the way back to when
Isn't
I
that what we're
first
doing?
joined. When I first joined Discord back in April, you were the first live quote unquote debate that I had, and you were so polite and you were very reasoning and like all these things, but I could sense that you didn't actually agree with me. And then running it back and
You're
like,
saying now I'm lying.
no, I'm
No,
not
it's
saying that you're
there's
lying.
it's a
I'm saying
word.
that
There's a
you're
word
using
for
it
it. What's
as
it
a
called again?
tactic. It's called a tactic.
Deceit.
No, but there's another
slimy.
one.
There's a tactic being used to employ somebody to think that they're on your side, that they
What?
respect you, that they are
Concern
going
trolling,
along with you,
right?
but they're not actually doing it.
It's disingenuous, is what it is.
It's a tactic. Tactic is a perfect word, and I'm glad that you used it because that is literally how I have thought about how you confront people and have conversation with people since I've interacted. You were one of the first people I ever encountered on here. I've only been on here since.
I'll be honest, guys. This is the
Tactic is
first
a
time I've
perfect
ever
word.
heard anyone complain about, you know, someone being polite to them while not agreeing
Not
with
me.
them being a tactic.
It's such a bizarre.
Okay, so it's close to
You think
concern
he's being
trolling.
polite? He's just acting. It's just an act. That's the whole point.
Exactly.
It's disingenuous. It's
Acknowledge if I
disingenuous.
make a valid point.
It's disingenuous. Now he's trying to play it off. He'll probably leave soon.
No,
But
it's so
I'm just saying,
It's so
I don't care what you do. I'm just asking if you're just here to hone your skills and waste time and just argue to be arguing, because that's what you tell
Isn't
people you're
kind of
doing.
like isn't that
it's not the only
kind of
reason.
what isn't that kind of like what ends up happening? A natural result of just being in these rooms is you end up honing your skills, learning more things about the
I think so
argument.
for sure.
Yeah, maybe so,
it's
but
it's like
I'm asking if he's doing that on purpose.
why like make it look like that's such a demonizing kind of behavior to come in here and hone
I
your
didn't
skills.
demonize him. I just asked him a question.
Concern troll is someone who's on one side of the discussion but pretends to be a supporter of the other side with like concerns. And you know the idea is that
no,
if you're
concern
seen as an
trolling was
ally,
like, I'm worried
then
about your
you'll
mental health kind of business.
Yeah, I'm here to
What's
help
that?
you out. Yeah, I'm here to make
Yeah.
sure. Yeah.
But I thought we were here to discuss things, not debate, and to be different than all the other. I mean, if you want to troll and do all that and hone your skills, there's plenty of places to go.
I'm not
That's
trolling.
just how I
You've
feel.
interrupted a perfectly good conversation to make
And
the
I
whole
said I would let it
conversation
go
about how
back.
you don't like the way I
Okay.
talk.
So let's
Right,
go
I
back.
just asked
So
a simple
writing.
question you definitely haven't answered yet.
Writing. There was the second point, which you said you didn't understand.
Yeah,
The
can you
the
explain that
mirrors.
again?
So the mirrors are hanging, right, and they're reflecting this light. And if it's a globe, then the plumb lines, because they're hanging plumb, right?
Right.
They would be basically facing up in relation to each other. You understand? Because
Right,
they're
I
both
see.
hanging
So if
plumb.
they're hanging dead straight, but that dead straight, those plumb lines are going to be slightly different. It's going to be sort
Exactly.
of quote unquote pointing upwards slightly, or sort of
And they wouldn't be
reflecting
reflecting to each
the
other.
light upwards.
Exactly. So they'd have to be tilted inwards so as to be parallel with each other, so as to reflect the light. Right?
Yeah. Do you think they couldn't do that?
No, it's possible. But where's the substantiation that they have these mirrors that are, positioned in such a way that they're perfectly reflecting this light relative to each other 4 kilometers away, and that it's remaining like that? Like, where's the
Terry's
setup?
posted something pretty good on that, which says each optic's position is controlled by 5 sensors/actuators, which maintain the optic's relative position to 10 to the minus to the negative 13 meters and an angular orientation to 10 to the negative 8 radians. And I do understand some of those words, and it sounds like the actuators is the words that I'm going to hang on. Rest of it, not a fucking clue.
It's time to go to LIGO with a water level.
For
That's
real,
all I have
though.
to say.
Where can we see this in
it's
actuality?
time to just get there with the water level and just end this forever. Like, just water level, LIGO, it's over.
That's
not what would happen. Basically, what it looked. Go on, sorry, Brenda.
I'm just saying that's not what would happen, but I think it would be good for you in the long run.
Well, yeah, I guess I'll make I'll make a video. Like I'm gonna go to LIGO. I don't think you guys understand.
That's awesome.
Yeah, but
Yeah, that's great.
they're not going to let you in, dude. They're not.
They might.
Sure, they because they used to
Who's
have
gonna
last time the
stop
Google
him? There's
was
no one
free.
at the guard gate. I've been there.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was telling them, man. There ain't nobody there. They're thinking it's like nationally armed guards.
No, there's nobody at the guard gate. I just sent y'all a picture earlier. But the exit arm is broken. It's not doesn't even exist. The tube is right there. One of the arms is right there in front of the guard gate.
Hey, Rocky,
It's right
if
off
I
the
come up there,
interstate. You can get there easy.
Rocky, if I come up there, it's in Livingston, right?
Livingston, Louisiana, yes, sir.
Yeah, I
Exit
used to live
22.
right there on the west. I've lived on the West Bank, New Orleans and shit, man. Not too far from there. But if I come up there in the spring, man, you have any interest in meeting me there one day?
Yeah, sure.
If I give you advance
I'm not-
notice?
Yeah, just let me know because we travel a lot. Yeah, I'm about 6 miles from LIGO right now. But there's no one ever in the guard gate. I've talked to the
Oh
people
my
in
god, this
the
guy's 6 miles away. I would be there every day with my water level.
I've talked to people in the control room. They've given me two different conflicting stories about what's going on there. The first guy I talked to, I asked him if the arms were horizontal, was my only question I asked him. And he said, you can go to the beach and see boats going over a curve. So he automatically knew the argument. When I didn't even mention the earth curve, I just asked him if the arm of LIGO was horizontal. That was my exact question.
He must
Dude,
have
I'm
a bunch of flat earthers
Yeah.
coming over for him, guessing.
Writing, add
Yeah,
that guy to the list of lying people.
Yeah, I mean, I could see from your
801.
side why that would look sus that he's immediately like, the Earth is a globe. But I can, from my side, it's like, he just sounds like he's been asked that question a chunk of times before and he's come to recognize what a flat earther sounds like.
Yeah,
one LIGO guard.
Answer?
You're at 801. You're at 801 with one LIGO guard.
What was your answer, Rakia?
What do you mean my answer? I was asking him the question.
No, he asked you a question. What did you answer him with?
What was his question? If I've been to the beach and seen boats go over the curve?
Yeah.
I asked him why he was asking me that. That wasn't my question. I didn't go into any argument about the earth curve. No, if you want to know my answer, Brenda, I've never seen a boat go over a curve. No. I've seen a boat go into the horizon. I have a boat. I've used my boat in the experiment. I've used other friends of mine's boats, other captains. We've gone away from each other in two different boats with an observer on the beach. And the boats don't go over any. Yeah, Jeez. I have videos on my channel showing this. I also have a video of a 53 foot.
Yeah?
Yeah. It's got bathrooms and everything, Brenda.
Yeah, what do you make of the container ships that go over the curve and other
they
large
just take
cruise ships?
Yeah, they just take longer distances to do so in most cases, and it's just an optical phenomenon.
My LIGO brothers,
yeah, it's an optical phenomenon in that there's
a clue though, Brenda. Brenda, there's a clue.
You know what's not an optical illusion? LIGO.
Yeah. Or
there's a clue with them boats though. On wavy, shitty days or real magnified days, you might get some obstruction and shit. But the clue is you'll see the tops of them boats forever. So it's supposed to be compounding. So once you start losing them a little bit, they should quickly go out of sight. But you'll just sit there and watch them just go off in the distance. So whatever obstruction is there, that's all you get. It doesn't compound, and But I've never seen boats go over a curve on a clear day or a calm day or clear day.
You've never seen a boat go over a curve ever.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, but I've seen obstruction on shitty days and like fucking real magnified days and shit, like wavy days and shit. I've seen
wavy
I've seen
days
shit from the bottom partially blocked. Never have I seen anything go completely over and disappear ever.
You've seen them partially disappear though.
Time for LIGO.
Right?
Man, I wish you'd go watch some of
Why
my
are you guys
videos,
still
man.
arguing? Isn't it time to start making plans to go to LIGO?
Yo, man, they fucked up by like charging, like going into the capital. They fucked up. They should have went into LIGO, for real.
Yeah, we should. That's what we should do. We should have a fucking LIGO fucking overrun, and all of us measure it with levels and take videos.
Hey, if you're around in the spring, hey Noah, if you're around in the spring, man, I'll give plenty of notice for anybody. You know, not a million people, but a few people who want to meet there and go do some measurements, man.
Man, I'm gonna literally like start saving up my fucking paychecks to get this plane trip to LIGO. Like, I don't think you understand how serious I am. Like, I will go to LIGO. This is my mecca.
What kind of equipment would you take with?
A water
His
level.
dick.
I'm gonna bring one of my lasers and I'm gonna get a water level, a good one. You know,
I'm
about
bringing
100.
only a water
What the
level.
fuck are you gonna bring a laser for? The best laser in the world is there.
Yeah, LIGO is the laser.
No, just a little differential laser, man. You could use a Harbor Freight laser, a pivot laser. It doesn't need to be special, man. It's just for an extra little measurement just between the canal at that and them 3 spots. You know,
bro, we gotta
just
get
to
up
make
to
it a
the
little
laser
easier.
beam. Bro, we gotta get to the laser beam, bro.
What's the most accurate device that measures like the angle that would of something?
Xanic knows
Bro,
what it
listen,
is.
this
We
doesn't have
already
to
went
be
through
that
this.
accurate.
You
I
could
plan
bring
on
that
doing it.
device to measure the angle that the mirror is suspended, because if it's
Wait a minute.
plumb, that
Rakia,
breaks their
how-
model too.
Actually,
I need to ask Rakia, how far is the canal from the arm, Rakia? Real quick. How far is the arm from the canal?
Leaky, you gotta get inside to the laser beam because they'll just say the tube's not perfectly straight or something. Like, bro, you gotta get at that laser beam with some water.
Yeah, you need to be inside.
You gotta be at the laser beam.
No.
You mean no?
No. That'll never
Yeah.
happen, man.
That's
I don't
just
think.
This is the most productive chat, like in a debate Discord I've ever had. Man, Gem Panda's server is fucking shit compared to this.
Oh, you need to
This
come
is-
fuck with us, bro. Yeah.
That's how we
This is
roll,
the
man.
LIGO King area. This is LIGO land.
But this is why I say they'll never allow it to happen, unless somehow you get some super major clout and you're up in there trying to prove all these flat earthers wrong. You need some like Logan Paul type.
Nah, we're gonna capital
clout.
riot it. Like, I'm fucking going there. I don't care. Like, I will get an RPG and shoot someone's car as I go there just to distract the police. Like, I'm
Yeah. This is.
Shut
yeah,
up.
that's
You're not even
good.
trying to go to LIGO and test it. You just believe whatever other people say.
No, don't say shit like that. Brenda will fucking narc you out, dude, and ruin any chance we ever have.
Do that. I don't have to. I won't do that. I don't have to.
Yeah, we're not discussing any dates.
Yeah, I'm stuck here until spring, man. But as soon as I'm free, I'm going, man. I'm going in early to middle spring for sure.
I mean, I don't understand.
I'm not trying to get inside the place. I can prove it. And I can prove it from outside.
Maybe if they have
all
windows.
I gotta do, I see the surveys for the concrete. Okay, and so maybe they might have a small argument saying, okay, well, the concrete. Well, look, the surveys are surveying the top of the concrete, so that's what I'm going off of. Okay, and if it matches the canal, then the canal can't be earth. It can't be curving with the earth because they wouldn't have line of sight. If it was, but if it's sloping, then it could be flat or globe.
Yeah, the Glovers will never.
Go there and,
The Glovers will. They'll never be able to talk their way out of that one.
bullshit because their whole
They'll
argument
just
is
say that
their
you're
whole
lying or
argument
you're
is,
wrong or you did it wrong or some shit.
The middle of the west. Sorry, their whole argument is the middle of the north arm. I mean, look at the videos. Their argument is the middle of the northern arms are lower, and so if it's not lower, then they're back to the drawing board. Like I said, I think I'm going to get there and it's going to be dead level with the canal. That's my opinion.
I thought that one end of the arms have more concrete poured than the other, right?
All I have to
Is the
say is
concrete
water
ran
level
downhill?
at LIGO. Water level at LIGO, no one can say shit to me after that.
Good luck, man.
I can put the survey in chat.
Yo, power and
if
numbers.
y'all
They
want.
can't stop us all. So maybe we just need to mobilize.
Yeah,
Listen,
what we need to do is
to
just make
LIGO.
our own.
We need
What
to
we
get to
need
the
to do
bottom
is
of this.
what we need to do is what we need to do is just make our own straight line. They're never gonna let us fuck with LIGO. We gotta make our own straight lines, guys. Come on.
It's
You got millions. You got millions to spend on building your own LIGO.
I ran the numbers to make LIGO shit. You wouldn't need. It wouldn't take more than a couple $100,000.
Okay.
I get LIGO built for $300,000-400,000 easy.
I mean, they don't even have a straight line. Let's be real.
All you do is
because
just fire
inside
up a
that
laser.
tube, it's not a perfect vacuum, so there's refraction, so it's not even a straight line. So this bullshit that it's going back and forth like 1,000 times between this 4-kilometer arm, it's straight bullshit. It's not going in a straight line.
Yeah. You know what they claim to be doing there? They claim they're measuring 1/10,000th the width of a proton.
It's bananas, man.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
Well, we're gonna go there with a water level and see if the water level matches that fucking 1/10 of a millimeter, whatever the fuck.
Yo, why do I get right to hand vibes from Noah?
Not going to work.
I don't fucking care. I don't care what your shill ass has to say. I'm going to LIGO.
Yo, I'm with you,
can't
man. I'm with you for real. Like, if we could somehow do it, we need power numbers. We need like
Yo, my next
a January whatever type, raid.
Yeah, hey, we're going on January 6th.
Okay, now they're definitely gonna listen in on
Don't
this.
go that soon, man. Wait on me, man. I'm under contract. Wait on me, man.
They jacked in just a few minutes ago. That's what they did. I'm almost certain of that.
No, you were them.
This ain't my
You're
first
the
announcement,
jacked in
dude.
one.
They know I'm going. I've been announced this, man. I'm going for sure. Early to mid spring, man. As soon as
I'm bringing the Taliban.
out under
with me.
contract.
I will bring like BLM, Antifa. I will bring everything. I'm going to LIGO. I don't care. I'm going there. No one's stopping me. I will assemble an army.
Yeah.
Less is more, Noah.
This is really the strangest conversation I've had here.
It is. It's getting weird. Listen, we're
You
gonna build our own line.
No, you gonna assemble a water level army, man.
Guys, we need to make our own lines. They're never gonna let us in LIGO.
That's what you think.
Or you can't even see most of the laser beam in LIGO. All you see is the ends. So you don't even know what's going on in the middle, bro. I'm telling you, we need to make our own line.
I was thinking about
First
we
of
could do
all-
it on the hey, Jeremy, what about the pylons of Pontchartrain, man? They're spaced out, but we could make marks on each pylon, right?
No.
All
That's the
all
worst
those
place.
pylons are manufactured the same.
That's the worst place to do it. We got to make it where you got to have a wall and you got to maybe start drawing. You got to have a whole bunch of different methods of making a straight line. So you can reference them against each other. You can't just go somewhere and make one straight line, bro. That's not gonna do it.
Yeah, I know. I was telling him my idea earlier of the 3 lines, 3 miles long. One of them baseline, argued flat, argued globe. They'll argue it's curving. We'll argue it's flat, and then doing a reverse Earth curve just right up above it, just like not even a foot above that one, and then a actual Earth curve, like 6 foot of drop underneath it at one end, and 6 foot of rise at the other end, like reverse Earth curve, and see if they mirror each other.
Whitesword, that's a good one, Leaky. I like that one. Whitesword had one of the best ones I've seen so far, and I do like that one that you just said, the symmetry, the symmetrical.
I'm worried about Whitesword one though, because if he goes to pull the line and the either edge is above the scale, in other words, if the scale is only even 2 inches or an inch high, if the line is sitting on the bottom and he pulls it tight, as it tightens up, it's gonna pull tight toward the bottom for a split second.
Enemy.
I don't know. I'm just looking for the worst case scenario. It could give us a false negative. There'd be ways around that though. We just have to make sure the line is dead level with the scale it's sitting on. But yeah, his idea is great. We picked a fun time. in life to come up with all these ideas, but they're not going away. We're just waiting for all the bullshit in the world to simmer down a little bit. I guess.
Yeah, if you could
Let
give a
go.
diagram, if Brian, if you could provide a diagram of what you plan on doing, because I have a hard time visualizing what you're going to do over at LIGO.
Sir, in the main chat, the most recent photo is what we're going to do with the water level. You can check right now for yourself.
Let go.
Yeah, like it's over. We're gonna end this. I am. I don't know if anyone else. I don't care. I'm completely selfish. I don't care if it's flat. I'm not even gonna tell people. Like I'm just gonna fucking know for myself. If it's wrong, I'm not telling anyone. I'm just gonna know for myself because I'm going there and doing this shit.
Here's what I'm gonna do, Brenda. What I'm gonna do is gonna be very easy. I'm not trying to survey the whole damn thing. I'm just gonna go with the water level. I think the canal's about 50 feet. It might be 70. It might be 30 feet. But I'll have, I'm going to go prepared with a 100-foot water level. At the very end, see how much higher the base of the concrete, the one that's on survey, the one that's surveyed, and see how much higher. Say it's 14 foot above the canal. Then I'm going to go to the middle, and it's supposed to be only 10 foot above the canal. But if it's 14 foot in the middle and 14 foot at the end, then that's not. Then the survey is false curve. In other words, the survey's wrong. If it's level with the canal, which is what I suspect, I'm pretty sure that's why they put the fucking canal there, to make sure it was level. And they think the water's curving, so they just, like I said, they followed the globe math, which says that level water is curving. So they'd have to follow the globe math to get it level. So that wouldn't be proof either way. The survey doesn't prove it either way. But I did find two different surveys also. I found a preliminary survey, the initial one, and it doesn't even quite match the survey that Blue had pulled up, the other survey. But like I said, they use least squares method out there anyway. They get a benchmark and they go from there. So it doesn't prove, the survey doesn't prove whether it's a globe or whether it's flat. But three simple measurements, nothing hard about it. Just how high is it above the canal at the beginning? How high is it in the middle? And how high is it above the canal at the end? That's simple. Wouldn't take me long at all.
Yep, Brian, I am fully with you. Like, Brian, I am fully with you on this. Like, I will fly out. I will go there.
It's got to be a certain way for the water to be curved like the globe. It has to be laid out in a specific way. So it'll prove it one way or another for sure. Unless it's a steady slope, there's a couple ways it could be laid out where it wouldn't prove either. In other words, even on a globe, you can have a straight line that's not level that would work on a flat Earth or a globe. But I'm 90% sure that it's flat.
No, because if it's sloped, horizontal, vertical, doesn't matter because it's always gonna have arithmetic like change between the measurement and the water level, or it's gonna have a geometric relationship. If it's geometric,
you're right,
then it's a ball. If it's not,
it'd have to be a very specific slope.
Then it's flat. So it doesn't matter it doesn't matter if it's sloped or horizontal. This is still completely provable. Like you can go there with the water level, 3 different endpoints on the water level, about a mile long, and a yardstick. That's it. It's over. There's no more debate. That's nails in the coffin. Either it's round or flat. That's it. So all you have to do is go with a yardstick and a mile long water level with 3 different endpoints, and it's over.
I agree. It'd have to be a fucking crazy. You know what? Thinking about it, I don't even know if there would be it'd have to be a crazy specific slope if they were to get it to work on both models. I don't know if they actually could. Now that you got me thinking about it, I don't know if they could pull that off.
It would
Match
be a
both models. It would only match one or the other, wouldn't it?
Couldn't pull it off that way. Look, they have a forest next to it. I'm gonna go into that forest. Listen. I will go in a ghillie suit. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna get to the bottom of this.
If we bring a little pivot laser, we can just measure the just a tiny little laser. There's no distance for refraction or nothing, and we wouldn't even have to cross the canal. We could do it on the other side of the canal. We technically, if you wanted to do it like that, we'd never even have to cross the canal. We could just measure water level from the laser. Just put a tape measure up and mark 14 foot on the tape, and then let the laser shine. Just 50 foot. That's close, or 70 foot to the top of the concrete slab. We wouldn't even have to be on their side of the canal. If you want to get technical.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. If the pipes are above ground, you don't actually need to get onto LIGO.
As long as I had 3 little clear shots of line of sight, one at the middle, one at the beginning, and one at the end, I could do it. I have no problem getting wet. If I need to, wade out knee high just in that little ass canal, just to make 3 measurements. I'll do whatever I got to do when I get there.
I am fully down for this. This will let me be eased. I'll know what the shape is.
Man, I haven't been in New
All
Orleans.
I'd recommend is write down clearly what your position is, and how you're going to test it, so you don't misremember it later.
Well, we have the prototype right there at the bottom of the chat. Sorry for spamming if anyone's seen it.
Yeah, I think about it every damn day.
We have the prototype. Now
I'm marking down the calendar, Yeah, right. Because I'm going to.
All we need to do is practically do it now. We already know what to like. It's a GG. This is it.
It's GG,
it's either
boys.
curved or flat. It's either curved or flat, and we're going to. I don't know about you guys. You guys can feel free to, but I'm actually gonna go there. This is my one dying will and wish.
Yeah,
It's a long life, man.
Yeah, using those kinds of words is just really not helping.
Yeah.
They might be apt though.
Whoa. Whoa. I agree with Brenda.
That's just a tactic, isn't it? How dare you?
Hey, get back to drinking, play your game, space game, little kid.
It's a World War II.
I thought I proved this shit when this shit first started for me.
My tactic is
When
just
this
being
shit
a
first
dick.
started for me, I thought I proved it. They told me I was curving around. They told me I was shooting around a curve when I told them I shot down the coastline and didn't detect curvature. And my heart dropped when they told me, you're shooting around a curve. I'm like, what? I'm shooting around a curve, and I didn't know it. And my heart dropped, and been in this debate since then. And I got an open mind. If I get there and see that it is curved, I'm going to call it how I see it. But I know I'm pretty damn sure what's going to happen. But, this is the best chance I got.
How long is LIGO?
2.5 miles.
4 kilometer arms.
4 kilometers, yeah.
And you could measure a discernible drop.
4 foot, I reckon.
Yeah, there's a 4 foot drop in the middle. The way they have the way the survey shows is 4 foot is the tangent is in the middle of the northwest arm. So that's just the way they have it.
Yeah. Well, couldn't we all also just kind of reach out to the teams that constructed it, Caltech and MIT?
That's just it, though, man. That's just it. Is like I said, if the water's level, but on a geodetic survey, the math is going to tell them that it's curved. So they're going to write up the survey to get it dead level. They're going to write up the survey as if the canal is curving.
Okay.
They have to follow that. They have to follow that to get it flat. They'll have to do it. They'll have to mark it flat, man. It's just math, you know. It's hard to explain.
What's wrong with the blueprints, Brian? Just
In other words, I could map. Listen, I could map a table. I could map, say, my front yard as the northern hemisphere, right? I could show. I could mathematically map it, and so it's actually flat, but I have it mapped as the northern hemisphere. So to get a straight line, I'm gonna have to follow the way I mapped it. I'm gonna have to go off the way I mapped it to get a straight line. It's gonna write down on paper as a curved line when in reality it's flat. That's hard to explain.
God has blessed us with LIGO.
Diagrams are great. So diagrams would really help.
God has blessed us with LIGO and water levels to definitively prove the shape. That's all I have to say.
Well, I'm waiting for something that's exclusive to a globe besides like fake space missions.
LIGO would be definitive if it was a straight line.
Yeah,
You know,
I will
there'd
become.
be a massive amount of debate whether that's even a straight line or not. Like I said, you can't even see the laser beam. You can't even see the laser beam. Most of it is hidden. You can only see the end, and the spots you can see it in, you don't see anything because it's
Yeah, this guy has a point actually. How do we know that there's actually a laser beam in the LIGO? What if that's even bullshit?
What if there's no vacuum in the tube?
But
What if that's even bullshit?
Yeah,
You
what if
need
it's
to crack
all? What
that
if the
sucker
whole
open.
LIGO facility is you guys just rained on my parade. I was so excited.
We need to crack that open.
Welcome
That's
to
why I was
Flat
saying
Earth.
make sure you write it down. You've got to know that you trust that it's straight. Otherwise, you're not testing it against anything. He'll come out having had a fun adventure.
Writing, what GPU do you have?
I forget. I didn't build it myself because I'm lazy and was making money when I got it. So, there you fucking are. Good night.
I just sold my 3090 for a nice little profit.
Nice. My mate managed to get one at cost price. He set up some price alert thing that alerted him when a new batch went on sale and managed to get it without paying Bitcoin miner prices for it.
Yeah.
Why would you sell it? Why would you sell a 3090? They're mining $17 a day right now.
Well, do you have one?
No, I don't have one. No.
Yeah. So shut up.
If he had one, he wouldn't sell it. That's his point.
Yeah.
Well, they're you can get them. So then what's the argument?
Yeah,
they're on sale.
Selling it. Otherwise, you've got to go through the whole ball ache of setting up a mining rig. Otherwise, you just got a thing you sell it.
They're loud. How much you sell it for? I would do it in a second, but I can't.
Would
I don't
you?
have space for it.
I don't believe you.
A nanosecond, bro.
You know, it's not simple setting up a good
man.
mining rig. You know that, right?
What'd you say?
It's not super simple setting up a mining rig correctly.
I could figure it out. I used to mine. I've had mining rigs.
Okay.
Just because your name is Riggs doesn't mean you're the fucking mining rig guru. Seriously, bro. $17 a day. Shit, can I hang on to that?
How many days did you sell it for, Riggs?
Just 2.
That's bullshit.
You sold it for what?
Well, I used it for 3 months and then I sold it for $500 over what I bought it for.
Oh, that's a good deal. How much did you make? How much were you mining a day off it?
I wasn't mining. I was just playing games.
What the fuck? What
he
are
was
you
mining
doing,
happiness.
Yeah.
What
Apex
are
is
you
a fun
doing,
game.
Rick?
Yeah, some people aren't trying to, burn up their RAM junction,
I'm not worried about a RAM junction.
Like
I don't even know what that means.
if I'm gonna mine on that card, I'm gonna modify it. I'm gonna put
cooling on the back plate, maybe water cooling. And then I would, if I were going to mine, I would set up an array. I wouldn't even use just one. But this is a hobby I don't want to get into. I don't really want to have anything to do with crypto, to be honest.
Why are you hating?
I think it's deception.
I'm kind of hating, man. I haven't touched it yet.
Crypto means hidden message, right? So
you think it's AI and it's going to take over the world?
It comes from cryptography.
Well, what was my argument against it, Gio? I had a pretty good argument before. I just forgot all the words I used. Just go ahead and tell them for me.
No intrinsic value. I think that's the key argument.
Yeah, it was something along those lines.
I mean, people do have various viewpoints on it. Even Jaronism, he's very into it. And, obviously a lot of flat earthers and people, truthers that are following his channel. And even within his base, there's at least some that are against it. They say it's, some Illuminati plot and it's all the end of the world or whatever. So there are people that have mixed viewpoints, I suppose, on it.
What the fuck was that?
They're going to put everyone into debt, and then they're going to give you everything that you need. So this whole idea of money may not even be useful soon.
I mean, I think I've said before, I think it's absolutely a gift from the angelic spiritual world in terms of the technology, in terms of it being an alternative, basically facing off sort of against fiat and
how much money you got in Bitcoin? That's the only reason you're saying that, because you're making money off it.
No, I think it's completely the future of humanity on multiple levels. But the thing, it's going to be the future of everything in terms of how, everything functions in terms of blockchain. The thing is that even if it is an angelic gift, the problem is that, the dark side they're co-opting it and they're building their own networks. And so in that way, it is going to kind of feed into their New World Order thing, the digital world. It is the platform that they're going to be, or it's some of the technology that they will be using. However, at the same time, there's also the real part of it, the real decentralized networks that are actually built on trust and honesty and integrity. So it's sort of it could be used for, both sides.
Exactly. It's a tool in the end, right?
It's a technology.
So, but in terms of the dark side getting their hooks in, I feel that way a little bit about Bitcoin. So that's the one that I don't trust it at all, because you have the establishment kind of investing into it now and stuff. Go ahead, man. Whoever's trying to.
Self-evidently, your mic isn't working very well.
Yeah, never does, bro. You just got to tune in. You've got to listen to
Hey, who was talking about Bitcoin? I just posted a fucking video in the chat and I can't say it because someone keeps yelling. Fuck.
Go ahead, Effie. Go ahead.
CBDCs are the problem. That's the dark side of crypto for the future. Okay, decentralized finance is a beautiful thing. Blockchain is a beautiful thing. It's incorruptible. It's just what you use it for. That's what determines whether it's good or bad. But blockchain technology is magnificent. Thank you for listening.
No, look in Livestream. I posted 2 of the LIGO surveys that are a little bit contradicting, but they're both pretty close.
I agree, Effie. And that may be why people are split on it to a degree, because they may be seeing one side of it or another. They may be seeing sort of the darker co-opted side of it, which I can understand. Yeah, that is.
Wait, I don't see LIGO. I just see video game.
CBDCs. Fuck LIGO for a minute. CBDCs. Then what is central bank digital currency? That's your problem, okay? Particularly the CB, central bank. They're just trying to replace central bank fiat currency with central bank digital currency. That's the problem. Decentralized is a beautiful thing.
How can we stop it or minimize it?
Well, they already ruined Bitcoin.
Don't engage with it.
They already ruined Bitcoin, so.
I don't think Bitcoin's ruined at all. Bitcoin is a truly decentralized network that they can't control. And actually, I think they've tried to suppress it. I mean, I think when it ran up to 20,000, they were trying to suppress it and went the other way. So I think even now they are. I mean,
No, man. Bitcoin used to be able to scale and run in the white paper. It's not able to. They took it over. Look up Bitcoin Lightning.
Yeah, even like I don't know about Bitcoin, because even if you take away like the establishment type, like the government's investing in it and stuff like that, and all these hedge funds and whatever investing in it, you still have the fact that it's not instantaneous. It's got high gas charges. It's not like eco-friendly or what have you. So I don't think it has the potential to be that one that'll rule them all, kind of. And
You
if
guys
that's the case,
being deceived.
It's got no utility. It's got no use case. It's just a store of value. That's all it is. It's a store of value. You can't do anything with it.
How can it be a store? Wait, how can it be a store of value?
Yeah,
If I
its
can just
value
make a
is
new
in
coin-
its
if I can just make a
usability,
new
right?
coin, it can't be a store of value if I can just make a new coin.
Well,
Look,
Bitcoin was the first blockchain, essentially decentralized blockchain, and it doesn't have a lot of utility because it is somewhat slow. The fees are not very high to send back and forth, but it is somewhat slow, and it doesn't really have enough applicability to really do much with it. So that's why when Effie was saying, yeah, basically it's like a wealth storage layer. So it's basically just like this foundational blockchain that is a storage of wealth. It seems to be.
It's not a storage of
wealth.
wealth.
Yeah, I disagree. That's a storage of wealth too. Yes, it's the first one, but it's not the best one. And the one that's going to have the value is going to be the best one that people are using.
It's not a storage of value.
No, they're going to use the one the establishment tells them to use, or else.
Or that. That's true.
You guys are like, you know what this does? This is just feeding off of greed and like hope, and it's funneling you straight down a path of deception. It's nothing angelic.
So what are you doing,
like
Riggs? Just pop a boner with your fiat dollars, and that's your game?
No.
Okay, so what do you got in store? What do you got for us?
What do I have?
Yeah, what do you got?
Yeah, you see, you're angry because you're attached to this. You're attached to this crypto shit, right?
No, but he does have a point, though, Riggs, because like you said yourself, that
the
money.
only thing we have against fiat dollars. So I'm asking, what do you have? Because you're trying to suppress hope and ideas that we could free ourselves from the fiat dollar.
So can I say something?
What do you have?
No. What did the creator give to us to work with?
A decentralized, the creator of
to not give our power to the government or these established systems in the first place. I denounce all of it. I don't. Wait, who's okay? This is your first day, man. I was speaking, and then you can speak too. Just we got to take turns,
But Riggs, his question is valid because you said yourself, like money is kind of like being controlled or what have you, and they're trying to get you to not even. They're trying to get rid of money and then just give you what you need.
I'm okay with having nothing but my trade and the earth. I denounce all structure.
Okay, that's fine, but the rest of the world doesn't necessarily adopt that approach.
Well, because they become used to these pleasures, which got them into this deception in the first place.
I agree. I'm not arguing with you here, bro. I'm just saying that this decentralized digital currency, not controlled by central banks and things, is a way that people can kind of unshackle themselves from some of the control and still exist, trade with one another where you don't have to swap a dozen eggs for 2 cabbages. There's still a means of exchange.
You're just delaying the inevitable, is what you're doing.
Well, the thing is, Riggs, if let's say you work a trade and you're being paid in fiat dollars and you're going along and you feel like you're happy and you're buying your food and things from that, the thing is that as time unfolds, in my opinion, what's going to happen is that they will be rolling out the government form of whatever they're going to do, and you'll have to get the minestrone, the old jabber jab. You're going to have to be on their network and everything. So at that point, you will literally be, in my opinion, completely effed. And if you want to try to trade some eggs for some cabbage, I guess you could try to do that. But if you want to interact with the system, in my opinion, you're going to either have to plug into the new government system or the decentralized blockchains are the only other option.
That's well said.
Our governor's badass. Florida got a badass governor.
Let him respond.
So what you're saying is that there's going to be this whole group of dissidents who are using these decentralized blockchains on the side against the sanction of the government?
More or less, yes. It's already
Yeah, I don't see that playing out.
It's already happening. There already are the real decentralized blockchains that they can't control, and there are the government ones that they're already controlling and rolling out. So it already exists today.
Well, then at some point it'll be criminalized or taxed to the point where it's basically criminal.
But they can't control them. That's the thing.
They absolutely can, and they will.
Well, then I would say that you don't understand the technology if you think they can.
They absolutely can and will, dude.
Okay, in the meantime, though, Riggs, you have shit.
You know what? I think last time we discussed this, that I even gave you a couple examples of how they could control it. And they're not coming to my mind right now. But we've had this discussion before.
No worries. We
They have to turn the internet off.
They could turn the internet off. Yeah. If they turn the internet off.
They could turn the internet off, or they could tax it 50%. And then what are you going to do?
But tax what?
They could change. You know what they could? You know what else they could do? They could turn up the cost of energy. Then what about your miners, right?
You don't need mining, though.
Or how about this? How about they stop producing hardware and software that is not proprietary, and then you can't even get mining hardware anymore at some point.
But Rick, Rick.
What if people aren't all using the same coin? What if like there's a million different ways they can control it? You're just pretending like they can't.
All you talk about is mining. Proof of work is not what all crypto is about. Like you're just fixated on Bitcoin. There's a whole world of crypto.
No, but to be fair, if there aren't miners that are making the blockchain transactions happen, then the system stops.
You don't need. Not all systems use mining in the same way. Not all chains do. There's some that like there's proof of work. There's different forms of mining that don't always require.
Proof of stake. It's not all like Bitcoin. Bitcoin mining is the one that gets all the bad publicity because it uses so much energy. Not all blockchain technology does that.
And it's not all trackable either. I mean, like Monero, for example, I could send you 5,000 Monero, $5,000 worth, whatever, of Monero, and nobody can track it. Even the highest level government, whatever. The only thing they could do, if they could like be tracking my computer and looking at my phone, yeah, but there's ways around that as well.
Is there? You have your own. You can make your own chips. All the CPUs and chipsets have backdoors.
Yeah.
When your computer's turned off, your BIOS gives them access to your PC through your Ethernet, your Wi-Fi, your Bluetooth, your PC speaker, even.
Well, I hear you. I mean, if you want to, I mean, obviously you're free to your own viewpoint.
I'm not agreeing to them. I'm just saying, like, it's flawed logic. It's globe logic, in my opinion.
Can we not interrupt each other? I just want to say my 20 seconds. I'll pass the mic. Anyway, so I'm saying if you don't want to have hope in it or you don't like it, that's totally fair. However, if you were trying to suppress other people's hope for it, what do you have in replacement? You're just going to go to the slaughter bin of the government digital world, and that's it.
No. What do we have without crypto? That's the world we deal with, the real one.
But you mean trading eggs for cabbage?
Barter system.
Local is the only way this reality works. This whole idea of internationalizing, governmentizing everything with all this trade practices and shit, that was never how God intended it. This is the manifestation. I denounce all of it.
I agree with everything you said, Riggs, but at the same time, what are you doing? So you have shit that you own, right? You said yourself money is doomed, but at the same time, you just sold your GPU for money. To what end? What are you doing with what you own?
When that ends, I move on to the next thing, man. And guess what? It'll be with people local, not with anybody on the internet, right?
Well, dude,
so in the meantime, you're just letting your money lose value or what have you?
You are all for that, but you're also trying to keep all the splendor that won't exist if it fails.
I mean, what I was saying is that I'm all for that as a concept, like locally trading. I just think that the potential that humanity is going in that direction is zero. The idea that I mean, if you can own your own land, you got to pay taxes to the government. So you have to have some form of money. But if you could be on your own land, have your own chickens, grow your own vegetables, maybe trade a little bit with your neighbor, absolutely, that'd be amazing. And if you want to go more towards that kind of ascetic lifestyle, that's cool. But I think in terms of the reality of where we're headed, I think we're absolutely going to need currency, and we're going to need to buy things, and we're going to need a form of exchange. Like, I don't think we can go back to just trading, trading goods.
And you haven't answered my question, Rick. So you have money, right? You have currency.
For now.
You're going to leave that pile and just let it get obsolete.
If I don't have money, then nobody will have money. The system will have collapsed if that happens.
Yeah, but are you doing anything to maybe you're buying kind of assets with that money, land or something like that? I don't know. Like, what's your plan?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to give I don't want to give any details about that.
That's
but
fine.
I do agree with that plan, for at least in the short term. You kind of have to be willing to let go of your plans because of what could happen. And that's just the reality of it. So the most you can prepare yourself individually is the best you can do.
Absolutely.
I guess the problem that I was trying to highlight is that, yes, they can control these things inadvertently in a million different ways. And they know all the ways. I promise you they know the ways to control these things. But at the same time, I'm not trying to hold on to the same broken system that we already have. And that currency shit with blockchain, digital, all that, these are just stepping stones to try to hold on to the same system we already have.
I don't agree. I think it's a complete liberation and a bridge to an entirely new reality that will allow for freedom and sovereignty. Because I'm let's say you're on an iceberg and you're floating out in the ocean. That's the fiat dollar. We're all on it. All we can do is trade with the fiat dollar, and that's it. But as blockchain technology and cryptocurrencies have come into the picture, now there's another iceberg that we could jump to. There's another floating ship, whatever analogy. And the one that we're on, the people running it have already gone over there and they've already tried to co-opt to control it. The thing is, in my understanding of the technology, they can't control all of it. And so they're trying to do what they're doing, and they're trying to go over there and stake their flag and say, hey guys, I think that's what they're going to do. Hey, we have this new digital currency and whatever, because they have to, the one we're on is sinking. Obviously the iceberg we're on is sinking. And so they're already over there trying to stake their flags. The problem is they don't have control over all of it. And so the options, I think,
what makes you think that?
The options are going to be stay on the one that we're on and sink and be screwed over and just have less and less money, have to get more jabs and injections, whatever else to even be on their system. Or jump ship and try to hook into the networks that actually are decentralized and try to build a new structure.
What makes you think they don't have any control?
Rick, let me talk to you for 30 seconds. Okay, so I agree philosophically with what you're saying. I agree, but I think it's a little bit too far to one side. Now, where you've got, let's say you've got eggs and I've got cabbages. You say, "Oh, Jono, I want some cabbages. I've got these eggs," and I say, "I don't really want eggs. Sorry, we can't do a trade." And you say, "Well, hang on, I've got some Cardano here. I can transfer that to your trust wallet, and you can give me your cabbages." I say, "Yeah, that sounds good." Now, I get what you're saying about the government. They've got their fingers in everything electronically and whatever. But don't also forget, for every 50 IT specialists that the government have got, there's 5,000 developers out there and hackers and you name it, who are developing ways to beat those government systems. So I get what you're saying, but I don't think that the horizon's as dark as you're seeing it. You know what I'm saying?
That's not up to me to decide.
No, neither of us. I just don't see it as gloom and doom as you maybe are. And you may be right, bro. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I'm choosing to see a better option for myself in the future. That's all.
Ain't trading within the community, ain't that the definition of communism?
No, communism is about the communal ownership of the means of production. It means if you've got a car company, it's really successful. The state now owns it and divides up the profits among the people.
That's the downside. The upside of communism is it's community. That's what communism means. Community. It's everything's in the community. Everybody does certain shit, and
I mean, didn't it all devolve into a bunch of people snitching on each other and just doing whatever?
It just doesn't work. It doesn't work because it disincentivizes people to work harder and strive and do better because their efforts are all just distributed amongst everybody. So philosophically, it just literally can't work.
Seems nice, but
it can if you have a good dictator, a benevolent dictator, instilling his communist regime.
That's not communism. That's not communism, though. Benevolent
no, it would be
dictator,
if that's like the.
It's the best.
It would be a dictatorship that instills communism.
It's the best government, in my opinion. It's the best form of government. Is a truly benevolent dictator. But you have to find that guy. That's your problem.
That's me right here. Put me in, coach.
It's me.
Sounds more like me.
Oh, they're going to have
We'll
a
see
dictator
about
fight.
that.
It's a dictator off. Get your
measuring dictators.
I'm more benevolent than you. I'm way more benevolent.
Hey, stop with your tactics.
They love Gaddafi, man. That's a messed up story. That whole thing. I always thought Gaddafi was evil. Just the sound of his name sounded like evil. But looking at it now, they look at the full story, man. They had a hell of a fucking country, man, and he built that fucking long ass pipe with for the fresh water. And when you turn 18, or when you got married after you turn 18, you automatically got a piece of land and a house and I think a vehicle.
Sounds a bit communist to me.
Everybody's entitled to it.
A little bit
inaccurate.
inaccurate.
They loved him, man. They loved Gaddafi.
Who loved him? Who loved him?
His people.
Not necessarily.
He wouldn't submit to the gold, to the what do you call it, man? The fucking mighty dollar, whatever. The
international bankers.
The international bankers. They paid his own. They paid a couple of his people to assassinate him and shit.
That's not true, but Libya did have a central bank. It's had it for a while, but yeah, he was like speaking the rhetoric of getting off of it and going back to the gold dinar, and
they had the gold. Are you sure about that? Because I'm almost positive
he
they
wanted
had the
to
gold.
set up the United States of Africa. He was basically instrumental and basically was like the founder of the United African Union, or the African Union, yeah, and so he wanted to set up like this kind of form of like.
Can someone turn that beeping off?
Sorry, that was me. But yeah, he wanted to set up the United States of Africa. He wanted to instill the gold dinar, and that might have been the reason why why NATO entered Libya and basically
they fucking shot him,
got rid of him.
They bombed Libya. They bombed Libya.
Wow.
Jay,
wipe and wash your hands first, bro.
Matrix Media Jay, you need to reconnect or something.
But in terms of them turning 18 and getting land, a house, and a car, that's simply not true. Back in the day, maybe 20 years ago or so, up until maybe early, maybe 2010 or so, you would get they would get, I think, an apartment and maybe a car if they applied for it. It wasn't just automatic for everyone, and it wasn't just turning 18. I think it was after they got married or to prepare them for marriage or something like that. I don't know exactly what the rule was.
Yeah, it was their right, their marriage right.
And finally, the last thing you mentioned, the great man-made river, that giant tube of water. Basically, you can when you think about it, it was a kind of a stupid idea, because he could have just built desalination centers along the coast, and it would have been much more feasible, since a lot of the cities are closer to the coast where he got the water
Costs
from.
a lot more money.
We bombed
it. Matrix, you're echoing so heavily, nobody can understand a word you're saying. You need to sort your mic out.
Matrix,
Matrix,
go disconnect and reconnect. Matrix,
I don't think that there's something going on with your mic, Matrix. We can't hear you at all.
How about now?
No, it's still trash. But
Yes.
Brian, that being said,
Pretty
your
bad.
point is definitely you're on to something in the fact that they intervened in Libya and got rid of them, whereas in Syria, which was arguably not even arguably, it's undisputably much worse in terms of amounts of people dying and the amount of mayhem and stuff like that. They didn't get rid of Assad, so it is what it is.
I thought the NTC killed him.
No, they didn't. The NTC is a form of government.
No, the NTC is a rebel faction in Libya.
No.
So where's
the NTC was the interim government. I'm pretty sure it stands for National Transitional Council or something like that.
No, it's an Arabic name. But I think you want to go and have a look.
NTC is an Arabic name. No,
it is the National Transitional Council, but they were the ones that shot him. They were the ones that killed him. There's a rumor that goes around that one of his bodyguards actually shot him to stop him being captured, but that's pretty unfounded as far as I know. There's fuck all evidence that NATO went in and shot him.
We didn't say NATO went in and shot him. NATO made it possible.
Hey, hold on.
He died at the hands of a
Mr.
militia that hunted him down basically in the sewer.
Hold on, y'all know Rich from Mr. Drive and Survive? He was on the John F. Kennedy's, and they were outside of Libya, and he said he didn't see them bomb the motherfuckers, but the pipeline ship. He said the fucking jets. He said the jets left the carrier with bombs and came back without them.
Yeah, the NATO bombing campaign is what made the revolution possible. If they didn't bomb, if NATO didn't take out the huge artillery, there's absolutely no chance that they were going to get rid of Gaddafi.
He said we took out their pipeline, the thing they spent all that money, and we took that bitch out.
Well, they did damage it.
Mic check.
Holy shit!
I've got a good friend just on Syria. I've got a good friend who is Syrian, beautiful lady. Family, mother of 3 kids, beautiful lady. All her family's still in Syria, and she said, "Do not believe anything you see on the media about what's going on in Syria. It's all rubbish. Assad is not. The people of Syria like Assad. They didn't like his father. His father was not a good guy, but the son is a good guy. The people like him. He agreed for a transition of power. All the shit you see on CNN and the media, he said." Don't believe it. It's all propaganda.
It's not all propaganda. There are people dying in Syria. It's marginally better. It's still trash.
All right. Let me just say one thing. I've been trying to get in for a while.
Well, allow it. Go ahead, media. Say your thing.
Are you a Ninja Turtle?
I've been trying to say something for a while about the dictator thing. I've been looking into most of the dictators, and they're actually all loved by their people. They call dictator anybody that isn't with the deep state. Anybody that isn't with the deep state is called automatically a dictator. No, dictator is a political position based on how you hold power. Next.
Gaddafi was not loved by his people, straight up. He's loved by a faction of them. Sorry, go ahead, Effie.
I know a woman whose family is from Syria, and you're telling me, no, what she's saying is not true. What's the source of your opinion? Where's your
Good bro, I know Syrians too, man, and I know Syrians that would disagree with her. It sounds like she's just pro-Assad, and there's ones that are, anti-Assad.
I thought that was in keeping with the sort of quote-unquote mainstream narrative that there were some people who really supported Assad and some that didn't.
Yeah, just like Fidel Castro. There's a lot of Cubans that loved Castro.
Yeah.
The point is, everything I've seen.
It's the mainstream media that labels them dictators. Anybody that isn't with the deep state is automatically labeled a dictator.
Yeah,
yes, it's kind of like Donald Trump was a dictator because he was against, a lot of mainstream ideas. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Dude, it's what we do, man. We fucking arm like KLA, the Kosovo Liberation Army, and to fight against Christians. And then they didn't tell me all that until I looked into it. And then they fucking then they disarm them. I mean, then they when it's over, they fucking call them guerrillas. They did this shit in Iran. We arm people and give them a good name and say they're fighting against a dictator. Then when it's over, we call them fucking guerrillas.
Yeah,
We
maybe
rename them
dictator's not the best
constantly.
word, but fascist. You know, they kind of like call them fascist and stuff like that.
Whatever the label is, they create the label. They meaning the deep state. They slap a label on you and they say that you're a bad guy because of the label, which they invented.
Right.
Sure.
That's propaganda.
Yeah, I think most people accept that. That like, you know, that you can find even headlines from the 80s being like, look at these brave mujahideen, they are fighting for democracy, good on them.
Rambo 3?
Exactly the same guys. They're like,
I mean,
well,
Rambo 3 was almost like a mujahideen propaganda film, wasn't it?
was that, yes, there was, yeah, maybe it was a Rambo one. I do remember seeing one,
Yeah.
like an old film where, yeah, he's
Yeah, it
fighting
was.
for the
Against the Russians.
It's
Against the Nazi
mujahideen, not
Russians.
mujahideen. That's for you, foolish.
Potato. The fact I even get close, I think I should get a benchmark for.
Aladdin.
That was good.
Which was it? It wasn't Rambo 3?
What fucking business do we have?
Yeah, it was Harry. You're right.
Invade all these
Rambo
countries,
3.
man.
Oh, no, I don't know. I was
Well, I'll give you one really good example, Brian. So you brought up Kosovo. So I was in Kosovo about 15, 20 days after the ceasefire. I did a little tour of former Yugoslavia, putting cables back together or helping put cables back together for telecommunications. And one of the best things I've heard, one of the few things that I can actually say that we can be really proud about, is the people that stopped the massacre of Muslims in Kosovo, which were unarmed UN soldiers. Some were Dutch, some were American.
Yeah, but dude, it was
So we stopped massacre by
Finish what he's saying, guys. He's not
Hold
even
on.
done.
How
No,
is it
both
that
of
we
you
stop
guys.
massacres?
Two guys,
By
just chill.
massacring
Matrix,
people?
Matrix, relax. You got next, and then after that, Brian. Go ahead, foolish.
And they actually stood there and stopped a whole load of rather angry sort of Serbian Christians from massacring an entire set of people in church. And I met some of the people who were from that church, and they were absolutely fucking grateful about what had gone on, and they couldn't actually believe it because this was so totally against what they'd been taught. This is propaganda, not from one side. This is propaganda from all sides.
Mm-hmm.
And human beings are the bits
they
that are
were fucking
important.
trying to liberate, dude. They were a part of Yugoslavia.
Brian,
it's
you were
like
after
Cuba.
Jay.
Go ahead.
The problem is, Jaws, the problem is that it seems to all be propaganda. All of it. Every side, every story, every book, every movie, it's all propaganda. How is one to discern what was the right side?
Look, it's like Cuba trying to fucking liberate from the United States. Okay, I'm in Florida, and South Florida, it's dominated. Miami's fucking. You got to speak Spanish almost, except for in certain parts of Miami. It's like Florida trying to fucking liberate from the United States. You think the United States would allow that? So Kosovo was part of Yugoslavia, and they were fucking trying to fucking, what do you call it, annex or I forgot. But they were like,
I would really look at the history of what happened after the death of Tito in Yugoslavia. It is an incredibly complicated story. There are no simple answers that come out of it. But what we do know
give you that.
is an awful lot of really, ordinary people got killed. And that's the bit I feel shitty about.
Okay, one more thing, y'all. One thing I learned from that, I was a lot younger back then, but I was always had a kind of suspicious mind to look into shit. Listen to this. One thing I learned right back then was that the military did not need the House, vote from the House, or a president. They said that the only way they could do a military bombing campaign was if they had orders from the president, if we were attacked, or if they got the majority from the House or the Senate or whatever. And that's when I first realized that the military was operating independently of our fucking government, because they did all that shit. Fucking, it was a big deal for a few weeks how they fucking just went in like a black ops fucking bombing mission without the president's permission or anything like that. That's when I figured out they were independent of our political bullshit.
Aren't they supposed to have approval from Congress or something like that before being able to do anything?
That's if you go to war footing. So you can have the difference between the chief of your army, which is eventually the president, who can do executive orders, versus chief of staff, who then is the head of the military wing of the government, versus operational. So there's a difference between, Vietnam was never a war. It was a police action, wasn't it? There was never a formal declaration of war. And that's where you get into the weeds. And I kind of agree a little bit with Brian on the, semi-independent nature of some of the stuff that goes on. But at the end of the day, the buck stops with your president, the buck stops with your chief of staff.
Unless there's a higher hand.
But they bombed all that shit, man. Milosevic was like kind of uniting, making like, I think I forgot the name of it, but Slobodan Milosevic was uniting after after the Soviet Union had collapsed, not too long after that. And that's what I heard is he was doing a good job.
Slobodan Milosevic, I think is what you're trying to say. I'm going to do a percentage on you there.
Yeah, Milosevic. They made him out to be so evil, and they were bombing all that shit. So whoever was slaughtering the Muslims for trying to annex and trying to declare themselves fucking independent. Like I was saying, the United States would never let Florida do that. They never let South Florida do that. Why? Anyway, I mean, they were massacring Muslims. And
didn't Texas do that recently?
Called the KLA, and then we called them guerrillas after.
You're forgetting about Slovenia, Croatia, Bosnia Herzegovina, Kosovo, and what's the other one? There's a fifth one, isn't there? I can't remember. Anyway, it's
Czech.
No. They called it Serbia, though, man. I didn't even know it was Yugoslavia. I'm like, dude, we're bombing the motherfuckers. We just had the Olympics there in '84, and I had to find that out because on the news they were calling it Serbia, and I had to look at an old map, and I was like, wait a minute,
former Yugoslavia is made up of a number of different countries. You're right.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. I was like, why are they calling it fucking Serbia? We just had the Olympics there not long ago.
Because Tito died.
These motherfuckers shed blood with us in World War I and World War II, and we're fucking bombing them? I couldn't believe it.
Macedonia.
Thank you. I knew there was another one.
It's almost as if war is theater and it's just a big ritual to kill people.
No, unfortunately, that was not the case there.
How would you know that, Joss? How would you know that isn't the case? Please,
because
impress us with your superior intellect on the
because I spent nearly 7 weeks there, Matrix.
Joss.
He was in the board meeting.
Yeah. Just because you spent some time in some place that was bored doesn't mean you understand what's going on.
I guess if you've never been there and you haven't visited any parts of this country, and you haven't spoken to any of the people, you do?
Let me ask you, who was the bad guy in that and all that?
Joss, are you part of the people? I'm part of the people. We don't know shit. What does it matter what they tell you? Because they're gonna tell you bullshit as well. What I'm saying is that you would never know what is truly happening other than what you see in front of your face.
I'm just excited that Matrix is at LIGO and can do some measurements for us right now.
Right?
Hey, who's the bad guy, man, and all that shit, dude? Who's the bad guy?
There are a number of them. Generally, it's the shitheads that were killing each other, in my view, that were generally the bad guys.
Who?
There weren't really any good guys, Brian.
So was our bombing justified? Did we?
I didn't bomb them.
No, I said was our bombing, like United States. We fucking dropped. Around the clock, fucking giant bombing campaign. Was that justified?
It wasn't that big a bombing campaign.
It was on the news. That lends to what Nature's saying. Don't believe any of that shit on the news. They showed they were bombing around the clock on as far as the news said. And they were like burning our flags and shit, and we were supposed to go in to help the motherfuckers in Kosovo, and they didn't want us there, according to what the news was showing. But looking back, I probably believed too much it was on the news, but I was skeptical back then too. Man, I looked into Master Gunner's method for proof that he did a presentation on globe busters. It took me a minute to realize what he was saying. It's so simple of a concept. It's hard to. I mean, it's so fucking simple once you see what he's talking about that it's hard to grasp. I don't think he does the best job of explaining it, but it's a simple concept, man.
But it's hard to grasp.
Yeah, it's not. Look, it's so simple. Think about this. Okay, he's talking about the lines of parallel, right? So, we're pointing at the sun. Okay, basically it boils down to this. The fact that they have the sun 865,000 miles in diameter, it puts it where it's only like 0.000169 degrees from 45 degrees here on Earth to basically 45 degrees away. In other words, it's straight dead on. So your line of parallel is going to be 45 degrees from the guy at the top of the globe, right? Let's just say the top of the globe, 45 degrees from that is another straight line facing straight up toward the sun. Okay. But the 45 degree line on the globe points fucking outward at 45 degrees. So you're almost certainly going to get a measurement past 45 degrees. And that bombs their method. If they had the sun small, it would work. But it kills the fucking globe right on its face.
Or
I'm gonna do a little diagram
way, Brian.
Put a video out. What?
Or it's a long way away.
If you were to mark the spot on Earth, it would work. But the fact that the line is going toward the globe, it kills it. I'm gonna put out a video, man. A short video clarifying.
I think that would be a good idea. And then show how an object that you may think that's 3,500 miles away with a 30 or 50 mile diameter, which is one of the other postulations I've heard from the flat Earth, versus an object that's 165,000 miles or kilometers across, and is at 93 million miles, which one would have a greater angular size?
That's just it. The measurements are irrelevant. You could do further. You could do some further research with the numbers. It's the angle itself. It can't go past 45 degrees. Well, you can't go past 45 degrees. I mean, you can measure out the distance to get your survey station, but it doesn't matter if you're anywhere around that area. You can't go past.
You said measurements were
40,
used.
Let's just say to play it safe, you can't go past 46 degrees. But it's the globe definitely will go way past. There's no way around it. In fact, instead of trying to explain this, I'll do a little video because I already drew a sketch of how simple it is. It's so simple you'd never fucking think of it. It's that simple. Once you realize it, you're like, oh, that's what he's talking about. And you're like, God, how in the fuck have we never thought of that? I kind of did when I was talking about angles to the Polaris and going up in elevation, but it's so simple right on its face, man.
How does that work? That
Models
Polaris
about to have to
being
be
on a flat
updated.
surface? Sorry, how does the angle of Polaris work on a flat surface without it changing its height for everybody?
Man, I already modeled that. I posted it earlier. My flat Earth refraction model. It doesn't involve very much, but it applies to sun, moon, Polaris.
So
long
you're
distance
saying
mountains.
So you're saying that the atmosphere changes at an incredibly consistent and regular rate the further north or south you go. Interesting.
Well, there's
Anywhere
not
on the
any.
planet.
There's hardly any refraction until you get to like start getting lower from 64 degrees up. There's zero refraction, and then lower than that, it's minimal. Over that long of a distance, it's minimal. But yeah, it is consistent over long distances. Yeah, it's pretty consistent.
How does that work then? If I plot out just the 10 degrees of Polaris, or about 8.5 degrees of Polaris, from the south coast of the UK to the north coast of the UK.
Wait, how far off do you think the flat Earth model is? I mean, how far off do you think the angles are? They're not that fucking far off. Dude.
But you said there's minimal refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah, and between the 64th parallel up to nearer the pole, there's no refraction.
Yeah, none. It works perfect. You don't need any refraction there. There's only a couple little spots where the flat doesn't match the globe and in the lower altitudes, man, where the lines are just a little bit off, man. It ain't much. It does take a fairly consistent amount of refraction over long distance, but it ain't much.
And it doesn't matter whether I'm in the United Kingdom, America, whether I'm on a North Pacific island. It's all the same.
Yeah, it's based on the humidity gradient. The humidity is pretty consistent on the altitude where it cuts off is pretty consistent.
Really?
Everywhere. It's going to be highest at the ground, and it's going to hit a spot where there's no humidity up above the clouds.
You're telling me
like an inversion there,
that somewhere like
there
Minnesota or Michigan has the same humidity as Iceland, or the west coast of England. Come on, mate.
No, I don't think Iceland. I don't believe you're going to have any refraction in Iceland.
No, Iceland's about a little bit north of the north of Scotland. It's not that much north.
Yeah, you're not going to have nothing to speak of. Anyway.
Let's take Michigan in winter, and the west coast of the United Kingdom in winter. I'll tell you what. Generally, there's a fuck sight less humidity in Michigan than there is in the west coast of England in winter, especially.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how much there is. It matters that it's still a fairly consistent gradient. So even if there's less.
Yeah, if there's less, that's going to affect your refraction.
Nah, not that much, man.
Because if you've got zero humidity in the atmosphere, which is kind of what you get in deep winter up in that part of the world.
What do you mean zero humidity?
How cold does it get up there, Brian?
Like I said, up there, you get close to the North Pole, there's no refraction.
No. North United States. On the Canadian
It can
border.
get pretty cold, man, but I don't think
Yeah.
there's never no humidity, man. I don't think.
It's down to minus 30, 40, doesn't it? Quite regularly.
Well, all I'm trying to tell you is that's where refraction is minimal.
What happens to humidity in the atmosphere when it gets down to that temperature?
Maybe that's why there's no refraction needed up there.
But it's the same parallel as the UK, where you say we do need refraction.
Not much, man. Not much. In the colder northern regions, not much.
But
I'm gonna tell you right now. I'm gonna tell you right now, man. I'm gonna tell you right now. The water in the water vapor and humidity in the atmosphere cuts off completely at a pretty consistent rate. And there's no such. I don't think there's.
It doesn't. If you look at the winter temperatures in the UK, and then you look at the winter temperatures in the central part of the US near the Canadian border, which is pretty close to the same parallel. Yeah, and you're talking 40, 50 degrees Fahrenheit difference.
What's that got to do with anything, bro?
I'll let you work it out, dude.
Yeah, I'll have to work it out. You know,
based on what you said it's going to be fairly consistent from the point of view of the type of temperatures and humidity. And I'm saying there is a huge humidity difference between somewhere like the United Kingdom in winter.
It doesn't matter, man. You're failing to hear it. I can just keep saying it over and over, dude. There's a fucking.
You said humidity was part of the problem, and we have a consistent humidity gradient at the same sort of like parallel.
There's always
when we don't.
There's always going to be humidity gradient. You understand? And there's going to be like a little level where it inverts. I think by the cloud. Okay, so are you trying to say that there's no clouds? It's zero humidity? That's impossible. Just like there's a pretty consistent pressure gradient. You know, it doesn't matter if it's down a little bit. It gradiates pretty consistent everywhere. And, you know, same thing with humidity. Even if it's lower, it's still going to gradiate as you get higher. But that's probably why it's minimal shit, the further north you go.
I'm just pointing out that there is not a little, but a huge difference in humidity in the winter between the United Kingdom and the same latitude in America. Huge difference. Same as there's a huge difference in temperature.
What latitude are you speaking?
54, about as well, Ryan.
What's that?
About 54.
Yeah, there's fuck all of refraction. It might be fucking almost zero there. Barely any there. Barely any.
Really?
It's zero once you get to 64, and it gradiates slow, man. I have to double check it, man.
Wait,
but, at that latitude, it's not much refraction whatsoever, dude. Barely any.
Wait, are you saying below 64 degrees Fahrenheit? There's not much?
No, parallel.
No, latitude.
Oh.
Sorry, latitude, yeah. So we're talking about a position on the globe and comparing, and I was rather amazed at Brian's claim that, you know, the humidity levels are about the same. When having been in Canada in the winter versus the UK in the winter, it's a fuck sight colder, to say the least, because we have a very mild climate in the UK, but we also have a very humid climate. So the humidity difference is huge. And he's saying one of the things that affects this refraction is the humidity in the atmosphere. And I said, well, there's a huge difference in different places around the world. And I gave two examples.
Bro, it's the humidity gradient. The humidity gradient. It's going to go from its highest at the ground to zero at a certain elevation. That's fairly consistent. There could be way less, but the gradient is going to be fairly consistent, is what I'm trying to tell you. There could be fucking way less humidity where you're at, but it's going to gradiate fairly consistent. So if there's more here,
but if we got clouds, if we got clouds above us, Brian, like I've got this morning, wouldn't that mean there's more humidity in those clouds?
Based on the gradient. Oh my God! What are you talking about,
Well,
dude?
you
So
said
you're not going to
that
say
clouds show
that there's more
humidity. Oh, sorry.
humidity at the ground? Are you going to say there's not more humidity at the ground than there is at 60,000 feet in the air?
No, I'm going
He's
to say
trolling
that.
you, Brian.
I'm going
Yeah,
to
I know,
say that when
man.
you've got
I'm leaving on that note.
I wasn't trolling him.
Oh, sure.
One comment about the refraction, that it needs always a ball before it can happen, because the air will bend from less dense air to the more dense air. So you have to have gradients of less dense air towards the more dense air to refraction to happen. So that means if you look from the shoreline, you have to have there in the shoreline less dense air, and when you look towards the sea, you have to have more dense air in there, and then it will bend the light downwards. So, but you have to have these different gradients of air to have even the refraction. So the refraction actually makes the ball even harder to be exist or to be real. So just parroting a refraction as a parrot doesn't help globe believers. It's against them. I'm looking for a picture about that, what I was talking about. I cannot find it at the moment, but I will post it in the chat just a couple of when I find it.
I think refraction is a really shitty argument for the shape of the Earth.
May I ask, because I just jumped in and I'm going to jump out soon again. Did I get this correct? So is Brian saying that above 64 latitudes north there is no refraction?
Yeah. No,
To me that sounds...
No, he was saying that to the angle to affect Polaris.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So he's talking about the angle of elevation of Polaris.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so he wasn't saying there was no refraction in the atmosphere above the 64th parallel.
Oh, right, yeah.
Okay. Okay, there's an illustration. Sorry for it's not as clear as it should be. The text is a little blurry. But anyway, you see the idea. So the A in the left side is the observer, and it has to be less dense air, which is the point 1 in the illustration. And it's looking towards left. And then the observer or the is looking, and the number 2 is a little bit more dense air, or what you would ever say, there is more moisture or whatever in the air, so it will bend the light downwards. That's what I was talking about. So you have to have these gradients of air density to refraction happen. So there is that. That's if you have that and you can measure that you have, let's say, like there is 5 different density of the air. You have let's say 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, some kind of measurement device that is measuring the density of the air, then that could be happen. But nobody has done anything like that. That's just measuring the density over the sea or over the lake. It's just an assumption that when we look towards the lake, that the air is more dense in the middle of the lake. And another thing is, if it's more dense, even it's more dense in the middle of the lake, would it be going back to the less dense air when the light is going near to the another shore or opposite shore. So wouldn't that happen also in the other side of the lake? So basically, if it would bend in the middle of the lake, and then the light should bend back where it was if the lake is more dense in the middle. So you have, basically you have to have a lake that is more dense in another shore that where are you looking from. So basically, when you're looking, let's say, I don't know, some building from a Chicago skyline or something like that. So that Chicago itself should be inside the more dense air than the observer to this happen. That's insane. And if you believe that, that's all right, but don't claim that it proves the ball.
Said, I think refraction is a shit argument. It's too much of a variable effect. So it's not an argument I would make to say, aha, look at this proves the shape of the Earth. No, I think good
it's a weak argument.
Surveying.
Yeah,
good surveying is what shows the shape of the Earth.
Yes, refraction goes against you, so they're definitely just a waste of time.
No, he's saying it's a bad argument. I agree with him.
Yeah, it is a bad argument, exactly.
Oh, sorry, my bad. I posted in a live stream voice tech 2, so I'm posting it also in the voice tech 1. So sorry, wrong there, wrong chat.
Oh, I'm accidentally on voice chat 2, so I was okay.
I posted also in voice tech 1, so sorry, my bad.
Back.
Anyway, if you think about that thing that I just told by your own, don't believe me, just think about it, how it should be happening and how the light is bending always from the less dense air or less dense material. It doesn't have to be air. You can do the same thing from a, I don't know, glass of water or whatever.
Or prism.
Plastic.
Or piece of glass, or anything with a change of density causes refraction. Don't have a problem with that. We understand the properties of light pretty well.
So Brian's statement earlier that the refraction would be minuscule is correct from the 64th beyond. Yeah. So he wasn't.
And
he
actually,
wasn't saying anything wrong.
you can look at the sailors' almanacs, and they have corrections for it.
Yeah. That may be so.
Yeah, that is so. So it's not something that's a surprise or not understood. It's something that we've been tracking for about 150, 200 years.
Yeah.
And obviously the Sailor's Almanacs go back to what, the 1770s, 1780s, something like that?
Yeah.
I think I would like to live in those years. I don't know what it was kind of in Finland, but I think things were better because this is so toxic environment. I mean mentally at least to live in these days because there is so much. What is this called when you are always opposite of something? You are pro something and then.
Yeah, contradiction. There's a lot of contradiction going on anyway.
Yeah, people are in two different camps and they are throwing stones each other. So
yeah, that's been around for a long time. That's been around for a long time.
Yeah, I agree with Jim on that. I mean, to be honest, I wouldn't like to live any time prior to the invention or the discovery of antibiotics. You're eating on mic, Jim, just so you know.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm folding up a piece of paper. That's what I'm doing. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. I assumed you were eating on. It sounded like a crisp packet. I was jealous. I've given up crisps.
Why is that then?
I want to lose another half stone.
Oh, right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good idea. And you might want to introduce just walking. Walking is good.
Sorry.
Start off with, yeah, just but you've got to do it. You just got to say, right, I'm going for a walk now.
Yeah, I walk good 5 miles pretty much every day, Jim.
Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Then if you've reached that stage where you walk 5 miles pretty much every day, but you're not, and the weight's not dropping, then it means it's time to up the ante just slightly. So maybe push bike it.
I've gone from, what was I, about 2.5 years ago, about 110 kilos. I was about 16.5 stone. I'm now around sort of 13.5.
Okay. Okay, yeah. And
20 minutes on the bag every day, Jen. That's the other thing I do. It's one of the reasons I'm a calmer human being than I was, because I beat the shit out of my punch bag.
I can't fashion a punch bag, so I use a tree. I punch a tree and I kick the tree. Round out kicks. Solid. I've got my karate pads on, so I don't do my shins in. But yeah.
You should use a Macari instead, much better.
Yeah. Again, I've got to be able to passion that onto the wall, haven't I?
No, I don't have to. I used to have one that was 2 solid oak boards with a bit of leather in between. That's what I used to use.
Yeah.
And that's good because it gives a bit of flex, but it also comes back on the hand as well.
Yeah.
I used to do a lot of Qigong as well, so my hands are pretty much absolutely fuck all sensitivity in them now. Whereas I can go like that on a solid wall.
Yeah, I remember I punched the wall in after I saw a parking ticket on my bike, and I couldn't believe I dented the wall. I was that angry. Didn't hurt my hand at all.
Yes, I actually damaged some of the bones in my my left hand because I punched something too hard. Because it didn't break, obviously the vibrations went back up my arm.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's not a good idea, mate. You can really hurt yourself fucking shit like that.
Yeah, but I punched
Trust
it.
a guy who's got a very angry temper.
Yeah, I punched it properly, focused. Because you practice the agiyuki.
Yeah, I've done martial arts longer than you did. We've talked about this, and I don't generally talk much about it. But if you hit something and you do not break it, you're going to hurt yourself if you hit it hard enough, and especially if it's a solid object like a brick.
Yeah.
So don't.
I don't know if you've done martial arts longer than me, though. I don't remember that conversation at all, to be honest.
You did 6 years of karate.
Correct. Then I did.
And
what
you
about
got
my
brown belts?
Yeah. What about my boxing prior to that? What about my unarmed combat prior to that?
Yeah, I started doing martial arts at about 12, and I stopped at about 40.
Right.
I used to really like it, especially judo, jiu-jitsu were my 2 favourites.
Put the cocks away, boys.
No worry, I've got nothing to worry about.
I said to Goshi, one of my favourite judo throws. Yeah. Anyway,
worry about, man.
Yeah, I'm just saying, if you hit solid stuff, be careful because you can really damage the bones in your wrist.
Yeah, but I'm aware of all that. You see, there's one thing I will always say, that when I do my thing, you can believe that I've been practicing for a long time, and I know what I'm doing. Like you saw my motorbike with my luggage and that, yeah. Very very neat. You said, yeah, very neat. Another man making that same journey would have done it differently, and there could have been problems. Because I noticed that.
No, I mean, if you ride a bike, and you do it regularly, especially if you do a lot of journeys, then you know how to strap shit to your bike.
Exactly.
I mean, I've had 2 25-kilo sacks of feed on the back of a bike. I've managed to carry hay bales on the back of a bike, and I have, you know, and you can strap
Yeah,
shit to the back of the bike.
I'm glad you said that. I've carried a TV on the back of my bike, television. On a 250 XL, on a 250 Honda XL 250, I carried a television from Tottenham Court Road. Now, Tottenham Court Road is what you would call the place where all the hi-fi equipment is being.
I know exactly where Tottenham Court Road, and you were heading north, I would say, because you said you lived in North
I headed
London.
north to Highgate, where I was living, on a 250 with a TV on the back. Can you imagine what the people were looking like? Most people would have got the delivery van, but I wanted it there and then. You know, I said, don't worry. Put it on the
Hey, you can't say I don't listen to you, Jim.
Yeah, headed north to Highgate with a TV on the back of the bike. Yeah. I'm the man people come to get to learn, even back then. But I wasn't selfish. If I saw a geezer, a guy on his bike, and he's going to have a problem, I'd say, listen, you're going to have a problem here, mate. Let's get that sorted out now, so that he or she don't have an accident. You know, they may not have the tools. That's the most.
We've all had a go at the flip flop wearers, Jim.
Yeah.
That's the difference between a biker and a tourist.
Yep.
Or a weekend warrior, or that idiot that likes to ride around in shorts, and then you show them some gravel rash.
That's the one.
And you go, this is how I learned not to do shit like that. As I said, I've never owned a car in my life. I've always been a biker.
Yeah, I've always been a biker right up until I came to Japan. Then because I had children, and of course you want to do the snowboarding and all the outdoor activities, canoeing, camping and all that, well, I had to get my license.
I need to do that. I really need to get my driving license.
Yeah.
That's because I'm getting old.
So I did that. Yeah, but I understand you being a biker, because in Britain, really, you know, you can't park your car. You can drive your car anywhere you like as long as you park it outside your front door. You know what I mean? That's what it's like in Britain.
It's not that bad. I mean, again, you've got to remember you lived in London, Jen. I mean, you know, I grew up in the country, lived in London, now I'm back in the country. And it's kind of different shit in different places. I agree, you know, parking, it was much easier owning a motorbike in London, because you're right, I could park fucking anywhere and it didn't cost me anything to do it.
Yeah.
That's even changed. You have to pay for bike parking now.
Yeah, I know. Same in Japan as well.
Disgusting.
Yeah, I own 2 bikes and a push bike. So you can see that, you know, I wasn't definitely not going to get 4 wheels, you know? So in the evening when I came off my motorbike and then I go back out to do my youth work, I'd go by push bike, warm myself up. Yeah.
I'm actually looking at taking one of the Zeros out for a test ride.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I just want to see what they're like.
Yeah.
The trouble is the main dealer for it is in Cambridge, which is kind of in the east of England, and Cambridgeshire.
Yeah.
And I'm in like the west of England, sort of between sort of Somerset and Wiltshire.
Yeah, you're miles away. You're on the other side, mate.
Well, it's a ride out, isn't it? So I'll probably do it when the weather gets a bit nicer again. But
yeah, it's a nice ride, but it's a long way. It's a long way.
That's right. My mum lives up in North Norfolk. I do that quite regularly.
Ah, right. What, near the Norfolk Broads?
No, North Norfolk. So that's up near the Wash.
Oh, okay.
Kings Lynn, Hunstanton, Blakely Point,
Kings Lynn, Hunstanton. Nice areas.
Very pretty. I grew up in Suffolk, which is the bottom of the Norfolk Broads, was where I grew up.
Yeah. I was Suffolk Southern County deadlift champion. 1983, 84.
Oh. I was just finding out about women around then.
Yeah. It was a shocker and surprise win, because I was really built to finish third, because there were 2 other deadlifters going by their body weights that should have beat me easy, right? But they got caught up in all the limelight and that, and wasted 2 of their lifts showing off, right? Much to my amazed, I thought, why would they do that? So obviously they weren't briefed properly, or they didn't pay attention to their instructor. You've only got 3 lifts. So when you come in, you've got to come in on a lift you know you can lift, which is near your maximum. That warm you up, okay? Then do your maximum, and then you got 1 lift to try and go over it. And that's exactly what I did. And that's how I won. Didn't waste any lifts. The winning lift on that day was 205 kg. Absolutely marvelous. That meant I could pick up the back of a mini car. Yeah, I felt good about that. Could pick up the back of a mini car. Or any small car like that.
You come across very competitive, Jim.
I am like that. I mean, I'm the guy you see, I'm jogging, right? And someone might jog past me. I think, oh, you think you're faster than me, mate? Oh, let's lap something. You know what I mean? And I'll start just overtaking and see how far see if they'll bite. And sometimes they bite, and then we sprint down. We're jogging. We've got our own paces to do. I don't know the guy from Adam, but we run, right? And I'm not going to give up. And then you hear the man go, wow, you're too fast. I said, sorry. And I'm in my 60s. I'm in my 50s and doing that.
I kind of get the vibe that Jin is good at everything he does. Am I right, Jin?
You know what? I try to apply logic to everything I do. I'm not the best, but I don't want to make work for myself. So I'm going to be methodical and get it done the most economical way. And I'm now 60. So obviously I've got knowledge, so I must use it. So if I'm learning something and you give me a chance, I will excel in it. I will do my best with it. Yeah, I'll try and do the best always. So that's the competitive streak. I won't say I'm the best at everything, but I can do things well. Yeah. You can rely on me. We're going to have a communal camp, and everyone's going to be shy. The one place that we need to make sure we got it locked down is the toilet. So I don't mind being the toilet man, because I'm going to do that well. You're going to be comfortable. Because I don't want to go to a toilet that is not being done properly because the person doesn't want to do it. That's not the way to approach it. And that's me. So I'll do all the shitty jobs and do it good. Just so that we can all be comfortable. I can do the good stuff easy. So let me take something that people shy away from. And that's me. Just to make sure that we are all comfortable. I'm not that proud, you know what I mean? I can do that. So thanks for the comment, but yeah, I try my best to do what I do the best, if I can. That's it, And I'm often saying to people, even in the server, I said there are more learned people than me who can articulate the flat Earth better than I can, and I always respect that. So I do my best. I might be the loudest flat Earther, but at the end of the day, I know when someone who is more articulate than I am, and I like to listen to them. So I can give way. Because yesterday, I think Pete the Dodo has been banned from this server. I only found out yesterday. I didn't know. I wondered why he wasn't around. And guess what he called me? Controlled opposition shield yesterday. Jim Panda server. Right? He called me that. And I said, you know why you say that? It's because you're so busy in your fantasy world. You're delusional. How can I be a paid opposition? I mean, that's silly. You can see my face. People know me. I've posted my children on the server. What are you talking about? That's silly. Maybe because I keep to the basics, which is what we learn in karate. When you have the basics foundation of karate, you will never go wrong. So with the flat Earth, as long as I keep the basics, I'm going to destroy every single professor. I don't have to go into the maths and the technologies. I can be as silly as you'd be upside down in a plane. And the way I deliver it is emotionally filled with emotion that people are going to be thinking, yeah, he's right. It's the way you deliver it. So don't, you can think I'm a shill, but that's not what I am. You know what I mean? You made a mistake there big time.
Does sound like you're doing the basic plot of the Karate Kid, though.
Yeah, I see what you're doing there.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I keep everything. That's how it is with me. Whatever I try and put my hand, whatever I put my hands on, this is a fact. Whatever my hands touch begins to get better, without a doubt. Just gets better. I buy a car, it's used, it's second hand, it begins to uplift because I'm bringing it back to life. That's me. I don't destroy it. I extend life and keep it going. That's what I like to do. And that's a British thing. That's something that I learned in Britain. British people tend to want to hold on to things longer. That's how they get value, you see. Here in Japan, they want to throw away and get a new one. They want the new one, the new one, the new one. So in England, the used car market regarding Japanese cars is great because the cars are hardly ever used. Do you know what I mean? Before they use it for like 3 years and they're on to a new one here in Japan. And in 3 years, the cars just run in.
All about the asset management, Jim.
What's that? The what management?
Asset management. We're all about it.
Yeah, acid. Where does acid come into it? What, in the battery, you mean?
Acid, not asset, not acid.
Oh, asset, right. Oh yeah. For me, I'm not bothered because I don't really buy brand new vehicles. But with the Japanese, they buy a new vehicle, they'll have it 3 years, or they'll go to the dealership right on time, so nothing goes wrong. I mean, literally nothing goes wrong, and then they'll sell the car and get a new one. Okay, they'll part exchange it, of course, for a new one. So therefore, in Britain, when you pick up a Japanese car second hand, you can be confident if it's come from Japan, the car has been well maintained. That's why I always bought second hand Japanese bikes, because they were always well maintained. When they're coming in from Japan imports, especially the grey market, the 400s and that, they were bloody marvellous, brand new.
Then you got the old DVLA V5 registration, which can be fun.
Yeah,
and then
that's right.
Then you have to tell them that it's a foreign import on your insurance, which can be fun.
Yeah, that's all been that all gets taken care of by the dealership, so the actual punter himself doesn't have to worry about that as such.
No, insurance doesn't. You have to always declare it to be a foreign import.
Oh, they know it anyway. They know the insurance companies by this time.
No, you have to declare it on your insurance, because otherwise, if they find out, they can invalidate.
No, when you go to insure it, is when you declare that, and it's already done because they know that at the time that these great imports were coming in, which would have been round about the 90s, late 80s, 90s, the insurance companies kind of like had a list of great imports coming in. They knew what, once you mentioned the model, they would then ask you. They would then ask you.
I had a VMAX that was grey.
Yeah.
And they didn't know it was a grey import. They would have found out if they looked at the VIN number on the bike, but they can't tell it from the registration on the bike.
Yeah.
So
you got the logbook and everything else, the logbook and that. So you send them a copy of the logbook and everything else, so they know.
No, you don't send them anything. I mean, all I had to do, that was early 2000s.
Right.
And the only thing that I did was declare it as a foreign import, and that's what I found out from a friend of mine, because a friend of mine does insurance. And he said it's really important to declare that, because if you don't and they find out and you have an accident, they'll invalidate your insurance, and then you can get done for having no valid insurance.
Oh yeah,
as well as having an accident, even if it's not your fault.
Yeah. Basically, no, that wasn't a problem. That I had no need to worry about that at all. That was not a concern in my case at all, because the grey imports were well established by the time they came in. And when it comes to insuring, they know. They even ask you, that doesn't sound like a model that's sold in this country. Yes, it's a grey import from Japan, and that's that. Fine, no problem. Wicked machines, and they were immaculate. So Japanese vehicles that second hand, if you buy one of those that's imported from Japan, you can be sure that it's better maintained than the Japanese cars that are sold, let's say, in the UK that are being maintained in the UK. No, those from Japan are the best because the Japanese mechanics, they put the white gloves on when they actually go to maintain and service a car. And they take pride that there shouldn't be any grease on that glove, on those gloves. The white glove standard. I love it. They take that much pride. If their gloves are dirty, you can tell there's been problems.
How they manage
you,
to
Jim,
get no
but their
grease on them.
repair work is known around the world as being very shoddy.
Well, you know,
Japanese engineering and design, yeah, that's a different story. But
yeah,
their actual general local repair work and so forth is shocking.
And not when it comes to bikes, cars, and things like that. You know, when you're talking about the dealership.
Dude, the bodywork shit I've seen come out of Japan is fucking horrible, man. Like Coke cans riveted together and bogged over. That's the type of shit I've seen come out of Japan.
That would have been back in the 80s where they used to be known as rust buckets. Remember?
No,
Remember this? Hang on.
It's all the shifty cunts trying to cash in on the price hike that Japanese cars have gone up in the last few years, man. So they just slap together a shit job and pump them out. There's a lot of it going around, mate.
I don't know where you've gone because the Japanese, when it comes to their vehicles and that, pride of keeping, they don't, you know what? They don't want the comeback. Okay, they don't want the customer to come back and say, look at this shit that you sold. They don't want that. They take a lot of pride. I remember I've been here 21 years. I've used Japanese vehicles for over 45 years. So I know what I'm talking about here. I'm not just, you might have gone to a few places there where they might have done that, but, you know, on the whole, you know,
I've worked on
they
cars
take
since I
pride
was fucking
in their
18,
vehicles.
man.
I'll admit they make a lot of box cars. Yes, they make a lot of ugly box cars. And Jeremy Clarkson from Top Gear, you know, he even highlighted that the ugliest cars in the world are being made in Japan at the moment. You know, back in the mid-90s, and he would be right because they love a box car in Japan. I don't like a box car. There's no style. But when it comes to maintaining these vehicles, second to none, mate. They look. Such was the domination of Japan in the motor industry that you had Europe, all the manufacturers in Europe going to Japan to see how they did it because they couldn't understand how they were losing market share. Okay,
Jen, I'm being honest with you, man. I own a Honda Civic, all right, a K20 Civic.
Fine.
So I like Japan. I like their cars. I like their engineering. But I'm being honest with you. Most of the shit that comes out of there lately, especially in the auctions and that, is pretty goddamn shoddy, man. I know what you get into. Like your local garage or whatever might wear white gloves and make you feel fucking, you know.
Yeah. It doesn't matter what you say, mate. I've seen it with my own eyes. Okay, I'm living here in Japan, so I know. So you can, wherever you've been, wherever you are, don't mean shit. When you come to Japan,
I've only been in the car scene for over 20 years, and we get the same Japanese cars here in Australia as well. But I know nothing, all right, Jim?
Come and experience the Japanese way of having your car maintained and looked after, and you'll never look back. Okay.
Can I put it? My brother owns a Rotary. That's how into Japanese cars I've been at one point. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Rotary engine. Yeah, nice.
So
nice engine.
do I really have to say any more? I don't think so.
No, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, you're delusional if you think that Japanese cars are shit and it's a bag of bones or a bag of nails or whatever.
That's not what I've said, Jim. That's not what I've said.
You're saying that the bodywork is shoddy and ropey, is what you're saying. And I say to you, you are mistaken, sir. Yes, they are made, the K cars in particular, the small box cars, they're not very solid, no. I mean, I'd never buy a K car because you've got almost no protection. But that's a small car. That's the cheapest end of the market you're talking about. I'm talking cars that you'd want to own. You know, your GTRs, your Skylines, yeah, the Crown. Yeah, that's the upper end of the market, the Lexuses. You know, we're not talking going down Cheapsville. where you buy in a can, like it's like it seemed would seem like they're made out of a can of Coke. But even then,
I had an R32 when I was about 22.
Yeah, right. Take another away from the Japanese. Look, the Japanese were responsible for every other manufacturer around the world to pull their finger out and get their levels up, because they were like for example, no, listen.
Honda made the Americans pull their finger out with the small car market when the fuel crisis happened in the 70s and 80s and so forth,
Yeah,
because
but
they smashed them.
Not only that, no, they were losing market share to the Japanese. Look, Honda
that's what I mean. Honda were winning the small car market quite easily over in the US in the 70s and stuff when that fuel crisis
They're
happened.
still winning today. The number one sold car is the Toyota Corolla, and that's been sold. It's been number one for decades.
Yeah, no, not a fan of the Corolla.
Right, it's a big.
What car? What car, Jin? Which one?
The Toyota Corolla. The Corolla.
Corolla.
I actually think that's not a small car. That's a nice medium-sized car.
I actually think it depends where the cars are coming from in Japan, because I think is it Osaka? That's where all the rust buckets come from, and their welding is shoddy.
Again, I would have to disagree with that completely and utterly, since I live here and I'm seeing the work that they do. It's not.
What company is that owns the factory there?
It's not as shoddy as you're making it out to be. People's lives would be at stake. People would complain, and if indeed in the accidents that happen, if they're found to be shoddy, it's going to go back. I mean, for example, there was a point when they had steel coming from Germany, Mitsubishi. They had to call back a number of vehicle trucks because the steel they used was coming from Germany, and they used the steel to make the bolts, the lug nuts and bolts to secure the wheel to the actual chassis. Yeah, right. And then what happened? One of those bolts sheared off. The tire fell off the truck, hit a Japanese little girl, killed the girl dead. Okay, this happened in 1999, 2000, right about that time. Okay, now when they finally done all the autopsy and the research into what happened, it turns out that the steel being used wasn't Japanese steel; it came from Germany. German import steel, and then that was a surprise to everyone. Why did Mitsubishi do that? Blah blah blah. Obviously, they must have been able to get it cheaper than manufacture it themselves. Okay, so they had to recall a lot of things. So sometimes when you find defects, it's not even from Japan, because they dedicate themselves. Hang on, if you see how they actually prepare and make a samurai sword, that adherence to excellence and precision follows through in everything they do. They are number one at that. They're number one at that in the world.
They're very good at what they do.
In the world. Sorry.
Yeah. I mean, if you're using your car for the local market, I think you're absolutely spot on. That the cars would be the top of the line engineering, but when the cars have come to the end of their life and they're ready to export and they go to the USS auctions, that's one of the reasons why New Zealand has its own automobile association. It's called the AA. Actually placed there. They've got their own office there. They do their own inspections to make sure that these cars meet the New Zealand standards, because if you didn't have that, we'd have cars falling to bits.
Okay. Well, I mean, I have to say this.
You know what I'm talking about, then, Purple
No, I don't know what you're talking about, because I'm gonna correct you on that as well.
Wasn't talking
because
to
when
you, Jim.
Japan exports their cars, depending on who the dealer is, usually you sort after vehicles that are 3 years to 5 years old. That is not the end of at the end of the life of a car by anyone's standard.
What car? What car is exported right now, Jin?
What that's being exported out? There are many across the board. I can't.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, that's the thing. I can't give you a name, but I'm sure you would be able to buy. Let's have a look.
Because I don't think the Corolla.
Hang on. Toyotas, Hondas.
I don't think they're exported though.
Nissans.
There's factories here for the Corolla and Toyota in the US.
Toyota, Honda. There's just many. I don't know which particular model. I can't say that as such.
Let me ask you this.
Yeah, go on.
Do you think it's the same do you think it's the same a car manufacturer in Japan than a car manufacturer in the US? Do you think it's gonna have the same quality?
Yes, it should do, because Japan, that is the #1 rule about the Japanese. Whatever the manufacturing processes that they do in Japan must be the same. It cannot be different. Otherwise, things will happen. But things
I
do
disagree.
happen.
I
I know you
disagree
disagree.
because I think Japanese people have more discipline than people here in the States.
Yeah, you misunderstand me. You misunderstand
oh,
me. You
all
misunderstand me. Let me explain myself. I said to you this, that the Japanese themselves expect that the Americans, or wherever they transport their, wherever they have their factories, to operate in the same fashion with the same dedication. But like you said, and I agree, in the West, they don't have that dedication. I agree in what you said there. Yeah. But that's what the Japanese expect.
I would say they have the same technology in the car, but not the same quality. I would say
Not
that.
the same dedication. It's not the same dedication to excellence. It's the word I would have to use to be exactly precise. That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, so we're talking about imports from Japan going around the world. A shabby man is going to look for the cheapest shit that is at the end of the life, and I wouldn't buy one of those. The fact that I'm saying to you that the cars that are coming in around the world are generally 3 to 5 years old. That's not the end of a car's life by anyone's standard. And when you look in there, they're like new. Okay? And another
No, you get a lot of snow in Japan, man, and all that salt and shit on the roads, man. We end up with rust buckets that get imported.
I like
stuff.
the German stuff, Jin. I like Volkswagen.
Yeah, you see, so do the Japanese. And the funny thing is, when the Germans export their cars to Japan now, there's been a number of complaints from the Japanese owners that the German cars are breaking down rather a lot. And you know what I said to them? I think what's happening is that they're sending you substandard equipment. That's what they're doing there. Because you can't complain about a Japanese car if you're a Japanese car owner, it smiles for miles, bang for bucks. You're not complaining.
Jin, do you know anything about how the new Toyota Supra was developed? You know how that's pretty much a BMW underneath? It's a BMW engine and all that. When they actually developed that car, like the actual running gear and so forth, a couple got made and sent to Toyota for testing and development and so forth. BMW, the CEO said he couldn't believe the list that Toyota sent back that they had to change and upgrade and develop.
There you
like
are.
Toyota have the best testing and develop pretty much out of any manufacturer, I think.
Exactly. Look, what about the story where in America they said that the Prius was killing people? You know the Prius, the hybrid car.
Yes.
They said the accelerator was getting stuck down, right, and the car would keep on accelerating to the point where it would kill the occupants, right? And they reckon the military family died in such a car, and there were several accidents. When we actually look into that, turns out it was sabotage, because there was no other country in the world having such problems, never existed in Japan, and it was sabotaged in the end in the court. And Mr. Toyota himself had to appear in court in the US, and he brought the car to the US and showed them how it would be impossible for the mats to get stuck under the accelerator. It
was a pretty shit car though, regardless.
No, I think you have a very negative view on Japanese cars. I think you're pretty shit yourself. You haven't got a clue. You should really. When it comes, look, I'm gonna tsunami you with some more.
Jin, let me say this. That's such a weird thing to take pride on this, Jin.
No, it's not really. No, because
it's
not
man.
weird. It's not weird. No, it's not. You like what you like. And then you study it.
Yeah, remember, but it seems like you're getting like.
Hey, Jin, look, I just put a picture of my car in the chat. Look at underneath the bonnet, man. And you think I don't like Japanese cars? Have a look at that.
I'm going to stand up for the product that I like to use over those who think they are better. The reason why the Japanese won was because they had a fastidious attitude to making sure that their products were good. Then they came into the market cheap, and then you're getting like sunroofs, central locking, these things as standard. In the BMWs and the Volkswagens, these would be known as optional extras. But in Japan, you get it all in as a standard. That's a good thing. Okay? Then I understand the engineering. So is German engineering better than Japanese engineering? Not really. Are they on par? I would say yeah. But what's value for money? The Japanese model. For example, when they brought the NSX, it beat the Porsche Turbo at the Nuremberg Ring. But guess what the presenter of the show said? Well, the thing about the Honda, it won, but Porsche has a longer history. Well, yeah, they've been around longer. But I'm not interested in long history if we're talking about performance. I'd be interested in performance. The Lexus, okay, came into the market in the 1990s, okay? Now they put the BMW, the BMW, the Mercedes-Benz, the Jaguar, and the Lexus. They lifted the hood, they put a glass of water on the engine, a glass of water. They revved the nuts of the Lexus, the water didn't even move. Such was smooth engineering. When you put it on all the other brands, the water moving, the glass jumping all over the place. Okay? That was a test, and I can. It was done on Top Gear. I can send you the link to that. It's amazing. So no, Japan's engineering is very good. If it comes to being famous, well, they're not as famous as the other brands. That's a given. But to say that they're shit is bollocks. It's absolute crap.
Oh no, I will not say that. Not at all.
That's why. If I am defending Japanese brand, it's because I put my family's life and my life on the line every time I use them. So of course I'm going to speak up. Of course. Carry on, gentlemen. It's not weird at all.
No. What is weird is to take pride out of those companies.
Why? Why is that weird? Why is that weird? I buy a product. It serves me well.
It's something that you didn't build, or it's not something that is yours.
People are passionate about cars.
So
man.
what?
People are passionate about vehicles, man. That's why.
Fucking hell. That's a strange thing for you to say, because I put my life on the line and it performed every time. What are you talking about?
It's such a weird thing.
Your car rig? Is that your car rig?
Sorry?
Is
that your car?
Yeah, that's my little daily, man. He thinks I hate Japanese cars. I love them, man. That's my little daily, man.
No, but you're not. Well, you don't. No, you don't love them. You don't love them, because to love them is to speak like me. You don't love Japanese cars.
No, I'm speaking real about it. I'm just telling you what we're getting out of the country at the moment in the second-hand market. Like it's slowly improving, but goddamn, Jin, if you don't want, you won't even listen to me now. You're just talking over me.
Yeah, no, because you're talking about the gutter end of the market, the gutter end. And
no, I'm talking about $100,000 cars, Jin. $100,000 cars, Supras, Skylines.
Look.
Yeah. GTRs.
Okay. Yeah, GTR. Japan's improvement started in the 80s. So during the
That is a Japanese car, right? Or did I got it wrong? Nissan is a Japanese car, right?
Yeah, it used to be known as Datsun. Yes, Nissan. Yeah, correct. Yeah, that's correct.
Well,
now,
those ones are not that good.
Say that again?
Nissan is not that good, though. To be honest.
No, it's good because they're good. Look at Nissan Patrol. I've got a Nissan Pathfinder. Brilliant car. They're excellent vehicles.
They're ugly as fuck.
They suffered through the years.
What do you mean? Look into the CEO who owns Nissan. He's corrupt as fuck, man. He pretty much ruined Nissan.
Yeah, that's one man does not make a car go.
I know, but I just said as well. Nissan were great in the 90s. I think they made great cars in the 90s.
They made great cars. They make good cars today. They're not making the best cars. No, I would have to say that, and they're not. Their line is not. I mean, they introduced the Leaf, for example. Now,
how about the new 400Z, Jin? That looks pretty good. It's twin turbo and it's manual as well. That'll be a great car.
Yeah. That's a mean car there. Yeah. When and then the GT, when they did their GTR car, they got some really nice cars. But when they introduced the Leaf, I was offended because the Leaf is nothing like the Henry Ford's car. The Henry Ford's car can be considered a Leaf because everything was made from hemp and fibers of hemp. Everything, regarding the body and that, right? So when I went to Tokyo Motor Show, right, and I asked them, I said to them, what does leaf mean to you? What does a leaf mean to you? And he didn't quite understand what I meant. I said, leaf. I don't mean just leaf. What does it mean? Okay, when I think about leaf, I think about nourishment. The leaf of a lettuce, the leaf of a spinach, the leaf of a cabbage. Yeah, so it generates and gives life. Yeah, this car is nothing like that. This car you call the leaf is made from recyclable parts from other vehicles. So Nissan has saved money there. Okay, that's good. But the car is all battery, chemicals galore. Okay, have you heard of the Henry Ford car? I asked him. Yeah, the hemp car. Then I showed him on my iPhone. This car is made from leaf. This is the leaf, and the petrol running it is from the leaf. So don't be proud of this car. This car is nothing. Don't even name it the leaf. I said, take the name off. I was so annoyed. Do you know what I mean? Going around like the car was something of a revelation. I said, no, Henry Ford made the leaf well before this car. This car is nothing. And there was a crowd around me as I was talking in my broken Japanese, because I couldn't remember certain terminologies. But I had a crowd there listening because my hands were busy. I said, this is not a leaf. I would never buy this car. Don't be proud of this vehicle. The only good thing is that you made it from recyclable parts. That's all. It's not a leaf. Do you know what I mean? Leaf. A leaf is for me, it's like sacred in a way. You eat a leaf, it gives you nourishment. That car is not doing that to the earth. But yet they call it the name leaf. So yeah, I learned a lot about the Japanese and what they aspire to be, but I'm totally against that leaf car. Totally. It's nothing like Henry Ford's car is a leaf. Without a doubt. I don't know if
Do you know
anyone would
what
agree with that.
kooky means, Jin?
Oh, I know what cookie means, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm one of them.
Do you know where that originates from then?
Kuki means ear in Japanese, by the way.
No, it doesn't.
Kuki means ear in Japanese.
Koki.
Kuki.
Koki.
Kuki. Yeah, kuki. I thought you said cookie.
No, doesn't it mean like ugly face? Because they use it as a slang for an S14, a Nissan that was made in the 90s. They call it a kooky.
A cookie, yeah. Well, we call it
Rick,
mini
is it daylight where you at, Rick?
Hey?
Is it daylight where you at?
Is it daylight?
Yeah, it's daylight. Yep.
You too, right, Jin?
It's dark now. It's dark now here in Japan because it's now 5 o'clock in the afternoon. It's dark. We're moving towards winter. So the sun disappears from here around 4:30, 4:45.
Well, it proves the tilt of the Earth because Japan's just above Australia and it's daylight here. So
no, there's no tilt, no curvature.
I never knew that when it's winter in here in the United States, it's summer in Argentina and Chile and all those countries down in the south.
Yeah, it's amazing, isn't it?
It is. It actually fits the flat model
perfectly.
It doesn't make sense on the globe.
Tilted, wobbling, spinning. You never can see glow. Yeah. No evidence at all. You have to give up your senses and all your common sense and go into the world of belief and fantasy to understand the heliocentric model. Outside of that, it doesn't exist.
Were you here, Gio, earlier today when I was talking about the satellites and that shit?
No, I wasn't there till I was working.
No. How about you, Gio? Were you here?
Yeah, I was here.
Did you listen to the conversation?
Yeah.
The reason why I did that little exercise just to illustrate how from knowing nothing, right? They become experts over reading a couple things on Google. I don't know if you noticed that.
Oh yeah, that's why I had brought up. I think during that or somewhere in there, I had brought up. I was asking. I think writing. I was saying if NASA released tomorrow that they move the ISS to 350 miles instead of 250, and then next week they change it to 450 instead of 350, if they started doing that, like, would he just come here and say, "Hey guys, the ISS is 350 miles from Earth"? He would just come here and say that, no matter what they say. Yeah.
I just wanted to illustrate how they mindless read these quotes or these things on Google, and they will parrot it. Like no critical thinking at all. And that's why I stopped, because that was just what I wanted to illustrate.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous, man.
It's typical. It's typical. You see?
And then they say, "Well, you haven't demonstrated anything." I mean, well, I'm demonstrating that you're not actually gonna listen to anything that I'm saying unless it's in Google, right? Because gonna choose Google instead of critical thinking about or logical thinking about the things we're talking about.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, we were talking about the LEM, right? The Lunar Excursion Module, which supposedly landed on the moon back in 1969 for the first time, yeah? Now, there is a documentary called Was It Only a Paper Moon? That documentary, I think, is about 2 hours long. It's beautiful. I've watched it several times. More than 10 times I've watched it, yeah? Because I like it. And it goes into the dimensions of that LEM on the inside in particular, and how it would be very, very cramped in there for 2 astronauts in their suits, okay? Too cramped.
Yes.
There was not enough. They likened it to the size of 2 public telephone booths that you get in the US or in Britain. That's how much room they had in there. So, unless you had oil all over your body, your suit, so you could actually slip in there, how could they get in? The actual hatch, the diameter of the hatch was, they said, to be 32 inches in diameter, okay? So the question is, when they had their suit on, an astronaut would be like 3 foot wide from the life support system on the back, the backpack, the Bliss, okay, the portable life support system, and then the camera at the front that protruded. So how could they get out of the hatch? The question was asked when they're fully suited. And then the door of the actual LEM came inwards. So when you've got the space of 2 telephone booths, the one thing you don't want is a door coming in towards you, because where would the other astronaut go? One of the astronauts has to get out the way of the door, and you wouldn't be able to do that because there's only room for 2.
Jen, have you seen the little video where the module takes off from the moon? Have you seen that little video?
Oh, yeah.
All right. So one of the questions is, who the fuck is panning the camera, right?
Yes.
And they said, their answer is they did it with remote control, right?
That's what they said.
Yeah. So now the next question, sure, whatever, right? The next question is, how did they got the tape from the recording camera?
Yes, that's a great question. Yes, that is a great question.
There was no Wi-Fi and shit like that, so don't even think about bringing shit like that.
There you go. That's right. I mean, there's an anomaly straight off there, right off the bat. They said they sent the signal a few seconds.
I remember a Glover one time we asked these questions, and he said, "Well, they probably fake it, but it's only faking to show the video for the people, but it doesn't mean they didn't go." Like, even still after him realizing that it does look really shitty or fake, he wouldn't concede.
No, I hear that all the time. Yeah, but what if they're lying about that, but they're not lying about this? I think, come on, why are you lying anyway? What would be the point of lying anyway on any part of the mission?
Exactly. Well, that's the point. If you can do it, why are you gonna lie about it? There's It makes no sense.
Yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I was saying. That's always been my response. Why would they lie about that but not about this? I mean, they're silly. Come on. No, they didn't go clearly.
Yeah, it's like I put this example, right? It's like if I say I have a yellow car, right? I don't need to go fake pictures of a yellow car if I have it. I'm just gonna take the picture of the car and that's it.
Yeah, here's my car. Look, thank you.
Exactly.
Yeah, you know, I mean, here are the keys. Put the key in, start the engine. Here we are. That's my car. Thank you. What's going on here? Yeah, no, they never went to the moon. They never went to the moon. It's just all crap, you know. I mean, and you know that the lunar excursion module proves it clearly. You know, it was too small to accommodate two astronauts, even if it's cramped to fuck in there. You couldn't be. It just didn't work. There was no way two astronauts could be in there in the suit. No chance.
What about the boogie? Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I was just gonna say I agree, but it is kind of wild how it played into their agenda. You know, like this globe Earth thing, and then going to the moon, they get the picture of the globe. Like it is kind of almost like a synchronicity on some level that, you know, just how it's all played out like that. It's just like such a perfect scam for them to get that first picture of the globe.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah, that was.
Sorry. The funny thing is the whole blue marble shot, which they termed it back in 1972, happened at the end of the mission. So at the end of the mission, 1972, Apollo 17 mission, was when we actually get to see the Earth in its entirety. So all the other missions didn't have that shot, would you believe?
Wait, so they only got one at the end of the mission when it was going to be the last trip?
That's right. That was when they did it, yeah. 1972. Apollo 17, the final mission. And I was shocked to hear that. I thought, so what about all the other missions then? So what were they bloody doing then? They weren't taking any pictures. What a waste of time that was then. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't believe my ears when I heard that. But yeah, man. So that, and then it turns out that wasn't really a photographic image anyway, it was a painting. If we had to follow, what's his name? Math Powerland. All right. It wasn't even a real photograph at the end of the day. So no, they didn't go to the moon. Impossible. Their lunar excursion module, there are just too many anomalies. You know. Also, James Collier said that when this lunar module was supposedly landing on the moon, it was moving across the surface of the lunar surface horizontally. That would be rather impossible to do. How would you be able to control that? Just with thrusters. And remember, no atmosphere to push off of. So
what is the name of that thing? The radiation thing, Gene? Van Halen, or what is it?
Yeah, you've got two belts. You've got the Van Allen radiation belts, named after the James Van Allen, who discovered them.
Yeah. Isn't there an interview where one of the astronauts is saying that they went really fast through that thing?
That's right. His name is Alan Bean. That was his name.
That they didn't know, right? That they didn't know existed, right?
That's right. And Bart Sibrel was asking him. Bart Sibrel was asking Alan Bean in the documentary "Astronauts Gone Wild," and Bart Sibrel said, "How did you feel about going through the Van Allen radiation belts?" Right? He said, "I don't think we went out far enough to encounter the Van Allen radiation belts. So you had no radiation problems at all." He said no. And then he went on to say, "Oh, by the way, they hadn't been discovered on our mission yet." That's what he said, which was like an odd thing to say.
Well, Brenda yesterday was arguing that they did know before they went to the moon.
Yeah. They would have had to have known because they were discovered in 1958. So they would have known for sure, wouldn't they? James Van Allen discovered it in 1958. So they would have known. So the astronauts saying, "I don't think we went out as far as the Van Allen radiation belt," speaks volumes because it's a dangerous place. Van Allen said it himself. It's radiated, highly radiated zone, and it posed an obstacle to the mission. So they would have known about that. They would have known about that. But so
Yeah,
Alan Bean proved that they didn't go. Sorry.
they would have to, like, if they went through it, they would be diarrhea.
You're breaking up, though.
Yeah. Can you say that again, please? Yeah, he's
Can you hear
breaking
me
up.
now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Yeah,
your
please
mic. I
say it
think
again.
your mic. What is happening? Your mic is really the sensitivity is. I think it's low.
Yeah.
So it's So it's
Okay.
missing it. Yeah.
Right. We can hear you
Well-
now, though. Can you please say what you got to say? Thank you.
Well, I was going to say, if they went through those belts, then they would be subject to diarrhea and vomiting. Right, Jen?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely correct. Yeah, that's right. That's what they said. And partial vision loss.
The brown stuff.
The brown stuff. The brown stuff. And as
I'm saying that because Jen, there's a couple times where I've heard you say that against RC Meister, someone you're like the brown stuff.
You're so full of the brown stuff, man. Yeah,
It's like a signature.
Yeah, I think it's nice to say that rather than use the word shit. It's
Right.
nice to say the brown stuff, and people can get the idea and laugh. That's the whole point, isn't it? Really, at the end of the day, we don't always have to use profanity all the time. That's why I do that, because I think we need to keep it clean as where we can, just to keep the interest of those who are listening to the show if they're there. I like to keep it like that, rather than go off the edge and start swearing and effing and bliming. We don't need to go there, really. We want to be able to articulate this thing in a smooth way. And with RC, won't see, can't see, don't see, well, yeah, he is full of the brown stuff. I haven't seen him for a while. But it's nice, it's nice that we can actually, break down this moon landings for people, get them to think about the anomalies that we have noticed. And the reason we noticed them, they're brought to our attention by other experts. Photography, Sir David Percy, member of the Royal Society of Photographers, he highlighted the fact that the anomalies in the photographs are back. There are so many shadows going the wrong way. 2 shadows when it should only be 1 sun. Things like that, No radiation impingement on the negatives whatsoever. 960 rems is instant death, is the words they use. Debilitating instant death levels are the grammar they use. So if it's instant death through a human being, surely you would see this level of radiation on the negatives. There should have been 0 perfect shots, but yet when you look at the photographs, picture perfect, nothing's gone wrong. No infringement. Not even cosmic ray impingement on the.
Do any of you guys know what they're doing on the ISS? Like, what benefit has the human race got from the ISS? Genuine question. I don't know.
Nike shoes. Nike shoes.
How to grow lettuce, I think, if they did that. Did they grow lettuce?
Yeah. Also, are you familiar with space tomatoes? They
that's the one.
Yeah, that they grow. There is actually a tomato spear, I don't know how to say it, but they gave children tomato seeds, which have been in space on the ISS, and that's pretty nasty thing to do. And children that say that here is a tomato seed that has been in a space, please grow a tomato, a space tomato. That's kind of lying. That it's even worse than lying to the kids.
Yeah, exactly, and a little bit reckless, because you don't know how if there are any health issues and concerns in touching such material if it really has gone out to space.
Hold on, Jing. When you say that, that's assuming that seed is actually what they are claiming to be.
Yeah, it's either lying or reckless. It's not both.
It's both lying and reckless.
No, because if they're lying, then that means that seed is not a bad seed.
Okay, yeah. I see what you mean, but I think if it were the case, then if it had gone to space, then it still would be reckless in that endangering the health of the kids. Is my point.
So is that
Would
it?
be the reckless
Is that
part.
is that the benefit of that shit in the space for human
Well, yeah,
race?
that's it. You see, yeah, I think it's reckless to give children things that have gone to space without checking that it's safe to be handled and things like this. I just think
So
that's terrible.
hunger here in the on Earth. These people spending so much money on that shit that brings absolutely nothing.
Nothing. Yeah, absolutely zero. Yeah, absolutely. I agree with that. A gross misuse of taxpayers' money.
I think it's there just to create fanatics, right? And because the Glovers, they like to fantasize about traveling into space, all these movies, and oh shit. Like one of my favorite movies is with this guy Chris Pratt, where they go like on a ship that is gonna travel for 100 years, and then they wake up in the middle of the journey. Have you guys seen it?
I think I've seen a movie like it. Yeah.
And it's with this lady. That movie is so I love that movie, right?
Mm.
But I mean, yeah, it kills the entire, like, for me, I realize that shit is not it's not possible, right?
Right.
But for the people who believe in this, I think that there's something that they see as a possibility in the future, living Earth and going to another planet, and
Yeah. What's the terminology
fantasy.
they use? I'm trying to think of the terminology they use where they put them to sleep and then they wake up when
Hibernation.
What's it?
Hibernation.
Hibernation.
Hibernation, yes, hibernation.
Yeah, hibernation. Yeah.
Hibernación, I think.
Yeah, there is a scientific word. There is a scientific word.
Cryostasis, yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. Cryostasis. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. As if we can do that,
Okay, I posted the image of the 20 inventions that has been made because of the space travel. It's very big. It's very big image. You have to open the original.
Oh, I'm
and then
driving. Can you give just like a couple? Not all of them, but.
Yes, I will. Okay, the Nike shoes was one, but let's get one or a couple of pretty nice there. So, Dustbusters. Dustbuster is a thing that has a battery, and you can. It's kind of vacuum cleaner that you can use in your kitchen table to get rid of the bread grains or stuff like that. So, Dustbuster didn't exist before because without space travel. Also, ear thermometer.
Let me ask you. Let's stop there. Why wasn't able to be make here?
So the dustbuster.
Yeah. Why was not able? Like, did space has that wasn't able to make here? And if that's the case, how are they producing it here?
They created this dustbuster to collect the samples from the moon, and that's why we have the dustbuster. We wouldn't have them without.
What is a dustbuster? What is a dustbuster when it's at home?
I just posted. I found a little GIF. I found a GIF of it. It's just a little. I remember I had one when I was a kid. It's just a little hand vacuum, basically.
It's a vacuum.
It just recharges.
Oh, I remember those things. Yeah.
It was kind of novel at the time, though, I guess.
I mean,
but yeah, you don't need outer space to invent that.
That was my point.
I'm glad you said that. Yeah, because that was just they already had the vacuum cleaner, So it's just a miniaturized vacuum cleaner that was.
Yeah, with the battery. It was a portable vacuum cleaner. We wouldn't have those without space travel. That was a saying.
No, that's ridiculous. No.
Can you read?
That was not due to. That's not due to space
You're
travel.
absolutely right. We wouldn't have it at all without a vacuum cleaner.
And
I mean,
Velcro,
without
it's
space travel.
Velcro too, right? Isn't Velcro?
That's the one, Velcro.
And we wouldn't
That's
have
the one
shoes
that-
either.
that's-
Nike shoes, we wouldn't have them without space travel either. You're absolutely right.
Oh my goodness. Yep.
All right. Another one is an ear thermometer. We wouldn't
Mhm.
have ear thermometers without the space travel.
What, an
Absolutely
ear
not.
thermometer?
Wait, are you being serious? Percentage?
Are you kidding me? This list is propaganda, man. Every single item on it is bullshit.
Yeah, exactly. That's why it makes me kind of sad and laughing at the same time.
Well, that's why I'm trying to ask questions for whoever posted this is so that I can probably guide you to the critical thinking about this, so that you just don't mindless see this and believe it, right? You realize that these things actually don't need space to be created.
That's
Every
what
single
they
one of them.
say. These are the inventions what we wouldn't have without space travel. That's what it's saying in the NASA's
It's rubbish. It's
Yeah.
absolute
I
rubbish.
think he knows that, guys.
Absolute
He's-
rubbish.
But keep
Oh,
on
he
going
knows
down
that.
the list. What's next? What's
That's
next?
kind of fake news that is even worse than fake news.
Yeah, it seems like this was part of, back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, like after they claimed to go to the moon. It's like they had to sell the propagandize. They had to sell this story as if it was useful and, and convince people that NASA was, creating things that were helping our lives. And yeah, it's just part of that whole propaganda story to convince us that it was worth all the tax money and all the energy they were putting
that's
into
like
it.
yeah.
Okay. Oh, that shit is that last thing that you posted, Jin. That thing is awesome, man. It absorbs heat so much.
All right, third one and the last one I'm posting here is wireless headsets. And as you can see, they are yet still using wired microphones. So they haven't invented the wireless microphones yet in the ISS. When they are sending these so-called videos from space, from ISS, they are using these wired microphones. I have also seen the wireless microphones, but yet still, we wouldn't have wireless headsets without space travel.
Okay.
Nah, that's correct.
Great.
Wireless headphones.
I would like to see the process, right? How they created the wireless headphones up there.
Wireless
They had all the things previous to this, and they assembled them, or what's the story behind them? Can I read that? What is it?
I don't know. It's in the chat. I'm just posting what is in the NASA website. What they are claiming what we wouldn't have without the space travel.
Are you posting it in live stream too? Because it's not coming through.
We're in one right now.
I'm posting I'm posting in live stream one. Okay.
Okay. I'm in the wrong place then. Right.
Okay, I will take just a second. I will take a screenshot what is the title of this website.
No, you don't need to. Oh, okay, well, yeah, sure.
Oh, the title is
You could just drop the link if you want.
Yeah,
it says
link
NASA
already there. So the title of this document is 20 inventions we wouldn't have without space travel. That's the title in the Jet Propulsion Laboratory NASA's website. So we
on
wouldn't have wireless headsets without space travel.
Yeah, this is some bullshit. So these wireless headsets, right? We had headsets before. We had wired headsets before, right?
Yes.
Did we have wireless technology before?
Of course, we have a radio like 200
The radio
years.
one. Only radio.
All right, so we had wireless technology and we had headsets. So, thank NASA for bringing the two together.
I don't think so, because think about this. I remember the headsets that I had that they were like wireless or something. They had radio integrated, but into the Bluetooth came into existence. Then we started having the wireless headset, which that's a recent technology.
So the reason we have Bluetooth and Wi-Fi and every other type of wireless technology after the radio is thanks to NASA. Thank God for NASA, man. What would we do without them?
No, that's not what I said.
No, that's what I'm saying.
I don't say that, because now they're gonna say that the Bluetooth is thanks to NASA. No,
isn't that what they're saying though? That they developed the wireless technology that is capable for like having wireless headsets. So all the wireless stuff. Why is it just wireless headsets? It's all wireless stuff now.
I'm driving. I'm right. There you go. Those are the things. But that's a radio. That's not a headset for communication, right? So what I'm trying to, I was gonna ask you, can any one of you search for the model of the wireless headset that they use? Because a wireless headset is not a radio that you're listening music. It's a communication device.
Of course not.
It's a headset.
I just posted an image of a headphone, a radio headphone from 60s. So they had already, you could listen radio, normal UF or VF radio with your kind of headset. So that's basically the same idea. Just NASA is just claiming that we wouldn't have those without space travel. That's good.
Yeah. You know what it was, Gio? Or maybe they were walkie-talkies in inside of a headset of a headphone.
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah. Yes.
Just like a walkie-talkie, but with a headphone.
Nothing so fantastic. You know what I mean? These ideas would have happened anyway without NASA.
No, I'm sorry, Jin, but it wouldn't have been possible without NASA. Thank God for NASA. What would we have ever done without them?
NASA.
And the pillow one is also the holy shit, right? The pillow one is another one.
Don't they also claim that like dried food, like freeze dried, food?
That's right. Yes, they claim free.
On that one, I think we should blame them for so much, bad food. Right? If they are to blame for that food is really bad though for you. Not good.
Yeah, you definitely don't know what you're getting in that. You can't see it.
Conservatives and preservatives and all kinds of shit.
Preservatives to preserve the preservatives.
I live in Finland, and we call this Lapland, is the northern part of the Finland, and they've been trying freeze food with the reindeers for thousands of years. So that's not pretty new.
No, yeah, right.
Yeah, it's a propaganda, like you guys said. That's how.
Basically, they just put reindeer meat in the outside where there's freezing cold here, and they last very long. Their meat is very eatable a long time period. So that's not pretty new thing. The tribes, let's say hundreds, even thousands years ago, have done that already, and NASA is taking that we wouldn't have those without space travel.
Yeah. What is the top one? Can you guys see? It's like a cell phone. What is it? Please tell me that they don't say that they had something to do with cell phones. I cannot read it, the top one. Can you, Jin?
Which one are you talking about?
The top one from the list.
It's a camera.
It's like a cell phone.
Camera phone.
It's a camera.
Yeah. They needed small enough cameras to get in the spacecraft, and with the scientific quality, and as you can see, any of the ISS pictures or videos, they have these huge cameras hanging in the walls there with huge camera lenses with they can take pictures which we never can see. But anyway. Yeah, but that's how stupid this is. That's what they are claiming, that what we wouldn't have without space travel, and it's ridiculous.
Yeah, indeed it is. It's just to, like I said, it's to make these people like fanatics of you know, and say, well, you wouldn't have this without NASA. You know, it's just, yeah. Give them, it's to give them purpose, right? Otherwise, it just doesn't make any sense for people spending this much money when there's, you know, so much hunger down here.
Yeah, one thing is they usually say, well, the space and the satellites are so important that they can monitor our weather and climate change from the space. So that's what they're claiming, and that's very good horse to ride, because when you are saying anything that you can do to prevent the climate change, you can do basically anything, and the money will flow into you. So there's that. So
yeah.
Yesterday,
and I think the reason
when
why I think the reason why they had to admit that they are providing all these goods, because they had to keep vying for funding and receiving money from the government. Yeah. So they had to promote their, you know, what they were good at and what benefits they gave to humanity to keep the money coming in.
yesterday when we were talking about the satellites, I read that there's satellites the size of a loaf of bread. Is that true? I mean, if
That's what
Google
I've
says
heard.
it, I
It's
guess
smaller
it
than
is,
that.
right?
I've heard there's satellites smaller than a loaf of bread.
You're
So, you
kidding.
know,
Well,
yeah, smaller than a loaf of bread. Wasn't there a project where kids from around the world could have had their satellite sent up by NASA? Or, you know,
yeah.
the size. I think the size of the playing card pack of cards. That size.
A satellite? Well,
Yeah.
that does what?
I don't know. I don't know what it does. But the size of a pack of playing cards.
Holy shit! Like, where do you put the power to send the radio wave? Like,
yeah,
it makes no fucking sense, man.
it doesn't. It doesn't make any sense at all. Absolutely not. They were having that argument, this satellite argument. I think that the day before yesterday, they were talking about that on the Gem Panda server.
Yeah, I think
Crazy.
the satellites are glow balloons with those big things up there. That's what I think the satellites are.
Yeah.
That I see possible.
Yeah, so do I. Yeah. And I never thought about it until I looked into the subject matter, because prior to that, I thought they were up there, you see. But becoming a flat earther, and then, you watch Generism's Satellites Are Fake. I thought, satellites are fake? Watched it through, and I said, yeah, of course. Now I understand, yeah. 98% of it is all happening on fiber optic cables under the ocean and cell towers. That's it. So satellites don't exist. Then I saw the video of the deployment of a satellite from the space shuttle, and you see you see the man's face, the silhouette of a man's face behind. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Yeah. And I thought, wow, so that was a model. What they showed us there was a model in space. Ah.
It's very sad.
Yeah, I can post it. I can post that video again, but if no one's seen it, where you have an
It's the same thing. What you asked yesterday, Gio, about like them changing the numbers. Journalism, like he posed you like the same question. Like it doesn't matter what numbers they give you. There's no way you can verify any of that data. You're just gonna mindless believe it. That's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna post that video right now because I posted it in Livestream 2 by mistake earlier on when you were talking about it about 30 minutes, 40 minutes ago. I'll repost it now. It's called Reality. I watched it today. It's only 17 minutes long. It's a clip. It's a clip from his original video. So what he does, what Generism's doing recently is he's giving us clips from his original videos because he's on another platform. But to keep us all interested and not to forget him, he posts clips of certain videos that he thinks are important. I'm glad he does that. So here we go. I'm going to post this one for you now.
I think the ISS, the reason why they have the ISS is so that they can say, you see how Einstein equations were right and shit like that, you know?
Yeah.
Like all the equations that they claim they're real. You see, we can demonstrate them here.
Yeah. I'm also posting that documentary known as the Was It Only a Paper Moon by James Collier. James Collier is an investigative journalist, since passed away with his brother, Kenneth Collier, together. They were the ones, the Collier brothers, they spent 25 years investigating and proving that the American elections were rigged and always have been rigged since the death of Kennedy. You've never had a real legit election. Okay? And that documentary is called Vote Scam, The Stealing of America. And then when you see the flyer for that documentary, right, you got your ballot box, and then you're putting your vote in the ballot box, but underneath the ballot box is a basket with a fire. So you put it in, it gets burnt out. And it's called Vote Scam, The Stealing of America. Brilliant documentary. That's only 50 minutes long. That's only 50 minutes long. And it shows you where they count the votes, and they put it through the machine to count it, and then they put it through again. The same ballots, putting it through the machine, and that's how they were rigging it. In one case. Another case, the machine, you put your vote for whoever you want. Let's say we vote for Gio, and then vote for Jamesy and whatever, blah, blah, blah. But it's all going to a Gin instead. So you vote for me, but you vote for your dedicated candidate, but then it goes to me instead. And then you might get 1, 2, and then every third one comes to me.
Well, Jim, what happened on these elections, it is really amazing how people didn't actually I would think that people was gonna pretty much like rise and against the the government.
Yeah. Yeah, well that was all just show though, to be quite honest. That's just a show. That wasn't really a real insurrection, I think they called it.
No, of course not.
Oh, okay, good. Yeah, I'm glad you said that.
Of course not.
It's all
fucking
staged.
clowns.
Yeah.
Insurrection, my ass.
They're still talking about it now. You know?
Yo, did you guys see the video where they literally let them in?
Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
Like they got like some communication in their like headset, and then they just literally let them in. The guy's like, move out of the way, let them in.
Yeah, those headsets. Thanks to NASA, those headsets works. You know.
What is this? 2 planes took off simultaneously at National Airport to mark the reopening of the U.S. to fully vaccinated visitors of countries, including the UK.
I think in the state of Texas, Joe Biden's mandate has been put on hold at a court of law, saying it contravenes your
Texas, Florida, Georgia,
yeah.
19 states already said that they were gonna block and not allow it to happen in their states. So yeah.
Brilliant.
When he announced that, like my brother-in-law and my brother, they got a little bit like scared, and I was like, man, don't get scared. It's not gonna happen.
Yeah, get angry. Don't get scared. Get angry, mate.
Yeah, that video percentage, exactly that one. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
But the problem is that they get caught lying, right? And they just like keep going. They don't acknowledge it. So that's what the big news do. They get caught lying or whatever, and they just keep going, not acknowledging it, and people forget in 2 or 3 days. And that's it. You see, like Veritas, Project Veritas, that people are real journalists. Oh shit, I'm losing signal. Fuck.
What do you think about is it Flat Earth Forker? He's passed away apparently.
Yeah, I heard that a couple days ago. Really sad. I don't know if anything more came out about it, but yeah, that really saddened me.
Yeah, I liked him. He was a really good character, you know.
Who passed away?
Flat Earth Forker, really nice guy.
I never heard of him.
He was out there. He was in their face. He was always in their face, always in your face, mate. With the latest. He went to several of the conferences, didn't he? Apparently, according to what I read, he went to the anti-vaccine protest or whatever. I don't know if he went by plane, but he came back and felt sick. I mean, I don't believe what they tell us, but that's what they say. And now he's gone. After refusing to quarantine, right? He refused to shut his business down. So everything he did it to the extreme. They had to force him to comply.
They probably kill him, make an example out of him.
Yeah, they took him out. Of course they took him out. He was poisoned. No doubt he was poisoned.
Hey, yo, people are saying that Rod Skiba didn't die. Man, I don't like that about this community. Sometimes, I don't know, man. It's too fucking paranoid.
Yeah,
I don't like that.
Yeah. I mean, if he's passed away, I don't. They're saying he passed away from the big C, but I said no, he didn't pass away from COVID. No, he didn't pass away from that. No, not at all. He must have had some other condition.
No. There's people saying that he is still alive. That he was just how you call he's not dead. That's what they're saying.
Yeah, we had that on Jim's. We had that in Jim's show. Jeranism and Dave Weiss were talking. I forget who the other dude was, but the other dude was claiming that. Yeah, and Jeranism. Jeranism was saying it's fucked up.
It is.
Wait, you're talking about RV? You're talking about?
Yeah, RV.
Yeah.
Right. I think I heard that. RV was saying that he, I think I heard that bit. Well, there was a whole thing.
Can you tell me what was RV saying? What was RV saying actually?
I didn't follow all of it, and I don't know how much gossip it's worth getting into and all that. But basically, in a nutshell, like RV had made a video with Richie from Boston, basically calling out, saying that Dave Weiss is a shill and he's a paid Freemason and all this stuff. So after he did that, basically, Jaron and they did their Baby Truther show thing, and then the next show, and then they had Russian vids on there, so it was sort of an all-out drama fest, lots of sort of yelling and all the rest of it. It was quite a
what's going on there? Yeah, I hate that.
Yeah, so there was a lot of tension there. Then I think within that conversation, I think RV was saying that he thinks that that they're all Freemasons and that Rob Skiba didn't die, and I think that was when it happened.
Gio, the problem is that every single flat earther that kind of goes makes it right, that starts becoming a little bit more famous or whatever, then suddenly it becomes a shill. And I honestly, I disagree with that mentality, man. People shouldn't be doing that.
Yeah,
right.
I've always said that. I've said that from the outset, 2015 and 2016, 17, yeah, because people were saying that these guys were shills. I said, what actions have they demonstrated that would lead you to think to that? What actions have they demonstrated? And guess what they said? Guess what they
Well, this is the problem here.
They said they were making money. I said, excuse me, making money is not a crime. If they're in flat earth, after all the hours they put in to produce a video that is better than Hollywood at times, yeah, they deserve some money. And if you want to donate, donate. If you don't want to donate, don't donate. But don't stop them from making money. Shut your mouth. Who are you? What are you doing for the flat earth community? Big mouth cunt, excuse my expression.
It's like if Gio the day of tomorrow makes it, right?
Yeah.
And his channel is successful and everything.
Yeah.
And then somebody's gonna be like, "Oh, he's a shill. There's no history before his server," and that kind of excuses. That's what they use. Like, there's no story up before he become famous.
Yeah.
Why should there be?
Yeah.
Why? What? Right.
Yeah.
I
kept saying to them, I kept saying there's loads of people we know very well who are on this server sometimes who have said that these guys are shills and that. And I've told them straight to their face, no, you have no right to say that. They've done nothing to undermine the community or the flat earth movement. They're putting a lot of hours. Look at the work. Look at Generism stuff, right? Look at the quality of the work he does. Can you imagine the amount of hours you put in there? No wonder he was a chain smoker for a while. Since slowed that down. Because I remember sending in the comments that you're putting on a little bit of weight. You're smoking too much, but your work's fantastic. Don't stop, man. It's giving them all the support, but also be careful. You're damaging your health at the same time, right? The thing is, right, that's a lot of hours. He's got a lot of videos, man, and that's a lot of hours of editing and all that. And it's all good. It's better than what you get from Hollywood. It's better than the main media news. This is real news you're getting, and they're complaining that they're getting money. I said, you people don't understand. You ain't flat earthers. That's what I said. You guys are not flat earthers. If you're saying that these guys are making money, it's wrong to make money from flat earth. You're an idiot. Silly ass.
Well, there do seem to be some people that seem to want to call a lot of people shills. We all know who they are. Some of those that just point the finger. I mean, one of the big ones would be the old Eric Dubé, where, he had back, 2015, 16, he had a whole, a shill list. What was it? The Wall of Shame or the Shill Hall of Fame or whatever it was.
Yeah.
So he's been one of those that really did that a lot. Always trying to call everybody else out as a shill except himself, of course.
Yeah.
Would you believe that I have never watched not one single video of Dubé? Not one.
Well, that would be amazing. That would be amazing.
I have never seen. Yeah, not one video of him.
Yeah.
I started with I think the first things it was this guy, the other shield, the big one that Pete's called what is he? It's Mars Sargent, yeah. Him and then that's what they say.
I
don't believe it.
But shill.
Yeah, you do, right? Percentage.
Yeah, I do.
But that was his the first person I saw the video, right?
Yeah.
And then from there I went to Nathan and I started joining with Nathan. I was joining his hangouts what is 6 years ago. Yeah, and then he started using the Discord, and but that's how I got involved in this community.
Right.
And I never liked that part of the community when you go too deep into conspiracies. Yeah.
Well, one of the ways that I view the whole shill topic, first of all, I don't think that there's nearly as many as some people think. Some people think, oh, everyone's a shill. They're all CIA government agents. I don't think that's the case. Although I do think there are some. I think they're far and few between. I think there's way less than most people think. But yes, I do think there are some that work for who knows what, and are here to try to either somewhat control things or push certain narratives. But even if that's the case, they could be problematic if they tried. Like, I'm not saying that they couldn't have some influence, but the way I see it is that at the end of the day, each person, like, the whole point of this in a lot of sense for a lot of us is to find the truth. And so if somebody is, shilling or trying to, throw more misinformation, that's also up to us to decipher whether that's true or not. And the other thing is that there's already so much misinformation. We've already got the Globe Earth and NASA and all this stuff. So what is one shill going to do? What is one shill amongst all these other lies and everything? What is that one person going to do amongst a bunch of us who are all thinking for ourselves and trying to come to our own conclusions? It's like, so I don't think they could even have very much effect. I mean, I guess if we were all just blind sheep following someone, then maybe it could, but I don't see that being the case. So it's like, what are they going to do?
What do you think the flat earther shield can do? Like, what do you think it
can't do anything?
Maybe they could try to sow dissent. They might try to cause chaos. They might try to pit people off against each other. Get people fighting, breaking up. There's stuff like that.
Yeah.
That I'm gonna name names, but that's what I keep saying. That to me, if there's a shield, it's Pete.
Look at that! Now listen. That's what Pete said. That I was a controlled opposition shield yesterday in Gem Panda's server yesterday. That's what he said of me, right? And I said to him, he was delusional. You're so much in your fantasy world, you can't think straight. That's your problem, because I'm not. How could I be that? I'm the one of the loudest voice. He goes, yes, I've listened to you over the years, Jin, and you're always there, on point. I said, that's right, because I only know the foundation. Once you've got the foundation, you push that. And that's it. And I will take on any professor on the basics and destroy him or her. I don't have to go high tech and too intellectual into this thing to articulate it, to embarrass. That's why I carry on with the way I do. I'm not going to change my stance, I said to him. So
that's why I asked you.
You're an idiot.
That's why I asked you, Jill. What can a shield would do, right? Because if that's the case, then there's some people, there.
Yeah, there are. I do believe there are some people who are in the server only they're like shills. Still can't work them out yet, so I'm just watching attentively. I am watching attentively because
Rumpus.
Yeah, go on, Rumpus.
I think Rumpus is not a shield, but I don't know if that makes him a shield. But I do think that he gets paid to join these discussions. I honestly think
that makes him a shield. If you get that feeling, that makes him a shield. If you think he's being paid, then that makes him a shield. He's a paid shield, because no one can be that negative on every single thing we talk about. Yeah.
Not only that, the way that he presents every single time, right, is joins to call people stupid, idiots. You don't understand anything, and then he goes on his explanations, and it's a whole show. And if you mute him, he deafen, which means that he doesn't care. When he's not talking, he doesn't care what's going on.
Yeah,
right. He does this. If you mute him, he will deafen himself.
Yeah. In Gem Panda server, going with what Gio said, that each one of us is able to think for himself. They seem to think that we are following scientists, right? So yesterday he asked Chris, he asked me, who's your favorite scientist, Jim? I said, I don't follow any scientists. Okay, yeah, but who in the Flat Earth community would you say is the top scientist? I said, well, we don't have scientists as such, but the more learned than I am, that I think are good at articulating the flat Earth. And then I happened to mention Miggy, Wisfit Gets It, you know, the Dave Weiss, Generism, Mark Sargents, etc., etc. Okay. He says, and then they're laughing. He goes, oh, so you think Miggy's a scientist? I said, I told you. I never said he was a scientist. Did I not tell you that I don't follow scientists? And did I not say to you that Miggy is more learned than I am when it comes to articulating the flat Earth? I actually stated that fact, yeah? But I didn't say I followed him, did I? Ah, right. Because they seem to think that we follow like FE or we follow. Because no, we don't follow. We learn for ourselves and then we move.
But Jen,
yeah, go ahead.
Why do you say like you don't like there are no scientists or you don't follow the scientists or whatever? We have a bunch of scientists. Anyone that does like
idolize them kind of thing.
No, I don't mean idolizing, but we have a bunch of people in our community that are doing experiments, like that are doing real science, and there's nothing like we shouldn't kind of minimize that. You should champion that.
I said that. I did say that we conduct experiments, but I said I don't call them like established scientists like the big names. Is what
established.
I said.
All right, I got you.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, that's what I meant when I said that to them, and they knew exactly what I meant because I said I don't follow any scientists as such. Don't idolize. Not like you guys with your Lawrence Krauss and Neil the Snake in the Grass Tyson, for example. I don't put them up as like they're holier than thou. No, I don't do any of that. I don't follow any of that stuff. That's why we ended up in trouble in the first place, by allowing the scientists to tell us what their knowledge, and we trust them on their knowledge, But in the end, it's a lot of crap. It's misinformation all the way. But no, when I spoke of these guys that I mentioned on the flat Earth side, yeah, I respect them. I admire what they do. And long may they live and continue to do what they do because they're doing good work. Simple as that. Doing excellent.
Remember yesterday when you were talking to Farmer's Boy? What did you say about his mom? You said this mom. I forget what you said. It was fucking hilarious.
Oh right, well yesterday.
Yeah, you were Farmer's Boy. He was being a dick a little bit, and you were.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, I can't remember what I said to him now, though. But I'll have to wait and see if I can recall it.
He came in hot yesterday because then you told Branch he was saying vagina too much, and
that's right. Yeah, and then I started to say to him, if you're good, the reason you're talking about it is because you're not getting any. That's why, because it's supposed to be a beautiful thing, a moist vagina is a beautiful thing. You're supposed to enjoy that with your partner to the highest ecstasy. Yeah, that's how you talk about this thing. A real man will talk properly about it, but you drag such a beautiful thing into the gutter. You're always in the gutter with it. And that's wrong. I said, that's what I was saying to him, if you're going to talk about this thing, this beautiful act of life, and talk about it properly, but you will never do that because you don't appreciate it. You don't understand it. You don't understand. That's why you talk about it every day of the week. You're not getting any, are you? Feel sorry for the man.
Probably that's the reason, yeah.
Yeah, go on.
No, I said probably it's because he's not getting any.
Yeah, he's not getting any. You know what I mean? When you don't need to talk about that every day of the week. And if you are going to talk about it, you talk about it at the highest end. Ecstasy. Yeah.
Yeah. If you ain't making her, feel ecstasy, and should come in threes. If it doesn't come in at least threes, then you ain't doing it right.
Multiple orgasms, then you're not there. You're not reaching that point. Then you don't know what you're doing.
Exactly.
You need a lot of practice still.
You need a lot of practice.
Yes, you're wet behind the ears. You're a young boy at it. A young Stuart.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's what you got to do with these people. You got to let them know that they're just talking crap. You don't know how to handle a woman. You never will because you're always in the gutter. Gutter life.
My record is like 8 or 9 times in one setting.
There you go.
I remember when I was 18.
What's that?
I remember when I was 18 years old, my dad used to tell me, well, if I can pleasure any woman better than you can, right? And I always thought that he was wrong because I thought that yeah, young and strong and vigorous and all that
Yeah.
shit. Yeah, and then now that I'm old, I realize how how right he was.
Exactly. Exactly. I often say to men,
Yeah.
I'll take a woman any place that you've never taken them. That I'm sure. Yeah. I'll take you to
Oh
a place
yeah,
no man has
I
taken
would say
you.
the same. I would say
Yeah.
the same, Jen. I can pleasure better than any 20-year-old guy, woman. Yeah.
Exactly. Exactly that. I'll take you to a place no man has ever taken you.
The experience, yeah.
That's them thinking, what's he talking about?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, we can thank Branch for this conversation.
Branch Nipseshia.
Yeah.
Branch's trolls have just reverberations, just echoes through the universe.
That was what's funny about it is Jen came in there to say that to Branch, but Branch wasn't even really talking about vaginas. But Jen was talking about it nonstop because
No, you're wrong.
He was
He
telling
mentioned it.
Branch that
No, you're misquoting there, Kosho. He mentioned the word
Kosho.
vagina. That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah, he mentioned it like once or something like that. That's right.
Thank you. And
But
he
you
mentioned
said
it in a fashion. Hang on. He mentioned it in a way that he was dragging it through the gutter. That's the only time I come up. I'm not a troublemaker. I'm a trouble stopper. And I don't like people talking about that kind of thing here in the server one day, and then the next day he's carrying on, and then tomorrow he's going to be talking the same thing again, and he's dragging it through the gutter. So I thought, my, you don't seem to be getting any of that stuff. Are you getting any slap and tickle? Is what I said.
Slap and tickle.
Slap and tickle, are you?
Harry.
What? Slap and tickle?
Well, that's what having a sexual liaison is all about. Sexual, not just the word I use there. Sexual liaison, like as the French would
Oh,
say.
liaison. Oh la la.
Yes, sexual liaison. Oh la la. Oui, monsieur. Right. So yeah, I said to him, you're dragging it into the gutter here. A passionate time between two consenting adults is a beautiful thing, wonderful ecstasy experience, but you drag it through the gutter somehow, some way. Obviously not getting enough. Not getting any.
I think it might be my favorite pastime, to be honest.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't understand how meaningful that interaction is, Jin.
Yeah, he doesn't understand that connection, does he? At all.
Yeah.
He's always drunk, maybe. You see?
Let's not talk about somebody that cannot defend himself. Wow.
No, yeah.
Maybe
I've told it to his face.
Jin, maybe his game is so good that he gets drunk as like a handicap to himself, so that he's on level playing field with you schmucks.
He doesn't drink that often, and
Kosher, your mic is low though. For some reason, I don't know.
I'm moving with me. I was saying he doesn't drink that often. He just
doesn't drink.
When he's drunk. That's why.
Yo, Branch is the best. I don't care what you say.
No, he comes on that server pissed out of his head, man.
Yeah, he comes on there drunk, but he doesn't always come on there because he doesn't always.
At least he comes, Jin, Mr. 60-something-year-old. I'm kidding.
He comes his little dust, does he? All right. His little dust.
Like once a week or something.
His little drop.
At least he can still come without pharmaceutical help.
Viagra.
Geezer.
Yeah, I'm glad I haven't had any unnecessary medical intervention in my life. So happy about
No,
that.
you're still going? Energizer Bunny.
Solid, man. Solid. It's an iron bar.
That's what I want. My goal is like to be Jin when I'm older.
It's an iron bar, mate. Iron bar.
That's what I like to hear. Attaboy.
That's what you like to hear, damn, dude.
Hell yeah.
That's what the women like to hear. I know that much.
Jen, help me change the subject.
That's what the women like to hear too. and you bust in her ears so she can hear when you're coming.
Jen, you remember earlier we were talking about GPS, and then you started telling that really long story, and I had to leave, and I didn't hear it.
It wasn't really, no, again, because it wasn't really a long story at all. You just are impatient. Like I said, I will not be hurried when I'm trying to articulate something. And that's that. And whenever I say something, it always comes with emotional baggage because I'm trying to reach your ears and your heart. And I do every time. And those who don't want to hear the truth, run. That's the first thing. Those who are trying to perpetuate a lie dislike me because they know that I'm talking the truth and it's emotionally wrecking their lie. That's why when I go into Gem Panda server, Jin the Truth has come in. Are you ready? Put it on your life preservers, your FE life preservers, because I'm going to tsunami you with the truth. That's what I say to him.
How do you manage to? Oh, sorry, Coach. Go ahead. I apologize.
No, I was just gonna say the story was a simple. You were supposed to tell us how GPS. I don't know what you thought about it and its inaccuracy, and you went into a whole story about some art museum, and you even talked about the artist, and he was using corn to make these.
Yeah, correct. Yeah,
I
think it's good to give good detail as to why I was going to the actual arts gallery and what I was going to go and see, and the fact that these Japanese artists had taken, the husks that you get from the sweet from your corn, or that green husk and dried husk, they dried it out and made figurines depicting life on Earth, going to the park, fishing, jogging, getting married. Everything was, all these character figurines were made from the husk. That's brilliant, isn't it? In a way of recycling what would normally be thrown away or used as to fertilize the soil. Yeah? So I thought you might be interested in that. That's giving a little bit of a culture exchange, which you may not have been privileged to know. It didn't take long to articulate that. So if you don't want to hear that stuff, then you just disappear. Good luck.
The whole room in there was already engaged in the conversation, though. They were waiting to hear what your.
Don't worry, it's all coming. It came. If I didn't get the interruptions, you would have heard it sooner. Don't worry about it. I always give you a full description of what I want to say in full, and I don't like to be hurried either. I really don't like that. No, speak hurriedly, like we're panicking to get it out. No. Those who are scared of the truth will run. Those who want to perpetuate the lie hate the truth, and that's what's happening in that server. I know that.
It makes it hard to make it fair for everybody who wants to speak.
I always hear that. And I guarantee you this: when you actually go and do a time in motion as to how much you speak and how many questions that you're answering, and then in my case, I'm going to be in deficit by years.
Yeah, but I give way whenever other people are trying to speak.
No, I'm going to be in deficit by years. I don't speak as much as half of the people who speak on this server, to be quite honest. It's just that I'm loud and I'm precise in what I say. I'm not saying anyone else is not precise, but I'm coming in with emotion as well. That's the difference as such, And it does get to the heart of these people, those who are liars, who are perpetuating the untruths of this hideous, heliocentric model. It's an idiocentric model because you've got to be an idiot to believe it.
It's like demons, right? When you show them the cross, they run.
There you are.
The same.
Yeah,
same. You tell them the truth and they run, Jin.
Yeah, exactly that. It's like we're talking about Japanese cars, and even you yourself said it's weird that you defend it, but it's not when you check it, because when you've laid your life on the line.
No. Don't misquote me, Jin. I say it's weird that you take pride in something that is not yours.
No,
that's what I said.
But it's not weird at all, because when you use something that you bought that has performed well for you for more than 45 years, okay, so
Yeah, but you didn't make it. You didn't. You had nothing to do with it.
That's correct. But my son.
Yeah, why take pride out of it?
Hang on. I have everything to do with it because I bought the product. I used the product. I maintained the product. Yeah, it performed well. It did its job as is written in the manuals perfectly. Yeah, my son. Hang on. I'm talking about Honda in particular. My son is currently at Honda Technical College now, as we speak. There we are. Need I say more?
Let's agree to disagree. Yeah, you can be proud of your son, yes, right? Because
I'm
you
proud of the
actually had
product.
you had something to do with the upbringing of your son. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Try to own it.
it's like me being proud of a soccer team winning. Like, the
Well,
fuck
you
is that
should
about?
be. You should
has
be proud. You should be
What the
proud.
hell, Jin?
No, man,
You got
pride is a
nothing
sin.
to do with that.
No, you should be proud because it's your team. You've invested money
Not
in the
pride,
team. You bought
proud.
the tickets. Hang on. You've bought
It's
the
the same?
tickets. You are
Yeah.
You are making the
Okay.
company money, of course. So you have an investment in there. You've invested your time and effort of your work to choose a team or a product, and you're using it to make money. So
But you
you
didn't.
are in partners with the product and manufacturer to the point where
No,
you
Jin.
can complain. Yes. Of course it is.
Let's agree to disagree. I think you should take pride on things that you accomplish, that you do, not in things
Yeah,
that
and I'm
has
taking
nothing to
pride
do
in
with you.
that. I've
All right.
accomplished
Okay.
the fact that I've maintained my vehicle now. It's 26 years old. It's a Nissan, still running smooth as silk, Japanese product. In the same time, if it was an American vehicle, I would have had to spend more money to keep it on the road. So of course I'm going to be proud of the vehicle. I put my hand and soul in maintaining this vehicle myself. Knuckles banging against nuts,
You
bleeding.
see that distinguish? Okay, you see that distinguish, and on that I can agree. When you say I have put a lot of effort on keeping it up, yes, that's something you can be proud of. I think we're miscommunicating. What I'm talking about is having pride out of something that you had nothing to do with, like the brand of Honda. You had nothing to do with that brand.
I have everything to do with the brand of Honda.
All right.
I buy the brand. I buy the brand. That means I am part of that brand.
Can somebody explain him what I'm?
Hang on.
It's okay, Jin. It's okay.
Honda is relying on Jin because Jin has now bought the product. So now they know that they're going to need to sell me the brake pads, chains, pistons, piston rings, oils. They need to have these things ready because they know I'm going to be coming for these parts. Let me tell you a story in London, okay? The first new bike I bought, known as the Honda Dominator.
Hold on. Let me stop you there, Jin. Give me a second.
Go.
If they're making these parts, it's because they know the car is gonna break, right?
Well, they know that the car eventually will wear out, so the parts have to be available. Yes, of course. But they know that the customer has bought the vehicle. I mean, you can't make the parts pointlessly. Obviously, it's all about sales, isn't it? You sell a car, you've got to make sure you have the parts. This is a story. It involves the trade of industry as well. Honda violated this. Okay, when I bought the brand new motorcycle known as the Honda Dominator in 1988. Okay, now we couriers, we're doing more mileage than the average Joe on the street with his bike, weekend rider. We ride every day of the week. Okay, now my brake pads were wearing out. So prior to them wearing out, I went to Honda, Rats. I used to work for them as well. I said, can you order me some brake pads for the Dominator, please? Okay. We'll get them in a couple of days. A couple of days went by, it didn't arrive. 2 weeks went by, they didn't arrive. Now the brake pads are nearly at the metal now. Still hadn't arrived, okay? So my boss... Yeah, that's correct. Now my boss and his partner, who were studying law, going to be lawyers, rang up the Department of Trade and Industry and said, Honda have introduced a new motorcycle into Britain and they didn't have the brake pads available. Where does our rider stand on this in this situation? They said, well, whatever costs, loss of earnings the rider incurs, Honda has to pay. So with that, my boss contacted Honda, Power Road, the headquarters, explained to them the situation. And guess what they did? They called me down to their headquarters and there's a bike Dominator spinning on the turntable for the people to watch. They took the brake pads off of that to give me in my hand, and I fitted it on my bike. There you go. So I'm invested, mate. Okay? So of course I'm going to be proud. When you buy something and you make it your own, then it's yours. And then you can be proud of it. That's what you don't seem to understand. Just because I didn't make the I didn't make the Honda. Okay, I didn't make the bike, but don't get me wrong. When you go to the bike shows, and that's when you interact with the representatives, and you're giving them feedback, and then they're going to take the feedback and go back and sit down and make another bike. Come on.
We could probably move on to another topic, maybe.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to let you know that we can be proud of a product, even though we didn't make the product. We purchased the product, and if you go as far as going to the shows and giving feedback, then you are part of the company in a way.
Just like the Glovers are proud of NASA, right, Gene?
Well, yeah,
because they buy the
NASA's
t-shirts.
are liars, though, aren't they? I mean, they're proud, but they're liars. So they can be proud of it, but that's foolishness because NASA is a lying organization. Worse, the original black hole, let's say, because they just steal all your money. Whereas,
hold on,
yeah, go ahead.
Honda lies.
Will you give us a time when Honda's right, please?
Oh, you know they lie.
Did you say Honda lies?
Yeah, he said
Yeah.
Honda lies. Yeah, so
That's
give me a
actually
time
kinda
when
funny.
Honda's lies. Give me a time
In your
when
own
Honda's
story, Jen, in your own story, there were a couple lies. They didn't bring the brake pedal pads when they told you they were gonna do it.
Yeah, yes, the parts supplier did not honor the contract that they did there. Yes, yeah, but when they were pushed to the shove, they had to satisfy the customer.
All right. Fair enough. Jen. Let's switch topic. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, but right. Yeah, they do tell little white lies, but when they're held to the fire, they honored the customer in the end, and I was very happy about that. Real life story. Gene goes to Power Road and gets the brake pads from the demonstration model.
Didn't that make you mad?
I
They
was
give you
mad.
used ones.
They didn't even give you new ones. They gave
No,
you the
it
used
made me mad
demo
at
ones.
first because I was. Hang on, it made me mad at first because I was frightened here that I'm going to damage the discs, okay, and I'm going to be losing loss of earnings now because when am I going to get these parts? But after we went to the Department of Trade and Industry and they explained my case properly, that I'd be liable to compensation through loss of earnings. I was like a helium balloon in that case. So now I wasn't mad. I was just thinking, I wonder what they're going to do. Is what I thought. Are they going to pay me my wages so I don't have to work? But no, they didn't do that. They just took it off the demonstration model.
That's what I mean. Like they gave you used brake pads, not even new
No,
ones.
they weren't used because this is the one that's the display one. That's sorry, not the demonstration, the display one, the one that's actually on the turntable at HQ, Honda HQ. So that bike never gets ridden. It's always there, spinning on the turntable.
So you think they just like rolled it to the store?
Well, I mean, yeah, it comes from the Japan in a crate. It gets assembled, and then you roll it up to the turntable. That's it. It may have done a mile or two. Not more
That's
than
what I'm
that.
talking about. That mile means it's used. Get wrecked.
Oh, okay. I mean, come on. I'm not going to squabble. I'm not going to squabble over bloody a couple of bloody miles of brake pad because it's still new as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
And I didn't have to pay for them. It was free, given to me, so that was good as well.
Man, I get my brake pads for like $15 off eBay.
Yeah, you can do that. Yeah.
It doesn't really matter if you have OEM or some generic ones. In the end, it's just metal that's gonna wear down after a little bit of time.
Well, actually, it does.
Time.
Because, hang on, there's a company in Britain called EBC, okay, and their brake pads are good. They work well. The only problem with EBC is that what they did was they didn't make the brake pads the exact same size as the original ones from the original manufacturer, like Honda, Kawasaki, Yamaha, Suzuki, or whatever. So they'd make theirs a little bit smaller, okay? So then when you use their pads, now you're cutting in a new groove of a different size on the disc. So if you used the brake pads for, let's say, 3 or 4 sets, and you wanted to go back to the original Honda ones, they wouldn't fit because there'd be a gaping gap, okay, where the brake pads is not touching the disc because you were using a smaller size. So I complained at the Alexandria Palace bike fair at EBC because they had a stall, and I said to the people everyone lining up asking questions, says no one should buy EBC brake pads because when you measure the size of the pad, it's not the exact size to the original. So if you use them for a while and you want to go back to the original, you'll never go back, which means that the brake pad is giving you less service to brake on, which means you're getting less performance from the brakes. I'm never going to use brake EBC again, I said, and I left. Right? A few years down the line, they improved their brake pads to the point where it was the original size and it was 50% less than the Japanese counterparts, original. So I used to buy them. I went back to buy them. 1998 that was. I was running a Honda CBR 1000 Fireblade, brand new. That would be the third new bike I bought in my life. And I actually bought the EBC because they were literally 50% cheaper with the same material and everything. I was
Good for you, voting with your wallet. That's how it always should be.
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, man. Pride of ownership. I'm the customer that does give all the feedbacks and things like that because I think it's good that the manufacturers at times pay attention to the customer and not just push out what they want and we're at their beckoning call all the time. I don't particularly like that feeling. And that happens a lot in football. Someone mentioned football just now. Yeah, football, yeah. You know when the referee's made a mistake?
And dude, there's a lot of people in the chat. Please. I think you'll just go on about your personal life indefinitely. I think there's other people that might want to chat.
Thank you for that. And I apologize. Sorry, guys.
Sorry. I could have said it nicer, but
you definitely
No, you did it right. You did it right. And I apologize. Yeah.
I mean, I completely agree with what you were saying, though, Jin, in terms of unnecessary pride in, like, you know, a sports team. But then you can make the same argument that you were making, where they're invested in that team because they pay to watch the team or for some jersey or something like that. So.
No.
Yeah, is that like, it seems like the ego, like the human ego might get kind of attached to certain things like that, like whether it's like a company or, you know, even like NASA, things like that. But it's like maybe perhaps the ego can get activated and attached to like brands and things.
And ego is it's like, you know, out of the 7 deadly sins or what have you, pride is the most insidious one. It's the hardest to control, you know? So anything that kind of leads to it, you should try to stay away from. That's my philosophy.
Of pride?
Yeah.
You think there's good pride? Being proud of your kids, being proud of what they have accomplished and stuff like that? You think that's bad?
No, it's good, you know, it like a little bit, but at the same time, you know, it's egotistical, you know, and the goal should be to kind of stay away from that. So
I see what you're saying, but you're talking about excess, and we know everything in excess is bad, right? Every single thing.
Yeah, but not just excess, because you could have misplaced pride in something that even a little bit of it isn't good, right? With your kids,
like a company,
you know,
like an automotive company, or a team, soccer team.
Yeah, exactly. With your kids, a little bit is fine, obviously, but it's material, you know.
But where's the fine line between, like, maybe you know that you like a brand or you like something, like where's the line between, you know, just aligning yourself with something you like versus like an over fixated pride, you know, attachment to it?
Well,
it's a very blurry line.
My point of view is that pride should be on things that you actually created yourself or something that you accomplish yourself, not out of things that, like, not out of the effort of other people. You see what I'm saying? And when you're talking about soccer, engineering, and stuff like that we were talking about, that's like you had nothing to do with it, right? Why are you gonna be proud of that? It makes no sense to me. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you like the soccer team, right? They're the one putting all the effort, getting tired, and you know, and then you're gonna be proud because they won. I mean, you didn't do anything. It makes no sense.
You cheered them on. You cheered them on. You bought the season ticket.
Yes,
You're
yes.
putting money. You're putting money in there. Hang on. You're putting money in their coffers so that they can then continue to do the training, perform well, so they perform for you. You are part of that team. You are making the team
Why
alive.
the fuck would you care about men performing a sport?
Well, because you want them to win. You're in a league. You're in a
No.
The team is in a league where they can win a trophy at the end of the day. That's part of being part of life. It's not war, is it? It's not killing anyone. This is a good way to enjoy a pastime. Going at.
Let me give you an example.
That's a good argument right there. But I would say, in the end, they're strangers. They're men that are strangers to you, running around playing a sport. Why do you care? You know, why can't you get your own enjoyment by playing for yourself?
Well, we do play for ourselves. We do play football, of course we do. But then, you know,
I'll give you an example, Jill.
Yeah, go on.
Let's say I build I'm gonna build a table. It takes me 10 weeks, right, to build it. And it's really nice and everything. That kind of things are the things that you should be taking pride of, right? You can show it off. Look at what I created. It's my effort, right?
With
things
the
like that.
footballers, you've got guys that have committed their lives to having amazing skills at this particular sport and at competing with one another at the highest level. And that's what's enjoyable. That's the product.
And they are proud of that accomplishment on themselves. Why you should be a proud? Why should I be a proud? Hold on.
Their fans appreciate
there you go.
that as well.
There you go. That's
Being
the word.
a fan is weird.
You're a fan. Exactly. There you go.
Yeah,
that's the word.
Yeah.
It's almost like emasculating.
Well, I don't know. I don't really see it as that as such. I see it as, especially in the case of my situation, I chose Honda as a brand because they were the most. They weren't the fastest bike on the road, but they were the most reliable and the least that broke down and rust. And that's more important for me than speed as such, longevity. So I chose it for that. And then don't forget, I'm putting my life on a product. So I'm using it to its limits, sometimes beyond its limits. It performed well.
Yeah, you didn't create none of that shit.
No, hold up, that's different, Silent, because that's brand loyalty. That's something that's been tested, and you find that it's reliable, so you stick with it, and you like it. Because
but you had nothing to do with the creation of that.
For me,
I think you guys are misusing the word pride though. Then at this point.
Yeah, but in England, there is such a thing as called pride of ownership. That thing exists. As much as you may disagree with it, it's actually a thing that exists. Pride of ownership. This guy has a Ferrari. He's a proud owner.
Why is that, right?
And that's unnecessary. That's
hold on.
Materialistic.
Let me. I was gonna say that. You know why is that, right? Because you are proud that you were able to accomplish a purchase on something that you wanted.
Yes.
It's an accomplishment. That's why you can be proud of it.
Yeah, and you're going to be proud.
Oh my God!
You're going to be proud. You're going to be proud that you made the right
you're proud of
choice.
your accomplishment, Jen, not of the product. The accomplishment of being able to buy it.
The product, man.
No, Jen, he has a good point actually. The product is just a symbol of your accomplishment, of you achieving your goals and saving up enough money to get what you wanted or whatever.
Exactly.
It's the
If you were probably just handed it, you probably wouldn't have as much pride of purchase or whatever you said it was.
There you go.
Thank you very much. Pride of ownership. Yeah.
Pride of ownership. Yeah, if you were just giving it for free, you probably wouldn't have that much pride of ownership.
There you go. There you go. But then again, the fact is, the individual is showing pride of ownership and pride of the brand. Now, the brand itself, let's just say Ferrari goes on to win Formula One, and then they go on to win the International World Rally Championships, and then the Dakar Rally on top of that. You're going to be feeling very good, proud that you have this car. You see what I mean? Again, pride in the brand. It's not a crime. Sorry, it is not a crime.
I never said it's a crime. I'm sorry.
Well, that's what it meant. That's what it seems like. It's like it's unnecessary. It's unnecessary to have pride in the things you have. Let me tell you something. I'm not religious, and whatever I put my hands on will last as long as I want it to last. Because of my pride, I have self-worth. I'm proud of the product I chose. So I want to keep that performing on the road as long as I can.
All right.
Okay, but pride in a sports team is kind of weird.
Or in a brand.
Nah, I don't think so at all. That's what it's all about.
Again,
Jin, you just contradicted yourself a second ago. You said because of your hands, you could anything that your hands work on are gonna, work and stuff. So in that case, it has nothing to do with the brand or the thing that you have, because whatever you have, you can make it last, right?
Yes, that's correct. But when I buy something, hang on, when you hear me protecting like Japanese engineering or a particular brand, in this case it was Nissan and Honda, I chose those two brands because I think that they're good brands. They performed well for me. I put my family's life in there. You understand? I've invested in the company itself by buying the product. So as far as I'm concerned, I am part of
You're talking
Nissan.
about liking the brand, Jin. You shouldn't use the word pride. You should use the word I like. I like. Okay.
I am proud. I'm a proud man that I own a Nissan, and I'm proud of Nissan for making such good products, and of course Honda especially. I'm proud. Thank you.
That's a weird thing.
Yeah, it might be as weird as you might think, but it's correct.
Okay.
It's more like admiration.
Yeah, I would agree with that. There's nothing, and actually, I think it's just misplacement of words, or misusing the words. I think that's what it is happening here.
But people can be proud, especially with football teams, because they're from their city, and they can be proud of their city.
Please.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
Why are you proud of a city?
It's like if I say I'm proud of this singer, like
like just because she was born in the same place.
Okay, so you coincidentally, it was just like chance, right? That you were born in that city.
It's subjective identification of like, wherever you grow up is you're going to love the place that you grow up. That's just a naturally subjective thing.
I don't know if it. I mean, you could argue that it's natural, but it's a bad thing that we should try to get away from, because that's what, nurtures nationalism and pride in one's nation and stuff like that. That's what makes people go to war.
When we put it above anyone and everything else, yeah.
That's natural. The stratification is going to be natural. Yours is better than theirs. They're going to say theirs is better than yours, and then friction ensues. That's why you should get away from it.
That's what competition is about. You see, that's what competition is about, isn't it? Different brands fighting among themselves for the customers on the streets. And then you have to.
Yeah, but when it comes to zealous followers and fans and countrymen, then that competition turns into war.
No, it doesn't.
I was gonna say, I don't think you know what pride means, Jin. Pride can hold on. Pride can guide you. Pride can lead you to what percentage is saying, to fights, to over things that makes no sense.
Well, I believe
like
that
pride is something strong within the person.
Okay, now I believe that. In fact, I understand that what I've said is nothing unusual. I'm not requiring any psychiatric help, because pride of ownership is a real thing. First of all, teachers are proud of their students when they do well, and they're not related to the child, are they? The only relationship is I'm the teacher and there's my students, and I'm proud of them.
Let me explain. Yes, let me explain to you where the pride comes from. Let me explain to you where. Let me explain you where the pride comes from. Is from the teacher being able to influence the student, and then the student making something good with that knowledge that it was imparted by the teacher. So the teacher feels proud of that he was able to.
You're just talking about different types of pride. That's all.
Yeah, that's right. That's the thing. So
just different types.
You might disagree with the pride of ownership psychology and all that's intertwined with that. Fine. speaking to the person himself, and you listen to what.
Yeah,
that
I think
person
what
says.
Jin's getting at, his type of pride that he's talking about is just the general sense of pride people have in their own possessions.
Thank you. Pride of ownership.
There,
That's where
watch.
to come. Thank you.
And
Well,
that's a
listen to the definition.
sensible
No. There's no
pride, as long
definition.
as it doesn't get out of control.
Listen, guys, listen to the definition. A feeling of deep pleasure or satisfaction derived from one's own achievements.
Okay.
Right. So
Okay.
say like if you
Hold on, it keeps going. Give me a second. The achievements of those with whom one is closely associated.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but material items can represent
Yeah.
those things.
I am closely associated with Honda. I am closely associated with Honda. Closely.
All right.
For the past 45 years, my son is going to Honda Technical College now. So all the time from London, I'm in Japan now. My son is going to Honda Technical College because he could see that Daddy likes this brand. It has performed well. He's enjoyed it. He's enjoyed me watching me ride the bike, take him on the back, and his brothers as well. He's seen how I look after this brand, you know, and it's the best on show in the neighborhood. Yeah. Now he wants to go and work for Honda. So now he's going to go and help Honda shine. Nothing wrong with that at all, is it? Pride. That's what it's about. Essence. The essence of pride comes in many levels. It's not just one
All
thing.
right.
Not just your own person. In fact, if you
Omni, were you going to say something? Omni?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Jim.
Yeah, I was just going to say if you've worked hard for a month, you've given yourself a goal, you want to get a car at the end of the month. Like, you would be proud to then finally achieve that goal by getting that car or whatever it is you wanted to get at the end of the month.
Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah.
Yeah, and then,
that's what I've been saying.
Right, but then let's say you, like I said, you choose a sporting brand like Toyota or like Honda, and then they've gone on to win like the World Championship Rally.
Yeah, be proud to have the best.
Exactly, you're going to be proud that your brand won. That's another pride there in itself. That's making you feel good.
Holy
shit!
shit!
It is.
All right,
That's
all
a
right.
reality.
Fair enough.
As shit as it may
It
sound.
represents
and
that the choice in product. It represents that the choice that you made in product was one that was a good one. It was a product from a manufacturer that is successful and proven themselves to be of high quality.
Right, and you're proud that you made that choice. You're proud to be part of that gang, as it were, that group. Yeah, riding high. That's what it's always been about. That, you see, it may, you know, the extreme part. Yeah, it could lead to war, but I'm not going to be warring over that. I don't fight a war for a queen. You know what I mean? That's never going to happen.
That's played out on the racetrack, isn't it?
Yes.
With these manufacturers, and it's good, competitive natured. You know, they're pushing each other to get better and better. You know, it's good.
Yeah. Another reason I like Honda is because Honda has actually forced other manufacturers to raise their game in manufacturing, such as Honda is a leader in innovation, for example.
Mike,
yeah?
Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you clearly, Dawn.
Oh, hi.
Nice
I was
to
just
see you
talking
today.
to you all.
You're good, Don.
I want to say pride's okay. It can get out of control. Have pride over a weird thing and then really act upon it. But generally, just being proud of your own stuff you've done, stuff that you help care for.
Your mic, you're breaking up,
family.
Don. Don, you're breaking up. Your mic is
Why?
doing
Sorry.
something weird. Yeah.
Pride cable. Pride and stuff's fine.
Yeah.
I'm proud to own my girlfriend. I'm proud to own DJ Gear. I'm proud to keep a council flat in a nice condition. I'm proud to live there.
Did you say you own a girlfriend?
Yeah.
How does that work?
Proud of her, and I'm proud that I managed to own her.
Or did you say earn?
Own, as in she wants to stay with me and trusts me and loves me.
EARN. You earned.
I own my girlfriend.
Oh no, you're saying own. OWN. You own.
Yeah, we own each other.
Okay, so it's not
Yeah,
just that
you're-
you own her, you own each other.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe that's a way of saying it that you're. Okay, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say to you, I own my wife. She owns me.
We're not married, but we've chosen each other.
Well, me, I am married, right? That was a promise I made until death do us apart.
what marriage
So
means.
yeah,
Own
it's
each
a
other,
contract of yeah.
Did you exchange goats for her?
Exchange what?
Goats.
Goats.
No, I gave my word to God. That's what I did.
Own is like
So-
everything that you acquire in life that you're allowed to acquire, right? So you haven't stolen it, you've acquired it, and it's fine, and it's above natural law, and it's yours now.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's both ways. It sounds a little bit rough when you say I own, without thinking that the other person owns you too, right?
Yeah.
So
It's like a
once
slave
you
master.
say it like, okay, it goes both ways. Yeah, okay. So it doesn't sound that rough because
Well,
you're
I was just talking
actually.
about my pride in her.
Yeah. Good point.
I'm proud of Pioneer DJ equipment. They
There you
are scammers and they monopolize the market, but the products are very, very good and they help me be creative.
Now I can agree with that. You see, pride of
Right, that's
ownership.
a question of quality. But it's like
Yeah.
what you guys were going on about, where it becomes idolizing other people. I think that's more admiration. Whereas some fans, like Liverpool, their fans do help the team play better. So in a way, sometimes they can be proud.
Yeah, well, they will be proud
They
because
can
they
turn the
are
tide.
invested in the team. Yeah, you could even call it a religion with some of these football fans because they've invested their whole life in it.
All right.
Generations of
Well,
families.
I guess
saying
I'm
it's like a
different. I just don't. I guess I'm different. I never see it that way. I'm not one of those persons who take pride out of other people effort, right?
It's a culture. It's just a culture.
Yeah, that's what it is.
You guys,
Because,
are you proud of Flat Earth in general? All the people in Flat Earth.
Not at all. What? Me? No, not at all.
You don't have any
Are you
pride.
proud? Are you proud to be a flat
movement?
earther?
Me personally, I'm proud of how I think and but that's a personal thing. I'm not proud about you, Jim, being a flat earther. I can care less.
Oh, okay. Well, fine. That's okay. That's not. That's like I said.
Yeah,
I'm a quietly proud man anyway. I don't thrust my pride in people's faces. I'm generally quiet about it. I don't really push it in people's faces at all. People tend to come up to me when they see the bike and they say, "Oh, that's a really nice bike." And the first thing I say, because I'm a foreigner, of course, in their country, yes, it's Japanese. It's really well made, isn't it? That's the first thing I say to them. Yeah, because I didn't make it, but I chose well, didn't I? Yes, it's a nice bike, and that's it. I'm quietly proud. I don't thrust it on people. That's not my way. But if I hear something negative and derogatory to the brand, I'm going to defend it.
Yeah.
If I think it's a lie. And that's what you hear in me. It's because I'm 45 years of using one brand and following it through its history is what's coming out.
That's when you act on your pride and it becomes a little bit religious.
Yes.
If you hear someone across a party say, "My Honda was a bit rubbish," it broke
Look at
down
the
the other
accident.
night,"
Look at the accident, guys.
You'll go across the room and say, "Hang on a minute."
Holy shit! Look at
I'll
that.
have you know, I'll have you know,
Oh
mate.
my god.
Is it a bad one, Silas?
Oh yeah, man. Holy shit.
What are you talking about? You just
Is it hard to drive those trucks? Like, does the wind blow you off the road, or is it pretty easy?
Oh yeah, it feels really when I think the wind is the worst one, Gio.
I mean, I've driven motorhomes, and I've definitely driven cars with trailers, but never a big truck like that. I've never driven one like that.
I think to me the air is the worst thing. It feels so like it tends you like because it moves you from side to side.
Yeah.
It's pretty bad. But other than that, like the snow, the rain, it depends on how heavy you are. Like right now, I'm 75,000 pounds, so it can be raining or snowing or anything. I can drive like confident that the truck's not gonna
Tip over.
do anything weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, and at the beginning, yeah, it is hard. But it's a matter of like it takes a couple months to feel confident in the truck.
You got to learn to trust your gear, don't you?
Yeah, of course you do. So I can say that you are quietly proud that you can drive that truck. Quietly, you're not thrusting in anyone's face.
Yeah, it's my accomplish. Of course.
Yeah, there you are. Fine.
But is there a particular manufacturer of truck that you prefer over another?
Make, is it? Yeah.
I don't care about that.
Are you proud with how it handles? The
I like. If you're asking me if I like, if I have a preference, yes, I like Kenworth.
Mercedes make the best, don't they?
I don't know. I'm driving a Volvo right now.
I heard Volvo trucks.
Oh,
have
I like
great
Volvo too.
braking.
Yeah, they're very good.
Yeah.
Well, how about this? I just thought of this in terms of like, you know, sort of cars and brands, and because people have a lot with that, you know, like sports cars and you know all kinds of people. But
people love it.
Why it seems to me, and I'm not trying to be sexist or anything, but it seems like it's more common that a man will have that than a woman. You know, a man, he loves, you know, in different ways. I struggle to think of a woman who's really like into her car like that.
I just saw a meme here. And at the top of the meme was a woman saying, "Men, what do you want?" And the bottom of the meme was loads of men saying this, 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 and just pointing at their cars.
Yeah, I mean, there are women who enjoy motoring as much as men do. You know, they're there, but they're
but it's not.
Yeah,
it's not a general
it's
thing.
just like why do boys not play with Barbie dolls?
Barbie dolls, yeah.
You know, they're just.
And the Wendy house. Although I did for a while as a kid with the girls, I did play. Yeah.
I used to play with dolls. But anyway, what I was trying to think of what women are obsessed with to match men and cars.
Appearance. Appearance.
Shoes and clothes.
Shoes and clothes.
Yeah, clothes.
Weddings.
Shopping
They love
clothes.
weddings.
Yep. Yeah. And then
Gossip.
Shoes is a big one. That is true.
Purses. Some women are really into purses.
They like their cars too in their own way.
Yeah, my girlfriend loves her car. She's got one before me, and she loves it.
Yeah, my wife similar, and also footwear. They love footwear.
Mind you, some men can be obsessed with trainers and shoes as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I've got a lot of footwear myself. I have to
We
admit.
made a comparison with my wife's shoes and my shoes, and we put those into the line and just filmed it. And I think my wife's shoes length of that line was something like almost 50 meters. That's pretty much.
No,
That's a lot of shoes.
Yeah, and mine was like something like 7 meters, but that's long for a man as well. So we are shoe colleagues.
Looks like you could be running a shop from your house.
Yeah, we could made a shop of used and new shoes because my wife has lots of unused or new shoes that she never has used. So, but I'm not complaining because I collect games. So I have like thousands of video games and I'm not complaining. So
yeah.
I was just thinking about it. Maybe man's love for the car comes from his love for the horse. It's like a modern version of the horse.
Yeah.
You love it, and it becomes like your partner of freedom, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Well, the purpose that it serves, that it gives us, is freedom, right? Like the ability to move around, and that's something we all value so much. And
and to have it looking cool while it represents freedom and going fast.
Yeah,
it's amazing. Isn't it?
Yeah. That's very apparent for me with what I call the Iron Horse, the motorbike. So yeah, definitely. the motorcycle is the iron horse, as it were.
Whole freedom of being able to get in your vehicle or motorbike and just go wherever you want. That feeling is a good one, and you can do it in so many different styles.
I've worked it out. The car is the man's horse so that he can go out and avoid his wife and think, ride around and look. And the woman's version is the home. She is obsessed with the home, making it look nice, or making it feel nice.
Yeah.
And together you have a happy life.
Yeah.
You get the balance, yeah.
So who overall is more between women and men are into outer space and NASA and all that stuff?
Guys.
Men, guys.
Guys, ain't no women ever even worried about that shit.
Yeah.
How many women support the globe Earth? Like, how many women will fight for the globe Earth?
Probably
it's like 2 or 3.
Maybe
3 years. That's it.
Maybe.
I would say a very high percentage, a good 80%, maybe 90%, because they're not really, as far as they've taken the knowledge that they've learned at school, and they've gone with that like we all did, yeah. So if they're into the heliocentric model without thinking about it, they're going to defend it without a doubt.
Global women are always disgusting, mean, vitriolic individuals.
Yep. Most of the ladies I talk to could care less about either one. Shit.
Yeah, that's been my experience as well. They don't think about it because they always say, even my wife said it at first, there's more important things to worry about than the flat earth, she said.
Yeah.
That's what she said. Those were her words. And I said, well, that might be right. But at the same time, there's a company called NASA that's getting, at that time, $57 million a day. And they never went to the moon, and they're lying about everything. And then they're educating our children that the earth is a ball when it's not. I mean, we only live once, I said. We only live once on this earth. At least we should know what it is before we die, don't you think? Yeah?
Well, I'm just thinking of how many, like there's definitely women who have, debated for the flat earth, like for a stationary type earth. There's several. But I'm trying to think of any woman who really, will defend and assert the globe earth. You guys think
Hold on.
The NASA representative chick, the one that believes that she's a rock?
Yeah, I forgot her name, yeah.
Well, I'm kind of more thinking like in these communities, not like, she's like some paid whatever. I'm talking about people that are in this community.
Over at Jim's, and remember the non sequitur? When the one dude with the like those dudes had like a couple girls.
Oh, yeah, there was the one with Witsit. That's true. Witsit and then McToon. Yeah, although, that's one.
He always tried to defend. He tried to do Weber with flat earth. He was a chunky dude. He said he had a diploma and shit, and he had him and his wife were on there. The Globers. Yeah, I forget his name.
A man with a wife. Then I've met Amy, and then Queen of the Trolls.
Something like that.
Rebel years ago.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of them. Yeah, but this was a recent one, like something engineer or something. I don't know. He's goofy.
They are terrible. But yeah, there's more flat earth women than globe women. I agree.
Yeah, I believe so.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I've often thought it has something to do with the idea of Mother Earth, and women are sort of in some way more connected, through the DNA, who knows what, kind of to the earth. And the fact that women, birth us and everything. So I've always thought there's some way in which they're not as invested in asserting one or the other in a way, like overall.
Right.
Maybe?
Yeah, they should be though. Yeah, I agree with you, Joe. I've often thought that.
Most of them just, I think, I don't know, the people that go by the evidence, they're like, well, anything's possible, but only what is possible is possible. There are a lot of things we don't know that could be, but only what can be done. That you can't do things that aren't, like you can't pop up a leprechaun out of nowhere. You just can't do it. It's not ever going to happen.
Women are more religious, so they're more likely to believe a belief. But they're less egoic, so they're less likely to go around and preach it. I think.
Like they just listen and then they're like, okay, I'll take this into consideration. I'm like, so what do you think? They're like, well, it could be that. You
Yeah.
might be right. Very well.
Yeah, I think if you
They
did
just
like
don't think it's important enough.
I bet if you did a research study, if you lined up, 100 men versus 100 women, and let's say they've never really heard about the Earth not being a globe, like this whole topic, I bet I'd be willing to bet that there's a much higher percentage of men that would want to defend the globe and have, and many more women, like Democ was just saying, that would kind of say, well, it could be either way. Like they just seem more
go with the flow.
Happy-go-lucky.
As long as you're convincing with like reality, they'll go with it.
They've not got time to think and be philosophers. They need to think about the kids and look after the people.
That's right, Dawn.
Are you saying that women are more open to different ideas?
Yes, but also they're slightly more ready to believe in any idea just to get along and settle their mind.
Yeah, they're too busy. Child rearing and that.
Yeah. My wife, I have told her about this subject. She doesn't care at all. Like she doesn't even. I don't know. She doesn't give it a second thought about.
Just don't care, do they?
Right, but
yeah,
she's not combative about it either. I mean, real bad. Is she? I mean, like a dude might argue with you, like, "Nah, man, that ain't right. No way, no way." Just not even really take it into consideration. Just be stubborn.
Oh no, she doesn't even tell me I'm wrong or anything. She's just like, okay, that's
Right,
what she said. Okay,
Yeah,
that's it. I'm like, no extra questions or anything. No.
You're like, that's it, the biggest lie ever. It's just kind of okay.
That's
Yeah,
exactly
that's-
too. No,
But let me tell you why. Jill,
Yeah, just like it's not that surprising to her.
It's not. If you think about it, I don't know. I don't think women
Sorry,
think about those things. I don't think they care about. Yeah.
I am surprised with the disconnect though. That like no response. Like you said, okay, that's it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So what? So what? Basically.
Pretty much. She doesn't fight me over this or anything. But let me tell you what, I do believe she's more on the side of the flat side, right? I explain things to her, and like, I know her, that I can tell when something makes sense to her, right? But she won't fight me over because she doesn't know anything about the heliocentric model, right? All she knows is what is been taught to her, which is like, the planets and the regular things that everybody, when they first join this conversation, they all come with the same thing. The picture from the space, yeah. Then once you start explaining things about like water and all this, it clicks. It makes sense.
Yeah, my wife finally began to pay attention to the flat Earth last year. This is after 2015. I've been telling her that because of what's happened now, this pandemic. That's when she woke up. Now she understands 9/11 was an inside job, because she now realizes what's going on. It's such a joke. I said, now look at the rest of what I've been telling you now that you realize. So last year was a final acceptance that flat Earth is real and the Earth isn't what they said it was and stuff like that. She now accepts. And that 9/11 was an inside job. She now accepts that now because of what's happened from last year, basically.
I think there's also kind of an interesting correlation with heliocentrism and patriarchy. Like the whole sun worship and putting the sun in the center. And then, I mean, essentially, like if the sun, on a planar stationary Earth, the sun and the moon, which kind of represent the masculine and feminine, they're the same size. They're in a dance together, in terms of the phases of the moon and their cycles. So there's like an equality kind of component between the two sides. and they complement each other and so on. Whereas in the heliocentric model, they've isolated the sun and made it huge. So like the masculine patriarchal side is made, massive. And then the moon is just a little side thing, it's just a little side piece that goes around the globe Earth. So I feel like there's like a sort of a psyop linked in with that, with the patriarchy and suppression of the feminine, but then also the suppression of the Earth, like the idea of Mother Earth, like suppressing that through the deception and then making the sun.
Do you believe? Hold on, Gio. Hold on.
Feminine pushed
Do
down.
you believe the? No. Hold on. Do you guys believe the feminine is pushed down in any way?
Yeah,
Even back in the time, you guys believe that?
No, now the icons for feminism now are pushed down through heliocentrism, the moon and the Earth. I do agree. It's just a trick of symbols, but when you believe that's the layout, the big, huge sun becomes more important as a symbol. The sun is also used for lots of propaganda for communism as well. The rising dawn of a new day, the rising sun in the east, on so many products. You have to kind of think mystically to see the Earth and the moon as female and the sun as a male, but that's how a lot of religions have thought about it.
Well, yeah, and in astrology, they're very much connected to that. The sun, I mean, both men and women have the sun and moon in their chart, so we both have both of those. But the sun is generally a more masculine, assertive, identity-based type of energy, whereas the moon is more reflective, emotional, responsive, and so on. And then also there's another duality between Mars and Venus. Mars is the assertive, aggressive, hunter energy, whereas Venus is, the kind of beautiful sociability.
In English, how do you know that the sun is a male and the moon is a female? You see how I say the sun, the moon? How do you distinguish which one is male and female?
Sun is the same word as sun, which is male in English, a male child.
No. You and moon?
Well, moon doesn't mean female. It's the opposite of the sun.
But no,
it reflects the sun.
I'm asking because in Spanish, we actually have a distinguish when we're talking about. Let me say in Spanish, we say el son, el sol, right? That's the sun. But when we say el, it means is Spanish pronouns, and then we say la luna, which means a female pronoun.
Yeah.
La, it's a female pronoun.
I suggest
Luna.
that's because in Spanish they haven't tricked us by translating mysteries into Latin and then into English. So they haven't mixed up your language as much. Literally, your word for moon is still feminine.
Yeah, well, it's deeply rooted in a lot of these traditions. But another thing, Don, you just said, that's another part, I think, of the patriarchy. So if the moon reflects the sun's light, then the sun is primary, the masculine, and the moon is just reflecting it. But on an idea that the moon actually gives off its own light, then that feminine principle, instead of just reflecting the sun, is actually emitting its own actual light.
Yeah, that's a weird.
But why you say the patriarchy? What is that about, Gio?
Well, I mean, I think there's a very toxic
father ruling pater, patri pater. That means father.
Kind of
like you believe there's a very toxic what, Gio?
Well, I mean, there's matriarchy and patriarchy in terms of those words, and those mean different things in different cultures that have had, either more masculine or more feminine, sort of different roles. Yeah, different systems and things. But I'm talking about a particular stream of toxic patriarchy, which I think is connected to heliocentrism, connected to the entire modern era in a lot of ways. And also, what was I going to say? I
think it connects to scientism, materialism.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. The like Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm as well, and that.
can you give an example of toxic behavior related to this? What you're saying?
Yeah, what's toxic patriarchy?
Because I'm a little bit confused.
The Pope being a male, that's one example, right?
Wait. Being a male is toxic?
No.
Well, it's just
Pope always being male. No female allowed.
Well,
the
I think
male,
like
the man, the power of the man being in control, the man
No
controlling
female
everything.
president
The dick.
ever in the US ever.
yeah, those are all parts of it, I think. But it also, yeah, just the suppression of the female like principle in general, and like that the like we were talking about owning because Don said own, but I mean I don't know because I wasn't alive in the 1700s and so on, but there are those kind of that historical story of men actually owning their wives, like literally.
And do you understand the concept
the specific of exclusion of women and
do you understand the context and in that era why the man was the one who had to make the choices and things like that, Gio? Or is it just a boy? Do you believe this is just in a boy without thinking about why?
Because the men used to represent the women, right, back then.
Yes, but there's a reason.
What's the reason?
Well, if you think about it, back in the day, you know how women are, right? They're emotional and all that shit, right?
Well,
back
the
in the
man
day,
was the leader of the family.
Hold on. Well, you asked me a question.
You're going to argue making the point for Gio now.
Yeah.
Just let him explain.
Yeah, back in the day, you know how like today you see so many women getting in other guys' face, right? Or shit like that. Back in that day, if you were to do that, people will kill you, right? Like the other guy, people wouldn't fuck around back in the day. They will kill you over you not fulfilling your word. Now, imagine a woman how he behaves today, behaving in that manner back in that day, right? It will get killed. It will get killed. Like the husband, it will get him killed.
Okay, but what was the reason? What's the reason for that?
What is the reason for what?
Women should be seen and not
For
heard.
women, for women, for the need for women to take a back seat more so than now.
A what?
You were saying there's a reason for the time that men had to be the way they were. What was the reason culturally that they were like that more so than now?
I already explained it. That just the fact that if you misbehave or anything, it will get you
or
killed.
Traditional, right?
Not traditional. Not traditional.
Okay.
There were consequences to behavior, though. Back in the day, there were consequences to your behavior. If you fuck around, you get killed. Not like today, right? You can pretty much almost spit to somebody in their face,
So
and they.
women. You're saying
women.
women were more likely to get
women.
killed
I
for
don't know how
disrespect
that's
than men.
Well, we know how
Saying that-
women are emotional, right?
Oh, okay.
So people understand that you could not be fucking around back in that time. Even I guess women understood
You're
that.
being sexist, Silent Zero. You're agreeing that women can't reason properly, and that's why men have to control the marriage.
You guys are misunderstanding what he's saying. He
No,
didn't
that's
say that
not
the
what he
woman would
said.
get killed.
He's
He
saying
said it
that
would
you
reflect
feel-
poorly on her man, and the man might feel the brunt of it. Might get, killed.
Yeah, all of them would
Her
get killed over some stupid shit. You die by the sword. Today, you
Well,
don't
what's
die
it-
by the sword. They don't pull out the
Silly
sword,
reason
chop
to
your head
own
off
your wife.
for an inconvenience or an argument or just to lie.
What's
Back in the
what
day,
I thought was
they-
interesting. Sorry to cut you off. Yeah, what's interesting, I think, about this conversation is that as far as the patriarchy goes, if women were to somehow realize that maybe the heliocentric model and making everything materialistic or maybe more mathematical, scientific, more left brain oriented was a way of oppressing them, they might figure out that, oh yeah, shit, the flat earth makes a lot more sense. And they weren't maybe as left brained in school and having to figure out how this heliocentric model supposedly works. And now presented with flat earth, they'd have to go back and actually, figure out what they were supposed to know to be able to debunk it. So it's like, there has to be like some easy ways of explaining this for, the common man or the common woman so that they don't have to go back and relearn it all to realize why it's wrong, maybe that's part of it, so left brain, right brain is my point. Women are typically more right brained, so.
I think it's the opposite, isn't it?
No.
It might be the other way around. Let me look that up.
It's
No,
the
left
opposite,
brain,
though,
left
I
brain.
think.
I just put a graph in the live stream voice text.
All right. Yeah, thank you.
The whole brain model. Left mode is more logical, analytical, and the right brain's more intuitive,
artistic.
Artistic.
Yo,
Yeah.
they're only right-brained if they believe in the good dome.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Women are more left-brained, though. They're not right-brained.
Pardon me?
I think women are more on the left side of the brain.
Women are
not right
It's
side.
more analytical, more mathematical side, not the more.
I don't know
artistic
about
side.
that.
Wait. No.
Women are right
The
brained. You got it
left
wrong
side.
the first time. They're right brained. Men are
According to
in
the graph I put in the text live stream.
Right.
I-
According to a graph, I don't believe that.
Yeah, no. And then I'm wrong. I've been wrong my entire life. I thought wrong.
Yeah, people get that
Yeah.
mixed up. It's right brain's more creative. Left brain's more mathematical.
Oh. Can somebody look for a different
I think this is correct.
No,
but
that's
yeah.
true. Right is more creative.
And
I wouldn't
also
say
listen, I
left
don't
is more
believe that graph.
mathematical, but it's more analytical, more logical.
Yeah.
Women are
I don't know why.
creative,
Sometimes people have
logical and planning.
How do you figure that out? Whether that's
But I don't
true or
believe
not?
that shit anyways. That's
Who knows?
Exactly. I wouldn't
This
believe
is
none of that.
true.
You'd have to chop somebody's left side of their brain off to see how they react, then put it back, chop the right side off, then see how they react. Come on now.
They do that, Demok. They put probes in the sides and study it.
Yeah, they do it, and then what happens? I know I've talked to people who have missing chunks of their brain, and they do just fine. They still do everything they would do.
Probe you.
Wait.
Yeah, they probe you in your brain.
Bro,
They find out some
this-
types of thoughts are on one side.
Bro, Don, I said they're missing big chunks of their brain, and they still do everything we do. They don't not do anything. So what's the point?
But you're missing the
Can
my
anyone
point.
research like
Oh,
in
you're
a time
missing the
machine
point.
this subject though? Because
Totally
I
missing
remember
the
when I was a kid, when I was a kid, it was the opposite than this.
Mandela effect.
Exactly. You only use 10% of your brain, so why would it be right, left? Come on, man.
I definitely don't think the 10% of your brain thing is right.
Right. Let the school tell it. It's all kinds of weird shit. What I'm saying is, if you could miss half of your brain and still function, then what are they even talking about? What does that even mean?
By the way, I just put a really good video in the live stream as well by Cathexis, who was kind of a legend in this conversation for a while, called The Left Brain Prison. It's a really good video.
And also, if you're missing your portion of your brain, what side of your brain is doing what then? And then how did you need a right or a left or like what? It doesn't even make any sense. What do you probe?
Well, I think what it is, I think that there's activity in the brain at different contexts. Like when there's more creativity and so on, then that's more right brain. So I think, I don't know. I don't know all of the details of how they have come to that conclusion, but I think it has to do with brain activity and figuring out that there's more activity in certain parts of the brain, in different contexts.
Electrical continuity in the flow of the liquid that's through the brain, not even the brain itself.
There's also the idea that the eyes are connected to the opposite. So the right eye is connected to the left brain, left eye to the right brain. There's like they're opposite.
Man, I don't believe none of that. But yeah, I heard it all. I've seen all the diagrams and everything.
No, that part is true, half true. So it's like when it goes to the optic chiasm, it kind of half of it crosses over and half of it stays.
I think they
Like
both
if you want to read what somebody's feeling, if you want to read by someone's feeling by looking at their face, you got to look at the right hand side of their face to tell you what they're feeling.
No, you got to look at the whole face. But what I'm saying is it's all connected to like a brain box of a car. You can have the right light, the left light. It all has to go through the battery. It all has to go through the source of every, like, come on, man.
Well, that's interesting, Rams. Yeah, I wonder, because I find myself sometimes when I look into someone's eyes, I sometimes find myself like, sort of looking into one eye or the other. That's an interesting idea.
Yeah, there's arts that go into this in depth about looking at which side of the face you look at because of this left brain, right brain thing based on it, so you can generally read what people are feeling from the right hand side of their face compared to the left. And because if you do a perfect reflection of each. They're not perfectly symmetrical. They're not exactly perfect on either side. And you can sort of see the differences in expression if you look at it and analyze it. It's very interesting.
Anyway, is there anyone in there that understands the refraction? I'm creating an illustration about it, so I might be needing some help or comments if you like.
Yeah, what are you doing? I'm the king of refraction. What's up?
Me too. I made my own new refraction. It's called Demox refraction.
You jester.
Can you
Serious.
share? Can you share just one application to the Discord, or do you have to share the whole screen?
No, you can share one application.
Okay, I have to learn that. So just a second.
Just click on screen, like when you're sharing, and then you could do it by application or you could do it by screen. The option should.
Yeah, refraction doesn't exist.
Dimok, don't say shit like that, bro.
What? Unless you can show me it. Can you present it to me?
Well, yeah. By definition, refraction is that.
Hold on a minute.
Hold on.
Show me a boat go around the corner.
You asked refraction. You didn't ask about a boat. You say refraction.
Image vented around a curve. Yes.
Yeah, Demok, you didn't say refraction necessary to bend an image around a corner.
Yeah, that's your R-based refraction.
So what's refraction?
Refraction is
that laser.
You want it to be apparently because I got 5 of you saying it. So really, what is refraction? It doesn't exist. There we go. Case closed. Don't say shit like that.
You tripping, bro. You're definitely not the king of refraction.
Well, since 5 of you said 5 different things, who's the king of refraction? I am.
I am, and I'm telling you that refraction
don't exist.
Refraction is the bending of light causing distortion.
Bullshit. Fuck all that. Bullshit.
Causing changes to the angular size.
That's a change in ignorance.
Of images.
No, that's calls from an ignorance in your comprehension.
Get wrecked.
What happens
Ain't
when
no
you stick
bullshit
a pencil
refraction.
in a glass of water?
Ain't no fucking refraction. Get out of here with that dog shit.
You never seen a time lapse of like things looking different?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Cool story.
The horizon changing.
Yeah,
percentage. Those
get out of here.
Those are all.
There ain't no such thing as refraction.
Effects.
Ain't no light bending around nothing. Ain't no fucking light bending nowhere. Ain't no light bending shit.
Ain't no such thing as half-baked Demox.
Ain't nobody.
Ain't no light bending nothing.
There's no R-based refraction
anywhere.
You're right. There's no R-based refraction, but you didn't say that. That's the problem.
No. We don't see the actual light bending.
There's no refraction of any fucking thing ever in your life's history of time. It doesn't even work the way you thought it did ever. Never.
Dima, you see that cartoon? Do you see that cartoon on Jet?
Listen, hold on, silent.
You're not making the discrepancy
No,
between
you're not making a
refraction
comprehensive
and
thought.
R-based refraction. That's the whole argument.
No, it's
You
an
don't seem to
argument
get
that
it.
you are. Listen, you do not comprehend what you're even talking about.
You didn't listen.
I don't have to listen. You don't know what you're talking about. Can you produce
There you go.
refraction?
You don't have to listen.
Yeah,
All right.
if you're gonna have a
My
conversation,
fucking
you
house
do have to
float
listen.
3 foot above where it's at right now. Since you're the king of refraction, make
You don't have to
my house
listen.
float 3 foot above itself. Hurry up.
Did you say make my house float 3 foot
Yeah,
above?
refractors. Since you guys know.
Yo, I don't know if you, even if I did, you wouldn't be able to recognize it.
Fucking Dimok, man.
Okay, I posted an image that I'm working at the moment. So, am I right that the light will bend from less dense air towards the more dense air? So, is that image kind of right by the?
You're saying the white side is one density and then the blue side is another density and therefore is bending, right?
Yeah.
If I understood correctly.
Yeah, the light side means there is no so much air or so much moisture or whatever. So the more dense air is in the observer.
Here's the problem with that. The air doesn't align that way. It doesn't align vertical, right? And so
that's the whole point. That doesn't work.
It doesn't work. Yes, I understand. But you're right. That's their model, right? That's what they think it is.
That's not the model. That's not the model. The gradient isn't suggesting that there's air where the chap is and not where the city is. What you need to do to fix that, mate, is get the gradient so the gradient is densest deep blue at the bottom near the earth, near the brown of the earth, and get less dense as it gets towards whatever that upper container.
Yeah, but there is a problem.
But there's a problem. The boat and the person are on the same layer, though.
Yeah, the Chicago skyline.
There's a bunch of problems with it, but just to make it better in terms of the dense, more dense and less dense. It's not suggesting that there is
another image
more density of the observer, and it gets less as you get further from the observer. The density is based on altitude, right? I think we all agree there.
Yeah, and that's what's misrepresented here.
Well, no, that looks to me like there is more density in one place, getting like equally all the way up to the ceiling, whatever that container is.
Yeah, yes. Think about
that's like that second one you've got. Yeah. So
there you go. But hold on. Get shells. Get it right. If the boat and the person are on density number 5, then there's no reason why it's gonna change.
Yeah. It's
yeah. There's no reason why it's going to bend.
I'm just trying to help old mate with his drawing.
But that's why you attack the R-based refraction, and you ask them where did they get their R from for the R-based refraction, and then that's where they're fucked.
The only way that it would work even in a flat or in a globe, but the observer had to be higher from the ground that the observed the thing that it's observing. So then the light will go through the different mediums or different density of the air, and then it will work in both models. But that doesn't prove the globe because it works in both models then. So it doesn't help either way.
Well, there also could be varying densities between you and the target on the same plane as well. Exactly. You know, so
yeah, I agree. But you have to prove
wait. If you're at 6 feet and then there's a boat 6 feet, like you're in the ground level, and then the boat is at ground level, how is it that you're gonna be on a higher density gradient? You both are in the same layer.
You cannot. You have to be higher in elevation.
Exactly.
Yeah, and then the light will go through the mediums or through the different densities, and then it will bend. But you have to be different altitude than the observer have to be different altitude that the object that is observed. And then it might work, but yet still it will work in both models.
Yeah.
I would say actually it only works on a flat surface, because then only the gradient is even.
Yo. Whose thing is this? Whose image is this?
I'm just creating this and to figure these things out, and that's why I asked for you comments about this. Am I right? Am I drawing the things correctly?
I would say there's an issue with it, and that issue I think would be your labeling of the more dense and less dense air.
But that's the only way that light will bend, when it's going from less dense medium to more dense medium. That's the only when the light bends. Light doesn't bend.
Because of the dynamic nature of the system, you can have areas of volume between you and the target in the same plane, where you have different atmospheric conditions, different densities of gases between you and the target on the same plane, because of the dynamic nature of the system.
Yeah, I agree that. But if we are claiming that there, for example, in a Chicago skyline picture, there is these different gradients or between the observer and the Chicago skyline, then we have to do is to go in the different places between there and measure the density of there, or the, let's say, the moisture of there, or whatever. And then we could say that, okay, this happened because of this. Then we have an observed measurement in between there, let's say 5 miles, 10 miles, 15 miles, and so on, some measurement points where we measure the what is the density of the air, or the thickness of, or the moisture of the air, whatever. Otherwise we would be just questioning or imagination.
Yeah, I mean, could it take just one channel of high pressure air passing through just in a couple of meters between you and the target to distort it? You know what I mean?
Yeah, it could. And also the temperature is one thing. I have seen that in a couple of meters when you use an iron. I've seen video about the guy is using an iron to bend the light. So basically there are lots of things to bend the light. Maybe magnetism, I'm not sure, but the things can, and some other things can bend it. But most when we talk about observing things is what we talk the moisture of the air.
But the thing that you attack when they bring up refraction is their terrestrial refraction, which has an arb value plugged into it.
Sorry, I didn't understand correctly, but sorry.
Well, the mainstream idea that they'll put forward about refraction is that there's a terrestrial refraction that they call that has an R value plugged into it, a radius of the Earth value plugged into it, to give them the rate of curve, the rate of refraction. And they get that rate of refraction from their R value, which they've plugged in to this type of refraction that they call terrestrial refraction, which they use to explain away these sorts of observations that we talk about.
Okay, I have to think about this more. And thanks for the images in the chat, how the light is bending through the mediums. From the show, I'll show my curve. Wavefront, medium, yeah, okay. I'll check those out and figure out if they are fitting in my drawings or my schematics or whatever they are. Just a PowerPoint anyway.
Hey, isn't that wild, Rams, that they do that? They just plug in an R value and claim, oh, yeah, the curve's actually there as long as we plug in this radius.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was telling these guys the other night, I was like, well, what if I just said the Earth was concave and it curves at 14 inches per mile squared concave? All you got to do is use my special form of refraction, and boom, there you go.
Yeah. So yeah, you just have to ask them, where did they get that R value from?
Yeah, and of course they're going to claim that it's legitimately acquired. So I suppose that's why they supports the kind of assumptive model, because they think they have a real value that they're plugging in.
Yeah, but they can never get it without having to presuppose.
The problem is you don't see the actual sunlight. You see effects. So like Democ is right. Like what they say refraction is bendy sunlight. You don't see that. You have to infer that from what you're seeing, but you don't actually see the sunlight bending. Period.
Yeah, I understand that we never see light. We only see where the light is hitting something, and we see kind of reflection or the light is thing that it's impossible to see or observe. The only thing that we can observe is when it's hitting something. So, for example, in a so-called space, if we would have a space, the light would be impossible to observe unless we have some thing to hit there. So light is kind of invisible.
Yeah, it's a very strange phenomenon.
But also, you can use lasers, and you can see that the laser is bending. So, for that, if it happens to that light, also sunlight.
Yeah, but you can't really say that because they say that lasers are coherent light, where the waves are kind of like synchronized.
You mean because
So
it's column A to
what
B?
about
Each other.
what about the light from a flashlight? You can see that light, can you not? So we can see light. You can't say
I
you
would
cannot
say
see.
I would say you see what light hits, unless
That's
it's
true.
Okay.
of course a laser.
Or
Yeah,
if it's
so what
going
about when
into
you
your
put it in
eye.
your eyeball? What about when you put the light in your eyeball? You're looking at light then, aren't you not?
No, it's hitting the receptors in your eyeball. It's not hitting emptiness. And if you put a flashlight in the empty room which doesn't contain any air, so it's vacuum, it doesn't. You cannot see it basically, because if there is nothing where it can hit, like in air, there are molecules where it will hit.
Right. So we can see light.
No, you're
because of the
conflating
molecules in
sound
the atmosphere.
with light. Light doesn't need a medium to pass through.
He's not saying that. He's saying you're not going to see the beam of light in a perfect vacuum because there's going to be no molecules in the air or condensate or anything for it to reflect off. Right. You will see wherever
But
it hits.
you'll see
like
the
on
light
the wall.
emitting from the light itself,
Yeah.
from the bulb.
You'll see it from the light source if you have view of that source, right? But you're going to see the beam itself.
Imagine a dark room. Imagine a dark room, and you are putting a light through it. You will see where the light comes from and when it hits in the other wall. But you cannot see the light between there. You cannot see the beam of light unless there is something, dust or whatever, to hit it there between the light source and the target of the light, so to say.
Yeah, that's right. That's true.
Yeah, the molecules are hit. Yeah, you're hitting the molecules.
Again, you only see what light reflects off.
Yeah, I agree.
Unless you're looking straight at the source.
Yeah, but then it's.
I was just going to say that. Yeah.
Yeah, but then it's kind of reflecting the light source as well in your eyeball, both.
So just being pedantic, because if that's the case, then you only ever see light when you reflects. You guys should have said that you see light twice when you see light when it reflects twice, because once off the target and then once off your eyeball or your retina or what have you.
Okay, that's right in that case, yeah. But I recommend not to put a light towards your eyeballs, so it might hurt. And I'm not sure if you should do a sun gazing as well. I tried the sun gazing once, and it was weird experiment. Or I got this really weird warm feeling inside me, and I don't want to ever do it again. So, do not do sun gazing.
I've done it a few times, like at sunrise, sunset, and it's fine.
Yeah, but you have to have atmosphere or water for a mirror reflection, not light itself. Light itself is just going to be a light, and it'll ignite a light, and it's going to just be ignition of light. That's it. It's going to be ignition. Excitement through the atmosphere. It's not. You need water or a mirror image to reflect something.
Why would you need
one of the things, just real quick about sun gazing, is that you don't look into the sun. You actually look usually just above it or just below it. So yeah, you don't want to look. Well, sometimes you can look right into it if it's in the right position, but just wanted to.
Yeah, I looked right into it.
I'm just saying, like,
it's actually pretty weird because your body, your eyes have like a mechanism, defense mechanism, where if you're looking at something bright, it'll purposely, like, I don't know if it's the rods or what have you, but it'll purposely make that thing darker in your field of view. So as you're looking at, and you can notice this when you're looking at a bright thing and then you close your eyes, on your eyelids, there's like a burn-in type thing. It's greenish or what have you. I'm sure you guys are familiar. But hold up. Almost done. So when you're looking at the sun, and you'll notice this, as you're staring at the sun, there'll be a circle of like greenish stuff block the brightness of the sun. And as you're like, let's say you're walking or you're driving around or something, you're just moving your head a little bit, that circle part will be like overlapped on the sun, and it'll just like jiggle around onto that sun. So it looks so cool how it's like, this area that's kind of stuck in your field of view, and whenever you move your head a little bit, it'll come off the sun.
There's a little bit of halo around the outer edge.
No, it's basically like sunglasses. It's basically like you're wearing sunglasses just where the sun is.
Yeah, I've experienced that myself. To the point that when I'm looking, there's a halo at the very edge, though. The very edge is slightly lit up.
Oh, yeah. True.
The majority is blocked. Yes, I've done that many times.
Yeah.
So how do the Globers think the sunlight's actually working exactly? So they think the sunlight goes past. Okay, so if the sunlight's behind me, it goes and hits the front of the object like a dice, right? It hits the number 6, right? And then if the 6 is around the curve, it just brings the number 6 up in the air and then back to me from reflecting off the front of it. So they think the image is carried from the front of the object's reflection back to my eye.
First of all, the sun that you're seeing is not the actual sun. You're seeing the light.
Fuck all that. Listen to what I asked you.
8 minutes on the time, into the past.
That has nothing to do with what I asked. Listen. When the sun is behind you, right, and you have an object in front of you, right, and the sun
the object is not in front of you.
The object is in front of me. I'm staring at it. What the fuck are you talking about?
Okay. Go ahead, Demo. So
dude,
the sun's
calm
behind
down.
you.
Silent. I don't
Object's
even
in front of you.
Quiet,
Go
please.
ahead.
Listen, the object is the boat in front of me on the horizon. The sun is behind me. Behind me.
Okay.
Right? I'm looking on the horizon. There's no sun out there. It's behind me. So this sun hits the front of that object. Now you're telling me the sun is going to hit the front of the object and go past the object and keep going that way, but then come back to me? How's that working?
Yeah. Their claim is that the photons from the sun hit the object and then reflect back towards your eyeball.
Like a spring. That's not what happens ever. Nowhere on.
Well, let me give you the explanation, Dima. Let me give you the explanation.
I already know the explanation.
Allow
everything that
allow
you
me
see
to
is
explain.
I already know it, bro.
Right.
Say it to yourself or someone who needs to know.
Well, I thought you were asking.
No, go ahead,
I thought you were asking.
No. I'm pointing out that it's ignorant. I'm pointing out that it doesn't make any sense. Do you comprehend what I'm pointing out or not? I'm pointing something out to you. I'm not asking a question. I'm making a statement. I'm not asking a question.
That's fine. Go ahead.
All right, I want to make a statement out of your statement. As you know, the sun illuminates the atmosphere, right? So there's light bouncing all over the place. So it's not that the sun is directly striking the object. It's just the light bouncing all over the place. So it hits. It is not necessary that the sun has to hit that object. It's the light that is in the atmosphere already bouncing. That's why it bounces out of the boat and then it goes to your face.
So it just
I don't believe this shit. Just so
Right.
that you make it clear, I don't believe this shit. But
I
that will
believe
be
it.
their excuse.
So
What's
they're
wrong with
saying
that?
light's bouncing everywhere, right? So
Yeah.
how the fuck are you getting anything refracted when light should be bouncing on everything, like the rock to the left and the tree to the right, not just the boat out somewhere? So we should see 1,000 refracted things up in the air, right?
No,
Because
because
the light the light
It's
is
bouncing
smart,
everywhere,
and they say, oh shit, there's some eyes right there. Let's go there.
no, that's not how it is. So
No.
you would have
Light
you have
only
these light
illuminates
rays.
the way to
Hold
the
up,
object.
Demok, you got these light rays going, above, below your head, like everywhere, right? But because
your
of
point?
let me finish. Because of the atmospheric effect, so one of these rays they're all bending, right? Because of the different atmospheric effects.
Oh.
But one of them is going to catch your eye, basically, and that's what's going to determine
The light's not bending
how
at all.
distorted or what have you it is.
I've never seen light bend. I see the
And
medium.
you haven't even seen the FE core long distance laser tests or something, because light does
I
bend.
don't care. Light's not bending.
All right.
Yeah, all right. The medium is what you're looking through.
A laser does. A laser
Stop, dude.
does.
Stop. You're looking through temperature and you're looking through medium.
Demon.
You're not just You're not just looking at light. Stop telling me what
Listen,
your brain comprehends and just shut the fuck
Demon.
up for a second, dude.
Demon.
You need to listen. You don't learn anything, do you? You just keep
Demon.
repeating yourself and don't have any comprehension, do you?
I
Listen,
don't just.
The medium
go ahead.
is what you're looking through and at. You're not looking at the light ever on its own, ever. You have never in your fucking life ever just looked at light on its own. It is in something. It is doing something off of
What is
something.
a laser? What is a
So
laser,
now
Demon?
stop telling me what the fuck the medium or the light does on their own.
What
when
is
that's
a
not
laser?
what's happening. You're looking through the medium. What is the medium?
To be fair,
What is
Silent,
a laser?
a laser is
Yeah, I know.
reflecting off of the atmosphere as well. That's why you see it.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
So
The
you're
light
not
does
going to tell
bend,
me
Demon.
light's bending. I'm going to tell
It
you
does
the
bend.
medium's bending.
No, the medium. Well, I mean, you could say that, but light is bending due to the medium, and we see it sometimes if the medium is opaque enough.
Think like this, Demok. Think like this. If the atmosphere has little droplets of water, and that light is hitting those droplets of water, that light is gonna enter through one side. Is gonna come out through like a different angle.
So that's just called reflection through the medium. That doesn't mean it's bending anywhere. It just keeps reflecting.
What do you
Well,
think
that's
that
what-
adds up to?
Nothing.
When you have
That's
1,000,
what
Doesn't add up
reflection
to
is.
anything.
when you have 1,000 little
Yeah.
droplets or things of water or something, it's gonna add up. These little changes in the angles are gonna add up and make a bend. That's what they mean when they say the ray of light is
to
bending.
the position of your eyeballs.
No,
Your
I don't think
eyeballs
so.
take it in.
The surface of your eye is what you got to worry about.
So how do you explain a
Surface of the
mirage,
medium.
Demok?
How are you seeing light?
Have you ever seen a mirage?
What's that got to do with anything?
Well, mirages are caused by the blending of light.
You're not looking at a light. You're looking at the air.
Yeah, but there's
And the moisture
dense
in the air,
light
you
that's
do not-
going into your eyes,
listen.
and we see them as straight
Bull
lines, and that's why
fucking
we see
shit. The
mirages.
only way you can have a mirrored image is off a reflection of a surface of being a medium of fucking water, air, or your eyeball. You do not. The lights that has to hit off some. If it's not hitting off shit, it ain't doing shit. It's not doing shit.
If it's not hidden off shit, you're not seeing it. It's dark,
Exactly.
but it's not. So
stop
therefore,
telling me what
the light is
doing
hitting
when
off
you
shit.
can't see light without the medium.
No, man. Sometimes you just
No, you're just making a lot of shit up.
Yeah, you're not making any sense, man.
No, you're not making any sense.
No,
If all
you're
you
not
can
making
see
any
is the
sense.
medium and see what happens in the medium with the reaction of light through the medium, you're never seeing light alone. You're never looking at the medium alone. You're both not making any fucking sense.
No,
Well, technically, he's right. Percentage. even the boat, even anything is a medium, right?
Okay.
Yeah. So technically, he's right. All you're seeing is the medium being light up.
Okay.
That wasn't his point, though.
The boat is the medium.
The boat has a surface. All you're seeing
Wait,
is
you don't
being lit.
think that?
You cut out there silent. But yeah, sometimes the monkey
You
sees
don't
some
think-
crazy shit. I don't think what?
Well, you call it crazy just because, listen, they're going to keep telling you that your ass can be seen from the fucking something you look out and your ass is bending around to the front. Because if you had a good enough thing to zoom around, supposedly, or your lens is going to zoom around and bend around to your ass. That's
Incorrect.
not ever happening.
That's not happening. Yeah, you're right. You know why? Because we have crap in our medium, in our air, right? That blocks it.
Because that's
You
not
have
how it works.
extinction of light. You have
The
condensate, dust.
Hold on, listen.
You know, other things that prevent it from going forward. That's why we have
I'm gonna tell
horizons in
you
the
what I
first
see
place.
happening.
The whole
Wait,
concept that
hold on.
you
Let me tell you
raised
what I
is
see
based on
happening. Hey, dude, I
the
don't
whole
care, man.
concept,
Rams,
Dimmock.
hold
The
on a
whole
minute.
concept that you just
Hold up,
said
Rams.
about being
Rams,
able to
Listen,
see
don't
your
tell
own
me
ass.
what my
Rams,
whole concept.
hold up, guys. Let
What do you
Rams
mean
let him
my whole
finish and then go
concept?
ahead after. Go ahead, Demo.
Yeah.
The thing that you were arguing about, Dimmock, about being able to see your own ass if you could see far enough, is
I
based
didn't
on
argue that.
based refraction.
I didn't argue that. I didn't say
You
that.
said that
I
was
said
their
that doesn't
claim, right?
happen. I said that does not happen.
Yeah, I know it doesn't happen, but
So
the
what are you
reason
talking
they
about
claim
again?
it can happen, the
So what-
reason they claim it can happen is there are based refraction.
I don't care what the fuck they claim. They can
No.
claim your
Amen.
dick can touch the floor. Unless they can show it, then they can fuck off. That's a lie. That's called insanity. That's called you saying your hair is green when you don't have any. That would
I'm
be
not
insane on your
disagreeing with
part,
you.
right?
I'm just helping you get to the
I
point,
don't
which
care if
is
you
are
agree
based
with me or
refraction.
not.
Demok, man. Stop over talking, please.
That's
Let him
cool.
respond.
No, he's over
It's the
talking to me. I
R-based
wasn't even done like
refraction
he's
that
doing
you've
now.
You had
got
a
to
little
be
pause.
specific is the problem. That's why they make these
Hey, Ram,
ridiculous
stop talking
claims.
over me.
Go ahead, finish what you were saying, Demok. Then Rams, you got that.
Anyway, how Democ says it works is that shit's not doing that at all. None of that. And I don't care what anybody told you, and I don't care what they say about the globe. They can stick that all up their ass. The only thing you can describe and what you can talk about is what happens in reality. You can tell all the other stuff to fuck off. It's not me being mean to anybody. It's just called fucking reality. If you're afraid of it, I don't know what to tell you. Forget what anybody told you. Forget what you read in a book. If you can't reproduce it or present it, then fuck that. That's all I'm
Okay.
saying. And
Go
the
ahead,
light
Rams.
is not hitting the object and bringing the object back to you. That light is not hitting that object, coming back to the source, back against itself, to you, to your eyeball. It's not doing it.
Go ahead, Rams.
Yeah, you're talking about R-based refraction and how ridiculous it is. But it's R-based refraction that is the basis of those ridiculous claims. And that's why I'm being specific about that this R-based refraction is the ridiculous nonsense that you're actually talking about. But you're not mentioning that it's the R-based refraction nonsense.
Because I'm mentioning reality. There is no R, there is no base, there is no refraction. There's only reality. There's the R that you need to worry about. Unless you can point out an R to me, like they can't.
Yeah, there is no R. They can't show you R. And that's the basis of all this nonsense of refraction and ability to see around the ball rubbish.
That being said, refraction does happen. There are such things called mirages,
That's
and
right.
it's absolutely destructive to the conversation to say that that's not the
That's
case.
right, exactly.
No, it's not the case because there is no
That's why
globe.
you've got to specifically call
You
it
don't
out.
need a globe for mirages and refraction.
None of it. It's all garbage. It's all garbage. No, there is no globe. There is no refraction. There is no R. There is no.
Capable of understanding
Hold on a minute.
conversations,
Hold on. Can I, Rams, there is no globe. There is no R. Stop saying this. Listen, for you guys to sit here in a
Who said
sandbox,
there's a globe and an R, Demok? Who said that right now?
and all you are is in a sandbox, right? And all these dudes keep coming around you and they're talking about, look at all of our marbles, look at all, and they don't have any. None of these dudes, 99% of these people come around and they're talking about all their marbles and they've never produced one and they don't have one and you've never seen it. It doesn't exist. Why would you keep talking to them about marbles? How insane would you be?
Refraction does exist.
Like, the only one that's missing some marbles right now is you, Demok.
No, I don't believe in globes. I don't believe in anything to do with it.
All right. Professor Waterball, did you want to do a presentation?
Yeah, okay, I'll try it again. So, how does it work? I forgot it already. Oh, video, no. How do I share? That one on window and there, this crazy material. So, basically, I think you can see now the presentation, I think. Yeah. Okay, this, I'm taking the sound off. So, basically, what you see at this point, can someone confirm that my screen is...
It's working, yeah, we see it.
Okay,
Yep.
so
it's working.
So in the left side, the air or the whatever is less dense when it's holding in the hand in the outside of this box, and inside the box there is more dense water inside there. So when it hits in this container, it will immediately start to bend downwards because the water, whatever there is more dense in the bottom of this. And when he rises the thing, oh, this is so fast. When he rises the thing upwards, that point, it's almost straight. So basically now the medium outside of the box and inside of the box are pretty same. So this is kind of demonstration how the light will bend. And okay, this is laser or whatever, so it's kind of light, but anyway, laser is light as well, I think. That's a demonstration I wanted to show how the density is working with when you change the, sorry, how the light is changing when you change the density or where it's coming from towards where it's going from. Okay, thank you.
So
why is he moving the hand, though? Why doesn't he have the fucking laser stick to the wall, like against the wall, or
square
against the glass? Why is he moving the hand?
I don't know. I will post a link if you want to ask him directly.
Should be asking that question too.
Why do you think it doesn't bend when it was going straight there?
No, that's what I'm asking. I saw him moving the hand.
Yeah, because the medium where the light is coming from and the medium where it's coming to are pretty much same. So that's why.
I disagree. You could have completely different densities, and if it's propagating through a straight line, like in a straight line, and the density of the medium that it's going to isn't changing, there's no gradient, then it'll always stay straight. Because, that's how Snell's law works, right? The angle of incidence isn't being deterred because it's an isotropic medium. It's symmetrical, basically. It's homogeneous. So it'll always stay straight if the index of refraction is not changing.
That's right.
But it's changing because it's coming from outside of the box where the density is less. And it starts to bend when it's hitting first inside the box where the density is more. And it's starting to curve because of that. The first curve, and then it's going a little more dense because it's going downwards 1 millimeter. And then it will curve more. It's going 1.5 millimeters
Yeah.
downwards. Then it's going more and more and more and more, and very small gradients and of more dense medium, and it will start to bend more and more. Like
I'm
a
with
bell
you,
curve.
but when he raises it up, like, you know, the second part of what you showed, when he raised it up and it was going out through the laser, like out through that laser whatever source straight, and it was going straight into the aquarium or what have you, and it stayed straight, that's because the index of refraction of that, you know, the tank or whatever he was using is not changing. You know, as that light is going, it stays throughout is the same index of refraction. It's basically homogeneous. It's balanced. And that's why it's not bending, because it's coming out straight and it's remaining straight. It doesn't matter that it came out in air with less of an index of refraction. It went into water with more, because it's still going straight. And the air is basically, think of it as like, you know, in that negligibly isotropic, and that tank in that path was negligibly isotropic, so there was no bend.
Yeah, I would agree. So you mean that in the top of this container, the air or the medium was not, there was not so much gradients that in the bottom of the
Exactly.
tank. Yeah, I understand. And when the gradients is changing more in the bottom of the tank, so the curve will be like, the curve will actually exist, but when the medium doesn't change, like you said, in the top of the tank, so it will go straight. So are we in the same
Exactly.
page? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you could go from air to like some glass to air to a bunch of different, you know, things. If they're all isotropic, the light will be absolutely straight. When it starts to curve is when the index of refraction is changing within the medium, not from one medium to another, but within the medium.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Hey, presenter, do you think we will see the same effect if the laser is inside of that water?
Yes.
I would like to see that.
But what
Well,
happens
you
when
can
you
see
change
that
the
if you look at
angle?
like, sorry, I was just gonna say, like, if you look at the FE core long distance like in laser thing, you could see the laser actually bending, and it's in air, and the laser's in it, the light's in air, and the laser itself is in air. So it's basically the same thing as having the laser in this one inside the tank.
What about the angle of incidence of the laser?
What about it?
How does that have an effect?
It depends on the medium. So if the gradient is changing, then it's like the incidence angle and the, I don't know what the other one's called, the origin angle or something like that. But in any case, or the reflected angle, there will be no difference between the two. It'll come out completely straight if it's an isotropic medium with no gradient in terms of the like refraction, in terms of the index of refraction, right? But if it isn't, then there will be disparity between those two angles, and then that'll cause the reflection within, you know, whatever it's going through, and, you know, enough of those through enough of like droplets of water and other things, molecules and what have you, will cause, you know, this apparent bend in light.
So the light always bends in which direction?
It bends towards the more dense medium.
Towards the more dense, yeah.
Thanks for comments, and I think I got this little more deeper in my brain, how the light works in a medium. So at least I'm learning here.
I said angle of reflection, I think, when I was talking about the angle of incidence. It's angle of refraction, angles of incidence, and angle of refraction.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was really surprised that earlier when I was talking to that gang of Glovers, that they were just really stumped by the fact that, yeah, why don't you just pull the source light back, as if they had never thought about it before. They just said, I didn't know how refraction worked.
That's usually their go-to. If they need to make a stationary planar Earth curve, they throw in the old refraction story.
But then, I begged for them to correct me or tell me what I was missing. And every single person just were like, I don't know what to tell you. Well, take your time.
That's when they will tell you, I'm no expert.
Yeah, actually, that's what Lewis said, even though...
But then in the next 5 minutes, if you ask him a different question or something, then they
He's
become
an expert.
experts again. Yeah.
Yep.
All day long. PhDs here.
Well, because all it is, I mean, their refraction models are just that. They're just models. And they have different ways of calculating it. But so it's just another assumptive system that they overlay in order to explain the phenomenon.
Has anyone done the test from the the gunner, the master gunner off of Globebusters? I'm thinking about doing it. It's not actually that difficult.
What is it? Well, I didn't quite catch what you said.
The master gunner presentation on Globebusters. He's presented an idea of flat Earth, proving the sun is moving. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna repeat it. I'm just wondering if anyone else has seen it and repeated it yet.
I saw parts. I haven't really. Did you just ask him if he's drunk?
Yeah.
The mic is a little hard to make out what you're saying. But yeah, I saw a little bit of that. Yeah, you're talking about the last Globebusters show on Sunday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw like parts of it, but yeah, it did look like that. Yeah, there was a whole presentation, but I didn't really catch what it was yet. Like I haven't gone back and watched it. I only watched little parts of it. I mean, do you want to summarize what it is, or in terms of what he presented?
Yeah, just let me change my mic.
Is Inklinser there? He must be drinking, I guess, huh?
No, I don't drink, mate.
Not you, bro. Sinklenser.
Oh, right. Yeah, so is that any clearer?
Oh, yeah.
Excellent. Yeah, so look, the premise I got, the understanding I got is that on a globe Earth, the sun should only move a maximum of 45 degrees in a 3-hour window. Right? And in his test that he presents is a method of showing that it actually moves more than that in that given time.
and it does it on a equal parallel to the surface of the Earth. So
is this
it's an interesting
Rams?
concept.
Let me
this
let me be a Glover here. Let me be a Glover. Did when he measured, was it on top of him, like the angle was on top, or he was looking at the horizon?
No, on top. Yeah.
On top. All right, then there's no excuse of refraction. That's pretty good. Because if you were looking at, like, if you start seeing it when it's like above you and or a little going towards the horizon, and then you end the last measurement you did, it was more towards the horizon, then they can claim that it was due to refraction that you see the position in a little bit farther, or yeah. But if it was done above you the entire time, the 3 hours, yeah, there's no excuse of refraction. And that is a little weird, yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting concept. I mean, and I personally just want to see if I can reproduce what he's talking about myself. That's all. Because I mean, it's all good to have a concept, and he can claim that he's done it. But I mean, proof's in the pudding, isn't it?
Yeah, that is interesting. I could see how it would be different. Like if you have a globe Earth and a 93 million mile away sun, you're going to get a certain movement of the sun through the sky and the angles, whereas the sun is more close and local and it's moving away from you. I could see how those angles could be different to where that would be measurable. That's really interesting.
Yeah, and the way he presents the parallel lines that you're viewing as well is it's a great argument. And what was I going to say?
Which one is the great argument? Am I looking at it somewhere?
No, I haven't put it. I can repost it again. I did post it the other day, but I'll repost it again.
Okay.
It was a presentation.
He introduces the time. He introduces the time factor of 3 hours, which is just unique. I've never seen it sort of put together, the angles and the time factor. So it's just an interesting concept.
What is Kosho? Is Kosho in here? Kosho, what do you think about this one? Because I know you think a lot about the sun and angles and stuff.
Do you post it?
He's working on it.
Please bear with me. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I want to see it.
Are you just posting the Globebusters video?
As long as we have a timestamp.
Actually, no. It'll be a Taboo conspiracy video because he done a summary of it, which is a bit better, I think. Globebusters is a bit long. Do you all like Taboo conspiracy?
Yeah, he's one of my better ones.
Okay.
Taboo?
He was the best I ever had.
That's what she said, maybe?
Yeah.
Comes.
Percentage, I think you're the best at the what that she said timing.
That one was a good one though.
Oh, there it is.
Okay, so in the
I tried to do it,
description
but
of
I
that video,
didn't really commit fully.
No, I liked it because
So is there a timestamp?
It's 13 minutes. Let me go watch it. I'll be back, guys.
13 minutes, just watch it.
Okay. Do you guys want me to stream it on here?
You can watch it in private or stream it. I don't really care. I think we can just keep chatting about it while people watch it. Or stream it. Gio, entirely up to you, mate.
Whatever. You guys can watch it. I keep forgetting how late it is. I've been working this night shift.
There was an 80s song called Night Shift.
What?
There was a song called Night Shift in
Oh.
80s.
Oh, okay.
I'm just an old guy from I'm from 70s, so I'm pretty old.
No.
Nice.
You're a young dude.
Bell bottoms. Purple suits. All coming back.
You want to make it to the 60s, then you can start saying you're old nearly. You're a young whippersnapper at the 70s.
Yeah, but my body is like 80-year-old because I used to be a drugaholic, or I was a alcoholic. I didn't use drugs, but I used a lot of alcohol, so my body is a little exhausted. So I think my body is like 80 years old, even though I'm 46-year-old. So I destroyed my organs.
Yeah, I thought the body had a way of repairing.
I mean, my life expense, how old I might live, has been decreased because of the usage of alcohol and also tobacco. I used to smoke 20 years, at least one box of the cigarettes per day. So 20 years intoxicating my lungs doesn't help me be healthy.
Get on the meat.
Get on the meat.
There was the oldest man that lived in Japan was said to have started smoking when he was 70 and drank Japanese rice wine, which is like the sake, until he died.
Smart guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not the probability that could happen to me.
Yeah, exactly. So, do a little bit of exercise, drink a lot of green tea, water, regular exercise. You'd be surprised what your body can regain. Some of that lost life expectancy can be, regained, man.
Riding a bike or just walking, can do some great shit to your body.
Yeah, but I have a goal to walk 8,000 what is called steps per day. 8,000 steps per day. I don't know how it's in miles or kilometers, but I want to have the 8,000 steps.
Yeah.
Cutting all the sugar out will help you a lot. That'll at least help your liver, which is probably suffering the most from your alcohol abuse. And that can regenerate if you give it the chance, but you've got to get rid of the glycogen stores, keep them low, let it do its thing.
Yeah, and you can't beat cycling. And I think for those who are going to embark on cycling, let's say after not cycling for a while, you might want to get yourself a mountain bike with suspension because it's so comfortable compared to a racer. Racer's hard cycling. You cycle, it's going, but all the forces are going right through to your wrists in particular, elbows, and then you got the pain, that thin saddle. So it's hard work, right? So, but if you try a mountain bike with suspension, I mean, it's just so much more fun. Bouncing off things and that, you don't feel so much of the roughness of the road. I love it. I do.
I used to have this. Yeah, I used to have this mountain bike that had a front suspension, but not the back, and it was pretty nice. And I used to drive in paths in the forests. It was nice because being in a forest itself, it's relaxing, and you don't hear so much traffic, and you don't hear the airplanes and stuff like that. You're a little bit more peaceful environment there, and it makes the mind go little relaxed mode.
Yeah, yeah. So if you can afford, you don't have to spend large amounts of money on the mountain bike, because, again, proud of ownership here. I bought my mountain bike. Like the bike shop had priced it wrong to the price that it was online. So when I saw it, I thought I'd snap that up quickly, and I did. I snapped up one, snapped up two. I ended up getting 5. But by the time I got to 5, the price had gone up. The first 2 I got was really cheap. Then the price steadily rose up over the years. I've got 5 of these mountain bikes because my kid and my wife also used it as well. And yeah, bloody wicked thing. But it didn't cost a lot of money, is my point. I think we're looking at, let me see quickly. How much it cost roughly. I'll give you a rough idea of what I paid the very first time for a mountain bike, which is a rear suspension. It's the Hummer mountain bike. Really, really good. Rear and front suspension, and you can adjust it. So if you want it to be stiff, you can stiffen the rear suspension so that it doesn't flex as much. And then if you know you're going to do a bit of downhilling or mountain bike trekking, because it's not a downhill bike really, but mountain bike trekking, then you can soften up the suspension to absorb some of the undulating surfaces that you may encounter, sort of thing. But yeah, brilliant, cheap and cheerful. And I loved it when I was beating some of these people on the downhills. Yeah, that really made me feel proud, but really good. So, you know, not the best machine for it, but going up and down stairs, I could do that, and I've done it several times. So yeah, you know, and you can have some fun. Being you don't have to spend a lot of money, that's the thing. My app. Here we are. Yeah. Let's see now. In British, Japanese yen, and then we have it into Australian dollar, American dollar. Okay, here we go. I spent the first time 18,000.
I think if enough of us repeat this test and get, you know, consistent results, I think this is pretty good. If I've got my fucking mind around it properly. Have you seen it, Jen? You know what I'm talking about?
No. What are you talking about exactly?
Oh, just this master gunner. I mean, he's got very different lingo because he was obviously trained, you know, different than the standard school education for like geometry and different things like this, but which does make it a little bit confusing. But when you look at the diagrams, it makes it a bit easier. But just the way he's measuring the angles of the sun over a period of time. I mean, I don't take his word for it by any means, but that's just why I'm really keen to repeat it, because the equipment used isn't expensive.
Interesting. Yeah, I spent the first time back nearly 12 years ago now, £117 for this mountain bike. That's roughly $160. You know, so it's really it's the cheap end of the market, which is good for me because kids tend to break things. I tend to crash as well if I'm running on the bike, and if things break, it's not going to cost a lot of money to replace it. You know, and when performance-wise, you know, a derailleur is a derailleur is a derailleur as long as it moves the chain up and down. You know, you can spend more on a very expensive derailleur, but then is it performing better than the cheaper one? I beg to differ there. But it looks better, yes. It might even be lighter, yes. That's what you're paying for. But when it breaks, it breaks and you've got to buy a new one. So that's the thing. So, yeah, cheap and cheerful all the way. Yeah, it's seen me good. I've still got the mountain bikes. They're all still alive, still well maintained. They're made in China, but it's the Hummer brand. So it's got the Hummer color, you know, the yellow and black theme brand color there. It's really, really good. And they're really comfortable. So if you're just somebody who's just getting back into exercising, you know, you might find yourself maybe not a Hummer or the equivalent, but you don't have to spend a lot of money. That's the thing.
Who are we talking to?
We're talking
He's
to the
just
guy
talking.
who was talking
To White's Word, or who are we talking to?
I'm listening.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're talking to the guy.
Oh, Waterball. Waterball, are you in the U.S.? Where are you at?
I'm in Finland, Europe.
Finland. Okay. Yeah, that changes everything.
Yeah, he's in Europe.
And I have a Finnish wife, so I'm not scared anymore anything. So
Finish him. Got it.
Nice.
So you can get a reasonably good bike for about 150, 170 euros, 200 euros. You can get a good mountain bike for that.
You get a reasonably good wife for a little bit more than that.
Yeah. That's the best exercise there is, anyway.
Best way to die, eh? If that's how I'm gonna go, then I'll be fucking happy.
Yeah. But cycling's so good, yeah. You know, regenerates all your blood and that. Heart rate's up, you're sweating good. Yeah. Not so much impact all over the body. Cardiovascular good.
See some really good sights too.
Yeah.
Gets you out and about. It's fantastic.
Well, for people in America, they have like Amazon, you can buy like basically like a bike for fat people. And you can just buy the bike on Amazon. And it's got great reviews. It has very strong rims, rigid frame. It comes with everything that you need. And it'll get you started. You don't have to go fast. You just need to, do the pedals. It's got a very big, comfortable seat. A lot of people, like, the reviews on it are great, not because the bike is perfect, but because the results, the people who have had great results actually show up in the reviews.
Yeah. And some of the things that stop people from doing it is like, what people looking at me and what are they thinking and that, but you just got to block that out, you know, just cycle past, listen to your music.
They're not motivated yet, mate. When you're motivated, nothing stops you. You don't give a shit what people think.
Yeah. And you got your music on anyway, or your podcast, whatever you're listening, pop that in your earbuds. And away you go.
Yeah.
A good hour, 2 hour. Yeah, great. Very beginning, you might want to start with just an hour cycling at your pace, nice and easy. See how far you get, mark that, go back home, and stick to that route. And then you'll find yourself knocking that out within like 30 minutes in the end. Then you can extend it. It won't take long. And then you know you're getting fitter straight off the bat there.
I think it's been 13 minutes. Have these boys watched this bloody movie yet? I want feedback.
Okay.
That's the bike that I had
hungry
found.
for some feedback.
Feedback.
Do you guys watch the video?
Did you post the bike?
Percentage? Anybody else watch the video?
No, I didn't.
Not yet.
So it seems like it's an ongoing test that he's doing, and so far it's off, right? So far, so yes, once it seems like it's ongoing. He's testing, so yeah.
What do you mean it's off?
What do you mean ongoing? It's done and dusted. I don't think you watched that.
Yeah, he said that they've been like they're working on it still.
Yeah, over 300, but it's not ongoing. I mean, you can still keep doing it. I'll do it. But I mean, you're only going to keep getting the same results, apparently. That's all I want to check, that what he's saying is true.
No, because for my understanding is that he probably wants to check. I think he probably wants to check on whenever he's gonna be on each of the like Cancer, the Capricorn, and the Equator, right? So there's gonna give you different readings probably. So I don't know.
Yeah, people in those zones can do that. That's why I'm saying, has anyone repeated this? Because I'm going to do it from where I am, which I can do, and I can do it from
He
sea
was
level, and I can.
10 degrees, right, off or some shit like that. If I understood correctly.
From where? Which location? Because he's done a few. He's done some at really high altitude, to get
I
out of
don't
the
know. I
atmosphere.
watched the video though. That's all. It doesn't say which location he is.
Yeah, you watched the taboo conspiracy one that I posted,
Yeah.
which was a summary of the 3-hour globe buster thing. If you watch if you're happy to sit there and watch that one night or listen to it, you'll get a lot more info. And
The
if you go
3-hour
to
one?
the description, if you go to the description in the taboo conspiracy video, there is a link to the guy's actual website, and you can go there and actually, see a lot more.
Okay.
guys-
So yeah.
guys
Then I'm wrong. I watched just the summary. So yeah, there's more information. I'm gonna go watch it once.
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you.
No worries.
Yeah, it is interesting what that guy is doing. Pretty good. Bringing the sun back to us.
Yeah, Riggs, I'm looking at that bike you posted. Yeah, it is a mongoose, isn't it? Mongoose Mars Adult, I think it's called. It won't seem to enlarge for me.
Is that a bike for fat people? Who's fat?
No, it's just a regular bike with super fat tires that
Fat
can
tyres,
ride
yeah.
over any
Oh,
for riding over any terrain.
Yeah,
It's not for fat people. It's just fat tires.
No, it's for PHAT people. It's for people that are fat. PHAT.
Yeah.
Hey, Gene.
Yeah.
You like Harleys too, or just the CRBs? Ninjas.
I used to detest them in my younger days. Those were the days I was into off-road bikes and sports bikes. But I've grown to appreciate British bike design for the history, and then of course the history of the Harley Davidson and the Indian and various other brands. So yeah, I do like the Harley Davidson. If I was to own one, it would be known as the Fat Boy. That's the one I really want. Over all the brands they have, that's what I would choose. What Arnold Schwarzenegger had in the movie Terminator.
Yeah, that's the classic one.
Yeah. So if I was going to get one, I'd get that, and then have saddlebags thrown over the side at the back. Yeah, the throw over saddlebags.
They must just feel so cool to ride. I mean, just
yeah.
Just the riding position, and the power.
Yeah,
is just cool.
Yeah, the easy rider style, with the V twin thumper. Yeah, I can appreciate that, of course, no doubt about it. If I were to own one,
Very rebellious, but
Yeah.
it's cool.
What's rebellious about it?
It's the way it looks. It's the
Just the way it flaunts itself, doesn't give a fuck what anybody, thinks.
A bike with attitude, eh? But yeah. I mean, I looked back at the history of motorcycling many years back now, but here in Japan, not in Britain, but here. And I just fell in love with the British bikes now. I said, now I can see where the Japanese got their ideas from, and they've since improved on the. Okay, now I can see how British bike industry kind of like died. But one company that's fighting back after all the Japanese onslaught is Triumph. They have been triumphant now in that they are now manufacturing engines for the MotoGP, replacing Honda. So Honda used to do the Moto 2, which is a 600cc engine, and that was solely Honda only. They've since pulled out due to environmental issues of pollution and whatever, I don't know, but they've moved out of that. And Triumph have quickly filled the void. And I think their engine is a 750 triple or a 600 triple. I've got to look more into that. But they're currently doing the Moto 2. The Moto 3 smaller engine is Honda still.
Is Honda comparable to Ducati, Jin, or is it even in the same ballpark or no?
I would say that Honda are leagues ahead of Ducati. Really, I would never buy Ducati. Yeah, I would never buy Ducati.
So Ducati is just like the brand, right? That's like right.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Yeah, they've got some fast bikes. They have got some fast bikes, but if
They're like the Lamborghini of bikes, right?
That's correct. The Lamborghini, the Ferrari. So I think you're paying a lot of money for something. And if I was to buy an Italian bike, it would be the MV Agusta 754. I think that's a better looking bike than the Ducatis anyway, to be quite honest. Yeah. In my opinion, that is. The bike you really want to get would be the 750 MV Augustus. Look them up and you see that Ducati, I think, there's a lot. It's not very user friendly if you want to work on it on yourself. There's a lot more involved.
What about Aprilia?
Again, Aprilia is nice. They're a bit heavy, and the earlier ones are nice. They've got to be